Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 165, New Chapter. Iriuka. Ravel was startled when she saw her childhood friend suddenly appear and saw her and Riser hugging each other intimately. The one who opened the door was Iriuka Glaciolabalas, a childhood friend of Ravel. Like Ravel, she was a beautiful petite girl with silver hair styled in a side-up swept hairstyle, yet even with that petite frame, she had a splendid pair of breasts. Nevertheless, Iriuka was also stunned as she didn't expect to see this scene. Riser and Ravel were so close to each other, like a pair of lovers. Yet, weren't they siblings? Moreover, wasn't he a married man? Subconsciously, a doubt appeared on her stoic and collected face. "What's wrong, Iriuka?" Riser asked calmly. Even if they were seen by Ravel's childhood friend, he was still as calm as ever while having Ravel in his arms. Everyone is looking for you. The ceremony is about to start, Riser and I. Thanks for reminding me." Riser nodded, showing his gratitude to Iriuka. "So, what are you doing here?" Iriuka even became doubtful as she saw Riser was as calm as ever. "It's a bit stuffy on the inside, so we went out to take in some fresh air." Riser then let go of Ravel and patted her on the back as he approached Iriuka. Ravel followed her brother and quickly calmed herself, as Iriuka didn't notice anything. "There are so many people inside. It's troublesome to talk with all of them." "That's true." Iriuka also nodded as she affirmed his words. Even though Ajuka and Surzek weren't present, the number of nobles participating in this ceremony was outrageous. After all, Zikram Bale was present, and everyone who was involved with the Great King faction also gathered. At that moment, Riser knew that he had joined the Great King faction. "Even though I have planned to stay away from this faction." Riser remembered at the beginning when he thought that he would stick with the Great Four Satan faction as there was no doubt they would become the victor, but then look where he was. Life is really unpredictable. "Still, is your family okay, Iriuka?" Riser asked, changing the topic without changing his face. Even though Iriuka still wanted to ask about the relationship between Riser and Ravel, his question also made her sigh. "It should be okay, but Zephydor will be the heir candidate for my father." The heir of the Glaciolabalas died suddenly, so she could do nothing and accepted Zephydor as the new heir. "Is that not okay?" "He is too cocky." Riser only chuckled and patted Iriuka's head. "Just bear with it. He is still young, anyway. I am sure that he will learn and become more mature in the future." "Well, I hope so." Iriuka closed her eyes, enjoying his head pat. "Then, let's go. It won't be good if I am late." Leaving Iriuka and Ravel, Riser went to the place where everyone was waiting. Still, Iriuka couldn't help but stare at Riser's back longingly, causing Ravel to cough. "Iriuka, what's wrong with you? It's a shame that your brother is married. If he isn't, then I might become your older sister-in-law." Ravel rolled her eyes. "Stop saying something stupid. Come on. Wait. Iriuka quickly chased after Ravel, then asked, "By the way, Ravel, your relationship with your older brother is so close. Is such a relationship with a sibling normal?" She was a single child, so she wasn't sure whether having such a close relationship with a sibling was normal or not, yet instead of a sibling, how to say, she felt like they were a lover. Frankly, Lord Phenex was amazing as he had 4 children, especially when most nobles had 1 or 2 children in their lives. Moreover, there should be a huge age difference between the 2 children as it was quite hard for the devil to have children. Riser and Ravel aside, the age difference between him and his older brothers was quite huge. Still, this wasn't Ravel's current concern, as she said, it's normal. Each sibling is different, after all. Some are fighting, and some are quite close. We happen quite close. Is that so? Iriuka nodded and didn't continue talking about the matter between the 2 siblings, greatly relieving Ravel. "By the way, if you have a match on the rating game, can I join you? Your last match was amazing. Let's talk about that matter later since Oni-Isama's ceremony is about to start." With those words, the 2 also went to the hall where everyone gathered for his promotion to the ultimate class devil. In the hall, everyone gathered together. Except for Surzek and Ajuka, all the noble families were present, including the Gremory family. From the Great King and all the 72 pillars that still remained, all of them gathered here to watch the promotion of Riser Phenex to the ultimate class devil. All of the devils that were present knew that this was the beginning of the new chapter. It was like how the Devil Civil War happened half a millennium ago, and also the times when Surzek and Ajuka were born. This time, they were about to meet such a similar existence. Riser might be young, but there was no doubt his existence was the brightest among his generation. Like the brightest star, there was no doubt he became the aim of all the young generation. Yet, for Riser, who had stood among all the older generation in his young age, there was no doubt his aim was much bigger than all of them. Still, among all the people present, the one that had the most complicated thought was, without a doubt, Lord Gremory and Lady Gremory. Before, they set up the engagement between Riser and their daughter, yet now, their relationship had become so much worse, like fire and water. Naturally, they felt regret, but everything was too late. If there was something that they were grateful about, they could see their daughter seemed to have matured. The only problem was their son, who made them sigh helplessly. Still, unlike her parents, Rias couldn't take her eyes away from him, like every fiber of her being was just attracted to his figure, obsessed. Nevertheless, no one paid attention to the Gremory couple, as all of them were respectfully facing the ancestor of the Bale house, Zekrom Bale. There was also Lord Bale, the current patriarch of the Bale house, but in front of his father, he was like a puppy. At that moment, the hall was in a solemn and dignified atmosphere as they waited for the main protagonist. Riser Phenex, please enter. When these words fell, the door of the hall opened. Instantly, all eyes were on him, causing all of them to be in a daze. Whether Surzek or Ajuka had their own unique presence. While Surzek appeared goofy and kind, everyone knew how horrible his existence was. Meanwhile, Ajuka gave off a mysterious charm that made people unable to see what was hidden. Yet, Riser was much different. He was bright and warm. Like the sun on the world, illuminating the world from the darkness. This presence was unique, as the devil was known as a race that was associated with darkness, so his presence was just too singular. Probably, even his ancestors' brightness was much worse than his. Nevertheless, even if he was bright, the light that he emitted was gentle yet also unreachable. Even Bediza Baden, Roygun Belphegor, and Dihazar Belial, who were present at this ceremony, couldn't have such an aura. Still, there was no doubt that those who were associated with him were proud, especially his wife, Sona, Ravel, his peerage members, parents, family, and many others. Even under many adversities, he was able to get what was supposed to be his. Riser glanced at them and made a nod at them before he walked toward Zekrom Bale, who was waiting at the altar within the hall. Only Seraphal sighed as their relationship had changed, but she didn't say anything since she knew it was the natural course of result, especially with what she had done. Zekrom Bale was on the altar as he looked at Riser with a smile. Then, the MC, who happened to be Lord Bale, announced all the lists of Riser's achievements from his hard work to stop the Great War, the victory against all the high ranking within the Gregory, and his raiding game against Tannen. Even though everyone knew what Riser did, they couldn't help but be amazed when they heard what he had done to become the ultimate class devil. Riser Phenex, from now on, you will be an ultimate class devil. Being informed so by Zekrom Bale, Riser replied, I will receive it respectfully. Zekrom still maintained his smile and said, as you have become the ultimate class devil, you will receive the rank of prince and also a territory, but before that, there is something that I want to talk about with everyone. This sudden development made everyone confused. As you know, there is a worrisome issue that is spreading in the underworld, especially toward the certain ultimate class reincarnated devil. As Zekrom talked, everyone fell into silence as they thought about the news that circulated in the underworld recently, and their expression became so much more complex. Tannen. After his loss to Riser, there was no good news about him, especially when the entire underworld knew how horrible the lives of the devils were on Tannen's territory. While no one could confirm whether this news was fake or real, everyone believed that Tannen treated all the devils on his territory horribly, causing many devils to die, as his only concern was the dragon. There was even talk about the reason why Tannen wished to become the reincarnated devil, which was his ploy to conquer the underworld and kill all the devils. By then, Tannen, who was known as the most popular player on the raiding game, became a monster in everyone's eyes. Due to that heartbreaking news, as the ancestor of the great king, I can't help but come out from my seclusion. That's why I have decided to put an observer until all the news is cleared up. Zekrom Bale then looked at Riser and asked, Riser Phenex, would you be willing to become the observer of Tannen? Riser put his hand on his chest as he bowed his head. For the future of the underworld, for the future of the devil, I am willing to become the observer for Tannen. As those words fell, they sucked a deep breath and knew the new chapter was about to start soon. Chapter 166, Meaningless Trouble. What a bastard. Didn't he just want to steal our hard work? They are all so deceitful. The dragon might appear like a beast, but not all of them were stupid since many also embarked on a civilization, especially those who were under Tannen's rule. Frankly, many things had happened on Tannen's territory, especially after his loss to Riser. Yet, they couldn't stop such horrible news as some of them were true. Nevertheless, no one expected that everything would be this serious. After all, Tannen wasn't the most horrible lord, as there were many horrible lords in the underworld. It was also due to this that the Great Four Satan's faction was popular as it gave hope to those who were oppressed. However, unlike those horrible lords, who were pure-blooded devils, even if they were horrible, their lineage was noble, and their lands had been ruled from their ancestors' time, so all of those low-class devils had gotten used to being treated horribly. Instead, being treated horribly was something normal for them, and it was their fate, especially when those devils were born weak. If they wanted to live, then they needed to serve their lords well. It might seem like a nihilistic place without a dream or hope, but when they weren't the only ones who lived miserably, they huddled together, and the world became warm. Nevertheless, Tannen was different. He wasn't a devil, and he was a dragon, so his focus had always been on the dragon, and he didn't care much about the devils, causing this problem. Still, the announcement on television during Riser's promotion caused unrest in Tannen's territory. The devils, who lived on the Tannen's territory aside, the dragons were in terrible news as their king was viewed as a tyrant and horrible lord in the media. However, what made them even more dissatisfied was the fact that their king didn't say anything and just kept silent without even refuting the malicious news. What's the king is doing? If he doesn't do anything, then this bird bastard might do something horrible to us. Even worse, he might take the dragon apples. When someone mentioned the dragon apples, everyone fell into silence. After all, this was the real reason why the dragons decided to follow Tannen to the underworld. Without dragon apples, some of their races were unable to live and might die. It was also due to this that even though they were known as a prideful race that wouldn't bow to anyone, they decided to bow down to the devil and became a reincarnated devil. Nevertheless, it didn't mean they were stupid. They knew how powerful the devils were. After all, if the devils were weak, Tannen might just lead his followers to conquer the underworld for themselves. Still, their observer was Riser Phenex. If it was someone else, they might be able to do one or two, stopping this conspiracy by themselves, but Riser was different. Everyone was clear about how strong Riser was, especially when he could defeat their king. So, at this moment, they waited anxiously for their king's response. Nevertheless, Tannen was also anxious and contacted his master directly. Similar to others, as a reincarnated devil, he had his own master, someone who turned him into a reincarnated devil. Still, the relationship between them wasn't like a master and a servant. Instead, their relationship was like a business partner. Mephisto, can you help me? Riser Phenex. The legendary devil who formed a pact with Johann Georg Faust. This was Tannen's master. After forming a pact with Faust, he remained in the human world even after Faust died and quickly rose to the top of the magician organization, Grauzauberer, becoming the director of the Magician Council. At some point in time afterward, he reincarnated Tannen as a member of his peerage as well. This time, you have caused me trouble, Tannen. I am sorry. I thought I didn't think about how much trouble that it had led. Tannen knew how arrogant he was previously, and it might also be the reason why Riser was angry at him. Moreover, even though his peerage members weren't killed, he roared that he would kill Riser. With all of those things linked together, Tannen was already pictured as the bad guy. Frankly, Tannen thought that it was just a small conflict, but suddenly, it had become so huge that he was helpless. As a master, Mephisto had never forbidden Tannen to do anything, and he let him do whatever he wanted to do. I will try, but I didn't expect that Zekrom-sama would be involved in this matter. If it was only Riser, Mephisto, who was an old devil, didn't think too much, but Zekrom was a devil. While he had heard the rumor about Riser, the time Riser became famous was short, so he didn't pay much attention to Riser. Yet, this young man whom he ignored suddenly became a thorn in his powerful queen. Still, instead of rage, Mephisto suddenly became curious. After all, unlike the Gremory clan, who felt affectionate toward their servants, his feelings toward the others were like business. Everything was an equivalent exchange. The reason why Mephisto let Tannen become his servant was due to the power of Tannen. It was also why Tannen chose Mephisto, as he knew Mephisto wasn't someone who would treat him like a follower, subordinate, or, even worse, a slave. Thank you. Tannen sighed in relief as he shuddered as he recalled Riser's abyss-like eyes. Riser's eyes were so dark and sticky that they would pull him into eternal darkness. Yet, as a dragon, courage was the last thing that he lacked. Next time, don't get involved in this kind of problem. I know. Tannen also started to regret when he thought that he should help Surzek, thinking that he might be able to gain the favor of Surzek. Yet, what did he get? It was nothing but trouble. Moreover, even though Surzek had promised nothing would happen even after his match with Riser, it was nothing but an empty promise. While Tannen sighed, rubbing his horns, which had recovered after they were pulled by Riser, he could still feel the pain of Riser's ruthless method, but then he walked out from his house, trying to pacify his followers that everything would be okay, especially when he had talked with his master, Mephistopheles, and gained the friendship of Surzek. Hearing those words, all the dragons that were anxious also felt relief. That guy mustn't dare to do anything when Surzek-sama is involved. Yes, there is also a Mephisto. He is going to say sorry for causing so much trouble for us. The trouble caused by Riser was many, and naturally, they didn't have a good feeling toward him, but as expected in front of overwhelming power, even a dragon was in awe of his might. However, more importantly, they were afraid. After all, not every dragon could be so brave. Many were quite lazy and cowardly, so if a conflict could be avoided, then they would be happy. However, when everyone thought they had moved in a good direction, bad news suddenly fell before them when Riser came to Tannen's territory. Question. If Tannen becomes a sacred gear, what kind of shape and ability do you think it will have? Could you give me a surprise? Chapter 167, Rise of the Curtain. When Riser came to Tannen's territory, he directly stopped the research of the dragon apple and forbade access to the dragon apple for the dragon due to suspicion held by Tannen and the dragons. It was said that the devils were working tirelessly, forced to work without being paid in this territory, and there was also a rumor that the dragon planned to take over the underworld. There were many horrible rumors that circulated, so to clear up those doubts, Riser decided to take over everything and monitor everything, which might endanger the safety of the underworld. Naturally, Riser didn't hide anything, telling his works to the media, and showed how diligent he was in his work. With him becoming the observer of Tannen's territory, everyone felt relief, especially those commoners who knew nothing, thinking that they were saved due to Riser, yet many also felt nervous, especially those upper echelons, as they knew his move had angered the dragons. However, no one said anything, as it was a conflict between Riser and Tannen. Nevertheless, they had to say Riser was quite vicious, as they knew he tried to make Tannen move on him. As long as Tannen dared to move, there was no doubt that he would be pictured as a criminal, and Riser would have a reason to slay Tannen. Yet, could Tannen be able to hold his temper and be patient, especially when Riser forbade access to the dragon apple and stopped all the research for the cultivation of this fruit? Frankly, at this moment, everyone was excited, waiting for what Tannen was planning to do. If Tannen and Riser were really having a fight at this moment, all of them would watch it with relish as they knew something interesting would happen. The devil had a long age after all, and many of them spent their time in the boar as they lacked a novelty. Due to their long age, they had done many things, so everything they saw was boring for them. However, the conflict between Riser and Tannen made them excited. Frankly, it was hard to imagine how Riser was going to lose, especially when he had defeated Tannen, and everyone still remembered his visage on the day of his promotion. However, when a dragon was desperate, it would do anything. Nevertheless, no one planned to join, and they were staring into the distance as an audience, watching the new drama in the theater that was about to start. Still, their opinion had nothing to do with Riser. Frankly, after he made his house in the area where there were most devils in the area, naturally, due to this, many wanted to talk with him. However, as he had inserted his rats into the people beforehand, all the public opinion was on him, and they all supported him to sanction Tannen, who had done a bad thing to all of them. Yet, was that the truth? To be honest, Riser didn't care about all of those things. Even if they were oppressed by Tannen, he would just ignore it as if they were a mere stranger to him. He knew that he was being cold, but life in the supernatural world was like this. If they were weak, they could only rely on the strong, even if the price was just horrible. There was no fairness, everything was solved with power. Wasn't that also the reason why the dragon had always been seen as the pinnacle of power? However, Riser had to say that this conflict was meaningless. If Tannen didn't provoke him and just lay low without being involved in his trouble with Surzek, would he do something so troublesome as this and even join the Great King faction? Probably not. Riser felt that he might as well spend his time in his villa with his harem. Still, as he decided to stay on Tannen's territory and became the monitor of this territory, was he interested in Tannen's territory? No. Riser didn't have much of an interest in this territory. Instead, his territory was in a different place as he chose a snowy land as his territory. It might be strange, as tropical territory should be more comfortable, but he knew the people on the tropical territory were lazy as they could get many things easily, and even if he could get the territory in that area, the trouble from governing was probably so troublesome. However, the cold climate was different. They were working hard, and because of that, their physical strength was stronger than the majority. What was the name again? Birdman's Rule. That should be the name. Still, the cold climate was nothing due to his fire manipulation, and his peerage members should be the same. Moreover, the people in the snowy area were living in dire, so when he brought them prosperity, they would be glad toward him, making him truly the lord on the territory. Yet, he had to say everyone's expression when he said he wanted to have a snowy land as his territory was amazing. However, he could go to his territory later as his territory wouldn't go anywhere. He could even go to his territory a year later, but he had set up many projects for his territory, such as factories for several businesses owned by him and Phenex House, and also tourism. Still, while everything was good, Riser wondered what Tannen was planning to do. Use your Pito Pito no Mi's power, control Tannen and dragons to destroy the city and massacre many devils before defeating them, killing them, and becoming a hero. Riser was unable to say a single word and felt a little cold when he read the advice given by the system. Usually, all the advice given by the system was abominable, but it was still within his limit as everything had always related to his actions toward his women, but this time, it was different as it told him an outrageous plan. Frankly, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of such an idea, but he felt that it was too evil. When he thought about it, he hadn't killed anyone, whether it was his enemies or innocent people. However, if he really did what the system told him that meant, he would kill those innocent people in this territory. With the power of Pito Pito no Mi, it was possible to control Tannen and the other dragons to cause mass destruction in the underworld, but then again, killing his enemies aside, was his first kill would be the innocent people who knew nothing and just got involved due of his evil plan. Could he do such a thing? Frankly, even though he planned to do an evil thing and became a villain, he didn't do much of an evil thing except fight his enemies and trample their dignity. Moreover, he didn't kill them. Instead, he made them his followers. It was also the reason why they could trust him, and no one gave a dramatic answer, such as a suicide attack, exchanging their lives for his life, so pretty much his life was peaceful. As he had an afternoon coffee in his yard, he observed the distant scenery. The dust swept upward from the barren land due to the wind, which could be seen from his position. Except for the dragon apple, the special fruit that was eaten for the special species of dragons to stay alive, there was nothing here as it was located at the edge. If there was something that was noteworthy about this territory, it was the fact that it was located next to Gremory territory. It was also due to the fact that the majority could agree to give territory to Tannen, as in the worst case, Surzek could do something about Tannen. Yet, naturally, while there were some who agreed, there were also many who rejected it since the existence of a dragon was like a double-sided sword. While Tannen and the others could strengthen the overall ability of the devils, in the end, they were dragons. They were beings who just moved based on his whims and feelings without much thought, as they had the power to back up their selfishness. In this case, they betrayed the devils. What should they do? It was also the reason why everyone positively agreed to let him become the monitor of Tannen's territory, and while they didn't say it directly, they wished for him to kill Tannen. After all, instead of a dragon and a reincarnated devil, they trusted Riser more, as pure blood from the Phenex house. His pedigree was the one that gave everyone unconditional trust. Yet, there was one big problem. Oni-sama. Ravel suddenly interrupted his thought when she suddenly came, but her words were cut by a certain figure who came without permission into his yard. Are you Riser Phenex? Sorry for coming so suddenly without any prior notice. My name is Mephistopheles. Nice to meet you. A middle-aged man with gelled hair, which is a mixture of red and blue, and heterochromia eyes with his left eye blue and the right eye red appeared before him. Mephistopheles, Tannen's master, came directly to visit him. Chapter 168, Soft-Hearted. It might have been his first time seeing Mephisto, but Riser knew Mephisto as he had investigated everything about Tannen. He might seem like a reckless type who would charge to every one of his problems, solving them with power, but if a problem could be solved by talk, why should he fight? However, ironically, most of the problems in the supernatural world could only be solved by power. Without power, everything was meaningless. So, even if Mephisto was in the same generation as his ancestor, Riser didn't show much respect since their position made them hostile to each other. Still, the most important point was that he didn't think he would lose to Mephisto. Yet, even with a lack of respect, Mephisto still smiled as if he wasn't troubled by Riser's attitude. You don't seem that surprised when you see me, Mephisto said after sitting on Riser's opposite side with a kind smile. Because if we fight, I don't think I will lose. Fu. Mephisto laughed. You are right. If we fight, I will lose. I don't think that I can win against you. He was frank and didn't hide the fact that he was weaker than the younger one in front of him. Still, your relationship is so close. He couldn't have but said those words when he saw Riser and Ravel. What do you want to say? Riser narrowed his eyes. Ravel, who was standing behind Riser's, was also startled, but when he held her hand, she felt relief. I am sorry. I don't have a bad intention to mention that. Mephisto quickly apologized as he knew he had touched Riser's nerve, and he could tell that there was no doubt that more rude remarks would give him a painful death. Yes, death. Mephisto could see that Riser would really kill him as long as he dared to say the next words that he was supposed to say. Even now, he could feel something sharp that was about to slice apart his body. This sharpness was something that he had never felt before, as he felt not only his body but even his soul could be cut, which was outrageous. Still, due to this, in front of Mephisto, there was no need to hide anything. However, in case their news were known, there was no doubt Mephisto would be Riser's target. Nevertheless, Mephisto felt helpless and wanted to curse his mouth for some reason, as he hated trouble. However, he really didn't intend to say anything, as what Riser and Ravel did was something cute compared to what the old Satan did in the past. Moreover, he could see they were sincere with each other, and this was also what made him feel Riser wasn't a bad individual. Are you not here to ask us to stop bothering your peerage members? Riser asked. Well, partly I come for that, but I realize that I have messed up, so I think that's not possible, right? You are right. Moreover, to be honest, even if Tannen died, I don't really care, so you don't need to worry since no enmity will be born among us. Riser frowned. You are so cold. Really? I think it is you who is weird for thinking of your peerage members as your family. Mephisto chuckled and felt that this young man was kind, but the world was just unkind toward him. It was as if fate wanted this young man to bow down and just follow a certain force obediently like others, which forced him to become evil. While Mephisto wasn't sure where this source originated from, he made his decision to stay away from the storm so as not to get involved. It was the same case as the Devil Civil War that happened previously, as he stayed away and didn't join either side. As for Tannen, as Mephisto had said before, he didn't care. He had let Tannen do whatever he wanted without giving him instructions or anything. In other words, all of these problems were due to Tannen's carelessness in joining this whirlpool. Still, Mephisto smiled and said, "Still, you are kind." "I am kind." Riser felt weirded out. "You know, if you wish, you should be able to kill Tannen directly, yet you still do this troublesome method, harassing him. To be honest, with your power, even if you kill Tannen directly, no one will say anything, so why do you do all of this? Moreover, you should have realized that Tannen has been abandoned by the Great Four Satans." No, it should be Surzek who had abandoned Tannen, as the other Great Four Satans didn't get involved in this matter. Yet, even if you know all of those facts, you didn't do it. You didn't massacre Tannen and his people and give them a chance to stay alive, right? Riser didn't say anything since what Mephisto said was correct. Frankly, Riser tried to give Tannen a chance. He didn't doubt Tannen's power, and like what he did with the East Yukai faction and the Gregory, he thought to dominate Tannen and his races. However, in the eyes of Mephisto, Riser's method was gentle. As Mephisto had said before, Tannen was already at his disposal. Surzek had abandoned Tannen and let Riser do whatever he wanted with Tannen. Why? If there was an answer, it was all due to peace. Yes, peace. As Azazel had said before, the three factions meeting would be held soon in Kuo town. Everyone had anticipated this peace and wished for it to happen, especially Surzek, Azazel, and others. In order to make this meeting smooth without any problems, they decided to give Tannen to Riser, hoping that it would appease his anger so as not to cause trouble, giving everyone the peace that everyone had sought. After all, if Riser really wanted to make trouble, they couldn't stop him since his methods had always been out of the box. No one could predict what he would do, and everything was based on his whim. Moreover, he had the power to back up action. His action might be like a dragon, but Riser was different from a dragon as he never made the first move. In the eyes of others, he had always been on the side of justice and righteousness. No matter how cruel his action was, he had never been pictured as a villain by others. So, they were afraid if they really made peace, then they would be pictured as villains. This was why they let Riser do whatever he wanted with Tannen. You are young, so you don't know how we, devil, are originally born. In the eyes of Lucifer, we're nothing but tools used to wage war against God and heaven. As we're tools, you should know how Lucifer treats us, right? How did the devil treat a tool? Was there even a need to answer? Riser fell in silence for a moment as he thought that everything was meaningless. He wondered why he did all of this, even though he didn't hate Tannen that much. Frankly, sometimes, he also wondered why he wanted to fight Surzek, as it was better to hug this fat thigh, having him to protect him from anything. Yet, the world was like this. Even if Riser didn't do anything, it would mess with his life, and everything was too late. Nevertheless, Mephisto misunderstood him as Riser had never intended to give Tannen a chance. Tannen was different from Nerarihion. The dragon was much stupider than the other races, so Riser didn't have any hope for Tannen to beg him, apologizing like a beggar, bowing his head so low until he kissed the ground. Especially when Tannen sent Mephisto to mediate everything, trying to scare Riser to leave this territory. Facing such a stupid lizard, Riser didn't have mercy, but this isn't the time. If Riser killed Tannen, he would give an opening to Surzek, so he needed to wait for a while. 1 year. What? Mephisto was confused. If Tannen and the others can hold on until 1 year, I will leave and forgive him. While I still forbid their access to the dragon apple and stop the cultivation research of this fruit, I will still give them a minimal amount of dragon apple for them to stay alive, but they have to pay, so in this 1 year, tell him to do his best not to cause trouble and anger me. Riser said those words magnanimously, but what was he thinking inside? No one really knew, but then again, he felt it was too early to erase Tannen, at least, he wanted to maximize Tannen's value before he erased him. Mephisto blinked his eyes and wanted to say that Riser was quite naive as it was better to erase all the enemies clean without leaving them behind, yet since Riser had said so, and it was good for Tannen and the others, then why should he reject? Then, I will tell him that. Still, Herring Riser asked Tannen to pay. Was Riser interested in money and wealth? Mephisto learned something good, but he knew that it was his time to leave, even if Riser didn't say anything. However, before he left, he said, "By the way, do you want to make a contract with a magician?" What? Chapter 169, Suspicious Magician. Despite being a devil, Mephisto was also the chairman of the magician organization, Grauzauberer. Grausauber, also known as the Grey Wizards, is one of the leading magician organizations in the supernatural world. It was created by the magician Johann Georg Faust. After his death, his contracted devil, Mephistopheles, took over as acting chairman of the organization. With all of this identity, Riser wasn't surprised why Mephisto offered him such an offer. Yet, what was the point of making a contract with the magician? Frankly, since ancient times, magicians and devils have been strongly connected due to magic originating from magicians' research of devils' demonic power. Devils offer to make pacts for a specific period of time with a magician of their choosing in exchange for getting access to the unique magical research and unique formulas that their contracted magician creates. Now, why did the magician make a pact with the devil that was even to the point where they gave their lives to the devil, like how Faust did to Mephisto? The first is to use them as bodyguards. When the time comes, having a powerful devil behind their back will allow a magician to talk with their opponents if they are caught up in a quarrel. Secondly, magicians make pacts because they want to attain the techniques and knowledge of devils. To make it clearer, the technical standards of the underworld. These things will play a large role when magicians do their research. Also, by making a pact with the devil, they will be allowed to get items or resources cheaper by having an equal exchange. Lastly, they make a pact with the devil for their own status. Making a pact with a powerful devil will bring great fortune and success to them. Riser didn't deny that there was a benefit to making contact with the magician, but then again, he felt that he was at the losing end as he didn't think that the magician's worth was hardly that important to him. Due to your fights with various famous figures from Kokobeel, White Dragon Emperor, Azazel, and even Tannen, you have become famous in the world of magicians, and many of them wish to make a contract with you. Moreover, Riser was a descendant of the famous Phenex house. Having access to Phenex tears was definitely a plus point for every magician. There was no doubt Riser was like a sugar in the eyes of those magicians. Nevertheless, why did he feel like he was facing a group of parasites? You can look at those lists of magicians and see whether there is someone that makes you interested. Even before Riser said anything, Mephisto suddenly took out a stack of paper filled with all the information of various magicians. Riser and Ravel. It might be strange to say this, but it felt like he was facing an aggressive salesman for some reason. Riser looked at Mephisto, who still maintained his smile, then took the paper randomly. Lavinia Rennie. Riser looked at the picture of a beautiful, buxom young woman with long, flowing blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes. She appeared to be wearing standard magician robes with a hood. While Riser hadn't seen her, he could tell that her three sizes were B100, W59, H88 cm, which was just slightly below a kino, which shocked him. That's the ace of our organization. It was impossible to hide the pride in Mephisto's tone. If you read further, you will be surprised by her ability. This made Riser and Ravel curious as they continued reading Rennie's information. The most skilled magicians, a space magic, stealth expect, and Longinus user. Ravel was dumbfounded. Longinus. This word alone caused Ravel to open her eyes wide. There was no doubt Longinus was the pinnacle of the sacred gear and the strongest among all the sacred gears. Even Issei, who was just a perverted boy and spent his time with his hand every single day, became so powerful due to the fact he was the holder of boosted gear. However, a Longinus wasn't something that could be found easily as there were only 13 of them in this world. Moreover, unlike the other sacred gears, which could be found among a few people at the same time, each Longinus was precious and strong, and there was only one of them. So, as long as the user was alive, there was no possibility for the second to appear. Yet, this Rennie was also a Longinus user. Absolute demise. Riser raised his brow at the name of the Longinus owned by Rennie. He had read from the book that was collected by his family and Citri's family and knew that the ability of absolute demise was an ice manipulation, which was similar to the ability of his sister-in-law. Frankly, it surprised me when she told me that she wanted to form a contract with you. Is it strange? Of course. Mephisto nodded. You might not know, but she is famous, and many devils wish to form a contract or make her into their peerage members. Unfortunately, she doesn't have much of an interest, but strangely enough. His eyes narrowed with a happy smile. She seems to have an interest in you. Why? Riser frowned as he had never met Rennie, but then again, the information about Rennie on the paper was quite limited, so he just put down the paper on the table and glanced from the stack of information of the magicians, feeling quite helpless as the majority of them were female. Riser looked up at Mephisto once again with a doubt. Was this guy planning to send a honey trap? His reputation as a playboy wasn't for nothing, after all. Moreover, he even dared to touch his little sister, so there was no doubt everyone would think that he was a playboy. Yet, was that the truth? No. It was they who threw themselves at him. He was innocent, okay. However, he felt that it was too hasty to make the decision to form with a magician so early. If I have such an interest, I will contact you. Is that so? Then, I will wait for the good news. Mephisto then stood up from his seat. Then, I won't bother you. I will talk to Tannen to report our talk. Riser didn't stop Mephisto and watched him leave without much of a change in his emotions. However, he suddenly wondered whether it was possible to use location, searching for his fateful magician, but suddenly, he felt a warm and soft sensation on the back of his head. Ravel. He was startled by her actions, especially when he saw her smiling happily. What's wrong? Was there something happy that I missed? Well, it's because Oni-sama has announced our relationship. Ravel was happy that Riser dared to say that she was his woman in front of others, but at the same time, she was worried. But, is this okay? What if he talks about us to the others? Riser, who had pulled Ravel into his embrace, reassured her. You don't need to worry. He won't be able to talk. Did Mephisto think that he could walk away safely after knowing his secret? No way. Watching the invisible collar on Mephisto's neck, Riser was at ease. But then, Oni-sama, are you sure that you don't want to form a contract with Lavinia Rennie? She seems like a talented magician, you know. Ravel felt that they needed to be aggressive as it was rare to see such a strong magician. I am not in a hurry, and I feel she is quite suspicious. Suspicious? Frankly, Riser felt Rennie was quite suspicious for some reason, but... What a beautiful magician. Let's conquer her. Well, let's talk about this matter later. After all, he was ready to go to the human world soon. Chapter 170, Initiative. When the meeting with Riser was over, Mephisto met Tannen to tell him what was happening. Hearing that news, while Tannen felt unacceptable, he accepted it since a full-blown war was definitely not something he wished to see. 1 year. 1 year. If you can bear it, then he is going to forgive you, so do your best. Leaving those words, Mephisto no longer talked with Tannen. Nevertheless, Tannen knew that there was nothing he could do. Everything started due to the fact that he decided to join this trouble. If he just did nothing and watched on the side, would he be troubled? As for whether Riser was lying or not, Tannen knew that even a devil was an evil being. They upheld a promise, contract, and reputation the most. It might have been verbal, and no one else knew, but as long as they held on for a year, Riser would leave. So, that was what he was going to do, especially when it didn't mean they were going to lose their access to dragon apples. With that said, he quickly told his followers what had happened and told them to wait for a year. His followers didn't say anything, and all of them just stayed in silence, but as they lowered their heads, many had confusion, doubt, and rage in their eyes, feeling that their king had fallen. Nevertheless, those things didn't have anything to do with Riser. Even though he was in charge of monitoring Tannen's territory, was there even a need for him to stay on Tannen's territory all the time? No way. He just left the subordinates he picked from Phoenix House, Citri House, and other houses, telling them what to do before leaving with his peerage members. Frankly, was it okay? After all, Tannen and the others weren't weak opponents. If he had just left a few people, wouldn't the dragons think of him as weak, thinking that they had a chance to defeat him? Yet, this was what he wished for. He wished they would attack him. If they really attacked him, then it would give him a reason to attack them. Moreover, those people he had left weren't important to him, and even if they died or were wounded, he wouldn't feel lost. Lastly, if there was really a fight, it wouldn't give him a loss, as the one that was destroyed was Tannen's territory. Even if there was a huge fight and massive destruction, it would do nothing to him. Nevertheless, he hoped that Tannen could hold himself. Be patient so everything can end without bloodshed. You are too gentle. Was he? He had taken over Tannen's territory, making the dragon unable to access the dragon apple freely, and stopped the cultivation of the dragon apple forcefully. Moreover, he also tarnished Tannen's name along with the other dragons. Lastly, it didn't mean he let them go as he took his time, waiting for the time to ripen before he slaughtered all of them. With all of those deeds piled up, the system told him that he was gentle. Riser wondered whether there was something wrong with the system. Still, as he returned to his villa in his resort city and when his peerage members prepared for his trip to the human world, he went to visit Misla. He knew that it might be weird for him to say this, especially when he felt Ravel was the most special woman for him, but it felt so calming when he was with Misla. It was said that the Vapula clan, the clan that Misla came from, had the ability to tame a lion. Still, Riser wasn't knowledgeable about this ability as he had never seen Misla or Serord use this ability, but he was sure that Misla had a unique power that could calm him down. Whenever he was with her, no matter how rough he was with her, she could accept everything, and she also seemed to enjoy their time together, letting him do whatever he wanted with her. It reminded him of a strength from the tarot card. The strength card was pictured of a woman who tamed a fierce lion. Riser might not be a fierce lion, but he was still a fierce beast. As Misla let out a lewd scream, her womb accepted his everything before she fell in a daze, resting before they lay on the bed together, staring at each other, kissing as if they sought each other's existence. Due to her sleeping disease, she hardly moved anywhere and stayed at his resort city. Still, he wondered whether she wanted to leave. You want to cure my sleeping disease? Misla asked curiously as she lay on his chest. You don't want to. After he had eaten the Tori Tori no Mi model Phenex, he felt a massive improvement in his Phenex tears. He felt that it should be possible for him to create a special Phenex tears that could be used to heal everything, whether it was chronic diseases or disability. However, this Phenex tears would be different from the one he usually made, as he could only produce it once daily. Misla smiled gently and said softly, I don't think that this life is bad, especially when I have you. She didn't ask much, as she felt comfortable as long as he remembered her and came to visit her occasionally. As for sleeping disease, she didn't care much, since she felt that it was better to let her illness stay within her body, since she didn't want to return to her husband. If she had her sleeping disease, it gave her an excuse to stay with Riser after all, but if she didn't, she wouldn't have that excuse. While Riser was speechless, he knew that Misla was correct. As long as she had her illness, it gave her a reason to be together, yet he felt like he trapped her like a bird in a cage. Fu. Misla giggled and kissed his cheek. You don't need to feel guilty. The reason why I can wake up is because of you. The reason why I am happy now is also because of you. You are my reason, and this is enough for me. Yes, this was enough for her. She didn't ask much from him, especially when she knew about her status as the wife of others. Moreover, if their relationship was known, it would be terrible. After all, even if she was abandoned by her husband, she was still the wife of the leader of the Great King faction, Lord Bale. Even though Lord Bale was just a puppet to his father, how could his reputation be tarnished? Suddenly, Riser felt like he was a Lancelot in King Arthur's lore. Still, in his case, he would be like D'Armwood, since he had a feeling that as long as he wished to be with Misla, Lord Bale would give her to him as he had abandoned her. While he felt quite angry, he also knew that this was the reality, especially when the high-class Devil Society was a place where blood purity was everything. However, his plan to cure her sleeping disease didn't change, and he thought that he should create the special Phenex tears after he returned from the human world, as it wasn't perfect yet. By the way, are you going to the human world after this? Yes. Won't you face something dangerous again? Misla asked in concern. The last time he went to the human world, he knew how horrible his state was, so she was worried. After this, what would he meet or fight? Was he going to fight pagan gods? It's okay. Moreover, I am just going to visit Sona's school, since her school has a class visit event. Yes, he came to the human world to participate in Sona's class visit to the Ko Academy. However, naturally, this wasn't all of his purpose, since there was something that he needed to do. While he was lazy and good for nothing, he wasn't the type that liked to procrastinate, especially when his trouble was going to come sooner or later. Moreover, he didn't want to be passive and loved to be active. After all, he didn't want his enemy to have an advantage over him, and because of that, he was going to take the initiative to take down his opponent and complete his quest. Because of that, he needed to go to the human world, but on this trip, he wasn't alone, as he was accompanied by his sister-in-law. Yet, unlike before, their relationship was quite stiff, especially when Serafal kept glancing at him while fidgeting like a girl who was nervous when she met her crush, who had just rejected her confession yesterday. Chapter 171, Apology. As Sona's school held a class visiting event, it was impossible for Serafal to miss such an event. After all, Sona was her precious little sister. However, as Sona's husband, it was also impossible for him to miss it either. So, even if they were quite awkward to each other, they went to the human world together. Frankly, the one who took the initiative to go together was Serafal. Riser didn't do anything, and he just went to the station, but before he left, Serafal suddenly appeared by his side, like she had anticipated his trip, joining him as if nothing. Yet, when they were inside the train, alone, together, the awkwardness was impossible to hide. Nevertheless, Riser was as calm as ever, reading his book quietly. However, Serafal was different, as it was impossible for her to jump into him like before. The careless action, the intimate exchanges, and the happy laugh she shared with him were impossible to happen again, as their relationship had changed due to her actions. Even if they couldn't sit together, like before, she sat on his opposite side, glancing at him from time to time. She also didn't hide his gaze, as if she was waiting for him to notice. Yet, she underestimated him. He had completely ignored Serafal, and the awkwardness was nothing compared to the death and life situation that he had encountered. All the guys that had fought with her would probably apologize, bowing their heads, giving up due to the beauty and the plumpness of Serafal's thighs. Yet, even if Serafal was indeed a beauty, Riser's heart wasn't unperturbed, especially when Misla and Ravel had helped him. Moreover, as a man, he needed to have a spine and know how to reject a woman instead of becoming a slave of desire. Are you still angry? Serafal suddenly asked timidly, waiting for his answer, but he didn't say anything. Riser. Did you talk to me? Riser looked up at Serafal. Serafal. What did you say? Serafal pursed her lips and asked once again, are you still angry at me? Why should I get angry at you? That's because I stopped you. Do you think I will get angry because of that? Then, you are not angry. I am not angry. You are lying. You are clearly angry. Serafall couldn't be fooled as she knew he was angry. Why do you think so? Riser asked calmly instead of refuting. Because it's weird. Usually, you would jump into me, hug me, kiss me, and call me Wani-chan. Wani-chan. Something like that. But you are now so cold. Wani-chan is almost freezing of your coldness. Riser stared at Serafall, who was full of smiles as she anticipated something. Usually, in this situation, he would sigh and show a helpless expression before she hugged him tightly like before, but it was different now since her existence was quite a burden for him. Serafall wasn't his wife, she was just his sister-in-law. Even though her presence helped him with many things, including making Falbium Asmodeus came during his promotion to the Ultimate Class Devil, as if telling him even if he had joined the Great King faction, she still cared about him and there was no way for her to abandon him. Yet, he knew no matter what, it was impossible for her to support him to defeat Surzek. Instead, if he really tried to fight Surzek, she would do her best to stop him even if she used her life. Frankly, among all the women he knew, everyone would do their best to please him, but only Serafall was different. However, he also didn't feel surprised since she was older and different. What about Misla? Misla was different, she was by his side when he needed someone most. However, Serafall was different, as her focus on life was something more significant than mere love. It was also due to this that she never married or had a relationship with anyone, even if many came to court her. Or rather, except for Surzek, none of the members of the four great Satans had married as they had a greater purpose other than their lower bodies. Wani-chan, we're a sibling-in-law. Do you think it is appropriate for us to do something like that? Due to that, Riser might as well stop having an illusion where he could sway Serafall with feelings. Instead, he might as well focus on his ambition and purposes for the human world instead of facing Serafall. Oh. Serafall felt that her chest was so tight, as if it was crushed by something. She lowered her head so he wouldn't see her red eyes. It might be her wish for him to call her Wani-chan, but when she got it, she had never thought the word Wani-chan could appear so cold and distant. She knew that their relationship was no longer the same, and it was she who destroyed it. Yet, she knew she had to bear with it as she was probably going to disappoint him again. Riser-chan. What's wrong, Wani-chan? You might not know, but we're about to have a meeting with 3 factions. Meeting of 3 factions? You mean with the angels and fallen angels? Yes. Riser looked at Serafall and asked, what's the meeting for? It was about the attack on Kokabeel and the others on Kuo Town previously. I see. Riser nodded. So, how are the fallen angels going to pay? He knew that no one knew he had conquered the Gregory, and he also wouldn't mention it to anyone as it was troublesome. Nevertheless, he wanted to see what Surzek and Serafall were going to do with Gregory after what they had done to him and the others previously. Serafall felt that she had lost her voice, but she forced herself to talk. They probably won't have to pay anything. Nevertheless, he was as calm as ever. Can I ask why? It's for peace. Peace. Yes, peace. Probably due to this, she gained her courage, but her tone betrayed her as she faltered from time to time. You should know that our race is in crisis due to low numbers after the Devil Civil War. We can't afford to have a war anymore, so, peace is necessary. There is no need for us to have a meaningless fight with the angels and the fallen angels, so, we need peace. Okay. His answer was simple, as if he had expected this. There was no rise in his tone or anger. He only appeared indifferent, as if he had completely given up. Still, Serafall was about to say something again, but she couldn't say anything. If you are worried about me messing up this meeting, then you don't need to worry since I won't mess up anything. You can have these 3 factions meeting in peace as I won't stop you, but don't force me to come or agree to your idea, as I definitely don't like this type of peace where you tolerate others, forgive them, sacrifice the other in the name of the big picture. So, I won't join you at this 3 factions meeting. Okay. This was his biggest concession. If she forced him, no one knew what he was going to do as she knew she took advantage of her position as his sister-in-law to make him forgive the fallen angels. By then, no one talked, and he just continued to talk as if ignoring her, but Serafall couldn't hold it anymore. Riser-chan. Can you forgive Surzek-chan? You want me to forgive, Surzek? Riser looked at Serafall curiously. Serafall nodded, and the words she kept started to overflow, there is no need for you to fight anymore, right? As long as you make peace with him, you can do anything. You won't be stopped by anyone, especially when you have the support of the Great King faction and the 4 great Satans. Do anything. Even getting Graphia. Yet, he kept those words in his heart and only stared at Serafall in silence. Due to this stare, Serafall shut her mouth and didn't continue to talk. Probably, she thought that she had made him angry. But. Sure. Sarafal was surprised. Really? Yes, it's because you asked me that. Just kidding, how could he forgive Surzek? However, Riser thought about what Surzek had asked him previously and thought to have a slight mischief. As for his quest to defeat Surzek, he had his own plan for that. That's great. Watching Sarafal's happy smile, Riser also said with a gentle smile, yes, but only if he apologizes. Apologize. Sarafal was dumbfounded. What? Is it something difficult? Riser was calm, yet he had the smirk as he thought about the past. I don't need him to apologize openly and in public like how the others asked me to apologize to him. I only ask him to apologize to me. Sincerely. Or he can't do that. Sarafal didn't doubt that Riser hated Surzek so much. Chapter 172, You Can Do It. Class Visit. It was an event where all the parents would come to the school where their children study and observe their studying process. Naturally, Kuo Academy was also a school, it also held such an event, and due to this, many parents came to this school to observe their children's studies. Nevertheless, Issei was in a complicated mood as he knew Riser was going to come. Before the class visit started, many things happened. Whether it was Azazel being one of his clients, the visit of Surzek to Kuo due to the meeting of three factions, or, strangely enough, the talk he had with Surzek when they slept together. While Issei might have lost his battle to Riser previously and did nothing in the battle with Kokobile, Surzek still trusted him so much as Issei was the holder of the boosted gear. Moreover, if Surzek didn't use Issei, could he be called a devil? So, even if the relationship between Issei and Rias wasn't as close as in the original and Rias and the other women also didn't move to Issei's house, Surzek still chose to stay at Issei's house to talk about many things. When they slept, they talked about many things, especially about the potential of boosted gear. It was said that boosted gear could double the power of the user and the others as long as the body of the user and the others could bear it. Still, as Issei could transfer the power of boosted gear to the others, what would happen if he transferred that power into Rias' boobs? When that question was asked by Surzek, neither of them could sleep and stayed until dawn, discussing this serious problem. Nevertheless, the reason why Surzek came to Issei wasn't talking about boobs but another matter. Issei-kun, I have a high expectation of you. See Surzek-sama. Issei felt moved when Mao Lucifer said those words to him. After all, as he had been reincarnated as a devil, he knew how low his position was. While Riser was high at the top, where people could only look up at him, his potion was at the bottom, where he could only lower his head when he faced Riser. Yet, how could he accept it? As for how Issei knew that he was the holder of boosted gear, his ego and personality were also affected by it, making him feel like a dragon. A proud being who looked down on others due to their superpower. Yet, Issei also knew, in reality, he wasn't even Riser's opponent, especially when he saw how Riser defeated Tannen, the Dragon King. At that time, something inside him shocked and almost shattered until Draig said, "Humph, a Dragon King is so disappointing." Issei felt surprised by Draig's arrogance, and it was still hard for him to accept it, especially when he wasn't that familiar with the myth of Draig. Moreover, when he saw the might of Tannen, he felt no matter how long he tried to train, it was impossible for him to achieve such a might. Issei-kun, are you still thinking about Riser? Surzek-sama. Issei was startled at how Surzek could see the deep in his heart, but he nodded. Moreover, among all Rias peerage members, no one thought that he could defeat Riser, and all of them advised him not to provoke or fight Riser as it would bring him death. Yet, deep in his heart, how could he accept it? After all, while he didn't want to acknowledge it, he still wished for someone to believe in him and support him, thinking that he would be able to win against Riser. Yet, he didn't dare to say it out loud as he knew no one would believe in him. While Riser had shown his result to the world and even gained many things, which Issei could only dream of, Issei could only stay in his room, either watching porn or playing with his hands. You don't need to be that tense, and your reaction is normal since among all the Phenex house, Riser is exceptional. His might be even better than his ancestor. When Issei heard that, he wondered whether it was even possible for him to defeat Riser, but no matter how much better he is, you are better, Issei-kun. What do you mean, Surzek-sama? Issei was confused, and at the same time, his heart was beating so fast, as if he anticipated something. You are the holder of boosted gear, the Red Dragon Emperor, the Welsh Dragon. Surzek smiled and asked, however, do you know how strong the Welsh Dragon is? I am not. While Issei had courage, he didn't have a brain, which was fair. You know that God passed away, right? Do you know why God died? It was all due to sealing the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor. While the Red Dragon Emperor was sealed inside the boosted gear, it resided within your body. In other words, you can be as strong as the Red Dragon Emperor. Your potential is even better than me, Ajuka, the four great Satans. No, How could that be? How could I be as strong as you, Surzek-sama? Unlike when facing Riser, Issei was so respectful and even licked Surzek so hard, especially when Surzek was the Mao Lucifer and older brother of Rias, his master. Moreover, the thought of him becoming as powerful as Surzek had never crossed his mind, yet how could he not be happy when he received so much praise? Being a pervert and stupid, Issei hardly received praise from anyone, especially when Rias barely cared for him anymore, so his self-confidence and self-esteem were hit. Yet Surzeka's words changed everything. Issei-kun, you need to believe in yourselves. If there is anyone who can defeat Riser, then you are that person. Gulp. Issei stared at Surzek, who still maintained that smile. Can I really? Yes, if you don't believe, you should ask Drake who resides on your body. Yes, partner. A phoenix might be powerful, but that's it. Compared to me, the heavenly dragon, it is nothing. That's why. You need to work harder, whether it is for Rias, your master, or the Gremory house, since you want to become a high-class devil and make a harem, right? Yes. The word harem quickly excited him, and he vowed to become stronger. Nevertheless, watching Issei's reaction, Surzek smiled kindly. So grow stronger, Issei-kun. I will, Surzek-sama. Still, due to this, Issei gained confidence, and even if Riser came to the Kuo Academy, he didn't fear, but nevertheless, he knew that he was still weak and he shouldn't provoke him until he grew stronger. Yes, he needed to train harder so he could become stronger. Issei-san, please don't do anything when you meet Riser-sama, okay? Asia, who was in the same class as Issei, couldn't help but try to remind Issei so many times. Naturally, Rias reminded her that Riser was going to visit, and she knew she needed to watch over Issei so he wouldn't mess around. I know. Why, you don't need to worry, Asia-chan. Watching Asia, who reminded him not to provoke Riser, Issei felt pain, but it also made him wish to grow even stronger. Still, instead of Issei, Asia was more worried about her friend. Are you okay, Aika-chan? I am okay, Asia-chan. Aika smiled kindly, but it was impossible to hide the sadness on her face. Nevertheless, she knew Asia was a devil, especially after she had summoned her, and she also learned many things from her. Whether it was about the devils or the supernatural world, Asia didn't hide anything, telling the truth to Aika. It was also due to this that Aika felt relieved when she found out that Riser was so busy, but if possible, she wished to meet him. Nevertheless, facing two problems at the same time, Asia felt that her head was quite a headache, especially when she thought about Issei. While she knew it was quite rude, she didn't believe in Issei, and she hoped that Issei and Riser wouldn't meet each other. Yet, her wish was quite meaningless, especially when the familiar footstep was heard. The sound of the soles hitting against the tiles was heard. Moreover, the sound seemingly disappeared, and the light seemed to focus on a single point. It was as if, at that moment, this figure had become the center of the world. Asia and Aika, who happened to see him, were unable to say anything, so they forgot about Issei. As expected, when Issei saw him, he was unable to hold his emotion, especially when he saw how he didn't even put him in his eyes. Like before, in his eyes, he was just a pebble on the street. Yet, due to this, Issei was unable to hold his emotions. It was as if Asia could feel Issei's emotion and was about to stop him, but it was too late. Issei was about to say something, but the killing intent was pressed onto his body, causing him to feel like his entire body was frozen. Before Riser did anything, Serafal made the first move. Chapter 173, Dejiza. Before Riser did anything, Serafal made her move. Unlike the others, Serafal didn't like Issei. Why? Wasn't it obvious? Serafal felt that Issei was just a jumping clown, but even so, Surzek trusted this pervert so much. Frankly, she didn't understand. If she had to be honest, she felt that they might as well kill the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor as they had nothing but caused them trouble. Moreover, she could see that Issei was asking for trouble when Riser did nothing. Lastly, if this guy didn't exist, would Riser and Surzek fight each other? In other words, Issei was the source of trouble. Serafal thought that she might as well kill Issei so all the problems were solved, and it would be easier for Riser and Surzek to make up. Surzek aside, if it was the others, Serafal didn't hesitate to kill them, especially those who had caused trouble to Riser. Even if Serafal didn't focus her aura on Aika and Asia, the two felt the immense killing aura emitted from Serafal's body. While Aika plopped to the ground as her legs gave up and her eyes widened in fear, Asia still held on as she didn't wish to see Issei dead. Asia wished to say something, begging, yet she was unable to let out her voice as her throat was choked by something, and except for standing while trembling like a newborn fawn, there was nothing she could do. Anyone, please. Please. Save, Issei-san. Asia knew that Issei might cause trouble, but even so, there was no way for her to let him die, especially when he was the one who had saved her. Please. 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 Serafal. As expected, someone came and stopped her. Surzek-chan. Serafal still maintained her smile and, like the act of killing which she had done previously, was nothing. Cough. 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 Issei, who could breathe, coughed in pain as he breathed the air greedily. He wanted to look up, angry, panicked, afraid, annoyed, all of them were mixed together, yet there was no doubt what he felt the most at this moment was fear as he knew he was almost dead. Nevertheless, he wanted to see the person who had beaten him, but before his head could rise, his head was pushed to the ground by Surzek. Not only Surzek but Lord Gremory, Rias, Sona, and the others also came as Serafal's aura was so intense. I am not sure what made you angry at him, but can you forgive him, Serafal? As you can see, he is regretting his actions. Serafal Dano, we, the Gremory house, will do our best to educate our servant again, so can you give us a chance? If it was Riser, Surzek might argue and even try to provoke, but Serafal was different as she was his best friend. Moreover, with what would happen soon, if possible, he didn't want to fight since if he made Serafal into an enemy, would the peace he sought after be possible? Moreover, he knew Serafal's personality well, and he knew it was hard for her to get angry, yet she got angry and even wished to kill Issei directly, so there must be something wrong with Issei. Meanwhile, while Lord Gremory didn't know what had happened, Surzek wished to protect Issei so he could follow up even if he might anger Serafal. As for Rias, Sona, and the others, they didn't have a right to talk in this situation. Nevertheless, it was a good chance for Serafal to complain, but she was stopped by Riser. Let's go, Wani-chan. But. Let's go. Aren't we here to visit Sona? There is no need to waste your time with trash. Serafal pouted and then stopped before she followed Riser while greeting Sona with a cheerful smile. Sona-chan. She jumped into Sona and hugged her tightly as she wished to recover from her bad mood. Usually, Sona would push Serafal away, but this time, she didn't do anything and asked quietly. Are you okay, Wani-sama? I am good now. Dear. Sona looked at Riser, wanting to hear an answer. It's okay. It's just the usual. The usual. Even though Riser didn't clearly explain, everyone could tell what Issei did. At this moment, whether it was Rias or the others, they could only feel that this guy was really an idiot. Still, there were a few people who were staring at him longingly, yet as expected, he ignored them. Yet, Issei, who coughed hard, heard Riser's words and couldn't help but get angry. Trash. Who was the trash? Hey. You grilled. Before Issei finished his words, he was slapped harshly by Asia. Asia-chan. Issei looked at Asia in disbelief. Nevertheless, Asia didn't regret her action and looked at Issei in tears before she lowered her head and apologized. Please forgive his rudeness, Riser-sama. Not only Issei but the others were startled by Asia's action as they had never thought this gentle girl would do such violence. After all, she was the embodiment of kindness, and for her to do such a thing was definitely out of the ordinary. Yet, no one blamed her, and Rias even wanted to praise her. Nevertheless, Riser turned and stared at Issei. This brought another tension to everyone as they didn't know what he planned to do. If Riser had just ignored Issei like before, they would have felt relief, but he stopped and stared at Issei. Even if he didn't say anything, their hearts were beating so fast that they were unable to move, like they were facing an animal from a higher food chain and they were just his prey. Even Kiba, who had made a promise to protect Issei, was unable to move a single of his muscles. Still, while Lord Gremory was nervous, Surzek was prepared to move as he knew Riser definitely wasn't an opponent that he could take on lightly. Nevertheless, as Riser's target, Issei was unable to say anything, and he could feel as if death was in front of him. At this moment, he wondered why he always forgot this feeling and kept provoking him, but... Chuckle. Riser chuckled. Everyone was at a loss for a moment. You know, as you are a Red Dragon Emperor, I thought that you were an idiot like the White Dragon Emperor, who provoked me even though you knew the gap between our power and status. In other words, it was impossible for Issei to reach his level, yet did anyone argue? No. The reality was like this. Riser was above everyone, and his power was at the same level as that of Mao's. Even if Issei had the potential, Riser could crush him like an ant at this moment. However, it seems you are smarter than him. Riser smiled kindly. So do your best to act like an honest puppy in front of me since if you ever provoke me, no one can save you. Are you ignoring me, Riser? Surzek asked while frowning. Oh, I am not, but can you protect this idiot for 24 hours, 7 days a week, and 366 days a year? If not, then I will kill him, not only him, but I will kill his parents, families, and all the people he cares about, so don't test me. Everyone fell into silence, and they knew Riser would really do it as long as Issei provoked him again. Issei was shocked and could feel his body drenched in sweat, yet at the same time, a flame of rage burst out from his heart since if Riser really dared to do that, then... Issei-kun, go and apologize. Surzek suddenly said. Wah. Don't make me repeat myself. Surzek just wanted to have 3 factions meeting in peace and no more troubles. Moreover, as Riser said, he couldn't protect Issei and his family and the others forever. He thought that this might be a good lesson for Issei, telling him that the weak didn't have the right. Issei looked around, trying to search for support, but no one came to help him, and everyone fell into silence. He felt he was betrayed, but at the same time, he was also scared as he knew no one could help him, so there was only one thing that he could do. Issei ground his teeth as he clenched his fists tightly, and they almost bled. I am sorry. Yet. Not enough. Riser. Surzek wanted to say something, but Riser cut Surzek's words. I don't hear any sincerity from him. Then, suddenly, Riser thought of something and said, I have heard that there is a good tradition in this country. What is the name again? Oh, right, Dejiza. Yeah, I have heard this is how the people in this country sincerely apologize, so do that, and I will forgive you. Do Dejiza. Issei was shocked as the unwillingness and hatred in his heart were blazing even hotter. Issei-kun, do it. What? Issei looked at Surzek in shock, yet when he saw Surzek's coldness, he didn't dare to fight and could only follow Surzek's words with extreme unwillingness. It took some time, but he groveled on the dirty ground unwillingly, putting on his head as if he had lost his soul. I am sorry, Riser-sama. It was his first time receiving such humiliation, and his heart was almost crushed due to it. Nevertheless, Riser lost his interest and didn't bother him again. Let's go. This time, no one said anything and just left following him since they felt relief as everything ended just like this. Yet, when Issei was about to stand up as he was unable to hold his temper, getting angry at everyone who had betrayed him, but Surzek said, remember this feeling well as in this side of the world, the weak have no right, so get stronger Issei-kun, or else, even I can't protect you. At that moment, Issei was unable to hold any more, so he cried. Yes. Issei swore. He swore that he was going to become stronger so he could wash away this humiliation. Chapter 174, Zenobia is a good servant. Meeting with Issei might create a particular event, but it didn't interrupt the class visit as it was completed without any troubles. While his meeting with Issei caused a huge commotion, Rias and Sona made a barrier so no civilians would be involved and would move away. Nevertheless, they would be lying if they weren't nervous. Frankly, Rias should have scolded Issei, but as Surzek looked at her, she didn't do anything and decided to leave everything to her brother. While it might be her imagination, she felt that her older brother tried to make her relationship with Issei closer. No, it should be impossible, right? Rias never thought of Issei that way. While before he might have moved her heart, she realized that it was just a momentary interest as she knew her heart was only for him. She hoped that Surzek and Riser would be in peace and wouldn't fight each other, but could they? As she thought about such a problem, she couldn't help but sigh, wondering what she should do. However, Rias wasn't the only one who felt conflicted, Sona was the same. After the class visit, Riser didn't go back to the underworld and stayed with Sona, spending an entire night with her, doing something that a married couple usually did that night. Frankly, this didn't trouble her that much. Instead, something else troubled her, yet facing her husband's aggressive assault, she could only cry lewdly. Her strict and cool appearance was no longer seen. All one could see from her was the appearance of a vulgar animal. Moreover, it had been a while since he did it with his wife, especially after his promotion to the ultimate class devil, as it made him busy, and there was also a matter of tannin, which kept him busy. Nevertheless, he had to say his wife gave him a different feeling. Even though many things happened between them, he had to say her body had this special feeling that made her different from others. Frankly, if Misla was the most comfortable and Ravel was the most compatible with, then Sona was quite plain. Yet, this plainness was the one that made her unique among the others. It was also due to this that he didn't increase the size of her bust anymore as it would change her flat chest charm. Riser had many women, and many of them had big breasts, so having some variety was necessary. Still, due to a problem during the day, he was quite rough on her as his emotions hadn't calmed down. Nevertheless, as they had their fun, some were eavesdropped on what they were doing. Zenobia, I think this is bad. Tsubaki was uneasy when she thought that she had listened to what her master did with her husband. While Sona was kind, she knew how strict her master was. Moreover, she owed Sona so much, especially when Sona was the person who had given her a home when everyone wished to make her disappear. So, how could she do something so rude? If Zenobia wasn't so impudent and cheeky, saying that she wanted to eavesdrop and peek at what Riser did with Sona, how could Tsubaki decide to follow her? Instead, she might as well stay on her bed, but she had to say her master's voice was so loud. Frankly, her body was quite restless and hardly calmed down when she heard Sona's lewd scream, but at the same time, she felt Riser was too violent, right? Yet. Sona seemed to enjoy it, so it should be okay. Nevertheless, it made her wonder whether it was as good as it seemed. After all, due to her secret hobby, she was quite curious about this certain activity. Still, as for why the two were here, it was all because the two of them moved into Sona's house. Sona was worried about Zenobia as she was a foreigner, so Zenobia might not get used to living in this country and cause a mess. After all, if Zenobia made a mess, it would throw mud on the face of the Citri house and Riser, as Zenobia was his lover, too. It was also due to this reason that Zenobia was living in Sona's house. Nevertheless, Tsubaki was worried about the two, so she also decided to move in with Zenobia, which Sona greatly appreciated. Moreover, Zenobia was still new, so there were many things that she needed to watch out for example, Sona's cooking. Still, Tsubaki was glad to follow as she knew Zenobia was going to cause trouble. It's okay. I am his lover, too. If they know us, they won't get angry. Zenobia was confident, trying to reassure Tsubaki. Well, that's true. While Tsubaki was speechless, she knew Zenobia was Riser's lover, who was given permission by Sona for the first time. Still, more importantly, it was quite hard to get angry at Zenobia, especially when everyone knew even if this girl appeared wild, Zenobia was rather idiotic. In the worst case, we need to handle him together. Zenobia's expression suddenly became solemn. Oh, how could you say something so shameless? Tsubaki was unable to calm down when she heard Zenobia's words, and her face flushed and red due to the embarrassment and heat that subconsciously gathered within her face and then spread over all parts of her body. Well, if you don't want to, he won't attack you, though, or do you have someone you like, Tsubaki-senpai? Zenobia asked curiously. I don't have such a person. Tsubaki hurriedly shook her head embarrassedly. Then, isn't that good? Let's do it together. You won't feel regret. Zenobia believed as long as Tsubaki tasted it for the first time, it was impossible for Tsubaki not to enjoy it and even become addicted to Riser. Still, while she knew she wasn't that smart, she had a unique insight on the battlefield. Frankly, as a lover position, it was impossible for her to join into her master's bed impudently, interrupting the moment of wife and husband, but considering Riser's physical capability, she felt that it would be tough for Sona to handle her husband alone. As a good servant, Zenobia felt that she needed to help her master. Nevertheless, she knew her kindness might seem unnecessary in the eyes of her master, and she might cause unwanted trouble, especially when she was alone. It was due to this she needed a reliable ally. It was like how she fought the malevolent being during her time as an exorcist. While she had previously fought those malevolents alone, it was a hard battle, and it wouldn't be weird of her to return with injuries all over her body. However, that changed when she was partnered up with Irina Shido. When the two were together, they could face many dangerous beings without fear and won easily. This was the same case. Zenobia knew the might of Phoenix wasn't something she, a former exorcist, could handle alone. Sona, her master, who was also the heir of the Citri clan, should have had a hard time taking care of Riser's needs in that area. In that case, as a good servant and a lover, she felt that she needed to help them. Is it really feels good? Tsubaki asked embarrassingly as she looked at Zenobia with curiosity and eagerness. It is otherworldly. Moreover, when she thought about how he visited her class and watched her from the back as she studied, she truly felt that she was glad that she had become his lover and fallen for him. Lastly, while she knew it might be dirty of her, she wanted him to stay in the human world most of the time instead of staying in the underworld, as it would be hard for her to meet him due to the difference in location. It was due to this that Zenobia was going to make him wish to stay in the human world. How? She was going to make a harem for him in the human world. Her target was her friends, who were members of Sona's peerage members. That way. Zenobia's breathing became rough as she thought that Riser was going to pamper her. It was due to this that she was going to seduce Tsubaki into his harem. Then when she's taken down, it's time for the others. Zenobia worked hard as a good servant and a lover. Nevertheless, Riser, who was still busy with Sona, could hear their conversation clearly due to his enhanced senses after he ate the Tori Tori no Mi model, Phoenix. Yet, what could he do except feel speechless? Still, when many things happened at Sona's house in the human world, Surzek and Serafal met each other as they started their first confrontation for the first time. Chapter 175, Everything is Your Goddamn Fault. When Riser stayed in the human world, Surzek and Serafal returned to the underworld. As for Lord Gremory, he read the mood and left first, leaving the two alone. Nevertheless, while Surzek might feel uneasy about leaving Riser in the human world due to the threat Riser had said previously to Issei, he knew that Riser wasn't the type that would break his promise. Even though they were enemies, Riser was upright. Still, if Riser identified someone as his enemy, he wouldn't show mercy, especially at that time when he was going to kill him for real. If Serafal didn't stop Riser, then Surzek knew he might die. Surzek might be a powerful being. If he fought for real, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to reach the top 10 in the world. Yet, Riser wasn't weak, and Surzek was also unprepared. Even if Surzek wasn't dead if he was attacked by Riser, he was going to have to pay a heavy price. As for Riser, While Riser, at the time, was full of injuries and could fall anytime, what if that was just his guise? After all, Riser was from the Phenex house and was famous for his immorality. As long as he didn't wish to die, he wouldn't die. Even Surzek erased Riser's existence clearly from the world. Riser wouldn't die unless he had given up and died. Yet, Surzek couldn't imagine how Riser would give up, especially when he knew how stubborn Riser was. While it was ironic, as an enemy, Surzek should be one of the people who knew Riser the most. Still, the matter of Riser aside, as Surzek knew in Riser's eyes, Issei was nothing but a bug that could kill any time, so he didn't need to worry about Riser doing something to Issei. He was quite dissatisfied with Serafal. Serafal, why did you wish to kill Issei? His tone was full of questioning, and he felt that his friend had changed somehow due to her meeting with Riser. No, it's you who is weird, Surzek-chan. Why did you wish to protect him? Do you think it is right for him to be rude and impudent to Riser-chan and me? Serafal was also dissatisfied as Surzek was going to protect Issei. Was their friendship meaningless? If it was Issei, was it okay for him to be rude to the others as long as he wanted to? Don't be joking. If so, then what was the point of maintaining the aristocratic society in the underworld? Whether she or Riser were of higher rank of devils. She was Leviathan and Riser, the ultimate class devil, with their status. If a low-class devil dared to mock them, where would their faces be? Surzek knew that Serafal was truly angry, and he knew talking more than this would cause her to snap, so he knew he needed to back down slightly, apologizing and amending her relationship with Issei so there wouldn't be any hatred between them. Nevertheless, when the women were angry, they were unreasonable. Surzek-chan, what's the point of having him? Isn't it easy to clean him up, including the White Dragon Emperor? Without the two heavenly dragons, wouldn't the world become much more peaceful? Without the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, Serafal felt the world would be much more peaceful. Or rather, without the sacred gear created by God, Serafal felt that everything would be okay. Yet. No, whether it is the Red Dragon Emperor or the White Dragon Emperor, they are necessary. Surzek looked at Serafal gently and said, everything is for the peace. Please believe in me. Moreover, they are just children. Why don't you give them a chance? They might be a little naughty, but we can still teach them. As for the White Dragon Emperor, I am sure that Azazel can control him. Serafal didn't say anything and just stared at Surzek. She wasn't stupid, and she knew what Surzek planned to do with the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, yet this also made her helpless since she also knew the benefit that came from taming the two legendary Longinus users. No, even if it was just one of them, it would still boost their power, yet. Do you think he can become powerful? Serafal asked in doubt. He is. Surzek nodded without hesitation. Moreover, I can feel the kindness in his heart. He might be rough and perverted, but I can trust him and believe he can become even stronger. If you are worried about Riser, then you don't need to worry since, unlike Riser, I believe that Issei is kind and won't do anything harmful to him. Moreover, with his IQ, do you think that Issei can do something to Riser? Frankly, the thought of Riser losing to Issei never crossed Serafal's mind. Still, she just didn't like it when someone dared to mock Riser, as he was the man who had. No, more than this, it wasn't good as she knew it was impossible, especially when she couldn't support him. Still, Serafal wondered how Surzek could trust Issei so much since she couldn't see so much potential in such a weakling. Nevertheless, Surzek was different as he still believed in Issei's potential, especially when he read the record of how God died to seal the two heavenly dragons. Having Issei definitely would bring a benefit to his family. Nevertheless, watching Serafal, who started to sway, Surzek knew that Issei was okay. Frankly, while he acknowledged that Riser was powerful, Riser had a great weakness. Overconfidence. Surzek thought that this was Riser's weakness, and when Riser stayed where he was, Issei was going to defeat him fairly and just in front of everyone. By then. More importantly, how is Riser's response toward the peace of the three factions? Is he going to reject this proposal? Surzek asked as he wanted to avoid trouble arising when a meeting of three factions was later held in Kuo Town. Still, his tone seemed to anticipate that Riser would cause trouble. No, he agrees, and he won't do anything to destroy this meeting. He supports this peace within the three factions. Serafal was glad that Riser could let go of his hatred, especially toward the fallen angels, so she felt that she needed to make the fallen angels compensation to Riser as she felt it would be unfair if Riser didn't receive anything after what he had done. Is that so? While Surzek was glad, he also felt quite disappointed as he didn't have a chance to attack Riser. While it might be impossible to attack him directly, if Riser rejected this peace, he should be able to attack Riser indirectly. Yet that chance is nowhere to be seen right now. Nevertheless, as a devil, his life was going to be long, and there should be many chances to attack Riser in the future, especially after Issei grew up. By the way, I have talked with Riser that he can make peace with you. Oh. Really? Surzek was genuinely surprised when he heard Serafal's words. He then smiled and nodded. That's good. But he asked you to apologize. What? Surzek frowned. He didn't ask you to apologize in public like you did before. He only asked you to sincerely apologize for what you had done in front of him. That's all. Serafal started to become excited. It isn't bad, right? So, how about you? Serafal, enough. Serafal stopped as she could tell Surzek's demeanor had changed. Let me stay alone. There was no explanation, but Serafal could only sigh and murmur, why were you so stubborn? Weren't you the one who said that it was good to have peace? Then, why didn't you apologize? Serafal wanted to curse her best friend for the first time, but she decided to leave as she knew she had touched his nerve and more than this would break their relationship, which was something that she didn't wish to do. Yet, Surzek looked at Serafal and felt conflicted, realizing his best friend had changed. As expected, he's dangerous. Surzek thought that his best friend had changed due to her relationship with Riser, so he felt he needed to do something, yet he knew he couldn't move by himself and needed to let the others move. Surzek looked at the distance with a lonely expression, yet determined. I can give you time, so grow stronger, Issei-kun. As long as Issei grew stronger, everything would be okay, Surzek thought inside his heart. Nevertheless, even if Riser knew that Surzek had put all of his bet into Issei, he didn't care as much as he had something that he needed to do. Warm sunshine, a relaxed atmosphere, and beautiful architecture filled with the culture of the country. Riser took off his sunglasses and suit as it was a little hot, but then, not only the heat, which he felt as he also had a headache. Yet, he wasn't surprised. Why? It was because he came to the Vatican. Chapter 176, Am I the Protagonist? His purpose in coming to Italy wasn't to visit the Vatican, but since he had come so far away and it might take a while for him to come to visit again, he decided to come to the Vatican, where the headquarters of the Roman Catholic Church was located. It was also the hometown of Zenobia and Asia. Even though he knew it was dangerous, with his area of invisibility, light resistant, and holy resistant, he should be okay. Frankly, stepping into the Vatican itself was nothing but committing suicide for the devil, especially when this entire country was surrounded by a holy barrier. Nevertheless, with his area of invisibility, it was easy for him to enter as no one would notice his presence even if he was inside the Vatican. As he ate his gelato, he walked around the Vatican like a tourist. He didn't tell anyone about his trip, including his wife, and only said that he was going to visit the East Yokai faction. With how close his relationship with the East Yokai faction was, no one doubted him, but when he came to Tokyo, he told Nurarihion to prepare a flight ticket to Italy, and on the next day, he had already gone to visit the Vatican. So, what was he doing here? Was he going to take revenge for Zenobia? After all, the church had abandoned her, telling her to leave as she had known the truth about the death of God. Was he going to conquer heaven like what he did to the Gregory? When he thought about the power of Gregory, he felt that it didn't seem that hard to conquer heaven. Nevertheless, none of those things he mentioned above was his purpose to come to Italy. He had a certain goal to come to Italy, but before completing his goal, he decided to visit the Vatican, the most terrible place for all the devils. Frankly, when he thought of Aquino's shrine, that place was just a child's play compared to the Vatican. While it gave him a slight headache when he entered Aquino's shrine somehow, he wanted to vomit the moment he entered the Vatican. The gelato on his hands also felt like shit, and he had an urge to destroy everything in this place. He knew that it might seem too much as this was a holy place for all the people who believed in the Christian, but he was a devil. Even if he had a holy resistance, he had to say it was hard to get rid of the feeling of disgust and loathing that came from all the holy-related things. Still, to destroy this place and the entire Italy, he might only need a few minutes or even less. Riser had grown so strong that it was impossible for anyone to ignore him again, after all. Depending on the situation, it wouldn't be weird for him to enter the top 10 strongest in the world. Moreover, if Michael was only as strong as Azazel, conquering heaven seemed to be a child's play. Frankly, when he thought about all of this, he wondered why Surzek and Ajuka had never thought of conquering the Gregory in the heaven. After all, as long as they combined their power, all three factions should fall into the hands of the devil, yet they didn't do that and just stayed, feeling satisfied with the status quo until the protagonist was born. Still, he thought of leaving already, as his purpose for visiting the Vatican was just curiosity. As for why Surzek and Ajuka had never thought to conquer the others, he felt that it was a waste of time to think about those matters. Only. We're lucky. What's wrong? The Saintess is here. What? Hurry up. Let's go. Otherwise, we won't be able to see her. All of a sudden, everyone became excited, and they hurriedly moved in a certain direction. Saint. He looked at everyone who was running into St. Peter's Basilica, the greatest of all churches of Christendom. If the saint was inside the church, he wouldn't bother to enter as entering the church would make him unable to hold on, but since the saint was outside, talking with the believers, he decided to see who the saintess was. As the crowd gathered, he didn't immediately come forward excitedly like others but observed from a distance as he watched many pray piously in front of the saintess. Meanwhile, the saintess greeted everyone kindly as she talked about something that should be coming from the Bible, especially when he had the urge to vomit once again, but he held it as he thought that this saintess was gorgeous. The saintess wore the modest and reserved clothing of the saint, yet it was impossible to hide her beauty. Or rather, she might be one of the most beautiful women that he had ever seen. With curly blonde hair and a demure atmosphere, she made everyone in this place pray and prostrate, giving their everything to the Lord. Yet, unlike them, as a devil, he thought that this woman had a lewd body, and there was this urge to taint her into the color of darkness, but suddenly, he had an intense headache, and he was unable to hold his vomit. However, when he was about to leave, at that moment, his eyes met the saintess. His thoughts stopped, and he quickly realized that she wasn't a human. However, he left directly as he really couldn't hold on anymore, and he directly left the Vatican. When he left the city, he vomited directly near the alley, throwing out all the things that he had eaten. Taking a breath, he felt so comfortable as the air was so pleasant. His chest was no longer stuffy, and he felt that everything was fresh. However, as he had left the Vatican, he realized that even without God, everyone was okay, and life went on. Still. Are you okay? He, who squatted on the ground, looked up and saw the saintess, who was worshipped by so many people, appearing behind him as she looked at him worriedly. Here, use this handkerchief to wipe your mouth. She took out her handkerchief without hesitation. No, it will dirty your handkerchief. It's okay. You don't need to worry. She showed a gentle smile, but his decision didn't change since it felt shameful when he thought the woman wiped his lips during his hesitation. Yet, she did it. Even with his refusal, she wiped his dirty mouth without showing disgust, gently, sincerely. Thanks. He could only thank her due to this, but he had to say it made him embarrassed. Nevertheless, her answer startled him. It's okay, Riser Phenex Cohen. You know me. Riser looked at the saintess in doubt. With your current popularity, especially after you had defeated Kokobeel, the White Dragon Emperor, Azazel, and even Tannen, there is no way for anyone to ignore your existence. The saintess still maintained her gentle smile as she exposed his identity. Who are you? Riser knew the saintess definitely wasn't a nobody, especially when she dared to approach him even knowing his identity, but he didn't expect her identity to be so outrageous. Suddenly, 6 pairs of angel wings spread from her back, and a halo appeared on the top of her head, enhancing her holy-like aura and making her appearance appear even more ethereal. As expected, she wasn't a human, but I am one of the 4 great seraphs. Gabriel. Riser. Chapter 177, You Dare to Approach Me. Riser sometimes wondered whether he was the protagonist as he had met many troubles the moment he decided to do something. No, he felt like fate was trying to stop him as it wished to make the existence of the real protagonist, or the one chosen by the creator, become a dazzling existence favored by everyone. Meanwhile, as Riser wasn't that person, he could only let himself be beaten and became the stepping stone for the protagonist. Nevertheless, Riser knew he needed to handle the situation in front of him. Why did you follow me? Why can't I follow you? Riser looked at Gabriel, who looked at him naively and curiously. It seemed that she didn't have any wariness at what kind of dangerous beast he was and just followed him like it was normal. While the peace of the 3 factions was inevitable, especially when the news about God's passing away should be heard by other pantheons, the peace hadn't been concluded. Even if he did nothing, he believed that in every corner of this world, there should be many angels, devils, and fallen angels who fought each other. Still, the fight should be mostly angels against devils and fallen angels, as the fallen angels had been conquered by him. Even though Riser knew many of the fallen angels couldn't accept his rule, in front of overwhelming power, they could only cower to save their lives. If they made Riser come once again, could they save their lives? Even if they didn't care about their lives, what about the lives of their lovers, children, families, and comrades? This had become a dilemma for them as they could only accept his rule, gaining peace, even if they might become his slaves, or fight, gaining freedom, but with the price of all of them might die. In the end, facing such consequences, they could only become his slaves. If there was something that made the fallen angels feel relief, it was all due to the fact that Riser really did nothing after that, and he didn't even come to the Gregory as if he had forgotten their existence. While they felt complex, they really hoped for Riser to forget about them, and while they knew it might be hard, they hoped for him to conquer their comrades in heaven so they wouldn't feel miserable alone. Or they hoped for Riser to be defeated or killed by Surzek, but such a chance, was it even possible? After all, Riser couldn't die. If you are worried that I might do something, then you don't need to. My purpose in coming to Italy is due to curiosity about the side of heaven and the church since we are about to have a meeting. I have met the fallen angel, but I don't know much about the angels, so I decided to visit the Vatican and make a trip to Italy. Moreover, you are not my opponent, so you might as well leave so you won't be hurt. This was the truth, as Riser didn't think Gabriel could be his opponent, and he was sure that Gabriel also understood this, but are you going to hurt me? Gabriel asked. No, if you are not provoking me. I don't like meaningless fights, after all. As long as no one provoked him, Riser wouldn't do anything. However, the world wouldn't work that way as they often attacked him with various things. Nevertheless, her answer made him lose his rhythm as she was just too pure. Then, I won't provoke you, but can I follow you? You want to follow me? Gabriel nodded naively. Why? Because, like you, I am curious. Curious? You were the first devil who dared to step into the Vatican brazenly while eating gelato, after all, so I am curious about you. Riser. Moreover, if you don't plan something bad, you shouldn't mind if I follow you, right? After all, you won't do anything bad. Gabriel showed a kind and gentle smile as she said those words. I might not do something bad to others, but I might do something bad to you. Nevertheless, Riser didn't say that and only sighed helplessly. Just do whatever you want. Frankly, he was quite lonely to do this trip alone, and he would be lying if he didn't feel curious about an angel. Zenobia was just an ace exorcist, so there were many things that she didn't know as she wasn't someone with a high position, considering how young she was. However, Gabriel was different as she was one of the 4 great seraphims created by God from the Bible. There was no doubt many things could be learned from her, especially when she was born at the beginning of the world. Still, was it his imagination that this seraph was quite crafty? Thanks. Gabriel's smile became even brighter, but then she asked, so, what are you doing after this? After all, he told him his purpose for visiting the Vatican was just out of curiosity, so after he was satisfied, what was he going to do? I won't go back to Italy for a while, so I thought to take a trip around Italy. Riser looked at Gabriel and asked, you are one of the seraphims and also the saintess. Is it okay for you to follow me like this? Given her identity, shouldn't she be extremely busy? There shouldn't be a time for her to follow him on this trip, right? It should be okay. Even without me, everything will be okay. Riser looked at Gabriel, who said those words with ease. Did she indirectly tell him about the matter of God, who had passed away? Nevertheless, even if God passed away, life would continue. No, they needed to continue to live even if they had many doubts about the future. The way Gabriel said those words, it was as if she truly believed that even if she passed away, everything would be okay. Riser wondered whether Gabriel had prepared to give up her life when she followed him. He knew that except for the underworld and all the devils, who were fascinated by his strength and charisma, the others, especially from the opposite or the enemies of the devils, were trembling due to his might. The image he gave everyone was extremely aggressive, like a hungry beast that would hunt anyone it saw to satiate his lust for blood. Knowing that she wasn't his opponent, she still came toward him, ready to sacrifice her life. Facing such a woman, Riser felt conflicted, but he could only say that it was as expected of an angel, the one known for being selfless. Still, Riser knew that someone like Gabriel was rare. No, she was like an endangered species. However, it had nothing to do with him since he knew their interaction would end the moment he left Italy. As he walked outside of the city, she also followed him quietly. Then, when there were no people, he took out a Mercedes-Benz G-Class from his dimensional storage and rode on it. Still, Gabriel fell silent and didn't do anything, only staring at him. What are you doing? Come in. Is that okay? Aren't you going to follow me? His words were like a provocation, but Gabriel only smiled. Thank you. She went to the passenger seat without hesitation, sitting by his side. She might be an angel, but that didn't mean she didn't know the development of technology from humans. Nevertheless, as an angel, she had never felt greedy, living frugally, so as long as she had enough, then she was okay, so the thought of using a car had never crossed her mind. In other words, Riser took Gabriel's first time. It's my first time. Is that so? Please be gentle, okay? No. Gabriel. By then, 2 people, an angel, and a devil, started their trip around Italy, but suddenly Gabriel told him to stop. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Riser was confused, but then he saw Gabriel walk out of the car and approach an old lady from a distance. Are you okay? Let me help you. I am sorry, young lady. The old lady was touched by Gabriel's kindness. Are you going somewhere? I am planning to go home. As the two talked to each other, Riser decided to ignore them, but... Riser, can you help too? With a gentle smile on her face, Gabriel asked him gently. Riser. Chapter 178, Tourist. Riser wondered whether Gabriel forgot that he was a devil. While he didn't mind helping someone, they needed to give a certain price for his help. Everything was an equivalent exchange, but facing her stare, he felt that it would take too much time to argue, so he decided to help her helplessly while wondering how someone could be so kind. In the end, the old lady joined them on this trip until she arrived at her home. I am sorry for troubling you on your date. Date. Gabriel looked at the old lady in surprise, then looked at Riser in doubt. Is this a date? Of course not. Riser rolled his eyes. Naturally, this wasn't a date, especially when her purpose was just to monitor him in case he might do something dangerous to heaven, or she just wanted to follow him due to curiosity. Either way, he had never thought of this trip as a date. Ah, is that so? I am sorry for my misunderstanding, but you two are suited to each other, so I can't help but think of you as a lover. The old lady apologized and maintained a polite attitude, as she could tell that they weren't ordinary people due to the aura exuded from their bodies. After all, she was nothing but a poor old lady, but then again, were they fighting each other? While she was curious, she didn't ask this question. Still, the old lady thought that Riser was so handsome. Nevertheless, Gabriel suddenly looked at Riser as she thought of a certain word from the old lady. Lover. Fortunately, the village where the lady lived wasn't that far, so they quickly arrived at their destination. Thank you very much. This might not be much, but please accept them. Apple. Yes, they are tasty. It might not be much, but please accept them as you helped me. Even if Gabriel tried to refuse, she couldn't, especially when the old lady had insisted on giving the apples. Still, to show they were delicious, the old lady washed the apple with water, then ate it directly, telling Gabriel that the apples were cultivated by the community and it was the best in this area. The two talked with each other, but Riser didn't join as it was wasting his time talking with this old lady, especially since he didn't think he would meet her again. Nevertheless, he realized being a devil was amazing as he instantly understood the Italian language. Sorry for giving you trouble. When Gabriel returned, she apologized to him as she knew she had given him trouble, especially when she asked him to follow her selfish wish to help the old lady. It's okay. How about we continue the trip? Gabriel nodded, but then she took out an apple in her hand and asked, Do you want an apple? They are delicious. I will eat it later since I am driving. Riser indirectly rejected her kindness. Gabriel thought for a moment and suddenly thought of an idea. How about I feed you? Open your mouth. Riser glanced at Gabriel, who offered him the apple, then glanced at her hand. Her hand was white and smooth without any blemishes. It was a perfect hand with slender and beautiful fingers. Riser didn't have a hand fetish, but then, he wanted to test something. He slowed down the car and opened his mouth, biting part of the apple as he lightly licked Gabriel's fingers like it was an accident. Then, the sweet, juicy juice came out from the apple as he chewed the apple in his mouth in surprise. It's not bad. Was it due to the apple itself or Gabriel's fingers? He could only say that it was both, as having a beautiful woman to feed him was definitely a great thing. Riser licked his lips but then noticed Gabriel was staring at her hand. What's wrong? Nothing. Gabriel wasn't sure, but she felt that her heart was beating so fast at this moment, yet strangely enough, she felt eager to feed him again. How about more? Sure. Riser suddenly felt a certain guilt born from his hurt since he felt he had tainted this pure woman. As an angel and the most beautiful woman in heaven, there was no doubt that she had many people to try to seduce her, but then again, why couldn't they do it? There was no doubt it was all due to the sheer holy and pure presence she emitted. Moreover, he knew that most of the time, she had many followers to follow her, so even if one wanted to seduce her, it was impossible. Nevertheless, even if he was trembling due to the guilt that came from tainting such a pure woman, he didn't mind pulling her into the abyss with him. Still, this wasn't the time, and being in a hurry wasn't something that he loved to do, so he didn't lick her fingers like an accident again. Yet, why did she appear quite disappointed? Yet, there was no doubt their trip was enjoyable. Whether they were an angel or a devil, it didn't matter as the beauty of the Mediterranean country was something that could be enjoyed by every race. Still, if there was trouble, Gabriel was too kind. As long as there was someone who was in need of help or when they happened to meet a church in a small village, she would ask him to stop, which made him helpless. Yet, Gabriel smiled since even if she knew she was a bit selfish, he followed her whims and didn't complain much, even helping her from time to time. Even if his expression said no, his body was honest. However, when they stopped in a certain city, Riser bought something. Camera. Riser aimed his camera at Gabriel and took a photo of her, which stunned her and made her unable to react properly. Why did you take my photo suddenly? Can I? It's okay, though. Sometimes, Riser thought that Gabriel was a little gullible, but at the same time, he also knew that she was quite crafty. But can we take a photo together? Gabriel suddenly asked. Do you want to take a photo together? Riser raised his brows. Can we? Gabriel looked at Riser with her usual gaze when she asked him to stop or ask him to help. It had somehow become her habit. Riser was speechless, but he didn't show his rejection. Ah, it's the Saintess. Saintess. Suddenly, a young boy and a young girl approached them excitedly. Hey, wait a moment. Don't suddenly run. As the two children ran in the direction of Riser and Gabriel, a beautiful woman in her early 40s with silver hair also followed, lightly chiding her children for being rude. However, Gabriel was kind and welcomed them with a smile, talking with them for a moment before she suddenly asked, "I am sorry, but can you help us take a picture?" Picture. The beautiful mother stared at Gabriel, then looked at Riser. Frankly, she wondered what the relationship was between the two, but she agreed. Okay. Ah, can we take a picture too? Mom, take a photo with us too. However, as Gabriel made such a request, the two children also wished to take a picture with her. Don't trouble the Saintess, you too. The mother of two felt helpless for her two young children. Then, how about we take a picture together? Riser suddenly said. Really? 2x. Yes. Riser nodded. As Riser was handsome, they also wished for him to join. Still, this brought a smile to Gabriel as it was her first time seeing Riser take the initiative to offer kindness. She thought that the days they spent together had made him kinder. Mom, come on. Yes, come on, Mom. The mother of two was helpless and apologized to Riser. I am sorry for my two children. It's okay. It will be a good memory for us. While Riser didn't smile, his tone was gentle. Thank you. The mother of two smiled and thought that even if Riser's expression was a little cold, his eyes showed kindness, showing how gentle he was. Still, as they had decided to take a photo together, suddenly, a kind shop owner nearby took the initiative to help them take their photo. Say, cheese. Cheese. Whether it was Gabriel, the two children, the mother of the two, or Riser showed a kind smile in this photo. Their smiles were extremely gentle and happy, yet they didn't realize one person was under the guise. While a certain someone's smile appeared warm and gentle like the sunshine, making anyone smitten at his charm, deep in his heart, it was frightfully twisted and hideous. I've won. He thought as he smiled in the direction of the camera. Don't be weirded out by his actions, as everything is about to unfold soon. Chapter 179, Extremely Evil. After that photo, Riser and Gabriel took a photo together before they said goodbye to everyone and continued their trip. They spent many days together, and as expected, Gabriel started to feel a different feeling toward him as she stared at the photo that they had taken in the previous town. The two of them stood side by side, closely. She showed a bright and gentle smile in the photo. Meanwhile, while he might not smile, his expression was relaxed when he was by her side. There was no doubt, no one would doubt that they were a pair of lovers when they saw this photo. Yet Gabriel, who was clueless about love, was ignorant about this feeling, and she just felt that it was warm by his side. It was her first time to feel this feeling. Nevertheless, she could feel that even if she wished to be closer, he refrained from getting close to her, which made her curious about him, as many people wish to be as close as possible when they were near her presence. It was also due to this he was different. Yet, as they started this trip, Gabriel forgot about one thing. When there was a beginning, there was an end. When they reached Palermo and ate caponata as they watched the Tyrrhenian Sea, Riser said, "It's time for me to go back." Gabriel was stunned and almost dropped her food. She didn't know what to say at that moment as it was so natural to have him by her side, but then he told her that he was going to leave. She should have expected this, yet she didn't expect that his existence would grow so significant within her heart. Yet it was also due to this that the thought of him leaving disappointed her so much. Nevertheless, she asked, "Can you stay a little longer? Do you want me to stay?" Riser asked, but at the same time, he felt this woman was too easy. Frankly, the time they spent together wasn't that long, and he had never touched her, except for licking her fingers that time. Oh, he also held her hand when something suddenly attracted her attention and caused her to move to a random destination. Riser knew it was quite rude, but he felt like he was holding a big, obedient dog for some reason. Gabriel nodded eagerly, thinking that he would stay for a little longer, but... Sorry, I can't. Riser apologized. I have someone waiting for me. Then, can I follow you? Gabriel suddenly said something outrageous. You want to follow me? Riser wondered whether his charm was so amazing that he could even seduce one of the four seraphs. Can I? Gabriel thought that it would be fun to follow him again. You can't. Riser shook his head. Why? Gabriel was unable to accept his response. Because you are an angel. Riser looked at Gabriel with an obvious expression. Do you think it is possible for an angel to go to the underworld? Do you want to become a fallen angel? Gabriel wanted to say something, but no words came out. Becoming a fallen angel, that thought had never crossed her mind at all, as her purpose in life was to serve God, keep heaven, and also guide the humans who followed Christianity. Those were her beliefs, and probably, it wouldn't change even after the end of the world, but her meeting with him changed everything. It was the first time in her life that she wished for something else. She wished to be on his side. Yet, when she was about to give him an answer, agreeing as she wished to be by his side, he stopped her. Don't. Why? She looked at him in doubt as she didn't realize she had raised her voice. I am not someone that is worthy for you to follow. Frankly, Gabriel was beautiful, and there was no doubt he had her by his side, but then again, he could imagine that heaven would target him when he tainted her and made her fall, which was definitely something he wanted to avoid. Moreover, you do this due to the impulse. You are not calm, and I don't want you to regret this decision. I won't regret this. I want to follow you. Gabriel clearly showed that she had thought about this matter thoroughly. She was going to follow him, and that was what she was going to do. Moreover, she still wanted to learn the feeling that she had just learned. The feeling made her heart warm and fluffy, yet made her heart beat, and it made her chest stuffy whenever they were together. Nevertheless, right now, those feelings have disappeared, and what is left is anxiety, pain, and desperation. Probably, it was better for her not to learn this feeling, especially when she learned this feeling with such a sinful, twisted man, yet everything was too late. Bring her with you and make her into a fallen angel. It had been a while since he saw the system, but then again, he had made his decision, and instead of a fallen angel, he wanted her to stay as an angel as he had never done it with an angel. That seems to be a good idea. Riser. Gabriel. His voice was gentle and soothing, yet carried a hint of helplessness as he gently caressed her hair. However, Gabriel couldn't look away, as it might be the first time for him to show such an expression. I am sorry, but I really can't bring you with me. Moreover, I am married. Married. Gabriel widened her eyes as she had never expected such an answer. You are lying, right? She thought he was lying as he didn't want her to follow him. I am not. Riser was helpless. Moreover, it isn't like we can't meet again, but depending on the result of the meeting, we might have a war or a peace. If it's a war, then I can't say much, but if we have peace, we might be able to meet again. By then, you should be able to calm yourselves down and not make such a hasty decision. Lastly, I am just a man that you met for a few days. Do you think it is worth it to throw away your everything for a good-for-nothing like me? No, you are not good for nothing. She refuted him with tears. Riser fell in silence and thought that this woman was too pure, but at the same time, he also had never lied or had any bad intentions toward her, as he had just come to complete his goal. However, if you decide to become a fallen angel, then the result of the meeting of the three factions might end up in a war. Are you okay with that? Do you want to see many dead? Gabriel's expression was full of pain. Frankly, Riser had to say a woman was just irrational, as he couldn't understand how they could throw everything for a feeling. Yet, it surprised him that there wasn't even a tinge of darkness on her wings. Was her feeling so pure? Riser felt guilty somehow, but it was impossible for him to bring Gabriel, and as he had said before, he wasn't someone worthy to follow, especially when he knew how twisted he was. Our meeting might be short, but I will treasure those memories. See you again. Riser was no longer talking and walked away, ready to leave by teleportation. Gabriel hurriedly tried to catch him, but her hand stopped, unable to move forward when she thought how many were going to die due to her selfish action, so she didn't stop him and just watched him with tears running down her cheeks as she clutched to their photo that they took during the sunset on the Tyrrhenian Sea. In the photo, their expression was so natural as they stood next to each other. It was as if they were fated together, yet in the end, they needed to part. If they had to part, and for her to feel this painful feeling, it might probably be better if they didn't meet, but she knew if they didn't meet, she wouldn't learn this feeling, so she was glad to meet him. However, at the same time, she was determined. Gabriel knew that peace between the three factions was necessary so she could meet him again. Nevertheless, like Gabriel, who had determined to make peace between the three factions, Riser was determined to gain his peace, and due to that, he was going to do something that was extremely evil. Chapter 180, Peaceful Future. Don't leave too long, Valley. Azazel couldn't help but remind Valley, who was about to leave the house. I know. You don't need to remind me. I am not a child that you need to keep watch out for. Valley didn't turn and just walked away. If you are not a child, then don't make me worry all the time. Watching Valley, who had left, Azazel let out a helpless sigh, but he was also powerless as he knew that Valley didn't have a place anymore on the Gregory. Nevertheless, he knew that he couldn't help Valley since the Gregory wasn't owned by the fallen angels anymore. Moreover, with what had happened before, everyone's hatred toward Valley became so intense. Azazel didn't have a doubt, the moment Valley entered the Gregory, Valley would be attacked by everyone due to the hatred they had. They might not be able to defeat Riser, but Valley. They believed that they could defeat him. Moreover, with what had happened previously, everyone could only put their hatred on Valley, which was something inevitable since they couldn't do anything against Riser. Watching Valley, who no longer had a place that could be called a home, Azazel felt sad, and angry, but he could do nothing. His power was too weak to do anything against Riser or to change everything that happened to Valley. Azazel knew that it was wrong, as fighting Riser was nothing but a meaningless struggle, but he thought of Valley as his own child, as he had been taking care of him since his childhood. Moreover, everything was due to Valley's arrogance, so it was something that Valley brought by himself, which was something he was helpless about. Nevertheless, the feeling of love made him biased in his decision. Among the fallen angels, everyone wanted to kill Valley by using Azazel's trust, but Azazel quickly stopped them and rejected this plan by saying Valley's existence was still necessary, especially for the meeting of the three factions. Before the meeting started, Azazel, Surzek, and Michael, the leaders of the three factions, had met each other and talked about their plan to create peace between the three. The first was to show the world about the danger of the Cows Brigade. By showing the danger that came from this organization, everyone would unite together regardless of their hatred. Against an external enemy that would endanger them, they needed to work together against this danger. The second was to show hope. The hope they had chosen was Issei Hayadu. As the holder of the boosted gear, Issei was going to become everyone's hope and a hero for everyone when they were terrorized by the Cows Brigade. Nevertheless, with Issei's current power, it was impossible for Issei to fight against the Cows Brigade. It was due to this, Valley's existence was necessary, as Valley would become existence to make Issei shine. What about the members of the Cows Brigade that attacked them? Azazel was going to defeat the leader of the Cows Brigade that came for the attack with the help of the others. Then, when all the members of the Cows Brigade were defeated, Valley would come out, telling everyone that he was going to join the Cows Brigade, and by then, they would send Issei out to fight against Valley, creating an image where Valley had betrayed them and became a spy within this terrorist organization. By then, everything will be set in place. Issei would become a hero who would solve all the trouble and existence that connected the three factions. Meanwhile, Valley became a spy who would inform them about the Cows Brigade, telling them what this organization planned to do, minimizing the damage caused by the Cows Brigade. Naturally, this plan wasn't perfect, as Issei's power was still doubtful, especially when he hadn't shown his worth. Moreover, was the Cows Brigade as weak as they imagined it to be? Nevertheless, the existence of the Cows Brigade had become an oil to smooth the relationship between the three factions, bringing peace to everyone. If there was a variable factor, it would be Riser. The only fortunate thing was that as long as no one provoked Riser, everything would be alright. Yet, some people who joined this meeting had provoked Riser, which was something that Azazel was worried about. However, Azazel knew that Riser supported this peace, and Riser also didn't plan to join this meeting, so everything should be okay, right? Still, Azazel wondered why he felt his heart palpitate as if a storm was about to come. Well, there is Surzek. Azazel knew how strong Surzek was, and it should be impossible for something to happen with Surzek around, considering Surzek was the strongest devil that had ever been born in this world. With that optimism, Azazel continued to review all the plans again, as a mistake would lead to doom. Nevertheless, Azazel had one doubt. Was Valley's isolation by Gregory due to an accident, or was it Riser's plan? Was that attack on the headquarters of Gregory something that was deliberately done by Riser to make Valley isolated from everyone? Or did he just wish to conquer the Gregory? Azazel felt dread, but he shook his head, especially when he thought about Riser's expression at that time. Yet, he shook his head as he thought that everything was just a coincidence. Nevertheless, Valley, who had left the house, walked under the gloomy night. His expression was expressionless, making it clear to anyone that his mood was far from good. That bastard. Valley was full of hatred and anger when he thought about what had happened to Gregory. While he felt embarrassed to admit it, Gregory was like a home for him, especially when they had taken care of him from childhood when he had no one whom he could rely upon. Yet that home was no longer there, and except for Azazel, everyone was determined to kill him in order to please Riser. What a coward. Valley felt that Riser was a coward for charging into the headquarters of Gregory instead of fighting him directly. Valley. Albion could feel the frustration in Valley's heart, but there was nothing that he could do except stay by his side. I am okay, Albion. I am not so weak that I will go down, and I still need to defeat him. Yes, he was going to defeat Riser. Valley might have lost one of his arms, but even so, he wasn't going to give up. He was going to get stronger and erase Riser from this world, as Riser's existence was too dangerous. He didn't want to lose anyone important in his life anymore, so he was going to erase Riser from this world even if he might become the enemy of Seraphal Leviathan, the Citri House, and also the Phoenix House. Valley swore in the name of Lucifer and the White Dragon Emperor. But be careful, Valley. You won't know what he is planning. Albion advised. After all, their opponent was a devil, an evil being that was known for being wicked. Riser was different from the proud dragon who would fight like a courageous warrior and definitely would use a despicable method. Albion wished for Valley to be careful against such an opponent. I know. Valley. However, their conversation suddenly stopped as they could feel they were surrounded by a barrier. I know. Valley's expression suddenly became solemn, and his entire body was tense as he prepared for the battle. As a descendant of Lucifer and the White Dragon Emperor, he had never feared a challenge. Instead, he he welcomed them, fought them, and showed how powerless they were against his might. Yet. It's been a while, whatever Cohen. At the time, whether it was Valley or Albion, they felt they were shrouded in terror. The figure who had given them a nightmare came in front of them so suddenly without them even being prepared. Yet even if Valley felt a terror against this figure, the fury in his heart was greater and unstoppable. It was like a volcanic eruption that couldn't be stopped. Riser. Valley was going to kill this bastard. Nevertheless, Riser smiled as he thought about his peaceful future. Chapter 181, Who is Crueler? Don't be noisy. It's in the middle of the night. Everyone is sleeping, you know. What if you wake everyone? Riser raised his brows, but Valley ignored him. Divine dividing scale male. There was no hesitation. Valley quickly used a balance breaker, as his opponent wasn't someone he could take on lightly. No, he was going to use everything he did to defeat this guy. Yet, why? Why was this guy smiling? Despite facing such a massive demonic power that Valley emitted and the power of divine dividing, Riser was as calm as ever. Riser even had this small smirk on his lips as if everything was under his control, and Valley was nothing in his eyes. This made Valley, who was the combination of Lucifer and the White Dragon Emperor, which were two embodiments of pride that combined together, unable to control his emotion, staring at Riser dangerously, yet he didn't approach Riser carelessly as he didn't know what Riser was planning. Geez, you really don't listen to people, huh? However, do you still wish to fight me even if you know that you don't have a chance against me? You should know that death is your only destination, and you only have one arm to fight me now. Even so, you still dare to fight me. Even if Valley stared at him with a provoking gazer, Riser was still calm and asked those questions with ease. To be honest, he was amazed by Valley's courage and stupidity. While he knew that it was quite insulting for Valley, he felt like he was facing Issei. The two of them weren't much different, and they seemed to have short-term memory loss, which caused them to provoke him all the time, even though they knew they weren't his opponents. Was it due to the fact that he was too kind? Yes. Really? There is no need to hesitate as you should erase this type of opponent who has a bad head. Bad head. Somehow Riser felt that the system was correct as he knew that Valley didn't go to school. While Issei might seem to be more stupid than Valley, to be honest, their IQ was quite similar to each other. Even though Valley knew that he was weak and wasn't even Riser's opponent, he still provoked Riser. Frankly, Riser also agreed that this type of opponent should be erased as having this type of opponent was troublesome as they didn't know the word give up in their dictionary. However, with what he had gained, he knew Valley could only bow down to him and never dared to fight again. Moreover, Riser felt it was too wasteful if he didn't use this bastard, as Valley was definitely a good tool. I am. Valley answered loudly without fear. I won't forgive what you have done. Moreover, if you feel hatred toward me, then come at me instead of acting like a coward by attacking the others. Riser was speechless. Coward. Was there a coward who dared to charge into the headquarters of Gregory, facing the full-blown of all the fallen angels alone? However, Riser knew that it was impossible for Valley to understand what he was planning. Moreover, talking to stupid people was a waste of time. Sure, then. Let's fight, but let's change our location. Riser turned, showing his back to Valley. Valley frowned, thinking that Riser was too careless or underestimated him as Riser dared to show his back against him, yet as a dragon and the descendant of Lucifer, he was going to fight his opponent in a fair and just manner instead of using a dirty trick. Yet. Oh, I dropped something. Riser squatted down as he picked something on the ground, but watching the things that dropped by him, Valley felt his heart stop before beating so fast. Valley's eyes widened as he was unable to believe what he had seen. What was dropped by Riser was a photo. Yes, a photo. It was a photo which Riser took in Italy with Gabriel. In the photo which had been edited, there were 2 children and the mother of 2. If it were others, they might not understand who those people were. Even Riser didn't know what their identity was in the beginning. After all, he knew nothing and only came to Italy due to his location ability. However, after he saw those 3 people, he instantly understood who those 3 were. As expected, the moment Valley saw this photo, he showed a strong reaction as he was unable to believe what he had seen. Nevertheless, Riser ignored Valley's reaction and only smiled. Have you been to Italy? If not, then you should since there were many kind people there. I will kill you, Riser. Valley was in a rage and unable to control his emotion since those people in the photo were 3 people who shouldn't be touched by anyone. In that photo, it was a picture of Valley's mother and step-siblings. After his father was killed, Valley's mother was separated from him, and her memory was erased so she wouldn't be involved in the supernatural world once again. Valley was happy with it as he knew that there was no need for his mother to be in sadness and pain again. Even if she forgot about him, it was okay since he knew his existence would bring nothing but misery to her. While Valley hated his father and grandfather, he loved his mother as she was the only person who had given him kindness. It was also due to this that he wanted to give her happiness, and he was glad that she gained happiness, especially after she remarried and started a new family. Yet. Once again, his existence brought misery to her. Riser had brought a danger to his mother and his step-siblings. This guy dared to touch what he shouldn't have touched. Similarly, Albion was also in a rage due to Riser's lowly and cowardly move. The two had decided to erase Riser from this world. Yet, facing this anger, Riser was even more enraged. Riser's wish was simple, and he only wished for a peaceful life. He only wanted to spend his days with his women without being troubled by anything. Was his wish too much? He never asked much. He had never troubled others, and he also wasn't a twisted guy who had an urge to kill every person who touched him slightly. Yet, why did enemies keep coming toward him? Why was the world so cruel toward him? Why did he have to face so many of these troubles? Moreover, did Vala forget who was the one who had threatened to kill him? Did Vala forget what kind of trouble Valley had brought for him? Did Vala think that he would do nothing and let himself be killed by him? Don't joke around. If you want to kill me, then I will kill you first. However, Riser knew killing Vala would give him endless trouble, especially when he knew he might become the sinner who would make the peace of the three factions end up in failure. Even if he had controlled the fallen angels, it didn't mean they couldn't betray him since, as long as they saw a chance, they would bring him down. Moreover, there was also Surzek. If Surzek moved, then Ajuka would also move. Azazel was the same since Riser knew what kind of two-faced hypocrite and liar this guy was. While Seraphal, his family, and the Citri family would help him, he knew their help was limited. By then, it wouldn't be strange for him to live in jail and be blamed for all the failures. While there was also another path by joining the criminal, living in the darkness, Riser didn't want that as he wanted to live in the light. Such a future definitely wasn't something that he wanted to see. So, he was going to become cruel. Be a demon. Be a monster. Become their nightmare. For all of his enemies, he was going to make them regret and make them live in misery as he killed them slowly. Chapter 182, Riser is still kind. If you touch me, then they are going to die. When those words fell, Valley, who was about to beat Riser, stopped his movement and didn't dare to touch him, but his eyes under the armor were full of hatred and fury. Don't involve them. If you want to fight, I will welcome you anytime. I won't run away. Don't act like a coward, Bast. Vala couldn't continue his words as his cheek was slapped. Even if his face was covered in armor, Riser's slap wasn't something that could be blocked by mere armor. A black flash like lightning spark flashed from his slap. The moment Vala was hit, he felt his head was dizzy and his ear was ringing. Undone, you're a balance breaker. As Riser had robbed all the research done by Gregory, he knew many things about the sacred gear, including the most common strongest state of the sacred gear, balance breaker. Vala fell in silence and didn't say anything, nor did he do anything. But don't make me repeat myself. Valley. Albion spoke with Vala through his mind as he learned of Vala's decision. No one could tell what this madman could do. No, this guy could do anything, as Riser could even go to Italy, pretending to be someone who cared about the peace in the supernatural world, yet the truth was he was just coming to get the weakness of the White Dragon Emperor. This was what made Riser a fearsome opponent. When no one knew about this weakness, Riser knew about it. Even if this weakness was just a civilian who wasn't involved in the supernatural world, he didn't care and ruthlessly involved them without their knowing, as they thought of him as just a kind older brother. Facing such an opponent, Vala felt his entire body trembling due to coldness, and his entire body was constricted by powerful chains that squeezed him tightly. He wished to escape, but he couldn't. He was trapped there, and everything was under Riser's control. Still, because of this, Vala followed his words and released his balance breaker, but a powerful kick struck his chest. Goa. Valley. Like before, his ribs were broken, which made Valley remember the terror of that day. You bastard. Albion's anger couldn't be hidden from his loud voice. Even though he was sealed on the divine dividing, he still had his consciousness, showing how big his hatred toward Riser was. Are you sure to talk to me like that? His family might die if you talk to me in that tone. Albion. Even if Valley was in extreme pain, he scolded Albion harshly. Valley. For the first time, Albion realized the feeling of helplessness. Nevertheless, even if his body was in pain, Vala's eyes never died as he stared at Riser. However, Riser hated this type of eye the most. Did Vala think that he was righteous? Even though Vala was the one who provoked him. Did Vala think that as long as he was the descendant of Lucifer and the holder of the divine dividing, he was going to be forgiven? So, as long as Vala had all of those, was it alright to mess with his life? Still, Vala was stupid, so Riser understood that this guy was an idiot and there was no meaning in talking with such a guy. As the smart one, Riser felt that he needed to teach him what kind of a mistake that Vala had made. Still, Riser didn't bother to beat Vala again since he knew physical harm was useless. For this type of guy, physical harm was meaningless. Riser also felt that his clothes would become dirty by beating up this guy, so that kick was enough. It's funny that you can think that you are the victim even though you were the cause of everything. Watching Riser smile and hearing his eased tone, Vala frowned as he clutched into his painful chest. To be honest, I don't hate you, or rather, I have never known you until we met at Co Academy. Riser sighed as he thought about his past. If possible, I don't want us to be enemies. Then, why did you do all of this? Vala suppressed his anger as he asked that question. Why did Riser need to threaten him with his mother and step-siblings? Why did this guy plan to kill him? Why did he have to face this injustice? Isn't it your fault? My fault. Hearing such a natural answer from Riser's mouth, Vala was confused and also in doubt as he had never thought that he had done anything wrong. Are you so stupid that you forgot everything? Was your brain so tiny that all you could think was only a fight and fight? Riser stared at Vala, causing him to flinch and unable to look at him straight, but he grasped his hair hard, forcing Vala to stare into his eyes. Use your tiny brain and try to remember who talked to me condescendingly, arrogantly like I was trash. Try to remember who wished to beat me up before. Try to remember who wished to kill me. Try to remember who announced in front of everyone, swore, making a vow that he was going to kill me. Hey, look at me. Riser's voice was calm, cold, and without any emotions, yet it made Vala's chest become so stuffy, and his neck was strangled that he couldn't breathe. Moreover, due to Riser's hand, he couldn't look away from him and was forced to stare into Riser's abyss-like eyes, giving him an eerie, creepy, and terror-like feeling. So, do you think it is okay for you to kill me and threaten me, yet it isn't okay for me to threaten you? That's unfair, right? How unreasonable. Now, you should understand that if your mother and step-siblings are dead, then it is all your fault. Not only the step-siblings and mother, but Azazel, the Gregory, and many others. If all of them are dead, it is all your goddamn fault. Riser whispered those words slowly so Vala would understand the consequences of his actions. Am my fault? Yes, that's why I won't kill you, but I will cut your limbs so you won't be able to fight and seal your divine dividing and power, then force you to watch me killing all the people you care about one by one as you regret your decision. No. No, please don't. Don't kill them. Just kill me. I am the one, right? I am the one who has caused so much trouble for you. I just ended my life. Don't get them involved. I beg you. Vala didn't care how ugly he was at that moment. Vala groveled on the ground as he kept beginning him, realizing what kind of opponent he had made. Vala regretted it. If it was only his life, Vala didn't care, but what about the others? As Vala thought he could only watch all of the people he cared about die one by one as he was unable to do anything, it might be better for him to die. Please. I beg you. Geez, why do you make me like a bad guy? Aren't you the one who provokes me and the one who starts everything? Riser was full of helplessness as he watched Vala on his feet, hugging his leg tightly, begging him, almost kissing his calfskin leather shoes. He also didn't want to become a demon or a monster, but weren't you the one who forced him to become one? Tell me what Azazel wishes you to do. Riser asked as he kicked Vala away as he didn't want Vala to dirty his shoes. Vala didn't care about the pain in his body and narrated the plan that Azazel wished him to do. Riser didn't kill him immediately, so he knew that Riser had a plan for him. Nevertheless, this also brought him wariness, thinking that Riser might force him to kill Azazel. Still, if Riser wished to kill Azazel, even if he knew that he might kill the others, he was going to bet to go do or die, killing Riser and bringing him with him to hell. Yet, Vala suddenly remembered Azazel's words. He's immortal. Even if you kill him, he can't die. If you can't kill him, then he is going to kill the others. With those words, Vala didn't dare to do anything and truthfully told everything as he had given up, only hoping Riser wouldn't ask him a cruel request. After all, the life of his mother and his step-siblings was in Riser's hands. Watching Vala, Riser sighed as he saw Vala's eyes, thinking that everyone in this world was stupid as they thought they had a chance against him, ignoring the consequences. Did they ever think that he would give them mercy? Did they ever think that he was going to let them go? Riser didn't like to kill, but since they forced him, there was nothing he could do since their happiness would mean his misery. Okay, I understand. Still, he had to say Vala was a good boy as Vala told everything truthfully. I can let go of your mother and step-siblings. Really? Vala was surprised. Yes, I won't do anything to them. I won't kill them, but I want you to do something for me. What is it? Vala grew anxious, but Riser ignored that and said his request like he asked Vala to buy him ice cream at the convenience store. Kill Surzek for me. Chapter 183, Each of Their Thoughts. Riser ignored Vala's reaction and spoke about the plan of how Vala was going to kill Surzek before he left quietly. As for whether Vala was going to do it or not, Vala didn't have a choice, especially when his family was in Riser's hands. I believe in you, Vala. As the White Dragon Emperor and the descendant of the Lucifer, you should be able to do it. Oh, right, you shouldn't tell anyone. The moment you tell someone. I don't need to remind you, right? Then, as Riser disappeared without leaving any traces, the barrier that surrounded them disappeared, and Valley returned to reality as he thought everything was a dream, especially when Valley was no longer feeling the pain in his chest as his body healed. Yet, he knew what had happened previously was a reality. Are you going to do it? Albion asked uneasily. You should know how hard his request is and what your actions might bring to the people in your surroundings. Do I have a choice? No, Valley didn't have a choice. Whether he wished for it or not, he could only do it as he knew he couldn't fight that demon's words. Nevertheless, Valley was glad that he didn't need to kill Azazel or the acquaintances. As for Surzek. Even though Valley had to say sorry as Surzek had saved him, his family was more important, and as he had said before, he didn't have any choices. Moreover, Surzek was just a stranger to him. Yet, with his tiny brain and naive attitude, Valley might not understand the consequences of his action and what kind of chain reactions his action would bring. However, he understood the feeling of regret, especially when trying to fight him. However, there was nothing he could do, and he needed to go back lest he make Azazel realize everything. Unlike before, his steps were weaker, and he felt frightened, as if he could feel eyes that stared at him from the dark, threatening him and all the people in his surroundings anytime, anywhere, the moment he opened his mouth. Ika Kiryu wasn't sure how many times she had done this. She lay on her bed in a daze as she looked at the worn-out summoning paper that she picked that day, hoping the one that she sought after would come out. Yet, no matter how many times she wished, he didn't come out as if his existence was just a dream. Would they not be able to meet each other again? When she thought of this, her eyes were filled with tears, crying. Yet, how could she not be? For the first time, she had fallen to someone. Even though this someone wasn't a human like her, he was a devil, and there was no doubt what she felt about him. Nevertheless, even though he suddenly disappeared out of nowhere, she didn't give up and continued to search for him. By using feng shui, which he taught her, she got to know the other devils in this city, who happened to be Asia, her best friend. Frankly, she was surprised, but at the same time, she was glad since Asia was someone she happened to know, so there was nothing she needed to be worried about. To be honest, she knew it was all due to him. If what he taught her was something else, she might not be able to find her lead easily. However, with feng shui, she greatly enhanced her luck, quickly finding the clues to find him. As expected, the moment she asked Asia, she told her everything, and she also understood how amazing he was. Yet, the he from Asia's eyes was different from her eyes as she saw his gentle side, but Asia saw his ruthless side. In Asia's eyes, she knew he wasn't someone that she could provoke. However, for Ika, he was someone who she loved. Nevertheless, even if Ika said many things, Asia wasn't stupid, and she didn't tell about the fight, which happened on Kuo as it was scary. Surzek could erase all the devils that followed him, then what about Ika, who was just a normal human? If possible, Asia didn't wish for Ika to be involved in this world as it was dangerous. However, Ika didn't care about the danger. No, she might not understand as she was obsessed with finding him, yet after that day, she changed. Ika met him, but unlike he, whom she saw every night, the he she saw that day was so cold, ignoring her like a stranger. Moreover, the horror that she felt that day remained on her body, and she was unable to shake it, realizing how small and weak her existence was. At that time, Ika realized the reality before them. He stood above everyone, high in the sky. Meanwhile, she was on the ground and could only look up at him as she knew how dangerous his world was and how powerless she was at that time. Nevertheless, the fact that he ignored her that day didn't change. Why did he do that? Was he worried that she would get involved in his problem? Or was he throwing her away? Still, she knew that he had a wife and it was something inevitable that he would choose his wife, yet when she thought about the woman that stood by his side. Tremble. She hugged her body tightly as the feeling of fear from that woman hadn't been forgotten by her body. Nevertheless, she wished it was the former who decided to ignore her. Being his woman meant that she might be targeted. Or was it due to Issei? She heard from Asia that Issei often caused trouble for Riser. Ika didn't know, but she knew if she wished to meet him, she needed to become stronger. If they couldn't meet each other, then she would come to him to the underworld. After all, it was impossible for her to forget about him, and she wished to be with him. There was no way she could accept the end of their relationship just like this. As she made up her mind, she used her feng shui, letting her luck lead her to the best path that could make her reach her destination and achieve her wish to meet him. Akino, who had washed her body, prepared to sleep, but unlike before, he wasn't by her side. Was it even possible for him to return? Akino knew that the conflict between Riser and Surzek had reached the point where neither would back down. It wouldn't be weird if they tried to kill each other again, and as the servant of the Gremory, it was impossible for her to go after Riser since it was a betrayal, and in the worst case, she might be killed. Yet when she thought about the world without him, there was no doubt such a world was definitely not something that was worthy of living. However, she didn't plan to commit suicide as a small hope still remained within her heart. Even if she knew it might be impossible, as she knew how resolute he was when he had made his decision, deep in her heart, she wished for him to think of her inside his heart. Laying on her bed, she couldn't help but reminisce about their meetings. In the beginning, she seduced him, and he moved on to her even though she knew what she did might cause him nothing but trouble. So, was this her punishment? Was this her karma? Yet, if he didn't meet her, then it was okay. Like before, she should be satisfied with observing him from a distance. That was enough for her, but he didn't hide his presence. The moment he came, she quickly noticed it. She rose from her futon and opened the sliding door near her room. There, she saw the figure that she had been wishing to meet. Yet, her feelings were complex. She was happy to see him, but at the same time, she wondered whether it was okay for him to be near him, especially when her existence would bring him nothing but trouble. However, her thoughts didn't matter to him as he hugged and kissed her lips. It had been a while since they were together, and she was in the trace as they kissed while subconsciously sticking out her tongue like a trained dog, but then she realized what she was doing, wishing to get away as she was afraid that she would bring him misfortune and disaster, yet, in the end, she couldn't. She hugged him tightly and didn't let him go like someone who was trapped in the desert and found an oasis for the first time. She greedily sought after his existence as she ignored her shame, acting like a lewd little animal. "I impregnate me." There were no words from him. Riser was like a wild stallion that was going to impregnate this lewd mare. Yet, as the two were mating like animals, a petite figure stood in the corner, watching them quietly as she covered her mouth with her hands and widened her eyes as she was in shock at what she had seen. Chapter 184, Voyeur. In his arms, Aquino wasn't sure how many times she longed for it to happen. She often dreamed about him, wetting many of her panties. Sometimes, she even used her fingers to satisfy her lust, yet that wasn't enough. He was the only one. That night, she didn't care about anything, and she kept moving her waist body, waving her hair like a whore. The young woman, who was often called the personification of the Yamato Nadeshiko, a Japanese beauty, the epitome of pure, feminine beauty, was no longer seen. At that moment, she was just a woman who sought after her man to dominate, torment, and possess her. She wished for him to be crazy about her as they let themselves burn together on this flame of passion. Whether it was Rias, Surzek, or any others, neither were in their eyes. In their eyes, they were only each other. Neither cared about the other things, and they only focused on their obscene lovemaking. As his erection pounded violently into her wet lewd hole, the two stuck out their tongues, intertwining, sucking saliva as they hugged each other. Their act definitely wasn't like a creature with rational thinking could do. In this act, they were lowered into an animal in heat, focusing only on their vulgar act. Yet, they might realize, or they might not realize, that a single figure had been staring in their direction and unable to move away. It wasn't that she had a voyeur hobby, but her legs were too weak as she was unable to walk due to the shock she felt when she saw the two. Kaneko Tuju didn't know what to do and just stared at them from her hiding place as she held her breath. As for why she decided to move into Aquino's house, it was all due to when she hugged Aquino that day. She felt calm when she hugged Aquino, but at the same time, she also felt curious as she smelled his scent on her body. By then, after she noticed his scent on Aquino's body, even if it was faint, almost every day, she could smell his scent on Aquino's body. However, Kaneko had never talked to anyone about this matter and just kept it inside her heart, but it was also due to this she got closer to Aquino as the scent calmed her, giving her peace of mind and ease. Especially after that unforgettable fight at the Kuo Academy. It was a day that she could never forget, and she could still remember his figure that kept fighting against so many alone. On that day, she had never felt that it was so pleasant and fortunate to have someone who could protect her. Even if he didn't come, especially for her, his existence brought peace of mind to everyone. However, she knew that she would no longer get that peace of mind, especially when he had become the enemy of the older brother of her master. She felt restless and didn't know what to do, but she didn't dare to do anything. She was just a coward and a weak girl. Facing such overwhelming power, she could only stand on the side like everyone else as she could not do anything, yet she knew the most frustrated one would be Aquino, as she could see her digging her nails deep into her palms, bleeding. In the end, while nothing had happened, a crack was inevitable happened. After that day, he was no longer seen as if he had disappeared, and his scent could also no longer be smelled from Aquino's body. Still, after that day, Aquino didn't go to school and spent most of her time resting in her home. Naturally, everyone was worried, but while Rias thought everything was due to Kokobile, who talked about her origin, Kaneko thought that it was all due to her separation from him. Still, due to this, Kaneko decided to take the initiative to stay with Aquino, which Aquino agreed to. Even though Aquino started to smile, Kaneko could see this smile was fake. Aquino tried to hide her sadness by smiling so as not to make everyone worried or just not to make them realize what she had been hiding. Kaneko wasn't sure, but after that day, she could see that Rias and Aquino often communicated with each other, talking about something. While they might keep their conversation a secret, she could tell what they were talking about, especially when she saw their gazes on him during his raiding game. Nevertheless, he had never appeared, and at that time, during the class visit event, she could see how he ignored them like a stranger. Even if she didn't have a relationship with him and never talked to him, she could imagine the pain that Aquino felt that day. However, could their relationship even start to begin with? Due to the conflict between Surzek and Riser, Kaneko knew that their relationship was doomed. Yet, the more dangerous the relationship was, the more intoxicated it was. Like Aquino, Kaneko also noticed someone had come to the shrine all of a sudden without any precaution, and she was ready to do something, but she saw the person who had become one, her mind was blank, and she didn't dare to do anything. While Riser might be the enemy of Surzek, Kaneko definitely didn't want to be involved in their fight due to her cowardice, and while she felt he was scared, her perception of him had changed from the beginning. Initially, she might not have had a good impression of him due to her master's hostility, but that perception of her changed the more she met him and the more people in her surroundings changed due to him. Yet, she didn't expect the moment Aquino and Riser met, they would do something like this. She wasn't unfamiliar with what they were doing since, as a Nikosho, a rare race of yokai, she knew the ultimate purpose of her race was to make a family and have children. Kaneko was also the same, but if possible, she wanted to have someone who could protect her as she didn't wish to feel the terror she felt that day. Even now, the memory of her childhood still haunts her. The pain when her big sister betrayed her, the faces of everyone who wished to kill her, and despair when she realized she was alone. Kaneko didn't want to experience all of that again. Yet, all of those things suddenly disappeared when she saw the coitus between Riser and Aquino. Her head was blank, and she couldn't do anything except stare at them, watching how such a big thing stirred into Aquino's deep violently. Even though it might seem painful, she could see Aquino's expression was full of bliss. It was her first time seeing Aquino, who had such an obscene expression. While she didn't understand, she could feel her body was scorching. Her body was uncomfortable, yet she didn't know what to do and just kept staring at them in silence as she tried to make her presence as small as possible so they wouldn't notice her. Chapter 185, You Will Understand. When dawn came, Riser let go of Aquino. While he could continue, he was afraid that she would break, especially when he was so violent with her. He knew that he might have said this before, but he had this violent tendency where he often lost his reason when he had sex. While some females loved it, others preferred the gentle one like his wife. However, Aquino seemed to love it due to her preference as a masochist. Nevertheless, the fire in his heart had subdued, and he just needed to wait until that day. Riser. You are not sleeping. He looked at Aquino, who seemed to be struggling. She was exhausted and sleepy, but she endured it as she had something to discuss, but she hesitated. What's wrong? In the end, she shook her head. It's nothing. She was afraid that the moment she said it, he would leave her. She didn't doubt it as she knew while he might seem crazy about her, she could feel that he was distant and wouldn't let her enter his heart, so she was afraid that if she talked about her past, he might not be able to accept it. Tell me. He hugged her from behind as he whispered those words. Her body shivered due to the sudden pleasure. Wait. It's really a bit too much for me. I am going to die. Then, tell me. She turned worriedly, yet she was surprised as he welcomed her with sincere eyes. She felt like she wanted to cry for some reason, but in the end, she talked as if she didn't wish to deceive him. You should know what Kokobile said before, right? What did he say? To be honest, he was so weak that I forgot about him, and most of the things which he said were unintellectual, so I didn't bother to remember them. Riser only remembered that Kokobile said, die, before Kokobile died. As for the matter of the god who passed away, what did it have to do with him? He didn't care whether God died or not, as it didn't bother his life. Moreover, Kokobile had died. For those who had died, what did they have to do with him? Overthinking would lead him to worry, and it would destroy his peaceful life, so he had never had a hobby of overthinking. Aquino. Watching him, she knew that he didn't lie since she could see that he really didn't have an interest in Kokobile. In the end, she decided to be truthful. You might not know, but I am the descendant of a fallen angel. Oh. Are you Azazel's daughter? No. Aquino quickly refuted him, but then, she didn't want a misunderstanding to happen. My father is a fallen angel, and his name is Barakil. Barakakil. Riser murmured and thought about the strongest fallen angel that faced him that day. He still recalled the holy lightning that struck his body that day. There was no doubt that among all the fallen angels he faced that day, Barakil was the one he remembered the most, as Barakil was the strongest and the most courageous. Isn't he one of the cadre of the Gregory? Why did you become a devil then? Aquino was in silence and stared at Riser in a daze. Why were you looking at me like that? Riser was confused. You don't hate me. Why should I hate you? Riser was even more confused. Because I am the descendant of the fallen angel. Don't you hate them? Especially when they have given you so much trouble and fought you that day. So that's what makes you worried about. Riser nodded and understood why she looked at him with that expression. Akino's heart was far from calm as she wished to hear an answer from him. If you are worried about that, you don't need to worry. I don't hate fallen angels. Moreover, isn't I the one who had defeated them before? But. No, but. Riser stared at Akino and asked, or do you want to leave me? Is that what you want? No. I don't want to leave you. I want to be with you forever. There was no way for her to wish to leave him. Her wish was simple, and that was to be with him. Then, you don't need to worry since I won't leave you. He hugged her in his arms gently. Those words eased her, and she slept as she hugged him tightly, wishing that everything wasn't a dream. Yet, what she didn't realize, his eyes flickered for a moment before he closed his eyes to sleep after he kissed her soft, beautiful black hair. On the next day, they wake up quite late. Nevertheless, while Akino was slightly tired, she woke up to prepare breakfast for the two. As for him, he just lay on the bed and continued to sleep as he hadn't taken a break after he went back from Italy. Akino didn't wake him up, but when she was about to go to the kitchen, she saw a petite figure who seemed to be sleeping in the corridor. Her expression became subtle and awkward, but then, when she thought about what would happen if her relationship was known, her eyes were unshaken and firm as if she had made up her mind. Kaneko. Kaneko opened her eyes, startled as she saw Akino, who was looking at her kindly. She quickly realized that she had been found out and cursed herself as she had slept during the dawn, so she was unable to go back to her room before Akino woke up. Did you see us? Kaneko felt her heart stop when she heard that question. Not only did she watch them, but she stared at them until dawn. Yet, could she say that? In the end, Kaneko could only acknowledge. Yes, Akino-san. I see. Akino sighed, but then she showed a gentle smile. Can you keep this a secret from Rias and others, Kaneko-chan? You should know what kind of trouble might befall us if the others know. If Rias was also his harem, then there might not be trouble, but that wasn't the case, especially with how tense the relationship between Riser and Surzek was. While the relationship between the House of Phenex and the House of Gremory was okay due to an apology from Lord Gremory and Lady Gremory during Riser's promotion to the ultimate class devil, it was a different case with Surzek. Surzek clearly showed his attitude when he didn't come during Riser's promotion. While Surzek and Rias were different, they were still a family, and it was impossible for Akino to date Riser openly and announce that she was his woman. Yes. Kaneko agreed as she didn't want trouble to befall Akino. Thank you. Akino smiled kindly as she gently caressed Kaneko's head. You must be hungry. I will cook breakfast soon. Thank you. Kaneko thanked Akino, but then, she couldn't hold her curiosity. Akino-san, can I ask you something? What's wrong? Why did you do it? You mean, why did I date him? Kaneko nodded as she waited for an answer. Akino smiled and said, it's because I am weak, Kaneko. Weak. Please don't think of anything weird. I know that my feelings will do nothing but bring him trouble, but I just can't endure it and seduce him. But he is just different, and I love him so much. That's probably the reason why I want to be with him, even if I know that our relationship might burn the two of us. It might be hard for you to understand, but... Akino suddenly approached Kaneko and whispered, if you get close to him, you will understand, Kaneko. What do you mean, Akino-san? Kaneko blushed due to the hidden implication behind those words. Fufufu, you are still young, so you might have a hard time understanding, so just learn everything slowly, Kaneko. I will make breakfast first. Kaneko didn't stop Akino and watched her leave the kitchen as she thought about her previous words. If I get close to him, I will understand. Chapter 186, Pet. While Riser wanted to continue to sleep, he decided to wake up, especially when he felt a stare. Yes, a stare. While he knew where this stare came from, he didn't bother to startle this person. He just acted like this stare didn't exist, washing his body before waiting for the lunch prepared by Akino. Akino might have worked hard last night, but with his Phenex tears, was there something that he couldn't heal? Frankly, by eating Tori no Mi, model, Phenex, his physical ability was even stronger, more durable, and more resilient. There was also an effect from orichalcos that made his physical ability stronger as long as he was hurt, so even after a strenuous battle last night, it was impossible for him to calm down, especially when he saw Akino's current appearance. Akino dressed plainly in an apron as she sang a song he didn't know, and there was this taste of housewife that came from her, making him eager to do another battle, but he knew it was impossible with the presence that had been staring at him. In the end, he sighed and decided to face this figure. The petite figure startled when he looked at her. Her natural action was to run away, but he didn't seem to move and just stared at her plainly, so she didn't do anything and stared at him curiously. The two stared at each other until he gestured for her to come to him. Watching this, she hesitated, but in the end, she crept out from her hiding place and cautiously came in his direction. She walked slowly, closer and closer, until she sat by his side. "Do you like sweets?" Riser asked. Kaneko nodded. Riser took out a chocolate that he had bought from Italy and gave it to Kaneko. "Take it." Kaneko was surprised, but she accepted the chocolate from him. "Thank you, Riser-sama." Her voice was quiet, but she thanked him. "No problem." Riser didn't bother to look at Kaneko again and took out a pistachio, eating it as a snack while waiting for lunch, looking at the silhouette of Akino's plump and soft buttocks, and glanced at Kaneko, who ate chocolate before her eyes shone dew of its deliciousness. Watching this, he thought that Kaneko's past must be horrible, too. While eating sweets might not seem like a bad thing, and it was even seen as cute, he didn't think so, as having a sweets addiction wasn't much different from having an addiction to alcohol, cigarettes, and even drugs. Sweets have a lot of sugar, and sugar releases dopamine in the nucleus accumbens, the part of your brain linked to reward, novelty, and motivation. In other words, consuming sweets wasn't much different from consuming drugs. If there was a reason why Kaneko was okay, it was all due to her training and race traits. If it was someone else, they would have gotten sick already due to the amount of sweets. Just when he ate his pistachio, he felt another stare at him. He looked at Kaneko again, and it seemed that she had finished her chocolate bar. "Did you finish it?" "Yes." Kaneko lowered her head as she was embarrassed, especially when she could see the surprise in his eyes. In his eyes, did he think of her as a pig? When she thought of that, she felt embarrassed and ashamed. "Is it delicious?" Riser asked. "Yes, Riser-sama." Kaneko nodded. The taste of the chocolate was delicious, and she wondered where he bought it since that way, she could buy it herself. "I didn't buy much for my trip to Italy before, so bear with this." Riser opened the shell of the pistachio and fed the pistachio to Kaneko. "Open your mouth." "Ah." Kaneko opened her mouth naturally as she led him to feed her with pistachio. Her small, pink tongue took the pistachio skillfully and ate it with bright eyes. As her mouth was sweet before, the salty taste of the pistachio seemed to be enhanced. Still, this amount was too small to satisfy her, so she looked at him again. Riser, who was eating his pistachio, stopped when he felt Kaneko's stare again. He wanted to eat his pistachio, but in the end, he sighed and fed her again. "Open your mouth." "Ah." This time, without even his instruction, her small mouth was wide open as she waited for him to feed her. As she ate the pistachio happily, he was helpless. "Aren't you a little too spoiled? How about you open the pistachio by yourselves?" He placed a handful of pistachios on a plate before the table. Hearing his words, she didn't say anything and did what she was told, but strangely enough, the taste was different. It wasn't as delicious as before, so she looked at him again before she looked at his large frame. With her petite body, it should be possible for her to sit on his lap. Nevertheless, she hesitated as she knew how rude her action was, but, somehow, she felt that it might be good to sit on his lap as he fed her. "What's wrong?" Riser asked as he could see the struggle on her face. Kaneko didn't say anything and just stared at his lap, then looked up at him. Even if no words were exchanged, her expression told everything. Riser wondered why he seemed to be popular. Still, he suddenly thought of something. Was it due to animal affinity? Riser recalled the reward he got from Misla, which he thought was useless as he had never thought of becoming a beast tamer, but it seemed this reward had a certain use. Nevertheless, he didn't really want to use this reward to attract a cat. "You want to sit on my lap?" As her wish was seen through by Riser, Kaneko lowered her head embarrassedly, but somehow, courage was born within her heart, so she looked at him pitifully. Riser stared at Kaneko for a moment, but he didn't say anything and just raised one of his hands, acquitted her wish. Kaneko didn't waste her time and slipped into his lap, sitting there as she searched for the most comfortable position before she let out a pleased sigh. She had never thought that everything would change just by sitting on his lap, and it felt so snug. Sitting on his lap, she felt she had found a place to call home. Like any other cat, while she also wished to make a powerful descendant, she also wished to have a place to be called a home, as being a stray cat was the last thing she wished for. Having a place that could be a so-called home and gaining peace where she didn't need to be afraid of the rain and danger was something she wished for. Riser wasn't sure how she felt, but he felt like he was raising a small animal for some reason. Still, he decided to ignore this cat and continue to eat, but as a cat, Kaneko was rather spoiled as she patted his thigh lightly and looked at him again. He looked at Kaneko, who opened her small mouth wide and moved her pink tongue slightly as if asking him to feed her again. Nevertheless, when Akino finished with her lunch, she called them. "The lunch is ready," she stopped her words since she saw Riser and Kaneko suddenly had gotten so close. Wasn't he too skillful at seducing a woman? While Akino was speechless, she also smiled and was happy since, this way, Kaneko had become her partner in crime. I like Kuroka more, though. Chapter 187, Goodbye. Kaneko, how long are you going to sit on his lap? While Akino was happy that Kaneko would definitely keep their secret, she also felt jealous and resentful since Kaneko hadn't moved from Riser's lap. After they had eaten lunch, Kaneko didn't move from his lap and continued to sit there as they watched the television together. Even if Akino asked her to move, she didn't do so and continued to sit there as if showing her resistance. What are you being jealous of? Riser stared at Akino speechlessly since, unlike his relationship with Akino, he had never thought much of Kaneko. Instead, he felt like she was similar to a pet or a little sister somehow. Didn't you often sit on me? Akino's face flushed red as she lightly chided him. That's it, and this is different. Kaneko looked at the two with a subtle gaze as she had seen what they had been doing, and she knew Riser didn't lie as Akino often sat on him. No, instead of sitting, it should be riding. Akino was like a matador who sat on the top of a fierce bull, handling with care and love. Still, Kaneko suddenly became curious. Did it really feel that good? How long are you going to stay? Akino suddenly asked as if she tried to change the awkwardness between them. Nevertheless, this question also cornered her as she wished for him to stay for longer. Kaneko also looked up at him curiously and clutched his shirt, showing a pitiful expression since she would feel disappointed if Riser left so early. Riser rubbed Kaneko's head carelessly and said, I will go back tomorrow. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay a little longer, but he knew the meeting of the three factions would be held soon. When this meeting was about to start, he planned to return to Sona's house before returning to the underworld. As for attending this meeting, don't be kidding. Unlike Surzek and the rest, Riser wasn't interested in this meeting. Even if the three factions were still at war, it didn't change his life that much. Moreover, he had taken down the Gremory, so there was nothing that he had to do. Lastly, with what was about to happen in the meeting, he didn't plan to join at all since he knew it would be troublesome. Nevertheless, he thought that everyone was so desperate for peace. Well, it wasn't that he didn't hate peace, as living a peaceful, lazy life was his dream, and soon, that dream was about to be realized. Is that so? Akino was slightly disappointed as Riser would leave tomorrow, but she didn't force him, especially when she thought about what to do later. What's wrong? Riser asked as he noticed something on Akino's expression. You should know the meeting of the three factions, right? Is there something wrong? Surzek-sama had told me that the leader of heaven, Michael-sama, would come to visit me and asked me to help him purify the holy sword, Ascalon. Holy sword, Ascalon. What's the use of it? Are you going to give it to Rias Knight? Riser was confused as he didn't think that Kiba had such a significant value that Surzek would do his best to help him gain a holy sword from Michael, the leader of heaven. It's not for Kiba, but for... Oh, for that pervert. Akino knew that Riser hated Issei so much, so she didn't mention Issei in front of him. To be honest, she didn't want to help as she also didn't like Issei due to his conduct and her relationship with Riser. It was also due to this hate that even though Issei was troubled by the Red Dragon Emperor who ravaged his body due to the forceful balance breaker, which he did during Riser's engagement with Rias that day, she didn't do anything, pretending that she didn't know anything. In the end, Rias could only ask for Surzek's help, and Surzek quickly acted by giving Issei a bracelet to calm down Issei's arm that had been sacrificed to gain a power that he shouldn't have. As for where this bracelet came from, Riser didn't need to ask since he knew where this bracelet probably came from. It was also because of this reason that he knew that he needed to erase that noisy guy. That guy might not be powerful, even weak, and a coward who didn't have a shred of pride, but Riser knew this guy was like a cockroach, which was disgusting. It's okay. You don't need to worry about me. I am not small enough to get angry with you due to this. You can't reject it after all. Thank you. Akino hugged him happily. With her situation, how could she reject Surzek's request? The memory of where Surzek massacred all the devils that followed him that day still remained in her memory. If she refused, would Surzek treat her the same way? Nevertheless, Riser felt that Akino thought too much, considering her identity. Yet, he also understood that if Akino's father was just an average fallen angel, would she be Rias' queen? The answer was obvious, right? However, Riser felt that Surzek really pampered Issei so much. In Surzek's mind, Issei was probably the hope that he had been waiting for. Moreover, Issei's dream was to become a harem king, so as long as he became the strongest and married all the women from various factions in the supernatural world, peace could be gained. As for this meeting, this was the start of everything. So, it was all due to this, nothing could go wrong. Nevertheless, it had nothing to do with him, and as he had talked before, he went home the next day and went to play with Sona and Zenobia before it was time for him to go back to the underworld. Before he left, Akino sent him a text that the matter of the Ascalon had ended, and she wondered whether he would play for a while at her house, which he agreed to. There was no doubt his stay in the human world was great, but when he was about to return to the underworld by train, he happened to meet Serafal and Surzek. Riser-chan. Serafal jumped into him as usual, as if the awkwardness they had previously never existed. It was said that time would smooth out a relationship, so she thought everyone would go back like before as long as time passed, but... Wani-chan. Riser smiled as he patted Serafal's back. He appeared gentle and kind, but she could tell their relationship wouldn't return to how it used to be, which made her heart ache. Still, she quickly thought of something and then smiled at Surzek. Surzek-chan. Surzek-chan. Serafal winked at Surzek, clearly reminding him of their previous conversation. As long as Surzek apologized, everything would be okay. However, Surzek didn't seem to notice Serafal's wink. Instead, he completely ignored it and just walked away without talking as he emitted an aura that befitted the title of the Lucifer. Because of this, everyone had a cold sweat, and they could only lower their heads due to Surzek's presence. Yet, Riser was calm as usual. But Serafal panicked. Surzek-chan. Yet Surzek never turned and just left. Serafal stomped her feet, showing her frustration, but she knew it was useless since Surzek didn't have any intention of apologizing. Then, she looked at Riser awkwardly. Riser-chan. You don't need to persuade me more, Wani-chan. I will go back to the underworld soon after all. You are not going to stay. If I stay, then I am afraid nothing will be peaceful. Serafal wanted to persuade him, but Riser was stubborn and just left like Surzek. Then, goodbye. Strangely enough, when Riser left, his voice was rather loud. It wasn't to the point that it was unnatural. Still, it could be heard by Surzek, who had walked away. Nevertheless, no one had much thought and thought that Riser had just left as he acquiesced the peace which they longed for. Only, they knew the crack between Riser and Surzek was impossible to mend. Serafal, Sona, Rias, and the others looked at Riser's back helplessly, but they knew they needed to focus, considering what they would have to face after this. Then, along with Riser's return to the underworld, the meeting of the three factions started. Chapter 188, Peace is Necessary. Issei was extremely nervous as he saw the meeting room for the three factions of the Kuo Academy. A gorgeous and pompous-looking table and those people who were present. Moreover, he didn't expect to see so many influential individuals together in the same room. On the devil's side, there was Surzek, Serafal, and also Grafia. On the angel side, there was Michael, one of the seraphs. On the fallen angel side, there was Azazel and Valley. Frankly, when Issei saw Azazel and Valley, he became nervous, but when he thought about what had happened previously, he became confident. Even though what had happened on the class visit made him furious and disappointed in himself, what had happened afterward had always been great. The first thing was that he learned he had an underclassman. While this underclassman was cute, unfortunately, this cute underclassman was a guy. Nevertheless, even though he felt disappointed, it felt great to know he was better than the others. He had been feeling useless, so watching someone who was more useless than him put him at ease. Even though Issei didn't say it out loud and didn't even realize that feeling, it was quite easy to realize it after one saw his expression. Still, the matter of the underclassman, what happened afterward, made him confident as Michael-sama had given him Ascalon, the Dragon Slayer sword. He might not be a swordsman, but with this sword, he was confident to face Valley. Moreover, Valley had only a single arm now, so he didn't feel fear toward him, especially when the White Dragon Emperor was supposed to be his fated opponent, the Red Dragon Emperor. Still, Issei wondered why the arms of Azazel and Valley were okay, and they didn't seem like someone who lost one of their arms. Yet, even if Azazel and Valley noticed Issei's gaze, they didn't gaze at him, ignoring him as they knew this guy was thinking something stupid. Nevertheless, there was no doubt Azazel felt relief when Riser didn't join this meeting. However, he didn't realize the strangeness of Valley, who had been silent and glanced at Surzek for a moment. Surzek also didn't care about this gaze, as he thought Valley was just curious about him. Moreover, with his actions previously that had saved Valley that day and with their plan, he knew that it was impossible for Valley to have a hostility toward him. Still, the most important thing about this meeting was, without a doubt, Azazel's subordinate, Kokabil, who had attacked Kuo Town, but this wasn't all as Valley and Azazel also fought against Riser. Nevertheless, with their loss, Azazel had promised to give the devil's side about the result of his research and many other things, yet until now, he hadn't given them anything. Surzek aside, as he wasn't the one who was harmed by Azazel, Serafal pressed this matter further as she wished to get compensation for Riser. In her mind, Riser had been fighting hard, and it was too pitiful if he didn't receive anything. Still facing Serafal's bombardment, Azazel was bitter as no one knew that Riser had invaded the headquarters of Gregory that day and also conquered the Gregory. Yet, even if this were the case, Azazel definitely wouldn't tell this to anyone as he didn't wish for his faction to be seen as weak. Even though he knew that his faction was the weakest and had been defeated by Riser alone, it was a different case when it came to the others, as they didn't know about it, and it was their fault if they were fooled by him. Nevertheless, there was no doubt among them that Azazel had the most trouble, especially when his faction had been collecting many sacred gears, killing those who had sacred gears, and there was even the Longinus user, Valley. There were also more Longinus users, but Azazel only planned to tell them when the peace was confirmed. Still, Azazel knew what they wished for, so. I know. I have made a lot of mistakes. I apologize, so how about this? Let's have a truce. The three of us. I will share all the knowledge that my faction has done and help you with many things. Hearing those words, Michael stopped his complaint and nodded. However, Seraphol had enough of this bastard since Azazel had been a liar. How many times did Azazel promise that he would share his knowledge? Yet, did Azazel even share it? There was no way for Seraphol to believe him again, but she was stopped by Serzek. Serzek. Seraphol, everything is for peace. Seraphol looked at Serzek with an exasperated gaze and helpless sigh while wondering what was wrong with his head. Yet, this was normal as Serzek didn't tell her about his plan. While Serzek told Seraphol and the other Maus about his plan to have peace with the angel and the fallen angel, he didn't tell anyone about his plan to create Issei, the holder of the boosted gear, as the hero who became a bridge to connect the three factions. Nevertheless, while the leaders talked, the others had been listening, and they couldn't help but frown at Azazel since they knew this guy had been all talk, and they couldn't believe him. Still, it was easy for Azazel to find the breakthroughs. Red Dragon Emperor, Issei Hayato, what do you think of the peace of the three factions? Azazel suddenly asked. Issei was confused and answered awkwardly. Even if you ask me. I don't really understand. He was clueless about the problems between the three factions, and he also had never had any intention of learning them since he hated to study. I guess it might be hard for you, so how about this? If I remember well, your dream is to have a harem, right? But do you know that if we have a war, you won't be able to have a harem, but if we have peace, then you will get a harem, so what do you think? Peace. I want peace. As long as it was related to a harem, Issei would get excited and agree directly. Still, due to this, while those who were familiar with Issei could only sigh helplessly, Sona's peerage members were frowning, but no one said anything as Sona had reminded them that this wasn't a place for them to talk. While it might be cruel, everyone was kind to Issei due to his potential as the holder of the boosted gear. They didn't have such a thing, so it was impossible for the leaders to be kind to them. The reality was this, so while it was cruel, they could only accept it. Still, even if they felt that Issei was lucky, when they thought about Issei's grain size, they felt better somehow. However, due to this, everything had become a question and answer session. Issei also asked about the matter of Asia, who was being kicked out of the church, as he couldn't accept such a thing. Facing such an idiotic and perverted boy, Michael easily talked about the difficulty of the church, especially after God had passed away. With his aura, charisma, sadness, and struggle that he showed on his face, everyone was affected and understood the difficulty of the heaven side. Even Issei also sighed, feeling sorry for Michael. Whether it was Zenobia or Asia, they could accept it, especially Zenobia, as she found out that being a devil was great. Still, about Durandal, Michael gave it to Zenobia as compensation for their treatment toward her as he believed that Zenobia, who was already part of the peerage of Sona, Seraphal's little sister, could be entrusted and believed. It was also the same in the original as in the original Zenobia was part of Rias' peerage. If Zenobia was a part of others' peerage, it would have been impossible for Michael to entrust Durandal. Moreover, Sona's husband was Riser Phenex, the supernova in the underworld and the world of devils that had defeated Kokabil, Valley, Azazel, and Tannen. Giving Durandal to Zenobia and gaining their favor was a good trade, he thought. Moreover, Gabriel also told him that she also wished for the peace of the three factions, so Michael also worked hard on this. Yet, even if Gabriel didn't say anything, Michael would do so as he knew this was necessary for the future of Angel. Nevertheless, everything was smooth until the world suddenly stood still, as if the time had stopped. At that moment, Serzek, Azazel, and Michael knew that their plan had started. Chapter 189, Everything is according to the plan. Time stopped, except for those who were strong, such as Azazel, Michael, Serzek, Valley, Seraphol, and Graphia, who weren't affected. The others stopped moving and were unable to move, affected by the time-stop power. Still, soon, Issei and Rias also inexplicably woke up from their standstill state, and like those who had woken up, they weren't affected by Gaspar Vladi, Rias Bishop, who was also the holder of Forbidden Baylor View, the sacred gear, which had the ability to stop the time, and also the cause of their current predicament. What's happening? Nevertheless, after Issei had woken up, he felt confused and wondered what the situation was, especially when he saw many seem to stand still as if time had stopped for them. Oni-sama, is this? Rias quickly realized everything. You two must do your best to help him. Serzek looked at Issei and Rias and quickly talked about their predicament. Currently, they were attacked by a certain group. Azazel also joined and added information that the reason why he had been collecting sacred users was also due to this organization. The reason is due to the Cows Brigade. Cows Brigade. You can say that they are a terrorist organization in the supernatural world. Naturally, when they hear that the three factions will have peace with each other, they will come to attack us as they won't let us do it. W.H. What? Issei was startled. You should have realized our current problem is all due to the sacred gear of your bishop. They must have taken your bishop and forced him to activate his sacred gear. How dare they? Their actions have warranted 1,000 deaths. Rias was enraged when she thought her cute servant was being forcefully used by the terrorist organization. Nevertheless, she was also clueless about what to do, as she knew the moment she walked out of this barrier, she would be affected by Gasper's sacred gear. Watching Rias, who got angry, Michael, Surzek, and Azazel nodded as everything had gone according to their plan. As usual, in this situation, Azazel became the interpreter and explained to everyone what their current situation was and how to escape from this problem. I see. I will use castling. When Rias heard Azazel's explanation, she knew she needed to use the special technique of the evil pieces, castling. It was a technique to switch the position of the king and the rook. One of Rias' rook pieces happened to be in an old school building in the clubroom of a cult research club, and by using the technique, she could save her servant. That plan was agreed upon by everyone, but before Rias left, Surzek told her to bring Issei with her. You need a helper. Bring Issei-kun with you. Rias hesitated, but in the end, she agreed as her other peerage members were still affected by Gasper's time-stop ability. Yet, if they thought carefully, she would notice much strangeness as to why she and Issei were the only ones who weren't affected by Gasper's time-stop ability, even when Sona, Aquino, and the others had a strength that was comparable to her. Still, if she looked at her older brother, she would notice his smile as everything had gone according to his plan. He had given up on making his little sister closer to Riser to mend up the relationship between Rias and him. In the end, he decided to put his bet on Issei, believing he could become the enormous umbrella that could protect everyone, a hero, and also an existence that could defeat Riser. To be honest, Surzek knew that he didn't have the confidence to win against Riser. Moreover, if he fought him, no matter what the result was, everyone would favor Riser as Riser was young. Riser's influence was already crazy, and his little tricks were no longer useful, as no one was blind enough to think that Riser was weak and good for nothing. In the end, the only way to beat him down, putting Riser into his place, was to defeat him. However, Riser's opponent had to be someone his age, and the person he had chosen was Issei, as he knew Issei was the only person who had the potential to defeat Riser. As the holder of the boosted gear, Issei could become the Red Dragon Emperor. The heavenly dragon that once rampaged around the world. More importantly, Issei was Rias' peerage member, and with his simple, perverted personality, who was just satisfied with a harem, Surzek was relieved and knew that Issei wouldn't mess up anything. Everything will go according to my plan. Whether it was his heart and actions, everything was for the future of the devil. Peace. This is what he sought, and he will do whatever he needs to do to get it, yet when he mentioned peace, his eyes flickered strangely. However, no one paid attention to Surzek as the culprit of this attack had come out. The magic circle of Leviathan. A single woman appeared from the magic circle. She was wearing a dress that was extremely low-cut and had a high slit on it. How do you do, Mao Surzekstano? The woman greeted Surzek with a fearless tone. The one descended from the blood of the previous Leviathan. Kateria Leviathan. What is the meaning of this? Surzek asked with a mix of anger and tension. The members of the old Mao faction have nearly all decided to cooperate with Cows Brigade. When Kateria Leviathan said those words with a defiant smile, she didn't realize that Surzek smiled inwardly. Previously, during the Devil Civil War, even if the old Satan faction had been defeated, many were still living, hiding, and living like a tumor that slowly spread into the devil. Surzek knew that to achieve peace, he needed to clear up all the old Mao faction from the underworld. Hearing Kateria, who had announced that nearly all the old Mao faction decided to join the Cows Brigade, Surzek knew that he had a reason to kill all of them now. Previously, he was unable to do so since they had given up and joined the new government led by the Great King faction. Zikram Bale also didn't do anything and agreed since, unlike Surzek, his power wasn't that good. To be honest, it was something unthinkable for the existence of the devil to be able to match or even above its progenitor, Lucifer. Yet, when God died, many things could happen, and no one could control them. It was also the reason why many never thought of Surzek and Ajuka as devils, as they were like different beings. Nevertheless, Surzek didn't care about their opinion as they were weak. What could the weak do in the supernatural world? Still, as everyone did a question and answer session with Kateria answering all of their questions confidently as if she had won, Surzek wondered whether it was possible to push Riser into the Cows Brigade. After all, as long as Riser was labeled as a criminal, he could do something to him. While Surzek might not be confident of defeating Riser alone, what if he came with Ajuka? As long as the two were together, everything was possible. Yet, what Surzek didn't realize was that his plan had already gone awry from the beginning, especially when he was still in the dark by an existence that was targeting him from behind. Vala stood behind Surzek like it was the most natural thing, and no one paid attention to him as they thought he would follow their plan. However, what they didn't know was that his eyes had been staring at Surzek's back, right at his heart. He knew that it was possible for him to kill Surzek and did what he was told, but as Vala looked at Surzek, he wondered whether he should really do what Riser told him. Chapter 190, Good Night. It happened before the meeting of the three factions and right after his meeting with Riser that night. At that time, Vala's mind was like being hammered by a heavy, blunt weapon. His breathing was heavy, and his world was spinning, but as the holder of the White Dragon Emperor, he was never alone. Valley, you shouldn't follow him. What do you know? My mother and step-siblings are on his hands. If Vala didn't follow Riser's words, he knew his family would die. Could he forgive himself when that happened? I am saying that you should rely on your friends. Friends. Yeah, you have many reliable friends, right? Ask them to protect your family in case something happens. Moreover, you should know that your opponent is someone from the Phenex family. His power is only related to fire, wind, and immorality. In other words, that coward doesn't have the means to attack from a distance. While I am not sure how he found your family, you can ask your friends to protect your family. If that coward dared to attack your family, you can ask them to protect your family. Albion didn't want his holder, Valley, to like him as the dog of the others. As the dragon, one should lift their head proudly. To be honest, Valley had never told anyone about the existence of his family. The only one who knew about his family was Azazel, who had helped him, so his followers, friends, didn't know anything, yet he knew he didn't have a choice except to rely on them at this moment. While Valley was still restless and worried when he thought how he would be living like a dog, licking Riser's shoes, he also felt unwilling, so he decided to bet, asking the person he trusted the most. He took his phone and called that person. Rennie, can you help me? As Valley looked at the back of Surzek, he hoped nothing had happened, and he just waited anxiously. Albion might have told him that Riser's power was only related to fire, wind, and immorality, but the feeling when he was being stared at from a distance that day was impossible to erase. While Valley wasn't sure, he felt a certain thing had latched onto his body, monitoring him. If that's the case, then he will stop you from contacting Lavinia Rennie. Albion couldn't help but remind Valley. If Riser really had the ability to watch over them, then he would do something when Valley contacted Lavinia Rennie. Suddenly. You're not doing anything. 2x. Albion and Valley were startled when they heard this familiar voice, and they were about to search for him, but his voice was heard once again. Don't bother. I'm not there. No matter how you search for me, it's impossible. You can see me. Do you think you can escape from me? The moment you have decided to become my enemy, do you think you can live happily? No way. As you have decided to kill me, I will make your life so painful that you wish to die. Whether Albion or Valley could feel the chill is due to Riser's words. Nevertheless, unlike Valley, who was silent and trembling, Albion wasn't discouraged and provoked Riser. Do it if you can. Do you think you can threaten Valley and his family again? Oh, you mean you feel everything will be okay by asking for the help of your magician's friend? Oh, how did you know? Does that mean that Riser knew everything? You think she can protect your family? How about I kill your stepbrother now to test whether your magician's friend can protect your family since you don't believe that I don't have the ability to do so? No. Valley screamed in his mind, and his breathing became haggard. His eyes were reddened and furious like an angry beast. Then don't try to test my patience. Valley grounded his teeth and asked sadly, why did you treat me like this? Why did he have to receive this treatment? Why had his family been threatened like this? What did he do? You are a demon. Albion was also angry when Riser threatened Valley and his family. The two of them felt angry at Riser and thought of him as a coward who could only use such an evil method. Why are you acting like a victim now? Did you forget who threatened to kill me before? Did you think that you can act as you wish just because you are the White Dragon Emperor and the descendant of Lucifer? How funny. In my eyes, you're a clown who just jumps around. Valley clenched his fists in frustration, yet he couldn't refute Riser's words since he knew Riser was correct. In front of Riser, he was just a clown. Still, as I've said before, I will make your life worse than death. Listen to this. Oh, don't let everyone know that you talk to me and just act naturally, or else. Wait. Valley suddenly felt his heart throbbing, frightened, but he was unable to stop it as he saw a picture of his step-sibling screaming in pain as if being burnt onto his mind. No. 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 Please. Stop. Even if Valley screamed in his mind, he didn't dare to say a single word and just bit his lips until they bled and lowered his head, afraid for someone to see his tears. You don't need to worry. It's just an illusion, but whether it will become a reality or not depends on how obedient you are. Was that an illusion? Was that reality? Vale couldn't even tell, but for one thing, he didn't want to see such a thing anymore. Don't ever think you can escape. In this life, you will become my tool. You can't fight me and can only listen to my every word. But if you want to fight, you can try to hide yourselves or your family. No matter how far deep you hide, I will wind you, and I will destroy all your precious things. So if you don't want all of that to happen to you, do it. Kill Surzek since you don't have any choices except to become my tool, Valikuin. Ayaha. At that moment, something snapped in Vala's mind. Juggernaut Drive. Suddenly, an enormous aura spread in every direction that startled everyone. After all, this wasn't the time for Vala to move. Even Azazel, who was in charge of fighting Kateria, was also startled, wondering what Vala was doing. Not only was he the descendant of Lucifer, but Vala was also the holder of divine dividing. Moreover, he was extremely talented, so after his fight with Riser, he could control the Juggernaut Drive, the strongest state of his divine dividing state, which made him able to release the power of the White Dragon Emperor that was sealed on his sacred gear. Everyone was confused since no one except Vala went all out. Yet, the one that shocked the most by Vala's outburst was Surzek. Ha! Vale, who was standing behind Surzek, thrust his hand into Surzek's heart. Surzek wanted to react, but it was too late. Yet, as the Mao Lucifer, and the irrational existence in this world, Surzek was only able to react in a miracle way, only. Stop your movement and let yourselves be killed. Those words made Surzek stop in a place and let his heart be pierced by Vale. Cough. Surzek coughed a mouthful of blood as he looked at his heart and was pierced by Vale. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't as blood kept gurgling out from his mouth. Vale also didn't have mercy due to his mind, which was in disarray, but he could feel the weak heartbeat of Surzek's heart in his hand. At this moment, everyone stopped thinking, and they were unable to believe what they had seen. Nevertheless, even if his heart was pierced and taken out by Vale, Surzek didn't give up since he didn't want to die. Moreover, even if he was about to die, he needed to inform everyone about the real enemy that was hidden in the dark. Yet, when he was about to talk. Close your eyes, stop struggling, be silent without talking until you die. Surzek was unable to fight those orders and did what was said, yet inside his mind, he was screaming in rage. Riser. It's you, right? You coward. How dare you? How dare you? As Surzek's body weakened and he was unable to fight back against those orders, his mind could work as he was in a rage, knowing he was about to die. I know I should have killed you. You coward. Yet, the quieter it was, the more scared he was as he kept screaming his name. Then, a sound of giggle was heard. This voice. Surzek was extremely familiar with this, and he recalled the words that Riser said before Riser returned to the underworld. Yet, at the same time, it also sent him into dread as he knew he could no longer be saved, especially when Vala started to behead his head. Goodbye. Riser. After Surzek released an incompetent roar, he felt dreaded and despaired as he entered an eternal darkness. Congratulations, you have received the ruler. Oni-sama, what's wrong? You seem to be in a good mood. Ravel asked curiously as she noticed Riser was smiling. Riser, who was in his villa, gazed over the beauty of nature as he sipped the wine slowly and thought that the taste of the wine was more delicious than ever. Yes, the wine just tastes delicious. As he sipped his wine again, he knew he could have a good sleep tonight. It's a bit plain, but that's it. Chapter 191, Tonight, it won't be peaceful. Nevertheless, as he felt happy with his reward and at how delicious his wine was, Riser realized that he had changed so much. In his previous life, would he ever think about killing people? However, now, he even threatened someone with the life of their dearest, acting like a real villain. Still, strangely enough, he felt calm, and he felt happy for some reason. It was as if the bone that stuck in his throat after he ate a fish was gone. It felt so comfortable and gave him a sense of relief. He felt great and happy. If his peerage members weren't by his side, he might jump onto the table and start to dance, showing how happy he was at that moment. What was even better was that no one would think he was a culprit, and all of them would think that Vala was the killer as they would never think that he had the ability to kill Surzek from a distance. Now, how did he make Vala follow his words and order Surzek to let himself be killed? It was all due to the power of his Pito Pito no Mi. As he had explained before, the Pito Pito no Mi gave him the ability to order all living beings without them being unable to fight. If there was a disadvantage, he needed to put the collar that came from this ability, and they needed to hear his order so this power could work. However, all of those disadvantages had been erased by him. First, he put the collars from his Pito Pito no Mi ability by using his area of invisibility. By using the area of invisibility, Surzek and Vala realized that they had been under his control as this ability made the collar couldn't be seen, smelled, touched, or noticed. Secondly, he had been developing this ability so he could use this ability remotely. Unlike the original, where the user needed to be close to the victim, he didn't need to do that since even if his victims were so far away, they couldn't escape from him. Moreover, due to telepathy magic, he could give them an order through their mind directly, and he could also eavesdrop on their conversation through the connection he had with the caller. If there was something lacking, it was the fact that he couldn't see what they were watching, and he also needed to focus when he wanted to eavesdrop on their conversation. Still, this didn't mean that his ability was invincible, as there were many ways to communicate, such as by writing emails, texts, or even chats. There were many ways for them to escape his surveillance. Nevertheless, such a weakness couldn't be seen by others, especially when no one knew he had this ability. To be honest, there was no doubt if someone knew he had this ability, they would be extremely wary of him as he could control them, where they might feel that it might be better to kill him, but with his demonic power matched that of the true Lucifer, almost the majority of the supernatural beings could be controlled by his Pito Pito no Mi power. Even if there were some that could escape from this power, the number was limited. Still, Riser was glad that he had attacked the headquarters of the Gremory that day. Your achievements are far better than what I have imagined. Due to your exceptional achievements, you will receive 5 random rewards. 5. Yes. This is something worth celebrating, so do your best and be the greatest villain. Was he a villain? Among the others, he might be, but he didn't think so. Instead, he felt that he was a pacifist. He didn't care about losing or winning after all, nor did he care about the situation in the whole world. As long as he could live peacefully without any troubles, then he was satisfied. Nevertheless, the world wouldn't let him, and they wished to make him into a villain so the real protagonist could become the greatest existence in this world. Yet, he wouldn't allow that. Since the happiness of the protagonist chosen by the world was going to be his misfortune. Still, with all of the rewards that he had received, he realized that probably no one could kill him. Even if the whole world was destroyed, he believed that he could stay alive. If there was something that he lacked, it was probably firepower. While Riser believed that he could destroy a giant country or even a continent, it might be a little hard for him to destroy the world. No, it should be possible for him, but there were several enemies that could match him. Nevertheless, they wouldn't be able to kill him, so he was okay. Still, as long as they wouldn't trouble him, he wouldn't do anything. Nevertheless, Surzek wasn't the only one, as there were remaining people who were going to disappear from this world so he could have a good sleep. Then, with all of that, he decided to check his rewards. Congratulations, you have received Sword Talent, Sun Breathing Technique, Lightning, Memo Memo no Mi, Complete Version, and Gutsu Gutsu no Mi, Complete Version. Riser had to say his rewards were amazing, and none of them were useless. Sword Talent gave him the talent to master, develop, and train as the master of swordsmen, the pinnacle of all the swordsmen, which was suitable to be matched with his second reward, Sun Breathing Technique, an amazing sword technique. As for his third reward, Lightning, he thought it gave him the ability to control lightning, but that wasn't the case. Instead, lightning was the magic that allowed him to perceive information that could be recognized and directly used without intervention from the brain and nervous system in order to directly move the body and spirit. This might seem like a small reward, which wasn't comparable to the 2 previous rewards, but if one learned this third reward carefully, they would be able to achieve instant acceleration. Still, there was no doubt his 4th and 5th rewards were the richest. Devil Fruit. As he had said before, there were no weak devil fruits, and the 2 devil fruits that he received were examples of that. Memo Memo no Mi, Complete Version, might not have an attack power, but it is definitely powerful as it gave him the ability to manipulate memory. Knowing it, he didn't hesitate and ate this devil fruit, gaining the power to manipulate memory. Nevertheless, when he looked at his last reward, he thought that he often received a non-canon devil fruit. Gutsu Gutsu no Mi. This devil fruit allowed him to turn his body into a blast furnace, making him into a blast furnace human. Well, he was a devil, though, so it should be a blast furnace devil. Yet, when he thought about this reward, he wondered whether his fate was to become a craftsman. Still, with this devil fruit, there was no need for him to create weapons or other artifacts manually with craft tools. Instead, he could produce all of those weapons or other artifacts inside his body. Suddenly, he realized that he had become a living factory somehow. Still, this devil fruit might not seem like much, but somehow, he felt the potential of this devil fruit was frightening, especially when it suited him much. However, as he was about to celebrate his happiness with his peerage members by having a party, someone suddenly called his phone. Sona. What's wrong? Riser frowned, wondering what was happening. Dear, please come. Her voice was choked by her cry and full of desperation. While Riser was speechless at how Azazel, Michael, Seraphal, and even Graphia could be troubled by a group of small fries. Ravel, prepare everyone. Go to the Kuo. Something happened there. I will go first. Riser thought that it seemed that the one who wished to die wasn't only Surzek. Chapter 192, New. When Vala pierced Surzek's heart, no one was able to react as they saw this situation in disbelief. Not only Azazel, Michael, and the others who had a good relationship with Surzek, but Kateria and the other members of the Old Mao faction who had joined the Cows Brigade were stunned. Kateria and those from the Old Mao faction knew how powerful Surzek was, and it was also the reason why they gave up resistance, since they knew no matter how they tried, they would die under Surzek's attack. Moreover, Surzek had killed many of the members of their factions, so his existence gave them terror that they often had a nightmare in their every dream due to him. However, after they joined the Cows Brigade, everything changed when they gained power from the Infinite Dragon, Ophis. Nevertheless, even if they knew they had become stronger, it didn't mean they were confident to fight Surzek. Instead, they were cautious. Still, when they saw Valley had killed Surzek, all of them were startled and surprised before they laughed. Ha 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 ha. Kateria was so happy. Good. Good. Valley. You did a good job. However, those who participated in these three factions' meetings were in terror as the leader of the devil, Surzek Lucifer, died. Seraphol was startled, but she quickly reacted. Let go of him. The entire area was frozen instantly as everything turned into a frigid land of ice. Still, for Valley, who was in his juggernaut drive state, it was easy to handle as he could have and absorb all of Seraphol's attacks. The two then quickly fought each other, but this situation became even tenser, especially Grafia. Surzek. Surzek. Grafia looked at her husband, who had died in disbelief, hugging him tightly as she called his name so many times, hoping that everything was a dream. The rest weren't much different as they had lost their composure with the death of Surzek Lucifer. Oh, and I-sama. Rias screamed hysterically as she watched all of this in horror and was unable to believe it. The strongest devil in the underworld, Surzek Lucifer, died. No one wanted to believe it, as the image of invincibility pictured by Surzek remained on everyone's mind. There was no such devil that would die like this. Yet, the reality. Surzek died with his heart pierced and his head beheaded. At this moment, all the devils that were present couldn't maintain their calm, including Seraphol, who was fighting Valley. Nevertheless, even though they had been fighting, Valley didn't seem to hurt Seraphol. To be honest, if he wanted to defeat Seraphol, it was easy for him, especially when Seraphol's condition was far from the best, and he was in his best state. Frankly, it was weird for him. His mind was in a mess, yet his body worked perfectly like a machine controlled by a program, but it was good as thinking was just exhausting at that moment, and he just wanted to rest. Yet, was it possible? Veililii. What the hell are you doing? Azazel was enraged, but at the same time, he was also troubled by Kateria, who was his opponent. Nevertheless, he was confused. What was happening? How did this happen? Azazel knew Valley well as they had been living together for so many years, and there was no way for Valley to do something despicable, such as killing Surzek. There must be something happening, but he knew at that moment it was impossible to save Valley. Valley was as good as dead at that moment. Yet, in this current situation, Valley might be able to get out alive, especially when the power of the Cows Brigade was boosted due to Valley's feat killing Surzek. Attack them. Attack them. Hiya ha ha ha. We have killed Surzek. Let's kill more. No one could hide their excitement, and their power increased dramatically due to the death of Surzek. Even though some of them were killed by Azazel and others, such as Sona and her peerage members, no one stopped, and they kept charging forward, intending to kill the rest as this battle was in the favor of the Cows Brigade. While it might sound stupid to throw away their lives, if they could take down Grafia, Azazel, Michael, and the heiress of the Citri house and Gremory house, then they would do it without hesitation. As for Seraphol, they left it to Valley as they believed he could kill her, too. Ha 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 ha. Kateria kept launching her demonic energy into Azazel aggressively. As expected of the descendant of the real Lucifer, Valley Lucifer. You are even stronger than the fake Lucifer. Now, kill the fake Levi then, too, Valley. Her mood was so happy, and she thought that this was her greatest day. Along with her positive mood, her power also increased dramatically. Nevertheless, Valley had never answered Kateria and just fought against Seraphol. However, there was no doubt the three factions were pushed at this moment. All the soldiers they had were defeated, and many were killed, but more importantly, they were unable to help their leaders with the barrier that appeared before them. There was no doubt they were in peril, especially when Grafia, the strongest queen, Rias, and her peerage members were unable to do anything. Still, no one blamed them for what had happened. However, if this continued, Michael, who worked hard to protect everyone, and Azazel, who worked hard to fight many, knew that they might follow Surzek to the eternal darkness. However, after half an hour of fighting with Seraphol, Valley suddenly left and disappeared by using teleportation. Huh. This sudden action surprised everyone and made them confused. What was happening? However, as they were confused, they suddenly felt the temperature had grown higher. Ah. Previously, it was cold and chilly as everyone was filled with despair, but now, it has become warmer. They knew who had come, and they somehow felt relaxed, including Azazel. However, Michael, Kateria, and the rest of the members of the Cows Brigade were confused. Valley. What is that guy doing? Was Valley too exhausted after his fight with Surzek? Kateria thought so and didn't feel surprised since she knew how strong Surzek was. Moreover, after Surzek, Vala's opponent was Serafal, the fake Leviathan. Even though she hated Serafal so much, she also had to admit that Serafal was powerful. Yet, a blazing light changed everything. It came so fast that no one could react. At that moment, the barrier that surrounded the Kuo Academy vanished without a trace due to the heat. Riser Phenex. Ah. Isn't he in the underworld? So strong. Yet, more importantly, how could Riser come so fast? Kateria's expression had also changed since she was also familiar with Riser. There was no doubt among the current generation that Riser was the brightest, if not the strongest, so watching him suddenly appear made her tense, especially when his fighting video was seen everywhere, but soon, Kateria snorted. It's just a brat. What are you scared of? Nevertheless, Kateria was interested in Riser, and if possible, she thought to invite him to the Cows Brigade, especially when Riser seemed to hate Surzek. Moreover, it seemed to be quite interesting to play with such a strong young man. Kateria licked her lips and said, "Hey, you there, how about you?" Venetian blast. Ignoring Kateria's words, as soon as he arrived, Riser suddenly radiated intense heat before he shot a continuous stream of concentrated fire beams, killing all the enemies instantly. No one was able to scream, and as they were hit, their bodies burnt into ashes without any resistance. Even Kateria, whose power had increased due to Ophis, was also frightened, raising a barrier, yet it was meaningless as her body burnt into ashes after being hit by Riser's attack. Nevertheless, she didn't get furious at Riser. Instead, she cursed Valley as he didn't invite her to run away. Facing the stream of fire beam, all the resistance was meaningless. Everyone turned into ashes without exception. At this moment, no one said anything, and they just fell in silence, dazed, yet their heart was beating so fast, hoping that they weren't attacked by Riser. Yet Riser's control over his fire manipulation was flawless. Riser didn't damage that except for killing the enemies, no one was hurt, nor did he damage the environment. He did a perfect killing without a single mistake. Then, as the light disappeared, they could see his figure, standing in midair, as his blazing flame wings gave so much majesty that they might bow down, but no one moves. The moment you move, I will kill you. His words brought so much chill that the world seemed to stand still. Congratulations, you have received perverseness. Chapter 193, Meeting of Three Factions. When the devil saw Surzek was killed, they were in despair, but when Riser came, their hope rekindled, and they were joyous, thinking that there was hope for their race. Still, the fallen angel armies felt conflicted as they saw their new boss. Nevertheless, they had to admit he was powerful, and their resistance was meaningless in front of his might, so they knew it was their fate to be conquered by him. If there was something happy about being conquered by him, it was the fact those who had a relationship with the devils didn't need to hide their relationship anymore. Moreover, Riser had never come after they had attacked them. In other words, Riser never had any intention to make them his slaves and just left them alone, which they felt great relief about. Nevertheless, those fallen angels who still didn't have a good impression and even wished to fight Riser back by using the power of Valley and the others had to give up since even Valley, who could kill Surzek, decided to run away when he noticed him. What about them? If they made him angry, they could only die. Yet, the angel group was definitely the one that startled the most. If they fought now, would they be able to win? Such a doubt appeared within their minds. Michael, who was the leader of the angel that was present at that moment, was in a complicated mood as he saw how strong Riser was. Even though he had learned how strong Riser was and watched his video, watching him with his own eyes was different. Yet, Michael also felt his entire body was tense as he didn't know what would happen in these three factions meetings. Surzek, the initiator and the leader of the devil, had died. However, the leader of the angel and the fallen angel was okay. If the devil didn't have a suspicion, Michael would be surprised, and this was the problem as he knew that facing Riser, he didn't have the confidence to win, or rather, he thought that he and his angel would be destroyed the moment Riser attacked them. Yet, Michael also wasn't sure what to do as his opponent was from the Phenex house, who was famous for their immortality. Could his attack even kill him? Moreover, with the aura emitted from Riser, Michael could feel the moment he made a move, he would be burnt. It was also due to this that he decided not to do anything, fixing the misunderstanding, and, if possible, he wished for peace to happen, especially when Valley Lucifer was still living. If Valley could kill Surzek, he could also kill all the important angels in heaven, right? Michael didn't wish for such a future. Yet, the thing that Michael was glad for was the fact he had given Durandal to Zenobia, who was the Knight of Sona, Riser's wife, so with this kindness, Riser's impression of heaven definitely wasn't bad, right? Nevertheless, among all of them, the calmest definitely was Azazel. After all, the Gregory had fallen on the hand of Riser, so Riser wouldn't do anything to him and all the fallen angels, right? Yet, this gave Azazel a moment of thought, thinking that something was suspicious, especially when Vala killed Surzek. Even though the fact Vala killed Surzek didn't change, why did Vala do it? Azazel had never felt animosity, such animosity, where Vala wished to kill Surzek the moment they met. Moreover, Surzek had saved Vi that day. The last trait that wouldn't appear in Vala was definitely ungratefulness. When someone treated him kindly, he would also treat the other kindly, yet Vala killed Surzek. Was Vala angry due to Surzek occupying the position of Lucifer? Was there a different reason that Azazel didn't know? Or? Azazel glanced at Riser but quickly lowered his head when Riser's eyes happened to meet him. His heart was beating so fast, and he was terrified as he thought that Riser was about to kill him, but he knew that it was just his imagination. He had such a thought due to his guilty consequences as he doubted Riser was the one who caused everything. To be honest, it was impossible for Riser to threaten Vala or even ask him to kill Surzek. Even if Riser somehow got his hands on Vala's weakness, was Vala someone who would lower his head to his opponent? As the descendant of the Lucifer and the holder of the White Dragon Emperor, Vala's pride was above everyone. The thought of Vala bowing down to Riser had never crossed Azazel's head at all. Yet, what was wrong with this unsettling feeling? However, at this moment, Azazel could only bury this feeling as he knew it was impossible to predict the development of the meeting among the three factions. Are you okay, Sona? Dear. Sona hugged Riser tightly as he arrived and felt at ease due to his presence. It's okay. I am here. He softly caressed her hair as if she was the most precious treasure. Then, as he tapped the ground, the gust of gentle wind spread, and everyone could feel that their bodies were healed. Seraphal, Sona, Sona's peerages, Rias, and every devil except for Issei were healed by Riser. While the women and some of the men seemed to feel jealous of Sona, the devils were happy as they felt they were full of energy due to Riser's ability. Yet, whether it was the fallen angels or the angels, they felt tense as their energies were consumed previously, so when the devils recovered their stamina, healed, and returned to their optimum state, they felt restless. However, no one dared to say anything since Riser was there. The moment they talked, they knew that Riser might think of him as a member of the Cows Brigade. No, the moment they showed hostility, they would be like others, burnt into ashes together. Nevertheless, it felt weird when Issei, who had always troubled him, didn't say anything. Yet, at this moment, he was unable to talk, and he even lost his voice as he just stared at Surzek, who had died in disbelief. No way. Until now, Issei was still unable to believe that Surzek, who had been kind and believed him, had died. Yet, the reality was like this. There is no way that you will die. Come on. Wake up, okay? Don't scare me like this. Please wake up. Grafia was still in denial as she was unable to believe that her husband had died. She kept pouring all the Phenex tears she could find into Surzek's cold body. However, it was meaningless. While the Phenex tears was powerful, it couldn't revive the death. Moreover, even if it could connect the cut limb, it couldn't regrow the lost limb. Surzek's heart was crushed by Vala, and his head was beheaded from his neck. With such injuries, the Phenex tears were meaningless. As for Asia, she was already exhausted as she had poured all of her energy into healing Surzek, yet everything was meaningless. Yet, if Issei didn't make trouble, he wouldn't be Issei. That's right. Phenex tears. There is him now. Why with the Phenex tears, Surzek-sama should be okay now. Issei should learn not to talk. Nevertheless, due to all the punishments he received, Issei no longer dared to call Riser a grilled chicken, especially when he had lost his protector. Riser glanced at Issei but said nothing as Issei's time hadn't arrived yet. Yet this glance was enough to shut Issei up. However, it was different from Grafia. Grafia would do anything to save her husband, and even if she knew it was meaningless, she would keep trying. Riser-sama, please save my husband. Please give him your Phenex tears. Please save him. Sorry, I can't. Riser's answer was calm, but Grafia was unable to accept it. Why? Is it because you hate him? Is it because you two are enemies? Is that why you don't want to heal him? Grafia suddenly went on hysterically as she suddenly got angry and put all the blame on Riser. Due to her loud voice, everyone heard it, and their expression changed slightly, but Riser's answer was as calm as ever. Please look at your husband. He is dead. Even though Phenex Tears is known as a special elixir that can heal all, it can't revive the death. Yes, the Phenex Tears weren't omnipotent after all. If Phenex Tears could revive someone, would its price be just that much? However, this wasn't the end, as Riser needed to put this woman in her place, considering her accusation would damage him. Instead of asking if the Phenex Tears, where were you when your husband was killed? Were you by his side and did nothing? Weren't you known as the strongest queen? Then, why did you let your husband die? Riser didn't care about Graphia's feelings and directly poured salt on her wounds. I. Graphia was unable to say anything as she gripped her hair crazily as she thought everything was her fault, thinking the death of her husband was all due to her mistake. Riser was about to give a finishing blow, but Rias suddenly stepped in. Riser, please, forgive my sister-in-law. Rias lowered her head and apologized. Riser stared at Rias for a moment and said, watch her carefully, Rias. I will. Riser could feel that Rias had grown more mature due to this incident, yet what did it have to do with him? Moreover, if he didn't say anything back then, due to Graphia's words, he would become the sinner, so there was no need for him to give mercy. Still, this was far from the end, as he still needed to handle the conclusions of the three factions meeting. Chapter 194, Kuo Treaty. Still, if there was one who was unable to believe the situation as much as Graphia and Issei, it would be Serafal. The friendship between Serafal and Surzek had gone so long, and they had known each other before they even became the four great Maos, so she was unable to believe that the strongest devil that had even been born and bore the name of Lucifer from the four great Maos had passed away like this. Was this meeting wrong? When Serafal thought about her conversation with Riser at that time in his villa, she wondered whether the peace they sought was wrong. After all, if this meeting wasn't there, would Surzek have died? Moreover, if she had been a little faster before, she should have been able to save Surzek, yet everything was too late now. Are you okay? Riser-chan. Her eyes reddened as she saw him. When he wasn't around, she had to be strong as she needed to protect everyone, but when he appeared, there was no need for her to pretend as she could rely on him. It's okay. Just leave everything to me. As she felt his gentle caress, she couldn't help but fall into it. Watching her older sister hug her husband, Sona didn't say anything since she knew Serafal's mood was far from calm. Yet, Serafal was Maleviathan, it was impossible for her to stay weak all the time, especially when the meeting was far from over. Still, when Riser was there, she was like his support. Are you Michael, one of the Seraphs? Yes, you are Riser Phenex Kuan, right? It's nice to know you, Phenex Kuan. You can call me Riser, Michael. Then, Riser Kuan. Even though Michael was much older than Riser, and with Riser's position, it wouldn't be weird for him to add the Sama suffix to Michael to show his respect. His power was above all of them, so such a proper and polite address was unnecessary. Moreover, due to the death of Surzek, if Riser called Michael by a polite address, it would make the devil appear weak. Lastly, Michael also didn't hate to call Riser in such an intimate way, as it showed that Riser didn't have hostility toward them. I know that it might be sudden, but what do you think to make an alliance between us? Everyone fell into silence due to his words. What do you mean, Riser Kuan? While Michael wished for this, he was surprised as he didn't expect Riser to take the initiative. My meaning is clear. With the Cows Brigade looming, hiding, and ready to attack us anytime, we need to make an alliance together so we can erase this cancer from this world, or, do you wish to face this danger by yourselves? No. If that's what the devil wishes for, then we, from heaven, will agree with this alliance. There was no way for Michael to let go of this opportunity as this was what he wished to do, especially when he came to make an alliance with the devil and the fallen angel. Moreover, even if the devils didn't agree, it didn't matter since having Riser alone as an ally was worth it. In the end, what mattered the most was the power of an individual. Riser had a power that was enough to crush all of them, and that made him the greatest ally. Moreover, he also had a connection with the factions of Serafal Leviathan, the Phenex House, the Citri House, and the Great King faction. Riser had enough authority to represent the entire devil to propose this alliance. With the alliance between Riser and Michael being made, the two shook their hands. We will work together to protect each other and erase this terrorist from this world. Together. As you have become our ally, I will heal all of your subordinates. With just a tap of his foot, the comfortable breeze could be felt by all the angels, and all of their injuries, wounds, and even stamina recovered. At this moment, the angels were in a daze since, as holy beings, they felt like their healing magic, which was something they were proud of, was inferior to Riser, which made them lost for words. However, this also amazed them since not only his firepower but his ability to support was frightening. However, when Riser and Michael entered a honeymoon period due to their alliance, Azazel was desperate as neither of them mentioned peace with the fallen angel. Hey, did you ignore us deliberately? You two are cold. We, the fallen angel, will also join this alliance. Azazel quickly said, but when he said those words, Rias, who had been trying to calm down Graphia, put their cold gazes at Azazel. Not only Rias, but the others also did the same. This gaze, not only at Azazel but all the fallen angels that came with Azazel, along with the cadres that came due to the emergency call which was made by Azazel, also felt nervous. Sorry, I can't trust you. The words that came out from Riser were like a drop of cold water poured into the heads of all the fallen angels, including Azazel, as they were staring at him in disbelief. You were the one who had invited Vi to this place, and due to your action, you made our leader, Surzek Lucifer-sama, pass away. To be honest, I suspect that you are a member of the Cows Brigade, and the reason why you joined this alliance is so you can spy on us. Today, it was Surzek-sama, what about next time? Is it Michael? Me? Or someone else? When those words fell, the hostility between the angels and the devils was impossible to hide, and all of them were staring at all the fallen angels as if they were ready to erase them soon. No one liked a traitor. Even if Azazel might not be one, there was a chance that he might be one. Nevertheless, there was no doubt Azazel was also responsible for Surzek's death. Similarly, Michael, who knew about the plan beforehand, also couldn't trust Azazel. Nevertheless, he felt complicated as he had trusted him so much. While he didn't think Azazel would do something like kill Surzek, he still had suspicion as Valu was brought by Azazel. Moreover, with Azazel's reputation, Azazel definitely wasn't a good person. Still, the one that was full of hatred was definitely Rias and Grafia, as they were ready to use their everything to kill Azazel. They might not be able to find Valu, but they could kill Azazel. At this moment, all the fallen angels were panicked, and they wanted to scream, asking for the help of Riser, yelling, saying that they were working under him, but when they saw his indifferent expression, they felt like their mouth was choked by something as they were unable to talk, which made them even desperate, but suddenly Azazel summoned a spear of light startled them. The movement of Azazel made them tense, and they were ready to attack all the fallen angels, but suddenly, Azazel's action startled all of them. Azazel cut his own left leg without hesitation as he dropped to the ground and kowtowed to the ground, ignoring the blood that tainted the earthy ground. We, the Gremory, have never been involved in the Cows Brigade. I know that due to my actions, I have made the leader of the devil, Surzek Lucifer-sama, pass away, and this sin is definitely not something that can't be forgiven, but believe me, we, the Gremory, are not involved in anything with this. To prove that, we will make Valu Lucifer the target of our organization, and we all will kill him without hesitation when we meet him. This leg is a symbol of my sincerity. If you ask me to take my life to feel my sincerity, then please wait until I kill Valu Lucifer. Moreover, I will step down as the governor of the Gremory, and from now on, the governor position will be taken by Barakil. Those words made a reaction on Rias and Aquino. As for the fallen angels, no one said anything, and they just quietly listened anxiously, hoping they could get out of this quagmire. Nevertheless, many cried as they saw their leader would kowtow so low as this, making them realize how weak they were. Lastly, I will do my best to compensate the Gremory house for this mistake. I know that you might not be able to forgive me, but let me atone for all of the sins that I have caused. Azazel said all of that in one go as he kowtowed to Riser, but I am not the one whom you should apologize to. Riser looked at Rias and asked, Rias Gremory, what do you think? At this moment, Rias Gremory was the center of everything as she could feel every gaze on her. She knew that her decision would determine the life or death of the fallen angels. She then looked at Riser as he was also looking at her. When their eyes met, she hoped to see something inside him, a feeling, an affection, yet unfortunately, she couldn't since all she could see was a callousness that made her almost cry, but she knew she couldn't appear weak as she also knew what her current situation would be. So, she could only make this decision as she stared at Azazel with hatred. I hope you can keep your promise. Thank you. Azazel sighed in relief. Rias. Grafia looked at Rias in disbelief. This is my decision as the heiress of the Gremory house, Grafia Onisima. Don't question it. Rias said those words in a heavy voice, clearly showing that she was holding her anger. Grafia grounded her teeth, feeling frustrated as she was ready to destroy everything, but while her feeling was a mess, she also understood why Rias made this decision. After all, unlike before, the Gremory house no longer had the protection of Surzek Lucifer. July 20XX AD. Heaven's representative, Head Angel Michael, Governor Barakil of the Fallen Angel Central Organization, Gremory, and Underworld's representative Serafal Leviathan, with these representatives of the three great powers, a peace treaty was signed. Thereafter, disputes between the three great powers were prohibited in the framework of cooperation. This treaty adopted the name of the school, which became its stage and was called the Kuo Treaty. As Riser stood next to Serafal, he thought that his peaceful life was about to begin. Chapter 195, Funeral. At this moment, the entire atmosphere of the underworld became so gloomy. It was filled with thick mucus that made everyone unable to breathe due to their sadness. Surzek Lucifer died. When this news was announced, the entire underworld was shocked. Not only the underworld but the entire world was the same as everyone knew how strong Surzek was. Yet, such a powerful devil died in the hands of the real descendants of Lucifer and the holder of the White Dragon Emperor, Valu Lucifer. It was like a calm lake was suddenly dropped by a gigantic rock. At that moment, no one could calmly react to this news as no one ever thought the invincible and strongest devil, Surzek Lucifer, would die. Not only the Cows Brigade but all the people with high positions could tell that the remnants of the old Mao faction might move due to the death of Surzek. Still, even with such a nightmare that befell them, Riser and Serafall did a good job as they could calmly face this situation, and they were able to create an alliance between the three factions. Frankly, the thought of being in alliance with a being that was supposed to be their enemy yesterday, strangely enough, no one seemed to resist it. Instead, all of the devils seemed to be in relief as they didn't have to fight against the angel and the fallen angel due to this alliance. Still, angels aside, they hardly believed the fallen angels, as the governor of the central organization of fallen angels, Azazel, was the one who brought Valet to the meeting. To be honest, the reason why Valet was brought to the meeting was all due to the strategy created by the three leaders of the three factions, but that plan was as good as death and ended in failure due to the death of Surzek as he was killed by Valet. While Azazel did a good job of making everyone believe the fallen angels again by cutting his own leg, showing how he wasn't involved in the death of Surzek, it was impossible to erase all the doubt about the fallen angels. Nevertheless, as long as the fallen angels became their allies, it was possible to monitor their movement. Moreover, instead of the fallen angels, they had to focus on the Chaos Brigade, especially when Valet, who was a member of this group, was the killer of Surzek, and the leader of this group was the Infinity Dragon, Ophis. While no one knew what the purpose of this group was, with the death of Surzek Lucifer, there was no doubt that this group aimed for chaos. The first victim of this target was Surzek Lucifer, but what about the next one? Nevertheless, the matter of the Chaos Brigade and the rest were put aside, especially today. Today is the funeral of Surzek Lucifer. Surzek's funeral wasn't held in Lucifad, the capital of the underworld and the territory governed by Surzek when he became Lucifer. Instead, his funeral was held on the territory of the Gremory. To be honest, many thought that Gremory wished for Surzek to be buried on the Lucifad. After all, even though Surzek wasn't a real Lucifer, the fact that he was a Surzek Lucifer didn't change. Yet, in the end, even if Surzek was a Lucifer, he was a Gremory. Surzek might have lived as a Lucifer, but he died as a Gremory. Moreover, Surzek's family wished for Surzek to be buried on the Gremory's territory as it was closer so they could visit him anytime. Hearing those words, no one said anything, and they acquitted Gremory's wish. After all, Lucifer's position wasn't hereditary. It was something given by the great king, Zekrom Baal, along with all the devils, so the moment Surzek died, there was no connection between the Gremory and the position of Lucifer. Even Surzek's son, Mil-Ica's Gremory, couldn't be Lucifer, even if his father was one. Nevertheless, with the fall of Surzek, there was no doubt the Gremory would go downhill. It was impossible for them to enjoy the previous privilege they received when Surzek was living. However, as one of the 72 pillars, their position was still above the majority, and with the friendships that Surzek had with Serafall Leviathan, Ajuka Beelzebub, and Falbium Asmodeus, it was impossible for the three to watch the Gremory house be taken advantage of some greedy pigs. Especially Serafall, as she thought that she was partly to blame as she couldn't stop Valet from killing Surzek. Yet, in the hearts of everyone, no one blamed Serafall as they thought that it was Surzek who got what he deserved. Everyone knew that Surzek had saved Valet from Riser previously. When Riser wished to kill Valet, Surzek stepped in, saving Valet from Riser, yet Valet was an ungrateful bastard who stabbed Surzek even if Surzek had saved Valet. Even if Valet was the descendant of Lucifer and the White Dragon Emperor, there was no doubt he was the #1 criminal in the eyes of the devils. Nevertheless, what surprised Riser was that Serafall wasn't the one who helped the Gremory house the most, as Ajuka Beelzebub was probably the one with the most intense reaction as if his whole world had been destroyed. While Riser had doubts, he felt the friendship between Ajuka and Surzek was far from ordinary. He felt like Ajuka had a certain feeling towards Surzek, but unfortunately, Surzek's feeling was for Grafia, so Ajuka could only bury his feelings. Still, those things had nothing to do with him as he was on his way to the capital of the Gremory territory to attend Surzek's funeral with his wife and all of his family and peerage members. Their relationship might be quite frigid due to Riser's conflict with Surzek, but that conflict disappeared as Surzek passed away, so all of them went to attend Surzek's funeral. After all, they weren't narrow-minded enough to ignore this funeral. Nevertheless, no matter who they were, as long as they were from the upper echelons of the devils, whether they were from the Four Great Mao faction or the Great King faction, all of them attended this funeral. At this moment, neither of them were enemies, competitors, or rivals. Right now, they are all the same. Those words might seem strange, but even if their position was different, the fact their current glory was received due to the defeat of the old Mao faction didn't change. All of them were enemies of the old Mao faction, and the death of Surzek Lucifer by Valet Lucifer, the real descendant of Lucifer, might create a coup d'état which was led by the old Mao faction that had been hiding among them, ready to open their fangs whenever they were given a chance. The death of Surzek Lucifer was no doubt a chance for them to launch their attack. Nevertheless, this group wasn't stupid, as even if Surzek died, there was still Ajuka, Serafall, and Falbium. Lastly, there was even the supernova, Riser Phenex. Even if they wished to overthrow the current government, they needed to be patient and build their power. This was what made the current government, whether they were from the Four Great Mao faction or the Great King faction, extremely anxious, especially when they lost Surzek. All of them were someone who had survived the Devil Civil War, so they knew how powerful Surzek was. It was also due to this that when Riser arrived, he happened to meet Zikram Bale. Yet he knew that Zikram had been waiting for him. It's a coincidence for us to meet each other, Riser Kun. Zikram Sama. Riser also greeted Zikram politely and understood what Zikram wished to do. How about we go together? With the invitation from Zikram, Riser didn't reject this invitation as Zikram was the ancestor of the Bale house, so he needed to give him a face. Moreover, Zikram had helped him a lot. When this funeral ends, can you visit my place? Zikram whispered to Riser in a low voice. I will. The two then continued to talk as they arrived at the venue where Surzek's funeral would be held. Yet, as Riser walked into the venue, strangely enough, the weather was sunny. While everyone was grateful for the good weather, there was no doubt this weather wasn't suitable for the depressive and sad mood that permeated through the hearts of everyone except for one person. Still, no one knew this person, and no one would think that it was him. Nevertheless, with a solemn attitude, Riser entered the venue as he held his wife's hand together with their families and Zikram Bale. Strangely enough, when they entered, the light seemed to shine behind them, and the Gremory house and everyone who was associated with them seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. Yet, a single figure seemed to be an exception. Riser looked at the figure that stopped his steps. Riser Kuin, can we talk? Ajuka-sama. Sona was startled. Nevertheless, Riser knew he needed to face this person sooner or later. Chapter 196, You don't need to worry, I will take care of them. While it wasn't their first meeting, there was no doubt their first meeting was far from good, especially when this man tried to stop him previously, so it was impossible for Riser to have a good impression of Ajuka. Nevertheless, Riser wasn't surprised by how Ajuka had approached him since he knew the friendship between Ajuka and Surzek was above average value. However, depending on how Ajuka was going to treat him, Riser would need to prepare how he was going to treat Ajuka from now on. Even if others might be hesitant, Riser didn't mind erasing one of the mouths once again. Ajuka suddenly stopped the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Why did he come to Riser? When he thought all of this, Ajuka felt bitter as he knew that he had a prejudice toward Riser. Due to his close relationship with Surzek, it was impossible for him to have a good impression of Riser. His eyes were biased toward Riser, so even though he knew that Riser had nothing to do with the death of Surzer, he couldn't help but think that Riser must be related to a certain extent, or Riser might be the one who controlled everything behind the dark. Yet, the truth? Ajuka only wanted to put the blame on Riser as his dear friend had passed away. Unlike the other Maos, due to their close relationship, Surzek shared all of his plans with Ajuka as he also needed input on how to create peace between the three factions. Ajuka knew everything. Their plan was perfect, yet they missed a certain element of their plan as they forgot that reality was different. Moreover, Riser was innocent, especially when he stayed in the underworld during the meeting. While he didn't accept the alliance, he didn't reject it, so he didn't come to the meeting due to his hostile relationship with Surzek, showing his acceptance toward this peace. Lastly, Ajuka knew how soft Riser was toward Serafal. Even if Riser wished to kill Surzek that day, he decided to endure it due to Serafal. What if his doubt toward Riser was something that they wished for? Ajuka realized how unreasonable his thought was. Yet how could a mere Vala Lucifer defeat Surzek Lucifer? This was a fact that Ajuka couldn't accept. Nevertheless, when Ajuka decided to confront Riser, the one that excited the most was the politicians and those who were affiliated with Surzek Lucifer previously. They hoped a conflict would happen between them so that Riser wouldn't focus himself on them. Their thoughts were contradictory. Even though they wished for the devil to be together so they could face this fierce tsunami together, they still wished for a conflict to happen among them so their position wouldn't be affected. Yet, the moment Surzek died, they lost their position, and it was impossible for the Gremory house to keep all of Surzek Lucifer's heritage. Why? It was because they were too weak. To be honest, Ajuka wasn't the first person who thought that Riser might have any involvement in this matter, especially due to their previous confrontation when Surzek was still alive. Yet, they knew it was all due to their prejudice. It was all due to all the bias they had toward Riser that made them come to such a conclusion. In reality, Riser was the one who was the most unlikely to do this, especially when he had an alibi. Moreover, the killer of Surzek was clear, and it was Vala Lucifer. Yet, how could they accept Vala Lucifer, who was beaten by Riser like a bereaved dog, was the one who killed Vale? Nevertheless, the reality was like this. Under a sneak attack by Vale, Surzek died. That's the end of the story. Moreover, the one who thought so was only those who were close to Surzek and loved him so much that they were still unable to believe that Surzek had really died. As for the others, they had to move on, and they also needed to strengthen themselves, especially when the world was facing a crisis known as the Chaos Brigade. Moreover, there was also the old Mao faction and Vala Lucifer. There were so many problems that all of them needed to face. Like how when God had passed away, even if Surzek had passed away, the world would go on. The problems, opportunities, and their lives would never stop just because of Surzek's death. Sorry for stopping you, and thank you for coming. Ajuka quickly changed his attitude and greeted Riser politely, showing how grateful he was for Riser's willingness to come to this funeral. Surzek had died, and due to this, the Gremory house would be weakened dramatically. Ajuka didn't want to cause a meaningless conflict between Riser and the Gremory house due to his harsh attitude. Nevertheless, when Ajuka was conflicted about how to treat him, Riser observed the expression of his surroundings and remembered all of their faces while, at the same time, also determining how he was going to treat Ajuka and the others from now on. This is something natural to do. There is no need to thank me. Surzek-sama is one of the heroes who bring peace to the underworld, after all. Even if our relationship is far from pleasant, his death also saddens me. Hearing those words, Ajuka wished to open his mouth and was about to say a sarcastic remark from Riser's polite words, considering the hostile relationship between Riser and Surzek was still vivid, but he stopped when Lord Gremory came. Riser-kun, thank you for coming. No, you don't need to thank me, Gremory Dano. Ajuka looked at how close they appeared to be, and in the end, he decided to step back since he knew even if Riser didn't have an involvement with the death of Surzek Lucifer, he just couldn't help but have a prejudice toward Riser. Ajuka knew that this thought was dangerous since it was probably something that the enemy wished for. Excuse me. I need to take a fresh air to calm myself. No one stopped Ajuka, but at the same time, many also sighed in relief as Ajuka didn't make the situation worse. Gremory House no longer wished to have a hostile relationship with Riser. To be honest, if possible, Lord Gremory wished to marry Rias to Riser directly. After all, the aftermath of Surzek's death was hard to handle. While Surzek had made many allies, Surzek also had many enemies. With the death of Surzek, it gave those enemies a chance to open their fangs. Nevertheless, Lord Gremory still knew the time and occasion. Moreover, this was his son's funeral, and it was impossible for him to say something so vulgar. Thank you for saving Rias and Grafia at that time, Riser-kun. Venelana Gremory, the wife of Lord Gremory, also thanked Riser during the attack. No, you don't need to thank me since this is what I should do, but I have to say sorry since if I came earlier, then this wouldn't happen. No, don't blame yourself. This wasn't your fault. Venelana bit her lower lip as she endured tears. It was impossible for all the members of the Gremory not to feel sad, especially Surzek's parents and all of his close families. Nevertheless, no one among them blamed Riser as they thought that it was Surzek's fault, especially when Surzek had saved an ungrateful bitch. If Surzek had let Riser kill Vala back then, would this have happened? They couldn't help but imagine such a conclusion, but everything was too late. Surzek had died, and that was the reality before them. Still, one thing they were grateful for was that Riser, who was previously the enemy of Surzek, didn't hold them to account and didn't seem to show hostility, which made them sigh in relief. Nevertheless, there was no doubt everyone present knew that from now on, Riser Phenex was going to stand even higher, and those who didn't follow him when he was young could only sigh in regret, but it wasn't too late, right? However, Riser ignored all of them since it was time for the funeral to start. Yet, as the funeral started, Riser's eyes couldn't help but wander to the front area where the main family of the Gremory house was present and managed the funeral carefully. Even if they tried their best to hide their sadness, it was impossible for them to do so as their bodies appeared so weak that they could crumble anytime as they were unable to believe the reality before them. Yet, even with this gloomy atmosphere, the women in the Gremory house were so beautiful. Watching them filled with sadness as they forced themselves to stand straight, Riser stared at them for a moment before he looked away. Chapter 197, Fate. There was no doubt the women in the Gremory house were beautiful, but he had to say, he was dumbfounded when Riser saw how young an ancestor of Gremory house and Rias grandma were. Moreover, they didn't seem to appear like grandmas. Instead, they were like women in their early 20s. When Riser saw Rias, Grafia, Venelana, Kaisa's Gremory, Rias grandma, and Runia's Gremory gathered together, they stood side by side as they watched over Surzek's dead body was about to be buried on the ground. He could see the sadness that radiated from their body posture, seemingly weak due to the death of their relative, yet as he saw their weak figures, he could see the exception among them. Unlike the rest, Rias stood straight, facing this storm bravely and courageously, enduring everything. Still, his eyes became thoughtful as they saw all of them, but nevertheless, his eyes couldn't help but dart to the corner where he could see a few familiar creatures that gathered together. Apart from Ajuka, Riser knew the one who couldn't accept the death of Riser was definitely Surzek's peerage members. While some of them might have been present during the meeting of the three factions, no one could help much when their master died, which made them blame themselves. Moreover, the blame they received was enormous as they were Surzek's servants, yet why were they alive? Why did their master die, yet they lived well? Even if all of them were staring at the funeral, Riser could feel their gazes on him occasionally, clearly unable to let go of their prejudice toward him. Yet, did he care about them? No way. They were too weak for him to care about them. Nevertheless, Riser felt the gaze of his wife on him was quite strange. What's wrong? He talked to her with telepathy as she had been glancing at him and Rias occasionally. Dear, how about you talk with Rias? Sona also didn't feel surprised by his telepathy magic and talked with him calmly. Riser was speechless. What do you mean? Do you want her to seduce me or something? Sona should be clear about what Rias felt toward him. While Riser wasn't sure whether Rias' feeling was an obsession, love, or revenge, there was no doubt that Rias would leap into him like a hungry leopard who hadn't eaten for several days as long as there was a chance. Sona fell silent as she thought of his words. She was clear about what Rias was going to do if she left her alone with her husband, but when she thought about Rias' current situation, she couldn't help but feel pitiful. As Riser looked at his wife, he thought that his wife was too kind, and this was why her life in the original story wasn't good. Not only did she lose her older sister, but her father also got a sleeping disease, leaving her alone with her mother as she took over the position of the head of the Citri house at a young age, but Rias didn't care much about her. To be honest, even among her generation, Sona was the only one who thought about the low-level devils. Except for Sona, Rias, Sarord, Seekvaria, and the others who were of the same generation, they never paid attention to the low-class devils. The life of the devils was like this. Even the old Mao faction, who was about to rise due to the death of Surzek Lucifer, had never proclaimed that they were going to treat the low-level devils equally. Sometimes, Riser felt that his wife was born in the wrong race. Instead of the devil, he felt she should be an angel. However, he also knew that she was young and she had many ideals about how the world would be in her mind. Yet, she was too soft, and this softness was a mistake, especially when this softness might bring many misfortunes to her. If Riser was as kind as Sona, he felt that he might die now. So, it was impossible for him to be kind. Still, as her husband, he thought that it might be good to teach her the cruelty of the world. Facing her hesitation, Riser asked, "Do you really want me to meet her?" Being asked this question, Sona, who had been hesitating, couldn't help but watch Rias, who stood straight, forcing herself to be strong. Even if Rias' back was straight, it might break any time, facing this storm. Her heart was shaken, and in the end, she nodded. Can you try to cheer her on?" Riser stared at his wife blankly, wondering whether she forced him to cheat on her, but then again, maybe she, who had acquitted his relationship with many women, knew that as long as she was his wife, she didn't mind him having a relationship with others. Okay. Somehow, Riser felt complex at that moment, but he agreed as he wanted to see how Sona would react when he met Rias when the funeral ended. "I am going to the toilet for a bit." When the funeral ended, Riser went to visit the toilet to clear up his bladder. During this moment, he could meet Aquino, but he didn't do so as he knew this wasn't the time for him to do so. The funeral had ended, and his problem should be cleared up, right? As he saw his reflection in the mirror after he wiped his face with water, he knew that there was something that he needed to do first, and that was to clear up all the traces of him. Surzeka's death had nothing to do with him. Others believed so, and Riser also needed to believe so, but there was a single person who knew about his involvement in this matter. No, it should be two. Riser didn't forget about the being that was kept inside the body of that person. By then, everything will be clear. Still, after what should he do? Riser felt that he had grown quite strong, and he knew that it was also almost impossible to kill him. No, it was impossible to kill him anymore. With a ruler, the power that allowed him to reverse all the magical attacks and power effects used against him, all the attacks were meaningless. While healing and all the support given by the others would damage him, the crisis would make him grow stronger, or he just deactivated the ruler, so nothing would happen to him when someone healed him. Along with the body of Phenex, was there even a being that could kill him? No way. Nevertheless, Riser felt that he might use the chaos that was caused by the Chaos Brigade. Should I get more sacred gear? The stronger he was, the better it was. Having more sacred gear was definitely useful. Nevertheless, he felt a little helpless as he thought that he couldn't get his hands on Surzeka's body as he knew the sacred gear created by Surzek would definitely be strong. With that thought, he dried the water on his face with his fire manipulation and left the toilet, but when he was about to return to his wife, he met an unexpected person. Did fate draw them together? Riser thought so, as when he was about to return to his path, he met Rias. Chapter 198, Warmer Than Sun. As Riser saw her, Rias also saw him. The two were naturally surprised as they saw each other. Nevertheless, Rias didn't know what kind of words or reaction she should give when they met each other. If it was before, she might have jumped into him and kissed him, doing something filthy and obscene, yet many things happened in her life that forced her to change. If it was before, Rias might have dreamed of having a love that often appeared in the storybook, but with the blow caused by the death of her older brother, she knew that she didn't have a leeway, especially when many individuals and groups jumped out to take what belonged to her older brother. While Serafal, Ajuka, and Falbim could give the Gremory house protection, Rias knew that it was better to let go of a certain heritage left by her older brother as she knew her family didn't have the power to protect them. Instead of being caught in such a troublesome problem, what Rias needed the most was time to grow stronger, as she didn't want to feel this helpless feeling again. Watching the death of her older brother. Watch how her older brother's killer was left with ease. Watch how others robbed all the heritage collected by her older brother. Rias didn't want to experience all of that, and that was why she needed to become strong, yet as expected, what she did was just force herself. After all, she didn't want everyone to see the Gremory house as weak after the loss of Sirzek Lucifer. While the rest was drowned in sadness, Rias stood straight like a pine, facing all the cold rain that poured down upon her. Yet, as expected, it was impossible for her to stay strong all the time. When a certain trigger appeared, the weakness that she had been hiding was gushing out. Rias stared at the men in front of her. Many things happened between them as their relationship started rocky, especially after they got engaged to each other. Yet, Riser changed. This change surprised her and, at the same time, made him attainable, especially after he married her best friend. By then, Rias realized how luxurious the chance given by fate was. At that time, he was just at the tip of her fingertip, but now, he was unreachable. If possible, Rias wanted to blame the others, especially Sona, who had stolen her fiancé, but she knew she couldn't since everything was her fault to begin with. When one loses something, they gain something. Rias gained maturity from the loss of her older brother. "Are you okay, Rias?" Riser asked. His voice was warm and soothing, giving her the urge to lean and cry on his chest, yet she knew she didn't have a right. Maintaining her gentle and composed smile, Rias said, "I am okay. Thank you for asking, Riser." At that moment, she couldn't be weak, and she needed to be strong, so she pretended in front of him. Nevertheless, Rias thought that Riser would give her the cold shoulder, yet unexpectedly, he gave her some advice. "Be strong. You are the heiress of the Gremory house, and the future of the Gremory house is on your shoulders, so you can't show a weakness. Also, while I know that you hate Azazel and that you wish to kill him, bear with it and use him. Use his everything to grow stronger, so that way, you can have your revenge." Rias stared at Riser in disbelief as she thought he would advise her to give up on revenge, yet it was the opposite since, from his words, he supported her. "Thank you. I will do my best." Her tears streamed down her cheeks as she said those words. "Wipe your tears with this." Riser took out his handkerchief and gave it to Rias, but she didn't accept it. "Rias." She put his hand on his palm as she stared at him before she kissed his lips. Riser didn't push her away and accepted her kiss. Unlike all their previous kisses where either he or she did it one-sidedly, this time, the two were cooperating in harmony. As she kept crying, she hugged him tightly, enjoying the warmth that she longed for. He was warm. He was warmer than the sun. His existence was like a gentle breeze that gently stroked her cheeks and tapped her back to prevent her from giving up. She wished this kiss to last forever, yet her breathing betrayed her. As she took a mouthful of air to breathe, she looked at him and asked, "You didn't push me away. Today is an exception." What's with that stare?" "Nothing. I am your best friend's husband." "But you didn't push me." Rias stuck out her tongue, feeling a fuzzy and fluffy feeling in her heart. Riser looked helpless as he tapped her nose. "Don't get ahead of yourselves, Rias. I will leave. Right now, you can only rely on yourselves. Don't give up. You don't need to worry. I won't give up." Rias showed a cheeky smile and a determined expression. What did her words mean? Did she mean that she wouldn't give up to protect her family? Or was it something else? Yet, Riser didn't bother to ask that question as he left her, walking to the corner as he saw someone was hiding. "Sona. Did you just return from the toilet?" "I have also just returned from the toilet." Watching her clumsy lie, Riser wasn't sure what to say at this moment since he knew that Sona had been watching them from the beginning. "Are you okay now?" Then, how about we go back now?" "Okay." Sona looked at her husband with a complicated gaze as she watched everything. While Riser didn't do anything, he didn't push Rias away. To be honest, Sona knew that she had a chance to stop Rias from doing that kind of thing, but she didn't do so and just watched them from a distance, doing nothing. At that time, her heart was beating so fast, and her chest was so stuffy that she couldn't breathe, yet strangely enough, she couldn't look away. What was this feeling? What's wrong? Sona looked at her husband, who seemed nonchalant and did nothing special. If she didn't see what had happened previously, she couldn't tell what he did. "Dear, you won't leave me, right?" She hugged his arm tightly as she asked that question. "What are you saying all of a sudden?" Riser felt weird, but when he saw her expression, he knew he needed to answer this question seriously. "Did you forget the vow that I made that day?" He kissed her hair gently, then said, "I am going to be your husband until death parts us. Then, I will be your wife until death parts us." Yes, that was enough. Sona felt satisfied, and that was why. "If it's her, I don't mind." "What did you say?" "No, nothing." Riser looked at his wife and wondered whether his wife had awoken a particular fetish. Yet, such a thing was meaningless to think about, especially when he had a harem. Nevertheless, as Surzek had his funeral, a group composed of two races gathered together for a secret meeting about the weirdness that happened to their acquaintance. Lavinia, what do you think? Azazel asked the question to the beautiful magician in front of him. Hearing the question, everyone's eyes gathered on this beautiful magician as she recounted her previous conversation with Valley, yet at this moment, what they didn't know while they were aiming for him, he also aimed at them, targeting them from the darkness where no one realized. Chapter 199, /Dog. /Dog Team. It is a special team, an agent of the Gremory and one of their top fighters. Similar to the name, the leader of this group is led by the holder of one of the Longinus, Canis Lycaon, an independent avatar-type sacred gear with the shape of a black dog. To be honest, with many supernatural problems in this world, this team was hectic, and their chances of meeting were relatively rare, especially when they had grown up. 3 years had passed since this team was born, but nevertheless, everyone was still the same, and their relationship was as great as ever. It was also through this great relationship that they all gathered to discuss the anomaly that happened to Valley Lucifer. Unlike Issei, who spent his time on porn, Valley had spent his days fighting together with the Dog team, even during his elementary school days. It was also for this reason that they were unable to accept the fact that Valley had killed Surzek Lucifer. Valley might have been killed, but those who had been killed were those who were damned. But Surzek. They knew that Valley wouldn't do something like that, especially when they knew how kind-hearted he was. Yet, the fact was in front of their eyes. Valley had killed Surzek, and it was impossible to change this fact. To be honest, many things happened on the Gremory. Not only about Valley, but there was also the invasion of Riser Phenex. When they heard Riser Phenex had invaded the Gremory alone and defeated everyone, they were unable to say a single word and just stayed in a daze. However, they also felt frustrated as they were unable to do anything. When they came to Gregory's headquarters in the underworld, they could still see the remnants of Riser's attack, damage caused by his attack, which was capable of burning anything into ashes. Moreover, the terror and trauma of everyone that day were still vivid in their eyes. Watching all of that, the leader of this team, Tobio Accuse, was frustrated as he was unable to do anything again like how he was 3 years ago. Even if he had gained power, he was unable to protect everything that he thought was precious. However, Azazel and the others told them to be quiet and keep their existence hidden since if Riser knew their existence, they would be troubled. While many were dissatisfied as they had grown stronger in the past few years and had gained a lot of experience, feeling that they wouldn't lose, unlike the time when they were still in high school, they weren't as reckless as before, and even if they hated it, except for Tobio, the holder of Canis Lycaon, and Lavinia Rennie, the holder of Absolute Demise, the majority of them might not even able to put a single wound on Riser. Nevertheless, the matter of Riser aside, they needed to put their attention to Valley. There is no way for Vakuin to do that, right? Yeah, that guy isn't someone like that. There must be something happening that we don't know. Natsu Minagawa, a beautiful young woman with brown hair tied to her back and the holder of the independent avatar sacred gear that takes the form of a hawk, which carries the spirit of Kionki, the fiend of deviousness, wouldn't believe in such nonsense. It was the same with Kuki-Same Jima, a delinquent man who possessed an independent avatar, sacred gear, that takes the form of a white cat, which carries the spirit of Taowu, the fiend of ignorance, who reacted similarly. The two had a close relationship with Valley, and it was impossible to believe Valley's atrocity. While Valley might be a bit prideful, he was also quite stupid, so they couldn't imagine how Vi would do something like that. Everyone, please calm down. Shigyun Nanadaru, a young woman with European facial features who possessed an independent avatar sacred gear, which carried the spirit of Taodia, the fiend of gluttony, tried to calm everyone down, but it was meaningless as it was impossible for them to calm down in this situation. Moreover, Governor Azazel, are you okay? Nanadaru looked at Azazel, whose arm and leg had been changed to mechanical, and felt extremely sad and dreaded, as she thought the situation of the Gremory was simply horrible. She knew that the scale of the problem they encountered was probably in the scope that might determine the future of everyone. In the worst case, everyone might die. Nevertheless, everyone felt conflicted and hated themselves as they weren't able to do anything when Gremory was in crisis. Haha, don't show me that kind of face. I am okay. I am still living well, right? My mechanical arm and leg suit me better. Look. I have become more powerful. Azazel showed a variety of weapons and tricks, which could be done with his mechanical arm and leg to lighten up the atmosphere. Azazel, just what should we do now? Tobio asked with a pained expression. While he wanted to beat up or even slash down the person who had caused this misfortune around him, he knew this matter was extremely complicated, especially when he might destroy the peace between the three alliances. You have grown up, Tobio. Azazel smiled when he saw the growth of Tobio. First, you should never provoke Riser Phenex. If you provoke him, then even I can't do anything except to let you die. Everyone fell into silence as they heard Azazel's words, which lacked the light and joking tone that he always used. This time, his tone was solemn, telling them the heavy consequences that came from provoking Riser. It also includes you, Rennie. Azazel looked at the beautiful, buxom young woman with long, flowing blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes. Lavinia Rennie. The holder of the Longinus, Absolute Demise, and the ace of a magician from the organization Grausoberer, the magician led by Mephistopheles. She was also a magician who was recommended by Mephisto to Riser as his contracted magician. I know. Nevertheless, her eyes were filled with hatred, especially when she thought of the men who had cut Val's arm. So, how was it? Did he accept a contract with you? Azazel suddenly asked. Everyone in this place knew that Mephisto had recommended Rennie to Riser, and she agreed to this as she wanted to monitor Riser, but he rejected me. Rennie was helpless. Even though many will beg me to become their contracted magicians. Instead of begging others, many begged her to become their contracted magicians, which made her self-esteem a hit. It's normal. You can't use common sense on him. I might not be surprised if, in the future, he might make a contract with a no-name magician. Azazel sighed and felt a bit disappointed, but then his expression turned solemn once again as he asked the truth of the news said by Rennie. More importantly, were you sure with what you said before? Yes. This time, Rennie's expression was filled with anger and hatred as she recalled her conversation with Valley that day. She could still remember the helplessness, sadness, and desperation when Valley asked her help that day. Everyone's mood was also affected as they were unable to hold their anger. The reason why Valley killed Surzek was clear, and it was due to his family being taken hostage. Azazel was also filled with rage and felt helpless as he was unable to be on the side of Valley when Valley needed someone's help the most. Why didn't he realize it that day? However, everything was too late. Valley had become a criminal, and no matter how Azazel wished to save Valley, the killer of Surzek was Valley. This fact wouldn't change no matter how Azazel did. Why? Why? That coward. I will kill that bastard. So, do you know who did it, Rennie? No. I don't know. Rennie shook her head. To be honest, his mother and step-siblings are okay. I don't see a trace of curse, magic, or any of them, so this culprit has the confidence to take their lives even without all of those methods. When she recounted everything, she sighed helplessly. I want to ask Valley, but he has disappeared. After that day, Valley disappeared from them, and this was what made them helpless. Yet, they knew Valley just didn't wish to involve them with his problem, and this was why they wished to beat this guy up since Valley didn't trust them. Nevertheless, the one that they wished to beat up the most was the culprit who had caused everything. But who was this person? The identity of this person was still a blur, and more importantly, how did this person find out about the information about Valley's family? Do you think there is a traitor among Gregory? Azazel suddenly asked, causing everyone to fall into silence. You don't need to feel awkward since it isn't like a traitor is something uncommon in the Gregory. Everyone. Azazel, do you think that it is related to Riser Phenex? Tobio asked with gloom. No. Azazel shook his head. In his case, he might as well fight Surzek and Valley directly. However, deep inside, he had a suspicion toward Riser, but there was no proof that could connect everything to Riser. Also, how did Riser know about Valley's family? After all, the only one who knew about Valley's family was so limited. Even among Gregory, he was the only one who knew about it. Or was it due to another group who wished to think everything was related to Riser? Yet, Azazel knew that if he didn't say so, everyone in this place might have their suspicion toward Riser and might do something rash, which was why he needed to stop them. They might be powerful, but compared to Riser, they were just weaklings, so he didn't want them to die meaninglessly. Nevertheless, Azazel sighed and felt helpless since he could do nothing, facing all the predicaments that were faced by many that he cared about. I know that you are still dissatisfied, but we should be focused on the Cows Brigade. Even though they still had many dissatisfactions, they knew the matter of the Cows Brigade was much bigger compared to the matter of Valley. However, there was no doubt everyone's suspicion was aimed at a single person, and at the same time, Riser also went to Zekrom Bale to have a certain talk with the ancestor of the Bale house. Chapter 200, I Refuse. Zekrom-sama, what are we doing here? Riser thought Zekrom would have a conversation with him, and then everything was over. Frankly, with the peace that he had just gained, he wanted to enjoy it more instead of involving himself in the troublesome matter. Whether it was the Cows Brigade, Valley, or other matters, Riser didn't care at all since all he wished was to have a peaceful life. This was also the reason why sometimes he had the urge to modify Zekrom's memory so Zekrom would be a loyal servant to him. Yet, why didn't he do so? It was because the ability of Memo no Mi wasn't perfect. The ability to manipulate memory was amazing, but there were a few weaknesses to it, and it was impossible for it to be perfect unless he erased all of those weaknesses. However, he didn't have that confidence. After all, he had just gained this ability, and even if his proficiency in this ability was quite good, he didn't think that he had fully mastered this ability, so he decided to endure this urge. Yet, his urge aside, when Riser thought they would have a serious conversation, Zekrom brought him to the apple orchard before Zekrom started to trim the apple flowers on the branch of the tree like it was natural. While Riser was helpless, he just watched him quietly, wondering why, when people had reached old age, they loved to farm. Still, it wasn't like he couldn't understand Zekrom, as he often stayed on his farm. Unlike Riser, who was leaning lazily on one of the apple trees and eating an apple, Zekrom plucked the removed young apple fruits by hand among the cluster, leaving only the biggest single young fruit on the previous cluster. "Do you know why I did this?" Zekrom asked. "It's a common technique, so you can make a good apple," Riser answered lazily. After all, if there were too many young fruits, the shape of the apples would be imperfect, and in order for young fruit to get all the nutrients, Zekrom plucked out the rest. It was cruel, and it might seem like an abortion on the world of plants, but since there was no life matter on the plants, no one said anything. "It surprises me you know about it." Zekrom was speechless as he had lost his momentum, but then he remembered that Riser seemed to have a hobby in agriculture. However, his reason for calling Riser wasn't for agriculture. "Riser Kuin, how strong is Valley Lucifer?" "Valley." Riser thought for a moment and said, "For now, he should be at least better than Wani-chan and Falbium-sama. However, he still has a long way to go to reach the level of Surzek-sama or Ajuka-sama." "Still, Zekrom-sama, instead of asking me, isn't it better to ask Wani-chan, Grafia, or the others as they are more familiar?" Like what Riser had said, to be honest, Zekrom knew how Surzek was killed by Valley from Serafal. He also knew that everything started from Surzek's dubious plan, which was talked about by Serafal before. To be honest, Surzek didn't tell anyone about his plan to use Valley to promote the Ape Dragon, so no one was clear what Surzek planned to do, but there was no doubt that his plan ended with a failure, especially when Surzek was killed by Valley. Nevertheless, the peace that Surzek had sought had been accomplished, but frankly, the shape of this peace might be different from what they wished for. In the original story, the relationship between the three factions was amiable to each other, but now, it is quite different as one of the factions is still unable to get rid of their suspicion due to their connection to Valley. Still, even now, Zekrom was unable to get rid of the uneasiness when he thought that Surzek was killed. Even if he knew that Surzek was killed due to a sneak attack, there was no doubt Valley could kill Surzek. Surzek was one of the strongest devils and was also the reason why the stability of the Devil's Society could be maintained. While there was still Ajuka, Surzek wanted to have a stable development for everyone, so he decided to bet on the young men in front of him. "Do you have the confidence to defeat him again?" Zekrom asked. "Are you seriously asking me that, Zekrom-sama?" Riser was speechless. "I am a phoenix. Can I die?" Zekrom felt it was stupid to ask this question, but he knew the difference between Surzek and Riser was their innate ability. There was no doubt Surzek was powerful, especially when he inherited the power of destruction from his mother, who came from the Bale house, but even so, it didn't mean he couldn't be killed. However, Riser was fundamentally different since it was impossible for him to be killed due to his origin in the Phoenix house. While Zekrom felt relieved, he thought for a moment and threw something at Riser. "Accept this." Riser caught the thing thrown by Zekrom subconsciously and opened his palm. It was a king piece on chess, and there was no doubt it was something that was born from the evil piece. However, there was no king piece on the evil pieces, so the existence of the king piece surprised him, and he quickly used his researcher to analyze this thing. "What is this, Zekrom-sama?" "As you can tell, this is a king piece from the evil piece." Zekrom started to tell the origin of the evil piece. King pieces are rare evil pieces created in the early days of the raiding game's existence. Originally created by Ajuka Beelzebub, they were judged too dangerous due to the potential for rogue devils to abuse them, with their production stopped early on. However, a total of 12 king pieces were created, and one of them was held by the Great King faction. The characteristic of the king piece is power enhancement, as it can strengthen the user by several folds. The strengthening effect is possible on a magnitude of 10 or 100, as it can elevate a high-class devil into power that is comparable to ultimate class and even strengthen some users to Satan's class powers. Riser nodded, then asked, "So many players on the top 10 rating game players are using this?" "That's right." Zekrom didn't hide anything as he had trusted Riser. "Even Diehauser?" Riser asked. "No, that one is different. However, the 2nd to 5th position uses the king piece." "I see." Riser was surprised since a king piece existed, but at the same time, he didn't feel surprised at all as it was common for cheating to happen in the sport. Nevertheless, he didn't have much interest in the rating game to begin with. If Surzek hadn't stopped his promotion to the ultimate class devil previously, would he care about the rating game to begin with? Moreover, if his peerage members and Ravel didn't have an interest in the rating game, Riser wouldn't think to participate since he didn't like to be seen as an animal in the zoo. Well, instead of an animal, he should be called an idol, as he was worshipped by many people. "What do you think?" "What do I think?" "I think that this king piece is meaningless to me." Even if this king piece could strengthen the high-class devil into an ultimate-class devil or even the Satan-class devil, it was meaningless to him, who was already as strong as the original Lucifer. Hearing his words, Zekrom was speechless, but he also understood for the strong, this king piece was meaningless for Riser since Riser was already strong. Riser threw back the king piece to Zekrom after he analyzed it while thinking that it was possible for him to create it for his peerage members. So what do you think? What do you mean? You don't think that the rating game is unfair due to the existence of the king piece? Zekrom asked curiously. Not really. In the end, the king piece is just a tool. I know that my wife wishes to make a rating game school for the low-class devil, but the reality is like this. The world is an unfair place, after all. But what's your purpose in showing me this? Since the king piece's existence is being kept as a secret, you must not wish for the others to know its existence, right? Did this guy plan to tie him to his ship? Zekrom smiled and said, then, I will be straight. Do you wish to become a Lucifer, Riser Cohen? I refuse. Riser answered without hesitation. Happy 200 chapters. Chapter 201, Riser Lucifer. Riser refused without hesitation. While others might wish to become Mao Lucifer, Riser didn't wish to do so since it was troublesome. Moreover, even if he became a Mao instead of the position of Lucifer, he wanted the other position more since it wasn't as prominent as Lucifer and kind of low-key. If he became a Lucifer, there was no doubt he could imagine how many troubles would be attracted in his direction. More importantly, he would be extremely busy. His position was good enough, especially with many people supporting him, doing whatever he pleased, and watching the overall development from behind the scenes was something he wished for. Riser Cohen, it seems that you have a misunderstanding about the position of Lucifer. Nevertheless, like a parent who coaxed his children, Zekrom patiently told him that the position of Mao Lucifer wasn't as bad as it seemed. Zekrom-sama, I am not a child. You can't lie to me. You should know that in this position, I will be targeted by many, especially the old Satan faction. While I am not afraid of them, including Valley, that you are worried about, I am more concerned about Ajuka-sama. Ajuka Beelzebub was Surzeka's best friend. If Riser suddenly took after the position of Mao Lucifer just right after the funeral of Surzek, what would Ajuka do? More importantly, while I am strong enough, I don't think many will agree as my qualification is still minimal. While Riser had defeated many strong supernatural beings, he knew it wasn't easy to get his hands on the position of Mao Lucifer. Riser Cohen, you underestimate yourselves. You have defeated Kokabeel, Valley Lucifer, Azazel, Tannen, and even all the Cows Brigade during the meeting of three factions. Moreover, you have also taken the lead in promoting peace between the three factions. Lastly, no one is more suitable than you, and we need someone who can take over this position, especially during this moment when we need to show our power the most. Yes, except for Riser, no one was more suitable to take the position of Mao Lucifer. Riser had the support of Citri House, Phoenix House, the Great King faction, and Mao Leviathan. With all of those supports and his individual power, it was enough for him to gain the position of Mao Lucifer. More importantly, with everyone knowing about the death of God, those who were hostile toward them would do their best to attack them. Riser's lips twitched, and he said helplessly, please don't lie to me, Zekrom-sama. You just want to dump all the problems of the old Satan faction, the Cows Brigade, and many others to me, right? You can't blame me for that, Riser Cohen. Zekrom sighed helplessly as if he was exhausted. I am already old. It isn't my job to take care of the future of the devil, but you are different. You are young. Zekrom also wasn't wrong since he should be in retirement, yet he was still working due to many chaotic matters happening in the underworld. Yet, Riser knew that Zekrom didn't have any intention to rest. While the leader of the Great King faction was given to Zekrom's son, Lord Baal, there was no doubt that Lord Baal was just a puppet for Zekrom. In case trouble happened, such as the existence of the king piece was known, Zekrom could just discard his son as his son was useless. Frankly, while it might be cruel, abandoning a family wasn't something uncommon in the underworld, especially among the devils in the aristocratic family. Still, his family was better as he had many siblings, so even if Riser was useless, he would still be treated better than many. Nevertheless, let's not talk about this matter as it was completely unrelated to their current discussion. However, there was no doubt no one was more suitable to become a Lucifer than him. First, Riser was a pure-blooded devil from an aristocratic family. His pedigree was perfect, and no one could find a fault with it. Second, Riser was powerful. While he might only defeat Tannen, the might of the Dragon King was enough to match those of devils in Satan's class. Being able to defeat Tannen gave him enough qualifications to become a Mao. Moreover, he had experience fighting against the Cows Brigade, the #1 terrorist that endangered the world. Well, instead of fighting, it was more like a one-sided massacre. Moreover, Riser had defeated Valley, who was the killer of Surzek Lucifer, which greatly gave much confidence in him. Lastly, Riser couldn't die, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Oi! If Riser knew what Zekrom was thinking, he would curse him. Nevertheless, those two weren't the only reasons why Zekrom chose Riser. Riser was unambitious and flexible. This was why Zekrom thought that Riser was suitable. If there was no enemy, there was no doubt Riser would spend his days lazily without working. He didn't seek change like Surzek within the Devil Society. Moreover, even if he knew the existence of the King Piece, his reaction was indifferent, showing that he didn't care at all. If it was someone else, especially the young one or even the adult, they would be angry due to the unfairness within the rating game. However, the darkness of the underworld and the devil weren't just about the King Piece. There was more darkness in the underworld, so if one had already gotten angry and unable to control their emotion due to a small matter such as an unfairness on the rating game, how could one become the Mao? A hero might be needed during a crisis, but to govern the world, one needs a wise ruler. Riser might be flawed. Or rather, the perfect ruler wasn't needed in the underworld. Fair? Unfair? Such a thing could be thrown into the trash. They were all devils, a being that seduces humans into sin or falsehoods. Nevertheless, there should be a limit to the atrocity and chaotic nature of being a devil, especially when one treats the same race. The previous Lucifer and all the other Maos didn't have such a limit and treated everyone like a dispensable piece that could be thrown at any time. However, Zekrom knew that Riser wasn't someone like that. Instead, he knew that Riser was using a ruthless as a mask to hide his gentleness. It was much different from Surzek, who used gentleness to hide his ruthlessness. Nevertheless, Zekrom believed that as long as Riser became Mao Lucifer, everything would be stable. Stability was something that Zekrom wished for the most, and Riser also had the same wish. Riser was the perfect Lucifer in Zekrom's eyes. Why don't you just try? Anyway, you can step down from the position even if you don't want to. Moreover, it isn't like everyone will agree even if I propose you to become the next Lucifer. Lastly, the benefit of being a Lucifer is great. You don't need me to remind you of the benefit of being a Lucifer, right? That's true. Riser knew that there was no disadvantage to accepting this offer, especially when, even if this plan was proposed, it didn't mean everyone would agree. Moreover, even if Riser became a fake Lucifer, he knew that there were many benefits that came from being a Lucifer. The best thing was that his actions didn't only represent the Phoenix House and the Citri House. Instead, he would represent all the devil races, so when he went out for a fight, he could bring all the devils with him, which was great. Frankly, he didn't really have that much of a rejection of becoming one as long as it wasn't so troublesome to become one, especially when he was 100% sure that he would be targeted by many, even if he didn't become a Lucifer. Gremory House aside, Riser was sure that Ajuka Beelzebub, Cow's Brigade, and many would put their eyes on him. Yet. How about you become one? It has been a while. That's right. You don't need me to point you out what you need to do anyway. That's true. Unlike before, there was no need for the system to point out what he needed to do. Instead of thinking of being a Lucifer, how about you think of it as an opportunity? Opportunity. There is no doubt that your position is comfortable, but there are still many things that you can't do openly with your current status. However, when you become a Lucifer, you might be able to see something that you have never thought existed. Moreover, like what Zekrom said before. If you don't like it, you can quit, and it isn't like everyone will agree for you to become a Lucifer, right? Lastly, you have the power to back up your position as a Lucifer. Moreover, the more trouble he received, the more opportunities he became stronger. Nevertheless, he felt the world was quite ironic. His dream was to live a lazy life like a pig where he only needed to mooch his wife's money, but his dream became so far away on the horizon. Still, as the system had said, his power was enough to represent the symbol of the strongest devil, Lucifer. Okay, then. That's great. Zekrom smiled, feeling happy. As for mentioning the future of the devil and protecting everyone, such a thing was never within their consideration, as Zekrom and Riser only thought about their benefit like how a devil could be, yet their purpose was the same. Peace and stability. This is what they sought after. As for their respect towards the previous Lucifer, the previous Lucifer had died, why should they be hypocrites and act like they cared about the previous Lucifer at all? Moreover, Riser Lucifer didn't sound bad at all. So, at the meeting of all the upper echelons of the devils, Zekrom boldly said, I propose Riser Phenex to become the next Mao Lucifer. At that moment, the whole world seemed to stand still. Chapter 202, Swamped. What is this meeting for, Oni-sama? Probably what we will do after this alliance of 3 factions. This is new for us, so many things need to be discussed. However, you don't need to think too much since there won't be much change within our society except that we will have peace and live together with 2 different races. After his discussion with Zekrom, Riser needed to attend the meeting for all the upper echelons of all the devils. Those who were invited to this meeting were those heads of the 72 pillars that were still living and the ultimate class devils. All of them were invited to discuss the future of the devil without the presence of God and with the peace they gained with the angel and the fallen angel who were supposed to be their enemies. This was a situation that had never occurred previously, and naturally, everyone needed to discuss their future with this current situation, especially when they needed to talk about how they needed to act in front of the angel and the fallen angel. Even though they were an ally now, they were an enemy previously. It was impossible for them to act like they were best friends the moment the alliance was announced. If Surzek didn't die due to the Cows Brigade, there was no doubt that this alliance wouldn't be easily accepted as it is now. Still, even if they were an ally, they weren't a baby that would trust their allies blindly, as they needed to prepare a countermeasure in case their allies betrayed them. Their response toward the Cows Brigade, the way they treated their allies, the exchange of benefit, and how their future be with the current situation. Nevertheless, the three alliances between the Devil, Angel, and Fallen Angel were quite different from how it was in the original. However, the fact that they had become an ally didn't change, and they needed to discuss this matter since they couldn't postpone it any longer. The funeral of Surzek was finished, so they needed to move on to tackle their current and future problems, since even if Surzek had died, their life still needed to move on. Still, as for why Riser brought Ravel with him, it was because Sona was in her school in the human world. But are you sure you want to follow me? You won't be able to join the meeting, you know. Unlike him, who was an ultimate class devil, Ravel was a high-class devil, so she was unable to join this meeting. Frankly, if Ravel didn't follow him, Riser would join his father and father-in-law, since they also came to this meeting. Moreover, there was no doubt this meeting would take a long time to finish, and waiting definitely wasn't a good thing, especially when one was alone in a foreign place. Was she going to stay in the hotel all the time while waiting for him? It's okay, Oni-sama. You don't need to worry about me. Iryuka is going to be in Lusafad, too, so I won't be lonely. Ravel leaned on his arm as she spoke those words fondly, yet her words also carried concern, especially toward her friend's situation. Iryuka. Riser suddenly recalled what was happening to Glaciolabala's house, the family where Iryuka came from. There were many things happening, including the death of the heir of the Glaciolabalas, the house where Falbum Asmodeus came from. However, the atmosphere from the death of Surzek still remained, and the Glaciolabala's house managed the funeral of their heir in a low-key manner so it wouldn't worsen the current atmosphere within the underworld. Not only did they lose Surzek Lucifer, but they also lost the heir of the Glaciolabala's house. Even worse, many of the members of the 72 Pillars somehow disappeared inexplicably, which made everyone even more tense. If this news was known to the public, there was no doubt the current social situation within the underworld would be worsened. It was also due to this that the meeting for all the devils within the high echelon's position could no longer be postponed, since they needed to bring a new confidence to everyone. Is she okay? She is okay, but she seems to be in a bad mood due to the new heir being kind of. Ravel was quite awkward as she didn't really want to talk bad about other people. Zephyr, is it? I have heard about him. Zephyr Glaciolabalas. The troublemaker at the Glaciolabala's house. This guy was probably like the original Riser but more unlikable due to his delinquent-like personality. Moreover, unlike Riser, his peerage members were filled with delinquents like a gang, which made it hard for people to like him. There was no doubt that Iryuka would hate to have this person become the new heir of the Glaciolabalas, but there was no suitable heir other than Zephyr, as he had a talent and a certain strength to back up his prickly personality. Nevertheless, such a person was never within Riser's eyesight. Still, knowing that Ravel had a friend to go out with, Riser didn't need to worry about her anymore, as he could participate in this meeting with a focus. However. But Oni-sama, when you have finished, please tell Ravel, okay? Ravel wants to play with Oni-sama in Lusafad. Ravel leaned toward him as she blew hot air into his ear seductively. Riser realized instead of the meeting, he anticipated finishing the meeting even more. Nevertheless, he also realized that he hadn't upheld his promise to Ravel to go on a trip with her. Let's do it after this. With that thought, he softly stroked her head as he thought about their bright future. After their arrival in Lusafad, they met their father and Riser's father-in-law, who gathered together. Due to the marriage between Riser and Sona, the relationship between the Citri house and the Phenex house is so sticky that they might be mistaken as lovers. Nevertheless, their current discussion definitely wasn't so warm, since Lord Phenex and Lord Citri were worried about the future of the devil. The death of Surzek and the heir of the Glaciolabalas wasn't a small thing, especially when they knew the majority of members of the Old Satan faction had joined the Cows Brigade. There was probably a spy from the Old Satan faction within their territory. Still, unlike the other houses, their houses were more peaceful due to the existence of Riser and Seraphal. Their existence was enough to bring peace of mind and security to them and all the houses that were affiliated with their houses. Not only in terms of security but in the economy, politics, and all the areas within the Society of the Devil, their influence had grown stronger due to the power shown by Riser. During this time, Lord Citri and Lord Phenex also slipped the account of their house's income for Riser to check, as they knew Riser was good at this type of thing. Riser was speechless, but he didn't reject it, since the faster he finished all of them, the faster he could walk away from all of this forced labor. However, as they talked, Riser suddenly noticed something weird on the account from Phenex Tears' revenue. It might be something small, but with his accounting mastery, it was impossible to miss it, and he realized something fishy was happening, especially when some members of the branch family from the Phenex house also disappeared during this time. What's wrong, Riser? Lord Phenex asked in doubt since Riser suddenly fell into silence. Riser frowned before he shook his head. Let's talk when the meeting is over. He knew that this matter needed to be discussed thoroughly, but they didn't have such a time, especially when the meeting was about to start. Nevertheless, he thought that someone really dared to do something that angered his family. Still, he wanted to sigh since there were so many troublesome things happening. Riser somehow wished to erase all those troubles, but he endured them as he knew their existence benefited him. Okay. Lord Phenex felt a little unsettled since he knew Riser wouldn't say something like that unless Riser noticed something wrong, but he also knew their focus should be on this meeting. While there were many things they wanted to talk about, the meeting was about to start, so they went to the meeting hall in the most luxurious hotel in the Lusafad. As they came, many also came, and all of them were the heads of the remaining aristocratic family within the 72 pillars, along with the ultimate class devil. Riser, along with his father and father-in-law, was rather low-key as they didn't really want to attract much attention, so they only quietly walked toward the venue, but Riser-chan. When Riser heard this voice, he knew being low-key was definitely impossible. Chapter 203, Good Guy. The familiar squishy and warm feeling spread before his back. Riser didn't need to guess who this person who suddenly hugged him was since Lord Citri had already given him an answer. Serafal. Lord Citri looked at his eldest daughter helplessly. Father. Yahalo. Uncle Phenex, also, hello. Serafal sniffed Riser several times and inhaled the scent of his body, trying to recharge her Riser's energy before she greeted her father and Lord Phenex. It's good to see you, Serafal Dano. Lord Phenex also greeted Serafal politely and then looked at his son curiously with a subtle gaze. Riser wasn't blind to his father's gaze, but he pretended that he didn't see anything. His previous relationship with Serafal became somewhat awkward due to Surzek, but when he came to save her during the previous meeting of the three factions and supported her when she needed someone the most, it was like everything that had been held suddenly overflowed. It was like a broken dam that flooded the nearby village. Her heart was unable to control anymore, especially when she was stressed by many things. To be honest, it was quite ironic as their relationship bloomed due to the death of Surzek. Yet, Surzek had died, and there was nothing Serafal could do. Moreover, as someone who was in charge of the foreign affair, her job was the toughest after the alliances between the three races were held. There were many things that she needed to pay attention to, especially toward their allies and other supernatural groups that existed in this world. If Falbium didn't help her, Serafal knew that she would be dead due to overwork. As for Ajuka, Serafal could only sigh and hope for her best friend to recover from his sadness. Are you okay? Riser asked. I am okay. I have recovered now. However, Serafal suddenly thought of something and narrowed her eyes as she pressed her breath even tighter on his back. But I will be happy if I get a little help from you. Riser's lips trembled as he thought that he would be working like a cow to plow the land, but the advantage of working under Serafal was clear, especially when she had given him an advance payment with her breasts. Watching this, neither Lord Phenex nor Lord Citri paid any attention, or they might have noticed, but they turned a blind eye since if Serafal really fell for Riser, it wouldn't hurt them. While Lord Citri was quite complex, his eldest daughter had been single for as long as he could remember. If Serafal could fall for Riser and have a child, then wouldn't it be better? The more children, the better, right? Moreover, Riser's genes were so good. Nevertheless, before Riser gave his answer, many devils came to approach him, trying to get close to him as being close to him would give them many benefits. Right now, with the death of Surzek, there was no doubt that he was the rising star, especially when he got a lot of support and his strength was above those of Mao's. This strength was something they longed for and was also the reason why they were all gathered under him, as they also wished to be basked in his warmth. By then, the number of devils around him increased even further. Even the second and third rank of the raiding game, Roygun Belphegor and Bediz Abaddon approached him, trying to get close to him. While Riser was a little helpless, he knew his position was unique. Not only was he part of the Formao faction, but he was also being supported by the Great King faction. Whether Roygun or Bediz, the two of them were part of the Great King faction, which was also why the two were in charge of commentator and referee during his raiding game with Tannen. Still, was it his imagination? Roygun seemed to act quite subtly around him, but she quickly stopped for some reason. Nevertheless, what Riser didn't know was that Serafal, who was latched on his back at that moment, glared at Roygun to watch out for what Roygun was doing. Don't get close to him, you grandma. Still, if Riser knew what Serafal was thinking, he would only stare at her helplessly since, in terms of age, Serafal wasn't much different from Roygun. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that Roygun was one of the most powerful female devils except for Serafal and Graphia, but unlike the two, Serafal knew that Roygun's power was something that Roygun gained artificially or even by cheating. So, facing Serafal, whose power was born from her birth instead of the king piece, Rogian could only bow down. Still, as Riser wished to enter the venue, as he was quite lazy to talk, someone suddenly approached him. Riser Phenex Dano. Somehow, the scene before him was like when Moses split the sea into two parts. When this person came, everyone subconsciously gave him a path so he could be closer to Riser. Dihauser Belial Dano. Riser looked at the champion of the rating game for the first time. It might not have been his first time seeing Dihauser, but it was his first time seeing him with his own eyes. There was no doubt in the eyes of everyone, especially the low-class devil, that Dihauser was a hero. Yet, facing this person's aura, Riser didn't seem to be swallowed by Dihauser's presence. Instead, everyone could feel that Dihauser's aura seemed to be one that was swallowed by Riser, especially when all the devils present moved into Riser's back as they faced Dihauser. Dihauser might be the champion of the rating game. But that's it. Yes, that's it. Dihauser might have the power, but his influence was far pale from Riser, who got the support of everyone, a lot of money, and a power that was enough to overwhelm all the legendary beings. Compared to Dihauser, Riser's achievement was much higher. It's our first meeting. I am happy to know you. Me too. It's good to know the champion. As the two shook their hands, Seraphal was just latched on Riser's back as if she was a pet or something, but even with such a weird scene, no one said anything as if they could read the mood since Seraphal was a famous weirdo. Moreover, if they said something, they felt like they lost for some reason. Dihauser somehow chuckled self-deprecatingly. Being a champion is nothing compared to what you have done to the underworld. Roygun and Bidis frowned at Dihauser's words, but neither said anything since they were the losers. You certainly jest. You are the undefeated champion of the rating game. Your might, achievement, and everything are something that many have longed for and admired. If you say that your achievements are nothing, then are you saying that for those who have chased after your back, everyone who has supported you, and your peerage members who have been working hard by your side are meaningless? Dihauser blinked his eyes before he bowed his head and apologized. You are right. I need to apologize for choosing the wrong sentences to express my thoughts. Yet, I just want to say that compared to what you have brought to the underworld, this piece that we thought of as something impossible, my achievement is still far away from you. His words were full of sincerity, telling Riser how glad he was for the peace that was born within the three factions. It's not just my hard work, but it is due to everyone that we can achieve our current situation. Nevertheless, even if we achieve peace, we still have many problems within the underworld. In case of trouble emerges, I am sure that your existence will surely bring hope to everyone, Dihauser Dano. If such trouble emerges, then I will use my everything to stop it. That's good to hear. Riser thought that Dihauser was a good boy. Nevertheless, he wondered why Dihauser seemed to look up and even acted like an underling in front of him. The amiable relationship between Riser and Dihauser was something that made everyone smile since the two combinations of two powerful devils gave them peace of mind and security. Only. Riser Dano, I am sorry for being rude, but there is another reason why I came for you. Yes. I think Tannen Dano is innocent, and he isn't someone who is like those who are mentioned in the media, so if possible, can you let the investigation on him stop? I believe all the rumors about him are a misunderstanding, so as long as you two talk, I am sure everything will be solved. The world suddenly stood still as they were looking at Dihauser, who still had a sincere expression on his face. Nevertheless, Riser narrowed his eyes while wondering why he had always been caught in trouble. Chapter 204, Strange Flame. The conflict between Riser and Tannen wasn't something new. After all, everything started from how Tannen became Riser's opponent during Riser's return rating game match. However, this conflict began due to the conflict between Surzek and Riser. If Tannen was smart, he would have rejected Surzek's request so as not to be involved in their conflict, but he was greedy as he wished to gain a favor from Surzek, yet he lost and didn't gain a favor. Moreover, the continuation of their race was in danger due to his conflict with Riser. Especially after Tannen got heated up by saying that he would kill Riser in public. Moreover, everyone was clear that Tannen would try to hurt Riser's peerage members badly. To be honest, everyone felt that it was Tannen, who didn't know how high the sky was. It was all his fault for overestimating himself, as being a Dragon King meant nothing in front of Riser. Nevertheless, if Tannen was stronger, then there was room for maneuver. However, Tannen was weaker, so he lost everything. The world was an unfair place. The weak could only be beaten by the strong. Nevertheless, those who weren't strong chose to survive, leaning on the big tree known as Riser, Zekrom Bale, or the other Maus. It was also due to this they knew the background and supporting characters were their roles, but it didn't matter since they were satisfied with the status quo. However, Dihauser was different. Dihauser was strong, yet in the eyes of everyone, this guy was stupid for trying to get involved in the problem between Riser and Tannen like a hero. Was this guy really a devil? While Seraphal got nervous as she knew about Riser's personality, she would be lying if she didn't get angry at Dihauser. Who the hell do you think you are? What right do you think you can ask Riser to forgive Tannen with just a few words? Just because you are the champion of the rating game. Nevertheless, while Dihauser didn't have an influence on the government, he had a lot of fans, giving him support from the public. Well, that doesn't seem to be a problem. Compared to Riser, whose family owned the biggest media company, the influence of Dihauser seemed nothing. Everyone shook their heads at Dihauser, thinking that this guy was over. Nevertheless, many were looking at Lord Belial, who stood by Dihauser's side, hoping for no conflict between Dihauser and Riser, especially with the current situation within their society. Still, Serafal knew that she needed to say something since the power of Dihauser was necessary, or else, she was afraid of Riser's personality. He would attack Dihauser, but Riser raised his hand and still maintained his smile as he faced Dihauser. I guess I need to change my impression of the dragon due to your words, Dihauser Dano. What do you mean, Riser Dano? Dihauser was confused. Riser ignored Dihauser and then looked at Lord Belial. Lord Belial, does the Belial house have the ability to read minds? Ah. Lord Belial was startled and confused, but he answered. No, we don't have such an ability. Our ability is worthless, an ability to invalidate things, such as special abilities, properties, or effects. Then, Dihauser Dano, how could you tell that Tannen was innocent if you can't read a mind? Everyone. That's. Dihauser was stunned before he answered calmly. Because I believe that Tannen Dano isn't someone like that. He is a warrior who fights bravely and hates the lazy, so how can such a person do something harmful to us? So, that's your assumption. My assumption. Due to your relationship with Tannen, I am not surprised if you have a biased thought toward him, but what I am doing is for the safety of every devil in the underworld. If Tannen really plans to overthrow us, can you take responsibility for this atrocity? When millions of the devils die due to your assumption, believing that Tannen is a saint that won't do anything against all of us, can you be responsible? Dihauser was stunned by Riser's bombardment. Yet, Riser wasn't going to let this go and said righteously, as Tannen's supervisor, I can't do such an irresponsible thing like that since everyone's safety is on my shoulders. All my actions aren't based on hatred, feeling, or even selfishness. Instead, my heart and actions are utterly unclouded. Everything which I have done is for everyone. His words were powerful, along with the aura he emitted, everyone could feel the tension and the solemnity of his actions. Yet, at the same time, they felt stunned as they thought that this guy was dangerous. In that short moment, Riser suddenly became a pillar of light, a symbol of justice, or even a martyr. For the peace of the underworld, Riser did all of this. Those who didn't have a good head were moved by Riser's words, but those who had a good head felt a cold sweat by Riser's ingenuity and shrewdness. Moreover, at the same time, they knew this wasn't the end. I don't want everyone to be hurt just based on your assumption. If you feel that I am unfair, then it is okay since I believe my action is for everyone. This is for our safety and peace of mind, especially with our current situation where many problems come after us one after another. By this point, Dihauser couldn't say anything and stared at Riser in a daze as he was unable to say other words. Was he going to convince Riser again, telling him that Tannen was innocent? Would Dihauser be held responsible if anything happened? Nevertheless, when Dihauser fell silent as he still wished to help his friend, he made a single mistake. Riser was vengeful, and would he let Dihauser go after that insolence? Riser dared to kill Surzek, so what was a mere champion? Nevertheless, your insistence on saving Tannen makes me suddenly feel suspicious. Riser narrowed his eyes and said, now, I remember that Belial House seemed to be supporting the old government during the Devil Civil War. I think that we need to observe your house, too, in case you have made a connection with the old Satan faction and the Cows Brigade during this critical moment. Those words were enough to bring a cold sweat to everyone, especially Lord Belial and Dihauser. For the current government, the old government was taboo. There was no doubt a killing or even a massacre was the only option for one who dared to cooperate with the old government. So, at this moment, they thought that the Belial house was going to be over as they grimaced, thinking that even the champion wasn't immune to Riser. Yet Dihauser, who was being plotted and slandered, looked at Riser in disbelief as he had never thought their previous warm conversation would suddenly turn into something like this. However, Lord Belial didn't let his son talk and forcefully grabbed Dihauser's head, making him bow. I am sorry, Riser Phenex-sama. My son has been kind, so he is worried about his friend. Nevertheless, while our family might have chosen the old government during the Devil Civil War, our paths have separated, and we don't even have a single connection with the old government. Our loyalty has always been to the Great King and the four Great Mao now. Please believe us. Dihauser was silent, yet a strange flame was born in his heart. His heart was complex as it was filled with anger and, at the same time, a realization of powerlessness. He was angry that his father and himself had to bow down toward Riser, apologizing even though he didn't feel he was wrong, but he also realized that the position of champion was nothing in front of Riser as it was unable to do anything in front of Riser's power. While Dihauser he didn't want to cause trouble to his family, so he just bowed his head silently under his father's forceful action as he quickly realized what kind of trouble he might cause by antagonizing Riser. It's okay. Riser still appeared as kind as ever. I can tell that your son is kind, but you need to tell him that we need to see the big picture for everyone's future instead of one's selfishness. It's as you say, I am a failure as a father, and please forgive our insolence. As Lord Belial apologized, he could feel the pressure on his body disappear. However, Dihauser was different as he could feel an intense pressure that was enough to strangle his neck to die, yet no one said anything as if they didn't want to get involved. Riser Kuan, what's wrong? Zekrom and Lord Bale entered the venue as they watched the commotion that happened. Nothing, Zekrom-sama. We just talked to each other since it seems that the champion wishes to have a rating game with me. Riser smiled at Dihauser and asked, right, Champion Kuan. Dihauser didn't say anything and just endured all the feelings inside his heart. Oh. Really? That seems interesting, but we're about to have a meeting, so how about we talk about that matter later? That's true. As if losing his interest, Riser left with Zekrom, Lord Bale, and everyone, leaving Dihauser and Lord Belial alone. Cough. Cough. Dihauser coughed hard, trying to inhale air into his lungs when Riser let him go. Dihauser, are you okay? You idiot. Why did you have to provoke him? Lord Belial cried as he scolded Dihauser, feeling so scared that the entire domain of Belial might be destroyed due to Riser's revenge. I'm sorry, father. There was nothing Dihauser could say except apologize, as he might bring the destruction of his family due to his selfishness. Forget about Tannen. That guy is dead. Don't provoke him any longer, and just keep quiet. Lord Belial sighed. You are already old. Be an adult, okay. Dihauser didn't say anything and just stared at the back of Riser without one knowing what he was thinking. Sorry for being late. Chapter 205, Apple. Should I kill Dihauser? Riser thought within his mind since he knew the power of Worthless was quite troublesome since this ability could destroy some of his plans, but he decided to hold it as the death of the champion would shake the entire underworld. Riser planned to kill Dihauser, but it wouldn't be now, especially when the threat of champion wasn't as high as he seemed to be. While there was no doubt Dihauser's ability was powerful, it wasn't easy to use since the user must understand the properties of the objects they intend to nullify to render them worthless. However, if Dihauser didn't understand the properties or even notice the abilities, magics, or other things, his ability would be meaningless. Moreover, as long as Riser had the area of invisibility, he was invincible. No one would be able to find his trace. When everyone desperately sought after him, Riser stood beside them, their friends and allies, as they had never realized that everything was done by him. Still, when this was over, Riser felt he might as well go on a trip since everything was just a little tough. I will tell Belial later, Zekrom said after he heard what was happening. Thanks. It's okay, but you did a good job since, with your current situation, you shouldn't be gentle. You need to be tough and cruel. Everyone needs to know that you are a symbol of terror. Unlike Surzek, who killed all the descendants of the four Satans along with so many devils during the Devil Civil War, Riser hadn't shown all of that. No, Riser had shown his ruthlessness, but many people kept forgetting about it. If they really cause trouble, then you don't need to hesitate, and you can kill Dihauser if you wish to since pain is the best lesson. Riser looked at Zekrom, who sat by his side speechlessly. Is it like an apple? Zekrom laughed. Yes, it's like an apple. Apples grew in clusters, and for one to grow into a splendid fruit, the farmer needed to pluck the other apples, leaving only the best so all the nutrition of the tree could go into that fruit. Nevertheless, Riser felt that Zekrom was worried about the existence of Dihauser and wanted him to deal with him, but he didn't say anything since he also wanted to clear up Dihauser, so their goal was the same. Still, their conversation ended when everyone had gathered at the venue and started their meeting. Nevertheless, during the meeting, Riser could feel an intensity in him, especially Ajuka and probably Dihauser, who had previously argued with him. Still, it was only for a moment, subtle, but as he was sensitive toward gazes, he noticed them. Let's start our meeting, everyone. When this voice fell, everyone stared at Serafal, who was in charge of leading this meeting. While many were speechless, they said nothing and just listened to Serafal's reports. With an alliance of 3 factions, the first thing they exchanged was information, and the information they needed the most was about the Cows Brigade, especially when everyone heard one of the factions led by the Old Satan faction. Based on the information from Gregory, this group is led by Shalba Beelzebub, Kateria Leviathan, and Cruzuri Asmodeus. Oh, Kateria-chan died, so there are only the 2 of them. Their expressions became solemn since they didn't expect the true descendants of the original Satans, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus, to be involved in the Cows Brigade. With those names, there was no doubt those following the true original Satans would move, which made this situation much more troublesome. Serafal, how about that guy? Falbium suddenly asked. While many suddenly became solemn, Riser was confused. That guy. Risavim Levon Lucifer, Falbium added as he looked at Riser. The son of the original Lucifer. Then he looked at Seraphol and asked, is he within the Cows Brigade? Son of the original Lucifer. Riser was surprised since it was his first time hearing such a person. He knew many things due to the memory of his previous life, but it didn't mean he knew everything since all the information he had was from the anime. I am not sure since the information from Gregory doesn't mention that person, but I have a feeling that this person must be involved. Seraphol believed they should prepare for the worst instead of hoping Rivizim wasn't involved. Nevertheless, due to this news, everyone's expression became even more solemn since the weight of Rivizim was different from Shalba Beelzebub, Kateria Leviathan, and Cruzari Asmodeus. They didn't deny the three were powerful, but compared to Rivizim, they were nothing, especially when Kateria didn't even inherit the original ability of Leviathan. However, with limited information, there was nothing they could do, and they could only do their best to protect themselves and strengthen their defense since they didn't know where the old Satan factions hid. In simple terms, all the initiatives were taken by the Cows Brigade, giving them a disadvantage because they knew nothing except their information. Still, they knew their objective, as there was no doubt their wish was to overthrow the current government. Southwest, everyone in this place knew that they would appear before them sooner or later. After Seraphol explained the old Satan faction within the Cows Brigade, he also explained the Hero faction, a group of humans who held the power of sacred gear and even Longinus. Nevertheless, hearing this information, the majority of them had a dismissive reaction since what could a human do? Moreover, a human was living in the human world, and they lived in the underworld, so this Hero faction had nothing to do with them. However, they knew that they needed to act, especially when the alliances between a devil, an angel, and a fallen angel had started. In case one of them was troubled or attacked by the Cows Brigade, they were expected to help the others. Yet, whether they would really do it or not was a different matter. After all, unlike the original, Issei's protagonist's aura was bright due to the protection given by Surzek. However, Surzek had passed away. This made Riser curious whether Issei could shine as he used to. Well, it depends on whether he will die first or become stronger before all of that. After introducing the magician faction within the Cows Brigade, which was quite mysterious, Seraphol explained the exchange of benefits between the angel, the fallen angel, and the devil. From the devil, they decided to give a method to create a reincarnation devil to the angel as it was something needed the most by an angel, especially with their inability to reproduce. After all, the moment they stopped being virgins, they would become fallen, so this reproducing method was necessary. Nevertheless, not many rejected this offer as they didn't lose anything, and the one who took the initiative was Ajuka, the creator of the evil piece, one who created the reincarnation devil. Even if they wanted to reject it, they couldn't do so since the method of creating the reincarnation devil was at the end of Ajuka, so there was no point in stopping it, and the materials used to create the evil piece could only be found on Underworld within the devil's area, so by using the evil piece, they could make the angel fully depend on them. Meanwhile, the fallen angels were in charge of research and all other things. Unlike before, they also gave their research results, but only on a few since if they gave all of them, they would lose their worth, especially when they were the weakest. As for the angels, they were in charge of talking and explaining to the other pantheons. Unlike the fallen angel and the devil, whose image was bad, the angel's image was good, and their existence was needed so as not to make the others misunderstand the meaning of their alliance. Peace was what they sought after. No one planned to conquer the world after all. Other than that, they needed to face the Cows Brigade, who were aiming for them. Frankly, the devil might have to give more than the others, but the danger faced by the devil was much more since they were in danger as they needed to face the old Satan faction who was hiding, looming, and ready to strike them anytime. Moreover, if a Longinus was found by a member of the three factions, they had a duty to report it to the higher-ups of each of the factions. Failure to do so would constitute a breach of the Kuo Treaty. Unlike regular sacred gear, the might of Longinus was clear to everyone, especially when they were held by either an angel, a devil, or a fallen angel. If Riser had to say the might of Longinus was like a nuclear bomb in his previous life, so a country needed to report when they had such a weapon, which didn't surprise him when either angel, fallen angel, or the devil required to report when there was a Longinus user within their faction. Seraphol then listed the Longinus that existed within the factions. Angel had Zenith Tempest, the second strongest Longinus with an ability to control the weather and its elemental attributes. Meanwhile, the fallen angels had Canis Lycaon, a Longinus that takes the form of a huge black dog with red eyes. Seraphol explained the two Longinus to the details on the monitor and their abilities along with their users. There was also a divine dividing, held by Vala Lucifer, that caused many to frown and tense due to the combination of the White Dragon Emperor and the descendant of the true Lucifer, which gave them so much horror. Vala could even kill Surzek, even if what he did was a sneak attack. The fact that Vala had killed Surzek didn't change. If Vala could kill Surzek, what about them? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but glance at Riser as he was the only person who had a chance to defeat Vala. Then, lastly, Serafal explained about boosted gear, the Longinus owned by the devil, along with Issei's information, which caused everyone to fall into silence. All of them fell into silence since Issei's information just stunned them. After all, compared to Valley or the users of Zenith Tempest and Canis Lycaon, Issei was just. By the way, is it possible to take the boosted gear from Issei Hayadu? Lord Bale suddenly asked, causing Lord Gremory to lose his composure. However, many didn't say anything since if they could get themselves on the boosted gear and give it to Riser, then it felt much more reliable instead of relying on Issei. Lord Bale. Lord Gremory. This is for the future of the devil. I think instead of relying on such a worthless human, isn't it better for us to hold the boosted gear by ourselves? Moreover, we have gained technology to take the sacred gear from the user, so why don't we try it on him? That's. Lord Gremory wanted to stop Lord Bale, but without Surzek, he didn't have the power to resist, which made him desperate. There was a Graphia, whose might was comparable to an ultimate class devil, but after the death of Surzek, her situation was so bad that she didn't appear at this meeting. Still, when Lord Gremory was desperate, someone came to help him. Lord Bale, may I give you a suggestion? Is there something wrong, Ajukadano? Unlike Lord Gremory, Lord Bale needed to give a face to Ajuka. Longinus, no, all the sacred gears are like a blood type. Even if we take it from the user, there is a chance that it might not fit with the new user. By then, we might even lose boosted gear, giving us a disadvantage over the angel and the fallen angel. While Issei Hayadu might appear unreliable, there must be a reason why he is chosen as the holder of the Red Dragon Emperor. How about we give him a chance instead of doing something hasty? There will be a youth devil gathering soon, and we can see the might of the Red Dragon Emperor at that time. Moreover, even if we are an ally, we can't trust the fallen angel fully as we need to test whether this method is working or not. Lastly, unlike a normal sacred gear, a Longinus is special as a legendary being is sealed inside it. Lord Bale felt that Ajuka's explanation was understandable, but he couldn't make a decision, so he looked at his father. Zekrom nodded, which Lord Bale also nodded. I see. In that case, let's give him a chance. Thank you. Lord Gremory looked at Ajuka gratefully. Ajuka only nodded as if it was something he had to do. However, Issei's time was limited since he needed to become stronger and show his worth during the youth devil gathering. With all of that, their meeting went quite smoothly, and nothing went awry, but when the meeting was about to end, Zekrom, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Can I have a moment?" When Zekrom's voice fell, everyone became quiet, waiting for him to talk. I know that everyone here is still sad with the death of Surzek Gremory. Lord Gremory frowned, but he didn't say anything. However, we can't be swallowed by sadness since we still need to think about the future of the devil, so here, I propose for Riser Phenex to take over the position of the next Lucifer. At that moment, no one talked, and they were all dumbfounded by the sudden news. No one could say anything as they thought that they were dreaming. However, it was within the consideration of Zekrom and Riser. Then, like how they simulated it beforehand, Riser was about to refuse before Zekrom would smooth out the situation, yet the situation suddenly got out of hand when Ajuka suddenly said, "I agree with this decision." While Zekrom was quite surprised, Riser narrowed his eyes and thought that his new battle was about to start now. Chapter 206, New Stage. Before this meeting started, Zekrom and Riser had made several simulations where Zekrom would announce his proposal to make Riser take the position of Lucifer on the Four Great Mouths. When Zekrom made an announcement, Riser would refuse. It might seem weird why Riser would refuse even though the two of them had agreed beforehand, but if he appeared excited and would take this position happily like it was something that he had been longing for, it would make his situation troublesome as he needed to answer everyone's expectations. Even though he got his hand on the name of the strongest Mao, his action would be restricted as many would watch over him to see whether he was suitable or not, so when he made a mistake, they would all blame him. So, at this moment, Riser needed to refuse since that way, they were the ones who begged him to take Lucifer's position. To beg and to receive were two different things. When Riser received the position of Lucifer from everyone, there was no need for him to answer an expectation, and he didn't need to do anything, only maintaining the status quo. Naturally, he could also do shady things, so his authority or wealth could be increased even further during his reign as the new Lucifer. Everything was within the consideration of Zekrom and Riser, but, in that simulation, Zekrom and Riser thought that Ajuka would refute him and wouldn't agree for him to become a Lucifer, especially when Surzek was Ajuka's best friend, so when Ajuka suddenly agreed to this proposal Zekrom and Riser were surprised. What is he planning to do? Riser thought. Unlike Serafal and Falbium, the weight that came from Ajuka's acceptance was much different, especially when Ajuka's power matched that of Surzeka's. Nevertheless, Riser quickly calmed himself as he thought about why Ajuka agreed. He thought for a moment and could find several reasons, but there was no doubt his answer was still the same. Thank you for your words, Zekrom-sama and Ajuka-sama, but I think that I am not fit to take the Lucifer position, especially when I am still inexperienced. Moreover, with my qualifications, I don't think that I am qualified. Lastly, isn't it too early for us to choose someone to take Lucifer's position? If there was a reason why Ajuka would agree to let Riser take the position of Lucifer, Riser thought that Ajuka wished for the men behind the darkness to come out, or was it Ajuka's plan to prove that he was involved in Surzeka's death? Either way, Riser knew he couldn't back down. Instead, he should take this challenge as his alibi was perfect, and no one could prove that he was the criminal except for Vala Lucifer. Yet, was there anyone who could trust Vala's words? There might be, but could they do something when Riser had stood above all of them? Moreover, Surzek had died. What was the point of thinking of death? Except for Gremory House and Ajuka, who happened to be Surzeka's best friend, no one paid attention to Surzek anymore. It might be cruel, but even their father, the original Lucifer, was forgotten, too. Surzek was just a fake Lucifer. The moment he died, everything was over. In the end, everyone's wish was just to have a stable life, and they didn't care who could provide them with this life. Nevertheless, due to his words, everyone also had woken up from their stupor as they couldn't believe that Zekrom and Ajuka wanted to make Riser take the position of Lucifer. They might have expected this, but the rise of Riser was too fast. Before, Riser was just a high-class devil, then he grew into an ultimate-class devil, but now Riser was going to take the position of Mao Lucifer. Whether it was Lord Baal, Seraphol, Falbium, Lord Phenex, Lord Citri, Lord Gremory, or many were stunned as they were unable to believe what they had just heard. Yet, at the same time, even though some of them had a hard time admitting it, they also didn't feel surprised. After all, except for Riser, no one was suitable to take this position. Still, many were dumbfounded when they heard Riser's answer as he refused to take Lucifer's position, but when they heard his answer, they also agreed inwardly. Riser might have had power, but he was far too inexperienced, considering how young he was. Yet. No. I think that there is no suitable person other than you to take this position, Riser Kuan. Ajuka shook his head, telling Riser that he was the perfect someone who could take Lucifer's position. Moreover, what one needs to take this position is a power. Ajuka's eyes narrowed at Riser and said, "You might be young, but your power is comparable to me and Surzek, or probably slightly above the two of us. If Surzek is still alive and you two are fighting each other, I believe that you have a high chance of winning." "You jest. I don't think that I am a match for Surzek-sama." Was this Ajuka's way of testing him? However, there is no doubt that we need a symbol of hope. We need someone who can take the position of Mao Lucifer, and except for you, no one else is suitable, Riser Kuan. Ajuka looked at Zekrom and asked, "Don't you think so too, Zekrom-sama?" Zekrom fell in silence as he stared at Ajuka, wondering whether Ajuka tried to antagonize Riser, but even if there was a conflict between Riser and Ajuka, it had nothing to do with him. Moreover, what he needed to do was only one thing, and that was to be in the middle position, watching them fight, and just stay with the winner. So. I agree. Zekrom nodded. With the death of Rias Gremory, we need someone who can take his position, so it will give new hope to everyone. If Riser loses, then that's it. If Ajuka loses, then that's it. In the end, Zekrom lost nothing, as his investment was nothing but his approval. See. Even Zekrom-sama had said so. Ajuka showed his gentlest smile at Riser. If you are worried whether you can take this position well, then you don't need to worry, right? You have the support of Zekrom-sama, your sister-in-law, Seraphol Leviathan, and many powerful noble houses supporting you. Except for you, no one else can take this position. Even Daihauser, the champion, couldn't take this position as the champion of the rating game meant nothing in front of the power of authority of government. Moreover, he was a miser and poor. Lastly, his support was nothing but the Great King faction, and he didn't have any involvement with the current four Great Maos, so it was impossible for Seraphol, Falbium, Ajuka, and those houses that were involved with them to agree. In other words, only Riser was suitable as he had a connection with many. Nevertheless, when everyone realized it, they couldn't help but was in a daze as they realized how strong this young man had grown in such a short moment. Even Daihauser, who had a conflict with Riser previously, had a complicated gaze at this young man. Riser could feel all the gazes on him, waiting for his response. Whether it was Seraphol, his father-in-law, or many others, all of them waited for his answer. Nevertheless, unlike them, who thought that this position was a chance, an opportunity to stand above everyone, Riser knew how dangerous this position could be. No doubt, as long as he took this position, he would be the target of everyone since it would be hard for everyone to be convinced of his power, especially when his killing counts were still minimal. Riser's feats were still small compared to Surzeka's. Moreover, this was also a plot made by Ajuka. Lastly, he couldn't rely on anyone, even Seraphol was helpless in this situation. Yet, the delicious meat was meat presented before him. It was an A5 meat, the best meat out there, grilled by the best chef in the whole world, but there was a high chance for this meat to contain poison. However, it was unfortunate for them that Riser was immune to poison as all the poison would be burnt inside his body. While facing Ajuka, Riser answered firmly, "If you have such a belief in me, then I will take this position." I will be the Lucifer for everyone. With that answer, the world of the devil entered a new stage that no one could predict. Chapter 207, Dear Friend. When the meeting ended, everyone was still in a state of disbelief as many things were hard for them to believe, yet nothing could be changed as everyone had agreed. However, this wasn't the end since the result of this meeting needed to be announced to the public to calm everyone down. With many things happening, like what everyone discussed during the meeting, the public needed someone who could become their light during their darkest moment. Nevertheless, the peace between the three factions surprised many, especially when some of them could not accept it as they were enemies with an angel and a fallen angel previously. While many could accept it quickly, some were unable as their families, loved ones, friends, or acquaintances were killed by either the fallen angel or angel, so it was hard for them to accept everything so quickly. However, in front of the threat named Chaos Brigade, everyone accepted this peace. Younger generations aside, the older generation still remembers the cruelty of the old Satan faction that bombed the city, killing everyone regardless of their identity during the Devil's Civil War. In other words, the moment they let the Chaos Brigade win against them, their lives were as good as over, especially when the old Satan faction treated them as nothing but livestock. If they wished to maintain their peace, they had to support this peace. Yet, compared to the peace, the last news they heard startled them the most. Riser Phenex is going to become the next Lucifer. When this news was announced, it was like a giant boulder thrown into a calm lake or a bomb detonated in front of their faces. It was so unbelievable, making them think that they were dreaming, yet they also didn't feel surprised somehow. Nevertheless, many showed various reactions. The ignorant commoners somehow had blind faith in him, but it was all due to the work of Riser's family and everyone, who made it possible as his good deeds and power were being subtly announced, so their acceptance toward him was high. After all, unlike the main characters, who often forget about Riser's power and what kind of punishment they had received from Riser, so they kept fighting him, those commoners didn't have such a short-term memory loss, and they knew how powerful Riser was, especially when the video of his battle with Kokobeel, Valley, Azazel, and Tannen still existed. Moreover, if Riser could win against Valley, who had killed Surzek, they felt Riser was suitable to become a Lucifer even though he was young. Unexpectedly, everyone's confidence in him was rather high, and they were full of faith in their future due to Riser being chosen as the new Lucifer, yet it was all different for Tannen and all the dragons under him. Due to the previous conflict between Riser and Tannen, all the dragons became aggressive, especially when they couldn't freely gain access to the dragon apple. Everything was limited, and the amount was so small that they could not feel satisfied. Moreover, they also needed to pay. Nevertheless, their king told them to endure. While they couldn't accept it, facing the might of their king, they could only accept it since they weren't Tannen's opponent, but what about Riser? They might not be able to defeat Riser alone, but what if they were together? Many secretly created a meeting to assassinate Riser, so the source of their misfortune ended. While Tannen wished to stop it, he couldn't, as he would be lying if he didn't wish to take Riser's life. Yet, the terror that he felt that day still existed, so he didn't dare to bet and only told everyone to endure as they only needed to wait for a year. A year might be long for a human, but it was nothing for a dragon. However, when the news that Riser would become a new Lucifer, a new despair came to befall them. He is going to become the new Lucifer. No way. Tell me that this is a dream. Their imaginary enemy, whom they wished to kill every day, suddenly stood above all the devils and became the new Lucifer, giving them fright and terror as well as confusion as to what they had to do. However, among them, a single dragon was still deviant. What are you afraid of? As long as, Bova Tannen was about to continue, but he was beaten up by his father. Shut up. Tannen shuddered when he heard this news, thinking what he shouldn't think before looking at his followers and saying, endure. Just 1 year. We need to endure. Even if he had lost his pride as a dragon king, so what? As long as he and his race were still alive, they could accept this punishment after all. If they fought him again, the result wouldn't be just mere harassment. Heaven. Naturally, as an ally of the devil, they received the news of Riser's appointment as the new Lucifer. While they were surprised at how fast it was for the devil to decide on the new Lucifer after the death of Surzek, Michael also didn't feel surprised as he had seen Riser's power. Michael also explained to everyone his views about Riser and told them that Riser wasn't someone who could be underestimated and definitely was on the same level as Surzek. While everyone was surprised, they also believed Michael as there was no need for Michael. Gabriel, what's wrong? Michael noticed Gabriel's expression was somewhat wrong. Gabriel was a little awkward as she knew that she couldn't take her eyes away from the screen that showed the picture of Riser. It's nothing. Is that so? Then, let's continue our meeting. Everyone nodded but didn't notice. A slight taint spot emerged on Gabriel's beautiful angel wings, but it quickly disappeared due to Gabriel's purity. Gregory. Unlike the Heave, the Gregory fell in silence as they were unable to say a single word. Nevertheless, they also didn't feel surprised, especially by what their hidden boss had done previously. As expected of the boss of the Gregorii, Armoros thundered, breaking the awkward mood. Armoros. Everyone looked at Armoro speechlessly. Anyway, he isn't doing anything that harms us. Our goal is to align as we want to kill Vala Lucifer and protect our races from the Cows Brigade and other supernatural groups. Having a strong boss is better, right? Or do any of you want to fight him? Armoros knew that no matter how much they grew, it was impossible to defeat Riser, especially when Riser was immortal. Moreover, with the high temperature of heat that was emitted from Riser's body, was it even possible for them to attack before they passed away? Everyone fell in silence and decided to give up since there was no meaning to have a conflict with Riser anymore, especially when Riser's position had become high in the devil, too. Somehow, they wouldn't be surprised if, in the future, Riser was going to conquer heaven too. However, not everyone could be like Armoros and the others, especially Azazel and the members of the Slash-Dog team. They were in a daze as they were unable to believe whether this was a reality or not, yet due to this sudden promotion, their suspicion toward Riser was even higher, but at this point, was there anything that they could do? Valley. Occult Research Clubroom. That bastard. Issei, who was in the human world, also heard the news announced by Ria's father. Everyone was clear that Riser was going to become the new Lucifer, yet Issei couldn't believe it, and he also couldn't accept it since it was just yesterday that Surzek had died, then everyone was going to choose the next Lucifer just like this. Moreover, that person was Riser. Issei was furious and also at a loss. Were they going to forget about Surzek just like that? Issei was unable to accept it and was about to complain to Rias, but she slapped his cheek. Slap. Bubucho. Issei looked at Rias in disbelief as he clutched his cheek. Issei. Rias looked at Issei with grief before she shook her head and left. You need to grow up. Rias. Aquino quickly followed Rias, but inwardly, her heart was beating so fast when she thought her men had risen above everyone just like this. Kaneko was the same as she sat in her seat, unable to believe what she had just heard. However, Asia, Kiba, and Gasper talked to Issei as they needed to educate him, or else they were afraid Issei would be killed. Nevertheless, Issei didn't say anything and just wondered whether all of his work was just meaningless. Was it really impossible for him to defeat Riser? Issei just didn't know. No way. Is this for real? Amazing. Vala could hear the voices around him, but he just fell into silence. Even though he was the killer of Surzek, some stayed and followed him, but when he saw Riser, who gained all the glory while hiding in the dark like a rat on the sewer, an indescribable feeling was born within his heart. Even Albion couldn't say anything since he knew how fearsome Riser was. Valley was unable to hear it any longer and left. Oi, Valley. Just leave him a little space. But is there something that we can do for him? Everyone looked at each other and sighed as they felt that Valley had hidden something from them, but they were also helpless as they were unable to do anything. Standing in front of the graveyard of his dear friend, Ajuka put the bouquet of red roses on Surzek's tomb. Surzek, I will definitely avenge you. Not only Valley, but Ajuka was going to kill the person as he was going to make him lose everything, like how he lost his dear friend. Chapter 208, Our Fate is Intertwined. I never expected that you would become a Lucifer. Sona was still in disbelief as she helped him wear his clothes for the coronation ceremony. Moreover, everyone agreed, and no one seemed to reject it. Frankly, this development was so fast that she couldn't react at all, especially at the funeral of Surzek just a moment ago. Still, not only Sona but Sona's peerage members, Riser's peerage members, and everyone who was involved with them was also in a state of disbelief. My man is a Lucifer. Zenobia was still in a daze as she ignored the gazes of everyone on her. They wanted to say something, but they endured it. After staying with Zenobia, they knew well what kind of a girl Zenobia was and how useless it was for them to talk to her. Nevertheless, there was no doubt her position was slightly higher than theirs, especially when she was part of Riser's harem. The only person who could scold Zenobia was Sona, and that was why they were silent and didn't say anything, especially when Sona hadn't said anything and Riser had become a Lucifer. Lucifer. The highest position among the four great Maos. Such an existence was something far away, something that they could only dream about, yet suddenly, such an existence was born so close to their sides. They knew that Riser was an exception and he was amazing, yet his growth was too fast. Nevertheless, they would be lying if they weren't excited. After all, they would be connected to Riser Lucifer. Frankly, among them, there was no doubt that the one with the most enviable position would be Sona. Sona's sister is Seraphal Leviathan, and her husband is Riser Lucifer. The combination of the two simply made many could only awe at Sona's background. Right. He is amazing, right? Seraphal, who was by their side, also joined in, showing how proud she was at Riser's achievement. He is my husband, you know. Sona looked at her older sister speechlessly, but she would be lying if she didn't feel proud. Her husband had become a Lucifer, and there was no way she didn't feel happy about it. As for why Riser didn't tell her when he became a Lucifer, even he didn't expect that he would become one. However, Sona also understood since the current situation of the underworld, the existence of a new Lucifer was needed to tell everyone that a new hope was born. This new hope was also the beginning of a new era that one never encountered. It was the era where an angel, a devil, and a fallen angel stood side by side, holding each other's hands and embracing peace. While Riser might seem just like a symbol or even a mascot, there was no doubt he was the leader who represented the devil in this new era. Sona was moved by how amazing her husband was, yet at the same time, she was also worried about something. Should I get pregnant now? The murmur of Zenobia was heard by everyone, causing all of them to fall silent. Zenobia. Sona was speechless. Cough. Cough. Zenobia quickly fixed her attitude as she stared at Riser with blazing eyes, clearly showing her desire to be impregnated. Nevertheless, Riser decided to ignore this stupid girl as Sona almost choked him with his tie. Sona. Sona. The tie is too tight. I am sorry. My mind just wandered somewhere. Looking at Sona, who apologized with a cute expression, Riser was a little helpless. Watching the interaction between the two, many could only bury their feelings, but they had to say they felt jealous. However, when he had nothing, she was the one who chose to marry him, so no one said anything and thought that her vision was good as she had chosen him as a husband. Saji, who saw all of this, could only sigh, but he knew he had to let go since he knew there was nothing he could do. What were you thinking about? Riser asked his wife. I just wonder whether you have talked with Rias about this. Facing her husband's question, Sona couldn't help but ask this question. When this question fell, everyone subconsciously moved their gazes to Riser as they knew Rias' older brother, Riser Gremory, was the former Lucifer, so what would Rias think when that Lucifer position was taken by Riser? Why should I talk with her? Riser almost said this question out loud, but he endured it since he knew it was downright rude for him to say those words. Unlike him, who was cold, he knew that his wife was kind and gentle. She might be a little strict, but there was no doubt that she was obedient like any good girl, so her question was expected, especially when Rias was her best friend. Nevertheless, it was amazing that Sona could still think of Rias as her best friend even after she saw him being kissed by Rias on that funeral day. Riser wondered whether Sona had that kind of taste in her sexuality. Do you think that she will listen to my explanation? That's. While I know you are worried about her, this isn't something I wish for. I know that Surzek-sama had just passed away, but we, the devil, need to move on, especially with the many problems that we have encountered. I know that I might have done something sorry for her, especially when I have taken the position of Lucifer, but there is nothing that I can do, especially when the one who wished for him to take this position was Zikram-sama and Ijuka-sama. That's true. Serafal nodded and helped him smooth out the situation. Riser-chan didn't do anything. Zikram-sama and Ijuka-chan were the ones who proposed this idea. Ijuka aside, when Zikram was involved, there was nothing that they could do, especially when Zikram was the real leader of the Great King faction and the real leader of the underworld. To be honest, while it might be unacceptable, especially for the Gremory house, since Surzek was the one who held the position of Lucifer previously. Moreover, their house and many even prepared to let Surzek's son, Mil-Icas, take the position of Lucifer after his father retired. Yet, such a plan had failed, and many also left the Gremory house, especially when the next Lucifer would be Riser Phenex. However, there was nothing the Gremory house could do, and they could only accept everything as they had lost Surzek Lucifer. Sona wasn't sure how Rias felt, but she knew that there was nothing that she could do either, as it was something that everyone had decided. Still, as she looked at her husband, she recalled the scene she saw during the funeral, so what was that scene an illusion? After all, her husband was so cold toward Rias. Still, as she thought how pitiful Rias was, she felt that she might not mind letting her husband comfort Rias somehow. Riser didn't know what his wife was thinking, but if he knew, he could only stare at her helplessly. Nevertheless, as the ceremony was about to begin, everyone decided to prepare, but he decided to visit the toilet first, as usual, as he didn't want to mess up his ceremony. While Ravel wished to follow him, he decided to stop her since if she followed him, he definitely wouldn't just take a leak, and he needed to prepare his mind, especially when he was still in disbelief. Riser knew that if he was a good person, it would definitely be impossible for him to stand in this position now. It was all due to the fact he had chosen to become a villain so that he could get all of this. It was also the same as what he was about to do now, especially when he happened to see Rias, who seemed to be attracted by his fate as they often met each other during his most important moments. Chapter 209, Be Responsible. Riser and Rias stared at each other, and neither said anything. Nevertheless, as their gazes met, a burst of memory seemed to gush out from their brain as they recalled many things from how he divorced her previously until they kissed each other at Surzek's funeral that day. However, now, they met each other again, but this time, this meeting made Rias feel complex as the men who had divorced her and made her obsessed would take the position of her deceased older brother. Riser Phenex, her former fiancé, would become Mal Lucifer from today on. There were many feelings mixed within her heart as she could hardly accept this since the position of Lucifer had always been held by her older brother, yet now, it was taken by her former fiancé. Somehow, it felt like a joke. The whole world seemed to love to play with her. Yet, at the same time, she also didn't have much hatred as she knew this was the best, especially when her house didn't have the power to retain the position of Lucifer taken from them. Meanwhile, Riser also felt quite emotional as he thought about his journey. Rias was the first woman that he saw. She was beautiful. There was no doubt about it, and she was also the one who made the previous Riser Phenex to be obsessed. Yet, he divorced her and rejected her. However, the more he tried to reject her, the more they seemed to be intertwined and closer than he had thought. Frankly, he wasn't sure what was on Rias' head, especially when she saw her former fiancé, the one who had divorced her in front of everyone, take the position of Lucifer, the position which was supposed to be owned by her dead older brother. To be honest, Riser had prepared for her to hate him. Yet, he couldn't see such hatred in her eyes. However, he also didn't feel surprised. A girl's mind was like an eternal riddle. It was impossible to guess what they were thinking as their heads worked differently from him. I wonder why we often meet each other like this. I wonder, too. Is it fate? Rias answered with a chuckle. Riser didn't chuckle when he heard Rias answer. Instead, he asked, "Do you hate me?" Rias stopped her chuckle as she stared into his eyes. His eyes were full of sincerity, asking her what she felt toward him. Her eyes trembled, and her heart shivered, yet she approached him. "You're horrible." As she stood close to him, she said those words. No doubt this guy was the worst of the worst. What did he want to know after he asked her that question? Did he wish for her to leave? Curse him? Or even telling him to die for this revenge? Isn't it a bit too late for you to realize that? Or rather, shouldn't you know it already? Especially after you asked me to have a rating game or let the perverted dragon have a duel against me. You still have a grudge over that. Rias was speechless and wanted to hide her body in a hole when Riser reminded her of all of that. If it was in the original, she might not feel anything, but now, it was different, and she felt her face was reddened like her crimson-colored hair. Her face was so hot due to her embarrassment, wondering why she did all of that. Right now, she felt an endless regret as she knew that even though they were so close, they were so far away. Rias stretched her hand and gently caressed his face, who was staring at her with a relaxed expression. She wondered whether something would change or be different if they married each other, but now, such a change was impossible to happen. No, it was possible. However, what would her dead older brother and her family think if they knew she had fallen for this horrible man? Your brother is going to be sad, you know. It should be okay. He will understand me. Riser looked at Rias, who approached him, wishing to kiss him again. Watching how horny this young woman was, he knew that it was really impossible to tell what was on the head of a woman. He had just taken the position of Lucifer, yet Rias was eager to kiss him. Yet, why should he reject her? The two entered a private bathroom nearby and started to smooch each other's lips. Hot. 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 Rias felt that his body was hot, and it burnt her body. Yet, this felt nice, and she enjoyed it so much that she didn't want to stop. Instead, she wished for this to continue for an eternity as it made her forget about everything. The responsibility she needed to bear as the heiress of the Gremory house, the death of her older brother, taking care of all of the complicated things after her family lost her older brother. There were so many things that she needed to face that it was too hard for a young woman like her to bear. So, at this moment, she just wanted to indulge in this forbidden pleasure with him. Nevertheless, Riser didn't reject her and accepted her as he felt responsible. He knew that he was the one who had caused her misery, and it was also due to this he was going to take care of her and her sister-in-law like a responsible man. Parting their lips, licking each other's tongues as they lewdly exchanged their saliva, falling deeper and deeper into a sea of pleasure until their breath separated them. Rias hugged him tightly as she rested her forehead on his chest. Riser. Don't leave me, okay? Is that what you're supposed to say to a married man like me? Rias looked at him with a grudge, then complained, "Then, are you not going to take responsibility for me after you had taken my first kiss? How long have you held such a grudge? Were you the one who took the initiative? You bastard." They argued with each other before the mood just made them kiss each other again. "It's impossible for you to be my first, but in case you need a chest to lean on." Riser gently caressed Rias' beautiful crimson hair and softly said, "You can come to me." Rias buried her face against his chest and hugged him tightly. She knew this guy was horrible, but she loved him so much that she stuck to him like a magnet, completely unwilling to be inseparable. "I love you." Riser didn't answer her confession and just kissed her again, but Rias didn't mind since as long as she could be with him, this was enough. At the Gremory castle, all of Rias' peerage members gathered. At this moment, all of them stared at the television screen as they watched the ceremony for Riser Phenex. Unlike their master, with their position, they couldn't appear at the venue and could only watch the ceremony from the television, but no one said anything as they watched this ceremony solemnly. However, one person was quite dissatisfied as he was unable to be on the side of Rias. Issei knew that there was no doubt Rias was sad after the death of her older brother, yet the world was cruel and just threw salt into her wound. He knew that she needed someone by her side, and he wished to be that person. Drake, I want to become stronger. You'll partner, but I think you need to forget your revenge if you wish to have a comfortable life. If Riser was just a normal, ultimate-class devil, then Drake might not say anything, but now it was different as Riser had become Lucifer. If Issei didn't know his place, then he would have been disposed of already, as everyone needed to give Riser the respect that fit his position. Issei clenched his fists tightly and thought that he needed to become stronger as he wished to become Bucho's power. Chapter 210, Vow. I am not late, right? Rias asked hurriedly. Rias, where have you been? Rias looked at her mother, who clearly reprimanded her, so she quickly apologized. Sorry, I was lost. There was no doubt after her divorce from Riser, her mother had become more strict toward her, but she also understood how horrible her mother's mood was, especially with what had happened in their house. It's okay. Don't blame her too much since the ceremony has yet started. Lord Gremory quickly appeased his wife. If only. Vanelana Gremory stared in the direction where Sona, Riser's family, and everyone related to Riser gathered together, full of excitement and happiness. If her daughter wasn't so selfish, then. However, she knew that there was nothing she could do, especially when she had acquitted the actions of her husband and her son. Everything had happened. She lost her son, and their family lost many things. If there was something that she was glad for, the fallen angels upheld their promise by providing much support and all the things to help the Gremory house. Still, as expected, even if the alliance of 3 factions had been made, there weren't many things that the Gregory could do since they were a fallen angel. The fallen angel might be living in the underworld, but their society was much different. Moreover, Vanelana would be lying if she didn't look down on the Gregory, especially when they showed many blunders and fragility. Instead of being an ally, she felt that the devil might as well conquer the fallen angels as they were too weak. However, she knew that their existence was still necessary, especially when their daughter's queen was the daughter of the new leader of the Gregory and Azazel was the one who knew the most about the sacred gears. Right now, they might be weak, but as long as the boosted gear could grow, then they wouldn't think of the Gremory house as a weakling anymore. Rias Gremory and Rias looked at their wife, mother, but they didn't say anything since, without Surzek, their house was weak. Still, as Rias saw the figure that entered the venue and the protagonist of this ceremony, she couldn't look away as her heart was filled with obsession as she smiled, thinking about what they had done previously. What's wrong, Rias? Vanelana noticed her daughter's smile. Nothing. Rias shook her head and thought that she had to keep this matter a secret, at least for now, but then, she couldn't help but think about her sister-in-law, who was still drowned in her sadness. Watching the concern on Rias, Zioticus and Vanelana also sighed, thinking about their daughter-in-law before their attention was taken by the commotion before them. It seemed that Riser was nowhere to be seen, which caused everyone to be panicked. However, Rias' expression was a little subtle. Nevertheless, soon, everyone sighed in relief since Riser had arrived, and the organizer quickly welcomed him inside. Please, welcome Riser Phenex-sama. When those words fell, it was impossible for Zioticus, Vanelana, Rias, and everyone in the Gremory domain who saw all of this to remain calm, but when all of them saw the young man who was about to become the next Lucifer, all of them remained silent. Power is everything in the supernatural world. Riser wasn't sure, but due to his fiery aura, like a blazing sun, his charm was enhanced. While his face was the same, he was just different. At that moment, there was no doubt he was like the sun. Everything except for him was eclipsed. No one could ignore him, and he was simply the center of attention. As he walked, everyone stopped their breathing and stared at him without blinking as if wishing to burn the scene into their memories. It wasn't until Riser stood in front of Lord Baal that everyone recovered. The one who led this ceremony wasn't Zikram Baal, instead, Lord Baal, the current leader of the Baal house and the Great King faction. Even if Lord Baal was just a puppet, Riser still needed to show respect, especially when it couldn't be denied the reason why he became Lucifer was all due to the support of the Great King faction. Facing Lord Baal, Riser kneeled on one knee like a knight in the storybook. Lord Baal knew that even if the one to whom Riser swore allegiance was his father, it didn't change the fact that he was moved that a devil as strong as Riser would show such a respectful gesture toward him. Suddenly, his chest swelled up full of pride and happiness as he started Riser's coronation as a new Lucifer. Riser Phenex, will you promise to protect the underworld as a Lucifer from now on? I promise. Good, from now on, you are Riser Lucifer. When those words fell, everyone clapped their hands as they welcomed their new Lucifer. Riser Lucifer. Whether it was his wife, women, families, and all of those who were part of his faction, felt so happy as if they were the ones who had become Lucifer, yet those who weren't part of his faction and even anthologized him due of Surzek, felt an endless regret. Those who were victimized by the death of Surzek also wished to do something like harassing the Gremory house, but when they thought they might attract the hatred of Seraphol Leviathan, Ajuka Beelzebub, and Falbium Asmodeus, they could only stop. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that at this moment, the one who was above every devil and the strongest among all, the Lucifer position, was taken by Riser. There was no doubt that no one could stop this young man from now on. When Riser had officially become Lucifer, this time, Lord Baal stepped down since the main character of this ceremony was Riser. Yet, Lord Baal didn't mind as there was no doubt that Riser was going to become the sharpest blade and the toughest shield of the underworld that would protect the current government from now on. Riser stood above everyone as he looked at everyone. He could see his wife, Ravel, his harem members, family, Serorg, Rias parents, and many others as they looked up at him with various emotions. Happiness, excitement, obsession, complexity, sadness, depression, fear, etc. Riser could see all of that. Nevertheless, he would be lying if he didn't feel the excitement from standing in this position, as he had never thought of becoming a Lucifer. Congratulations. Arigito System-san. Still, Riser knew that he needed to start his speech. Future. For us, the devils, this might be an unfamiliar term, especially when our purpose of life is to fight against the angels and fallen angels, then die. For us, such a life is common sense and our way of life. If we are unlucky, then we will die the moment we fight. If we are lucky, then we will meet the next day as he continues to fight without knowing when we're going to die. For those of us who are accustomed to such a life, the word of the future is unfamiliar. Yet, now, the future exists for us. With the peace that exists among the three of us, the devils, the angels, and the fallen angels, a future exists for us. Many might not be able to accept such a future, especially when the price of that peace is to shake hands with the one that we have thought of as enemies. However, please remember that the future is not only for us but also for our future generations, whether it is our children or grandchildren. We can choose what we want to be, achieve the dream that we have been buried, and do something without being afraid of death tomorrow. His words were like a spring breeze, and his existence was like a light. Riser was blinding yet warm, whether they were his allies' enemies, none of them could take their eyes away from him. Yet such a future will crumble due to a new enemy known as the Cows Brigade, the old Satan faction, and those who hate our peace. By then, whether it is us, our children, or the future that has existed, will be gone due to the war and battle that we will have against them. His tone might be plain, but it gave a shudder to anyone like a wind in the freezing winter. Yet, fear not, as Riser Lucifer, No, we, all the current government, will fight. We will protect you. And we will erase those threats and sink into the darkness of history forever. So, try to hide, run, and pray like the most pious believer so we don't find you, as we will kill all of you if you don't. That's my vow as Lucifer. As Riser finished his speech, everyone clapped their hands hard as they welcomed the new Lucifer. Only Riser wondered why it felt like he had to dominate the world now. Let's work hard to dominate the world. Riser felt that his goal of living as a lazy pig was impossible to achieve now. Chapter 211, There is no way that it is him, right? At the end of his ceremony and speech, a party was held. Nevertheless, many ladies and families felt regret as Riser had married, which made them sigh in regret. Still, among all the Maus, the only one who had married was Riser and Surzek, who had passed away. As for Seraphol, Falbium, and Ajuka, everyone was single. Still, with Riser's conduct, even if they became his mistress, they didn't mind, so it was also due to this that Sona, Ravel, and all of his women worked together to protect him as there were too many succubuses that tried to seduce him at this moment. Facing many seductions around him, Riser remained calm, showing his title of Lucifer not for nothing. Not only a housewife, he had experienced many types of women. Riser was no longer that of a sheik who didn't know anything. Even if they tried to seduce him, it was meaningless. If you want to seduce me, you should search for a quieter place. Frankly, compared to a virgin like Rias, who had always met him alone in a deserted place, Riser felt like they were all amateurs. Nevertheless, there was no doubt he faced happy trouble. Dihauser, come on. Let's apologize to Riser-sama. Lord Belial felt that they needed to apologize once again, especially when Dihauser had made Riser angry previously. If Riser was just Riser Phenex, he felt it was okay, but who would have thought Riser would become a Riser Lucifer? Moreover, Riser had the support of two gigantic factions on his back. Facing such a behemoth, Lord Belial felt that they needed to be careful instead of sorry. His son might be the champion, but that's it. After all, the raiding game was nothing but just a game in the eyes of upper-class society, and due to the previous Devil Civil War, the Belial house wasn't seen in good eyes. The reason why their family could stand up in this place was all due to his son. Nevertheless, facing Riser, their son's achievement and power were meaningless. Being urged by his father, Dihauser was in silence. He didn't say anything. He didn't show a rejection nor an agreement, but as he was pulled, he felt every one of his steps was heavy as if their destination was an abyss, a place with no return. I am surprised by your brother-in-law, Serafal. Falbium expressed his opinion about Riser, especially after that speech. To be honest, unlike Ajuka, who had a prejudice, he didn't make his opinion about Riser and kept a cool-headed attitude, especially when they weren't enemies. Moreover, wasn't it normal for Riser to be hostile to Surzek after his engagement was interrupted several times? If Riser wasn't strong enough, then he could only become the shame of the Phenex house as he lost to the trouble caused by Surzek. Still, with the conflict between Riser and Surzek, Falbium thought that Riser was a hasty, impatient, and rash individual, but that didn't seem to be the case. It seems that I can work with him well. If there was someone who hated the Cows Brigade the most among the four great Satans, there was no doubt it was Falbium, especially when the heir of his house was killed by this terrorist. If they could stop and destroy this terrorist organization, he would be more than happy, especially when Riser seemed to be so trustworthy. Right. Right. Serafal was happy to hear Falbium's opinion. Riser-chan is amazing. The amazing one is your brother-in-law, okay. Not you. Falbium muttered in a low voice but was ignored by Serafal. Anyway, Falbium-chan, Ajuka-chan, please take care of him, okay. Don't bully him, okay. We have lost Surzek-chan, so this time, we can't lose anyone again. Like what he had said before, we had a duty to protect this peace and the future of the devils. That's what I will do. Falbium nodded with a solemn attitude. Ajuka-chan. Serafal looked at Ajuka, who had been silent. Of course. I will. Ajuka responded with a gentle smile, but then his heart was far from calm. At this moment, at this place, everyone was full of smiles. They were full of confidence in their new Lucifer, forgetting their previous Lucifer. Yet, he also understood, especially after he heard Riser's speech. When he heard Riser's speech, his heart wavered, wondering how such a young man could be involved in the killing of Surzek. Yet, when everyone was happy, calm, and optimistic, Ajuka knew that he needed to be rational and thought of the worst. What if everything was just an act? What if everything was just the plot devised by this young man? What if? If all of his thoughts were correct, then Ajuka knew Riser was someone to be fearsome with, as Riser could stay on the light, being basked by worshipped of many even after the devious things which he had done. Nevertheless, Ajuka didn't have proof that Riser was really involved. Instead, it might be someone else's plot to make him feel suspicious of Riser. However, Ajuka's plan had never been to plot Riser by supporting him into a new Lucifer. Instead, he wished to pull Valley out of his hiding place, beating the hell out of him, pulling all the memories inside his brain, finding out what was really happening, and then kill him along with everyone who was involved in the killing of Surzek, as he was sure that there was more than one person that was involved in this act of atrocity. Similarly, Riser, who was at the center of the venue, noticed the gazes on his back. They were subtle and almost impossible to detect, but as he was sensitive to his well-being and safety, he could notice their gazes, and due to this, as he talked with a smile to everyone, he had already devised a plan to dispose of those who were hostile toward him. In various parts of the world, not only the devil but the angel, fallen angel, and all other supernatural beings watched the coronation of Riser Phenex to become Riser Lucifer. To be honest, this surprised everyone as they didn't expect to get the new Lucifer as soon as Surzek passed away. Then, at that moment, all the world's focus was on him, especially after they heard his speech. It was amazing that the devil wished for peace, and it was because of this they tried to search all the information of Riser as they needed to know the new Lucifer. Nevertheless, heaven was glad that the new Lucifer was a decent devil. It's great that he is the new Lucifer. Michael was happy as he could see that Riser wholeheartedly wished for peace and thought the success of this alliance between the three factions would significantly boost everyone's morale and power. Gabriel stared at Riser's profile for a moment, then asked, "Michael, can I meet the new Lucifer?" The fallen angel. All of them fell in silence and wondered which was the real him, but as they knew that he wished for peace, they felt relief as the future of the fallen angel was definitely stable as long as they followed Riser's wish. However, Azazel and the Slash Dog team, who were suspicious of Riser, strangely fell into silence. With such a righteous personality, could Riser be someone who would be involved in such an atrocity? If Riser was acting, Azazel would be able to watch it immediately, but he could see that those words came from the depths of Riser's heart, which made him feel conflicted and confused, wondering who was the real him. Somewhere in the place that no one knew, the headquarters of the Cows Brigade existed. At this moment, all the factions watched the coronation of Riser as Lucifer, and all of them fell in silence until their hands clenched tightly due to Riser's mocking. Hiding. Run away. Praying like a pious believer. Those bastards of the new government. How dare they? How dare they? How long are they going to play house? Before it was the Gremory, and now it is the Phenex. How long are they going to mock us, the real descendant of the true Mao? All the members of the old Satan faction who had joined the Cows Brigades, especially the cadres, were full of rage. Rivizim, what do you think? As the descendant of the true Lucifer, are you not feeling anything? Not really. Watching Rivizim's disinterested expression, everyone grumbled, but they had gotten used to Rivizim's personality, so they didn't say anything. However, as they discussed their countermeasures and planned to destroy the current society of the underworld, Rivizim turned his attention to Riser once again. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he smiled, thinking everything would be interesting. Chapter 212, Peace seemed so easy to gain. When his coronation was over, and Riser officially became Lucifer, his name naturally changed into Riser Lucifer. With this, it was impossible for him to inherit the Phenex house again, but it didn't matter as the third son, it was impossible for him to become the next Lord Phenex as this position was taken by his eldest brother. It was also the same case as his second brother, who decided to focus on his business. Previously, Riser was thinking of becoming a son-in-law, mooching his wife's money, and living a debauchery life, yet in the end, he became a Lucifer. To be honest, he felt a slight regret after he became a Lucifer, especially when he realized how busy he was. Nevertheless, even if he became a Lucifer, he still abode his rule to work from 9 to 5 in only 5 days. As for the other things which suddenly sprung out of nowhere during his break time, Riser ignored them no matter what the consequences were. His actions were wayward and even childish, but he didn't care as he was a Lucifer. Who dared to scold him? Still, if there was something that made his mood slightly bad, it was the fact that he found a few of the distributors of the Phenex tiers had made a fake account. Nevertheless, there was no need for him to go out personally as he could leave the rest to his family, especially his father, older brothers, and other relatives. However, knowing that someone dared to make a fake account of their precious Phenex tiers, there was no doubt that it brought anger to the Phenex house, and they were ready to erase those distributors who tried to cheat their house from the world. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. They were going to kill those bastards so the others wouldn't follow. Moreover, with his location ability, Riser could give them a direction where they should attack, so there was no need for him to worry, especially when the power of his older brother was strong. Nevertheless, even if the matters of the Phenex house were solved, Riser still needed to handle all the problems in the underworld as the new Lucifer. Moreover, as the new Lucifer, he also became the new governor of the capital of the underworld, Lucifad. As for those who worked under the previous Lucifer, they had to leave since their existence was simply a burden for him. Riser knew that his relationship with Rias had been warmed up, but a man's ambition couldn't be stopped just because of his relationship with a woman. Moreover, those devils who worked under Surzek had troubled him when he set up his businesses on the Lucifad. They should be thankful that he didn't kill them. As for the resentment they had for him when he robbed all of their wealth and privilege, Riser didn't care, as they were enemies. Still, to be on the safe side, Riser planned to kill them, but he needed to wait until the time ripened. Nevertheless, he wondered what the Gremory house was thinking when he did all of this. Are they going to hate him? Giving him revenge? Either way, Riser couldn't help but recall the female in the Gremory house. Their silky crimson-colored hair, soft yet sensual body, and natural bewitching aura. Riser thought that they were really natural temptresses, but he knew that it was impossible for them to throw themselves at him. They might seem like a slut, or even a whore that would show their bodies to many, but he knew that they were just acting, teasing, but would never give the real deal. Instead, if anyone fell for them, there was no doubt that they would fall for them deeply, blindly, like a slave. It was the same case as Issei in the original, as he had never lost his virginity even after so long. Riser could imagine that all of those who were crazed about them would never realize that when they thought that they had a chance for them, they were so far away and captivated, so crazy about them, without realizing they became their slaves. It was like a donkey who was teased with a carrot in front of it. As the donkey chased after the carrot, thinking to eat it immediately to satiate its lust, it would have never realized that it was being played. Love is like that, after all. Being chased by someone is better than chasing after someone. Riser would never chase after anyone, but if they pursued him, then why should he refuse? Moreover, Riser was sure that Surzek would be happy that his widow was taken care of by him as he would protect Grafia from being bullied by others. As expected, it was impossible for him to become a villain, and he realized that he was still as gentle as ever. System. However, the thought of a woman from the Gremory house quickly disappeared as he needed to attend another meeting with the 3 other great Maus. Seraphol Leviathan, Falbium Asmodeus, and Ajuka Beelzebub. Together with Surzek Lucifer, they were known as the 4 great Satans, but now, Surzek had died, and the position of Lucifer was taken from him. Apart from Seraphol and Ajuka, Riser wondered what Falbium thought about him. Riser, it's been a while. Yes, it's been a while, Falbium Dano. Riser, don't be so distant. Based on our relationship, you can also call me with the nii suffix. Falbium didn't seem angry even if Riser didn't use the sama suffix when Riser called him. Riser's position as Lucifer was above him. Moreover, if possible, he wished for Riser to call him with the nii suffix, as that way, his life would be even easier. What do you mean, Falbium-chan? Seraphol looked at Falbium dangerously as she thought that Falbium wished to steal Riser from her. Riser also fell in silence and moved closer to Serafall. Except for Surzek, none of the rest of the Mouse married, and they were still single until now. Riser wasn't sure why, but he hoped the thought on his mind wasn't the reason why they weren't married. What are you thinking about? Falbium looked speechless in Serafall. Iriuka from our house is often being taken care of by him. Oh, Iriuka-chan. Serafall thought about the cute girl who often walked with Ravel. To be honest, she had never thought too much about Iriuka as she knew Riser loved a girl with a bombastic and seductive body like her, but then again, she felt that there was no need for her to think too much about this matter as she knew Riser was omnivore. As long as it was a beautiful woman, Serafall believed that Riser didn't mind at all. If Riser knew what Serafall was thinking, he might smack her head. Yet, he might not have a refutation, considering his record. What were you three talking about? When the three talked, Ajuka, who appeared at the exact time, asked curiously. Listen, Ajuka-chan. Falbium-chan is. Like a student who wished to report the mischief of her classmate to a teacher, Serafall quickly exposed Falbium's crime to Ajuka. I see. Ajuka nodded and suddenly said something outrageous, but that seems to be a good idea, right? Riser-kun might as well marry Iriuka and Latia Astaroth, my niece from the Astaroth from our house, so that way, our relationship will be even closer. That's a good idea. Falbium nodded. No way. Riser-chan is Sona-chan's husband. There is no way I will agree. If Riser had to marry someone else, then he needed to marry her first. There was no way that she could accept he married someone else first. Nevertheless, as the three excitedly discussed Riser's next marriage, Riser fell into silence, realizing that peace might seem easier to achieve than he had thought. Chapter 213, How Unpleasant. Not only Riser but Serafall, Falbium, and Ajuka also quickly realized that letting Riser marry many women from various factions seemed the fastest way to gain the peace that Surzek sought. As long as Riser married a woman with a high position on the Fallen Angel faction and the Angel faction, peace would be achieved with Riser at the top. Yet, no one said those words as they didn't want Serafall to do something so troublesome. Nevertheless, Serafall must have noticed it, but she pretended to be stupid since it was hard for a woman to share her love with another woman. Still, as Riser watched the talk between the three, he realized something. Surzek might be dead, but there was no doubt his dream was inherited by everyone. To achieve peace, even Ajuka seemed to be gentler toward him, which surprised him. Even if Ajuka had some biases toward Riser, he didn't think that Riser was unfit as a Lucifer. Instead, he felt that Riser was much more suitable as a Mao instead of him, who had always holed up with his research. While no one knew whether Riser's act came from his heart or not, no doubt his speech touched everyone's heart. Future. This word was unfamiliar to all of them, but this word existed for them, especially after they reached peace with the Angel and the Fallen Angel. For Riser, who was able to think of such a speech, there was no doubt no one was more appropriate as a Lucifer than him currently, especially when everyone was still unable to erase their bias toward the Angel and Fallen Angel whom they had fought for so long. However, nothing could be done instantly, and everything needed a process. At this moment, they discussed how they could make the relationship between the Devil, the Fallen Angel, and the Angel become even closer along with the other supernatural societies. Not only their three races but, if possible, they wanted to reach peace with other pantheons as a fight was meaningless for them. No, it didn't matter whether it was possible or not. They had to do it. Nevertheless, Riser fell silent as they watched what they planned to do to warm up the relationship between the three factions. A sports festival, singing contest, is there anything else? What about a talent contest too? That's a good idea. Riser thought that the meeting would be filled with conspiracy and intrigue as they planned to swallow the Angel and the Fallen Angel, but that didn't seem the case as he could see their pure willingness to achieve peace. Yet, Riser felt this method wasn't good. The coalition might seem good up front as everyone's position was equal and fair, but there was never fairness, and someone needed to be in the lead position. If not, then this coalition would be destroyed sooner or later. After all, in the real world, there were many examples, like how two people set up a business together, but the other suddenly betrayed his friend and stole the entire business for themselves. The coalition of the Angel, Devil, and Fallen Angel was like that. Their relationship might have been quite warmed up in the beginning, but as long as there was a conflict, no one wished to lose. The Fallen Angel aside, if a certain group was unable to accept this peace and went to attack the Devil or the Fallen Angel, Riser wasn't surprised if the group wouldn't be killed and only received light punishment for their action even if this group had the intention to kill the Devil and the Fallen Angel. However, politics was like this. Still, as long as they didn't attack him, Riser didn't care much. To be honest, even if the whole world was destroyed, Riser didn't care much as long as they didn't touch him and those he cared about, but he knew the world wouldn't work that way. Even if he didn't want to, he knew the best way to achieve peace was to conquer the world. As long as he conquered the world, he would achieve peace and security. Probably, a few mice might not be able to accept such a peace, but as long as they die, everything will be okay. Now, how about we talk about the other pantheons? Ajuka asked. Hearing this, whether Riser, Seraphol, or Falbium quickly fixed their sloppy appearance. When they talked about how to smooth up the relationship between the angel, the devil, and the fallen angel, no one seemed serious, but this time, it was different as they needed to face the other pantheons seriously. Not all gods that existed in this world were powerful, but those who were powerful had a power that was enough to destroy a country or even a continent. It might not be exaggerated to say that one or two even had the power to destroy the world. The previous god of the Bible was like that. Nevertheless, such an existence also passed away, and even Serzek, who was known as the most powerful devil, also passed away. In other words, nothing was permanent. Even the most powerful being would die. However, when they died, there was no doubt that they would bring many to destruction, so at this moment, they needed to be careful. I had heard from heaven that the Norse and the Greek seemed to have an interest in our alliance. Really? That's good. As expected of heaven, even if God had passed away, their reputation was as great as ever. So, is there a condition for them to become our ally? Riser asked curiously. They didn't make a confirmation, but they wanted to see us the devil first, Seraphol told the news she received from heaven. See us? What do they want to see? Riser felt weird. Rating game. Oh. 3x. Falbium, Ajuka, and Riser weren't surprised since the rating game had become so famous in the underworld after the birth of the evil pieces. It was something that became the talk of everyone and a source of entertainment. Similar to the devil, those gods also had a long age, and it wouldn't be surprising if they were curious about this rating game due to their boring lives. Still, as the one who watched this rating game was a famous god from various pantheons, they needed to show an appropriate game instead of a game of a group of weaklings. We'll have the youth devil gathering soon, so we can get them to watch this rating game. Riser expressed his idea. After all, unlike those good-for-nothings nobles, the youth devil gathering this time would be special as there would be many famous heirs and heiresses from various famous houses. I will prepare the venue. My hotel is finished. No one disagreed as Seraphol, Falbium, and Ajuka knew well about Riser's architectural talent, and there was no doubt Riser's hotel would be suitable for this event. Riser might have taken the initiative to promote his resort, but it didn't matter as it worked for everyone. However, Riser-kun, I have a little idea. Idea? Yes. Ajuka nodded. What if we set up another rating game for you, Riser-kun? Me. Another rating game. Riser didn't narrow his eyes and only looked at Ajuka curiously. Ajuka-chan. Seraphol frowned, but Ajuka was still as calm as ever. Calm down, Seraphol. Let me finish my words first. He then continued to look at Riser and continued with his explanation. Even though you have shown your might in front of everyone, there must be many who are still in doubt. I won't ask you to fight all of the famous people on the rating game, especially after you defeated Tannen, so how about the top 3? Ajuka. Ajuka-chan. However, Ajuka still ignored Falbium and Seraphol. As long as you defeat the top 3 in the rating game, I am sure that no one will question your authority anymore. We can also set up a suitable game for those pagan gods to watch over and let them see how powerful our new Lucifer is. Riser didn't say anything and looked at Ajuka. He knew that this was inevitable, especially when he was young. Even though his speech moved many, there were still many who doubted him, as it was hard to erase the first impression. As long as one's first impression had been set, it would be hard for one to erase it. The older one was better than the younger one. This was a natural thought for everyone, and many thought that the top 3 of the rating game was stronger than him. Bediz Abaddon and Roygun Belphegor aside, as they knew politics well and their power was received from a king piece, Dihauser Belial was different. Dihauser was a pure individual, and it was also due to this he was blind to politics. Even if his fans told him that Riser might be weaker than him, he didn't refute it as he thought that he was stronger, and even if he might appear low-key, polite, and humble, it was impossible for him to admit that he was weaker than Riser, especially when he thought that he could be the victory. Riser knew that Ajuka pointed out the fact to him. This wasn't a trap, plot, or anything, but the reality that happened before him after he became Lucifer, so he knew that he needed to take the challenge even though he didn't like to appear as a rare animal in the zoo. Moreover, someone needed a beating a lot, and he also wanted to break the victory of the champion. Riser-chan. Seraphol looked at Riser worriedly. After all, she couldn't even confidently say that she could defeat Dihauser. I could even fight Serzek. You don't need to worry, Wani-chan. Hearing that, everyone fell in silence as they remembered Riser's brutality, but it somehow made Seraphol at ease. Still, Riser noticed the frown on Ajuka and felt happy. Ajuka might only state the facts, but he didn't like the fact that he was being manipulated to do something. However, he had to be patient since the time hadn't ripened. Still, with everything decided, his match with the top 3 of the rating game was going to be set up. However, as the meeting was over, Riser heard unpleasant news that caused him to frown. Chapter 214, Fake. When Riser came to the hospital on the Phenex domain, he entered the most luxurious room and asked, "Brother, are you okay?" "Oh, Riser." Rival Phenex smiled as he waved his hand at his little brother. "You seem okay now." Riser was speechless as he saw many women around Rival, from his wife to his mistresses. He wasn't sure if this was something that was inherited from his ancestor, but there was no doubt that, as a Phenex, most of them were rather lustful. Was it due to their incredible stamina? There was a chance, but as expected, his sisters-in-law were beautiful. However, as a devil, there was something that he could do and couldn't do. Still, Riser felt relieved when his brother was okay, but this was normal as Rival was someone from Phenex house. "I am a Phenex. I can't die, you know." Rival made a joke about the Phenex house, causing a scolding from his women as they were worried about him. "Anyway, could you give us a space to talk?" "Father, Raza, you should listen too." After all the women left, Riser, Lord Phenex, Raza Phenex, and Rival Phenex gathered together as they talked about what was happening. "Who could hurt you, brother?" Rival might not be the strongest, but he was still one of the top 10 of the rating game. Moreover, his power also gave him enough qualification to become an ultimate class devil. The only thing that he lacked to achieve that promotion was achievement, but as long as he won more on the rating game, he would gain the promotion. In other words, Rival was strong. Rival also didn't use a king piece, and his power was due to his talent, so it surprised them that he could be hurt. Rival showed anger, confusion, and helplessness, then sighed. "To be honest, I am not sure how to say this, but I will start my story from the beginning so you will understand." All of them nodded as they listened to Rival's story. Still, before Rival started his story, the magic of making their conversation soundproof and detecting so no spies could eavesdrop on their conversation was used. While some might feel it was exaggerated since those who dared to eavesdrop when Riser Lucifer was present, it wouldn't be hurt to be careful. Nevertheless, the story started when Riser noticed a strange account of the sales of the Phenex tiers. If he didn't have an accounting mastery, it would be impossible for him to notice it as it was quite subtle and wasn't much different from others, but he had noticed it, so he quickly told his family to check it. As the next head of the Phenex house, Rival Phenex decided to take this matter personally, as the Phenex tiers were an important source of income for their family. If the distributors they trusted dared to mess around, then he was going to kill them. How dare they? Riser was just crowned a Lucifer, and naturally, their family's position was promoted even higher. It wouldn't be weird to say that their family was as great as Gremory House at its peak when Surzek became a Lucifer. No, it could be said his family's position was even higher due to their Phenex tiers, connection with the Citri House, Seraphal Leviathan, and the Great King faction. If they claimed to be a number 3 family, no one dared to claim to be number 2. As for number 1, there was no doubt it was the Baal House. Nevertheless, no one doubted Riser, and knowing some distributors cheated on them, Rival was going to kill them. Everything was easy and all, and I had killed them. There was no trace of pity in Rival's words, and those who listened agreed with his action as those who dared to mess with their money needed to die. But there I found something sickening. What is it? Fake Phenex tiers. Impossible. 2x. Lord Phenex and Raza Phenex couldn't believe Rival's words. It wasn't that no one had tried to replicate the Phenex tiers and created them by themselves, as anyone would be greedy for the amount of money made by this special elixir. However, it wasn't so easy to produce fake Phenex tiers. Even if one could produce it, the effect would be lower, or even if the effect was the same, the cost needed to produce it was too costly, and the materials were so rare that it was impossible to produce many of them. With all of those difficulties, everyone had given up, especially when the Phenex tiers could be produced by using the combination of water and tears of the members of the Phenex house. When they used money to produce the Phenex tiers, the members of the Phenex house didn't need to use money as the Phenex tiers were part of their special abilities, inherited, and it was impossible to copy. So, the thought of the Phenex tiers existing was simply impossible. But it's true. I found them, and I used hypnosis on those bastards, trying to find where they got those fakes, but those bastards were fast at running away, and their numbers were too numerous. In simple terms, you lose. Can't you not hurt me more than that? Rival looked at Riser helplessly. They had a devil, a magician, and also a human with a sacred gear. Moreover, they have attained a balance breaker state. Balance breaker state. Even if they looked down on a human, they still knew those who had a sacred gear and even attained the balance breaker state weren't something that could be looked down upon. But that's not the point. How did they make the Phenex tiers? Before Rival entered their factory, they had disappeared, leaving nothing behind, which made him confused. How? This is what made them confused, but Riser suddenly said, "Homunculus." No, clone. What? 3x. I think they produced the Phenex tiers by using a clone. Riser thought that if he were in the place of the criminal, what would he do to produce cheap Phenex tiers? Naturally, it was impossible for him to create the Phenex tears by using plants or myth beings, as they weren't cheap, and the profit wasn't enough to cover the cost. As he kept thinking, the answer was a clone. Previously, there were many devils that had disappeared so suddenly, but what if those were just smoke bombs for those criminals to get their hands on the devils of the Phenex house? With few of the devils of the Phenex house, it was naturally impossible for them to create the Phenex tears, and the state of mind was important to create this elixir, so even if they kidnapped the devils of the Phenex house, imprisoned, enslaving them, it was meaningless. So, the fastest way was to create a clone of the devils of the Phenex house, treating them like a sow for milk, but instead of milk, it was Phenex tears. However, as expected, a clone was a clone, and it was impossible to match the original, so the quality of the Phenex tears created by the clone was terrible, but with the low price and how amazing this elixir was, it was impossible not to have a customer. Moreover, with the temptations of money, those distributors were swayed. Nevertheless, hearing his hypothesis, all of them were furious. Those bastards! Kill them! Kill them! I will prepare for the army. Whether Lord Phenex, Ruvel, or Raza were enraged as they heard their family was made into a clone, then milked until they lost their worth. Who are they? Who has such a power to do all of this? This was also a question, since the cloning technology wasn't something that could be mastered by a random nobody. Probably the Cows Brigade. Others might be involved, but there is no doubt that this terrorist organization. Riser didn't need to guess and thought that it was the Cows Brigade, as they needed a fund to support their activity. Riser, what do you think we should do? Should we stop selling Phenex tears? They felt that they needed to stop the sales of the Phenex tears until all the fakes and those criminals were taken. If it was before, they might not dare, since if they really stopped the production of the Phenex tears, they would receive the anger of many, as many were waiting for the Phenex tears. Moreover, they also didn't wish to lose their source of income. However, it is different now, as they have money and other sources of income, and Riser has become a Lucifer. Even if they stopped the sales of the Phenex tears, they didn't need to be afraid. No, you don't need to. It will make us feel afraid of those organizations. Instead, we should be bold and increase the price of the Phenex tears. 3x. You don't need to worry about the increase in price, as no one will stop buying it from us. The importance of the Phenex tears is more important than you think. If you lose your money, you could earn it again. However, if you lose your life, you lose everything. With those words, it was enough to show the importance of the Phenex tears, right? Using an increase in price, Riser wanted those who were hiding, selling, producing, and those who were related to the fake Phenex tears to come out, as the increase in price of the Phenex tears would no doubt increase the sales of the fake. Hearing his plan, the three of them agreed, using this increase in price as bait. As for those who are involved, kill them. No mercy. If you don't kill them, you will also damage my reputation too. Riser needed a reputation. Not as a kind and gentle Lucifer, but as a resolute and ruthless Lucifer, so no one would mess around with him and his family. With that decision, everyone started to move, and due to this, Riser also decided to visit the human world to erase these fake Phenex tears. Let's get something else too. Chapter 215, Without Surzek, what can you do? Riser-sama. As Riser arrived at the human world by train, he saw a blue flash leap in his direction. Ugh. Riser was speechless, but he caught the girl in his arms firmly. You're too excited, Zenobia. He suddenly felt that this girl had become lewder and hornier, especially after he became Lucifer. I can't help it. It's been a while, after all. Been a while. It hasn't been a week. But I miss you, Riser-sama. Then, Zenobia closed into his ear and whispered. Let's have our training again tonight, Riser-sama. Cough. Sona stared at Zenobia in silence. So Sona-sama. Zenobia could only show a sheepish smile as she let go of Riser, but she was still close to him. Sona didn't continue to look at Zenobia but looked at her husband's crotch. You seem to be excited over there. Help me to cover it. Even without his reminder, Sona helped her husband hide his erection by standing in front of him, as it would definitely cause trouble once a Riser Lucifer was seen to have an erection on the train station. Nevertheless, like Zenobia, she was also excited about his coming, especially when she wished to get pregnant as soon as possible. Only. Riser. When this voice fell, it was obvious that it attracted everyone's attention. Riser was also familiar with this voice and saw the crimson-colored hair beauty. Rias. Sona told me that you will come today. How long are you going to stay? Rias asked warmly. Meanwhile, Sona didn't say anything and just stared at Rias with a complex expression. If she hadn't seen what was happening during the funeral that day, she might not know, but watching how casually Rias appeared, it was hard to imagine that they had kissed each other. Still, Rias probably thought she had a chance, especially after Riser didn't reject her. However, Sona felt that it was all due to Riser's kindness that he didn't reject Rias, as he thought Rias' situation was miserable, especially during the funeral that day. Yet, now, it was different. Sona also wouldn't want to spoil Rias as she wished to spend more time with her husband. With that decision, her arm was tightly linked against her husband's arm as if she were afraid he would leave. I will only stay for a day before I need to leave. Nevertheless, facing Rias, Riser was the same as ever. So the news is true. Rias didn't force him to stay as there would be many chances for them to stay together in the future. Moreover, as a devil, time was the only thing that they didn't lack. Lastly, their relationship was confirmed, so there was no need to be in a hurry. Still, their relationship was really confirmed, right? After all, Riser didn't say anything back then, but Rias knew that this wasn't the time for her to ask this question, especially with the trouble encountered by the Phenex house. Is it? Riser nodded as he answered Rias' question. Fake Phenex tears. Riser and his family didn't hide anything, and they published how those fake Phenex tears were circulated around the world by the Cows Brigade and many others. As of now, anyone who was involved with this fake would become the target of all the devils, fallen angels, and even the angels. While the civilians didn't know, those in the upper echelons knew that the fake Phenex tears were created with a clone of the devil from the Phenex house. While there were few who felt happy with the misfortune of the Phenex house, many also fought hard to kill all those who were involved with this fake Phenex tears. Nevertheless, the actions of Riser and Phenex house brought helplessness and chill. The helplessness came from how the price of the real Phenex tears would increase as long as the fake Phenex tears existed. The chill came from how Riser and Phenex house would kill anyone who was involved with fake Phenex tears, even customers. Those customers who were attracted by the low price of the fake Phenex tears were killed just like that by Riser and associates. Even worse, all of them became frightened no matter how they tried to hide it. Riser and the Phenex house would find out the sellers, distributors, channels, customers, and all those who were involved with the fake Phenex tears. This made them wonder as this information was something that attracted them the most, and it made them wonder how Riser and the Phenex house found all of those things. Did Riser and the Phenex house have a spy? Or something else that they didn't know? Either way, due to the increase in the price of the Phenex tears, as long as the fakes existed, everyone quickly worked together to kill those who were related to the fake as long as they knew them. As for complaining, did they dare? No way. Unlike before, the Phenex house had the backing of the entire devil as Riser had become a Lucifer. There was also the fallen angel and the angel as they were part of the alliance. Oh, there was also an East Yokai faction, but only a few noticed as their participation wasn't something that attracted many except those who lived in Japan. Nevertheless, the participation of the East Yokai faction surprised many, including the gods on the Rising Sun country, other yokai groups, and the 5 principal clans, as it made them wonder how the East Yokai faction could join the alliance so decisively. The other yokai groups and the gods of Japan aside, the 5 principal clans felt uneasy as they encountered many troubles, but they still waited for a wait-and-see attitude as the devil, the angel, and the fallen angel were a heresy existence in their eyes, especially among the old. Moreover, they also needed to think about how to handle the troubles that they had encountered, so they didn't have time to think about the alliance of the angel, the fallen angel, and the devil. Still, no one cared as much about the 5 principal clans as they were just a group of humans, and the fake Phenex tears were more important than anything currently. Nevertheless, hearing Riser only stay for a day in the Kuo town brought sadness to many, especially those of his lovers, since they knew he would only stay with Sona for that single day. As for Zenobia felt that she should take his morning time and skip school. A few hours should be enough. Still, on Ria's side, there was Aquino and Kaneko. Riser looked at the two, and the two stared at him. While Aquino smiled, as usual, Kaneko stared at him with her usual blank expression. The two thought that even if it was only for a short time, they knew Riser was going to visit them. If I find any clues, I will kill those who are involved. Rias gave such an answer without hesitation. Thank you. As expected, Rias was still good at licking. Nevertheless, Riser thought that the benefits that came from conquering many forces were great as he didn't need to do anything, and letting his subordinates handle the rest was much better than going out by himself, which made him helpless as he didn't want to tell anyone about his location ability. By the way, do you want to come to my house for a bit? I have prepared many delicious dishes. Rias suddenly said. Delicious dish. Wait, Rias, I am about to cook for my. Before Sona finished her words, Riser said, cough, Sona, you don't need to tire yourselves out. How about we relax for a bit by having dinner at Rias' place? Yes. Yes. Not only Riser but everyone present also agreed as they knew Sona's cooking skills. Only Sona's eyes narrowed at Rias as she felt Rias had penetrated deep into her territory without her realizing it. It was said that all are fair in war and love. She knew that Rias was formidable, but she didn't expect that Rias could also get all of her peerage members to do this. Only Sona didn't realize that everything that happened was all due to her horrible cooking skills. Okay, then. However, Sona wasn't someone who was afraid of challenges. The love between her husband and her was unbreakable. Even if her boobs were smaller, she knew how obsessed her husband was with them, especially when he often sucked on her nipples well. Lastly, she knew instead of boobs, her husband loved legs more. Facing the peachy and meaty legs of Rias, Sona felt her smooth and slender legs were better. More importantly, marriage wasn't all about debauchery or sensuality, as the feeling of the two supporting each other was important. The two faced many trials, while Rias was only a third party. No matter how hard Rias tried, it was impossible for her to become Riser's wife. Nevertheless, all of them went to Rias' house to have dinner together as they talked amiably, but as expected, Sona's peerage members were slightly stiff when they faced him as his status had changed. However, they were glad that Riser was still as gentle as before, which made them relieved, yet it also increased their respect and awe toward him. After all, Riser had become Lucifer. Only when they arrived at Rias' house did Riser see someone familiar with them again, but unlike the others, the existence of this person brought him disgust. Yet, at the same time, he was curious, without Surzek, what would this person do? Chapter 216, Determination. How could Issei stay alive until now? Wasn't it all due to Surzek's protection? However, without Surzek's protection, what could this perverted boy do? Riser wanted to see, and it was also because of this his hand directly unleashed blazing flame. No, his entire body emitted an incredible heat, enough to melt anything. Issei, who had been in silence, suddenly trembled in fear as he thought about what would happen to him. The courage and determination he had collected before their meeting popped like a bubble. In the face of overwhelming power, high status, and the fear of death, he could only cower in fear as he lowered his head further. Riser, wait a moment. Rias was panicked, but she knew that she needed to bet. To be honest, the existence of Issei was no longer important to her. Whether Issei existed or not, it didn't matter as Issei's existence was used to break her engagement with Riser, but now, that engagement was no longer there, and she didn't feel anything toward Issei. Moreover, Issei had nothing but trouble for her. Lastly, his existence would bring Riser's hostility. Previously, it might not have been a problem as Issei was protected by Surzek, but now. Nevertheless, Rias still did this as she would participate in the Youth Devil Gathering. This event will be held at Riser's hotel, and there is no doubt Riser will participate in this event as Sona, his wife, will participate. However, she also participated, and there was no doubt she would bring Issei with her as he was part of her peerage. With the death of Surzek, Rias had a responsibility to show the might of the new generation of the Gremory house. While she knew that she might anger Riser, she knew that she needed Issei's power. Issei might be a perverted boy, but there was no doubt he was a Longinus user. Even if Issei was just an average human without any redemption, there was no doubt that his power could be relied upon, especially when his ability could be used as a support. Rias wished to win, so she wanted Issei to apologize to Riser. After all, Surzek had died. There was no one who could protect Issei more. Moreover, whether it was her parents or Grafia, no one cared much about Issei. Still, even with such a selfish and insincere wish, Issei had become part of her peerage. As the next head of the Gremory house, Rias followed the creed of her family, who treated her peerage members as a family. Issei might be perverted, but he wasn't a bad guy, so she wished Riser could let Issei go. Lastly, she still wished to avenge her older brother, and the power of the Red Dragon Emperor was needed to take down the White Dragon Emperor, so no matter what, she couldn't let Issei die. Riser Lucifer-sama, I know that I was wrong to bring him in front of you, but I hope you give us mercy, especially with our house situation. He regrets all of his actions, and he wishes to apologize to you sincerely. Rias then looked at Issei and quickly reminded him. Issei. Issei felt that his heart was beating so fast, but the heat came closer as the scent of death was nearby, so in the end. I am sorry, Riser Lucifer-sama. Issei's position was so low that he kowtowed on the dirty ground. Lucifer-sama, can you be magnanimous and forgive him? Rias also bowed her head. Please. Riser looked at Rias, who showed her deep cleavage as she bowed her head and apologized, thinking that she had never changed. Her temptress nature didn't change, and she thought that she could solve everything with her body. While she wasn't wrong as he was going to use her body, letting Issei know what it meant to become hostile toward him, he thought that he might not give Rias enough pain. Riser knew that kindness had never been a solution to cure stupidity. However, the pain was different. It was like how a child wouldn't listen to their parents when they were told that a knife was dangerous, but once they were hurt, bleeding profusely as their blood kept dripping from their wounds, they would learn and wouldn't do it again. Rias thought that just by kissing before, he would forgive Issei. However, no way. Riser wasn't going to forgive Issei. While Issei was weak and nobody, Riser knew this guy was a protagonist. Anything could happen to Issei, and stupidity wasn't going to be cured with just mere humiliation. Instead, he knew that this humiliation would only burn Issei's desire for revenge even more. As expected, when Riser glanced at Issei, he could see Issei's eyes seem to peek from the ground, glaring at him hatefully before quickly hiding away in fear, tucked inside like a turtle. The rest also didn't say anything while thinking Rias was idiotic. No one expressed their opinion, as they knew it wasn't their place to point out his decision. Sona was even more so, as she wished to kill Issei directly. Riser then looked at Rias, who had been silent, thinking of the benefits that came with letting Issei go now. There was no doubt that he felt lustful toward Rias' body along with her family, as he knew those women of the Gremory would give him rich rewards from the system. Moreover, it would taint his reputation if he killed Issei with his own hands. Lastly, when he thought about the plot, he knew that there was someone that he could use as a scapegoat to kill Issei. Still. Goa. Riser kicked Issei's head away, and his body crashed into Rias' mansion, destroying a quarter of the building. There was no mercy on that kick, and Issei passed out directly with several broken bones on his body. However, no one moved. No, they were unable to move due to Riser's aura. Let's go back. Riser turned and left decisively. Sona and the others also followed and didn't say anything, but Rias called him. Riser. This is the last time, Rias. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Issei aside, Riser realized that a certain type of woman was sometimes really not worthy of being chased, no matter how good their appearance was. It was good that he came, as he learned what kind of a woman Rias truly was. Her body and appearance might be good, but it definitely wasn't good to keep her as a wife, and he was glad to marry Sona. They might have exchanged a kiss, but it didn't mean that Rias could control him like all of her slaves. Did she think that she could control him after they had kissed? Did she think that she could use him and Issei as she pleased? Riser thought that this woman was so greedy that she wanted to use him and Issei at the same time, making him think that he needed to educate the Gremory house more. Thank you. Rias was a little helpless, but she thanked him because Issei could stay alive. Riser didn't even bother to respond. He wasn't in the mood to stay and left directly. With Riser as the lead, everyone left, but Rias and the others sighed in relief before Asia quickly ran into Issei, healing him. Issei-senpai, are you okay? Issei. Naturally, Gaspar and Kiba also approached Issei, but the two of them could only blame their powerlessness, as in front of Riser, they could only lower their heads. How is he? Is Issei-san should be okay? Asia just didn't know what to do. Rias sighed in relief and knew that this was a mercy from Riser. If they hadn't shared a kiss previously, then he wouldn't have done this. This also made her feel relieved, and she showed a light smile as she knew that Riser wouldn't kill Issei, at least for now. Rias looked in the direction where Riser had left, and her desire to be with him grew even stronger. Nevertheless, Issei, who was healed, also regained consciousness as he endured the pain in his body, since not all of his body was healed, but at that moment, he noticed Rias' obsession as she looked in the direction where Riser had left. His heart was burnt with jealousy and anger, but the fear of death enveloped him tightly. You have to endure it, partner. Endure it. You will become stronger as long as you train. Drake could feel the pain in his host's heart, but he knew if Issei attacked Riser, it was nothing but a suicide. Issei needed to endure everything, waiting until Issei became stronger. Yes. While Issei was crying, his desire grew stronger, as there was no way he was going to give Bucho to that bastard. Chapter 217, The Three Heroines. After that night, it was impossible for Riser to spend a pleasant night, so in the end, he brought his wife to the room and released all of his stress onto her before he brought Zenobia, too, as he felt that it wasn't enough. His wife was good and all, but as expected, she was a little weak. Still, strangely enough, Sona didn't say anything, even if he pulled Zenobia inside the room before performing a threesome. Frankly, it was their first time to do this, but neither Sona nor Zenobia said anything since they noticed the anger and fury in Riser now. Instead, they might wait for him to be in this state as it excited them. At this moment, he might not be much different from a wild beast. Even worse, Riser knew that Tori Tori no Mi, model, Phoenix, also affected his nature, making him like a phoenix. Unlike the other devil fruits, the awakening for the Zoan type was quite special, as it made the user who ate this type of devil fruit similar to the type of animal of the Zoan devil fruit that they had eaten. Naturally, this awakening was dangerous, as they might have lost themselves to the nature of the animal from their Zoan type. Fortunately, Riser wasn't affected. Or rather, it was impossible for him to be affected, especially when he had Memo Memo no Mi. With the ability of the Memo Memo no Mi, it was impossible for his conscience to be affected by being inside the Tori Tori no Mi, model, Phoenix, but his brutal nature was enhanced as to reach an awakening, he needed to embrace the nature of the Phoenix. On that night, Sona's house had never been quiet, and it was so loud until midnight when Sona and Zenobia had lost consciousness. However, Riser didn't have enough and felt that he needed to release his nerves. Still, he also couldn't bear to hurt his wife and Zenobia any longer, so after he healed them, he let them rest before he went out, thinking that he might as well do his job, hunting all those who were related to the fake Phoenix tears. Or should I visit Aika? Riser felt that he might as well visit that girl, as it had been a while since they met each other. Still, before that, he was going to get water in the kitchen, but when he opened the door, a figure dropped to the ground. The two stared at each other. Riser stood straight as he looked down at the young woman who peeked at his act with his women. Meanwhile, the young woman sat on the ground, trembling with a crystal-clear liquid staining the soft carpet on the floor. She was wearing a nightdress, her beautiful black hair was so long that it touched the ground, and her legs were wide open as she showed her white panties that were wet due to her love juice. Tsubaki Shinra. It was his wife's queen. To be honest, due to his anger, he didn't bother to check his surroundings and just released his emotion to his women, so it surprised him when he saw this young woman dare to peek at them and also obscenely show plump, toned thighs. Tsubaki also didn't expect that Riser would come out so suddenly like this, as she was unprepared. Previously, she just wished to sleep, but she couldn't, especially when the voices of Sona and Zenovia were so loud. However, with her proper and loyal personality, it was impossible for her to do something as foolish as peeking at what her master did with her husband. However, her interaction with Zenovia changed everything as she became bold, and they didn't seem to notice what she was doing. Nevertheless, as Sona and Zenovia screamed lewdly like a woman, Tsubaki couldn't control her body as her body grew hotter, and before she realized it, she started to finger herself. Yet, it was also due to the fact that she couldn't move when he opened the door. Now, it is over. Riser saw her masturbating as she watched him having sex with Sona and Zenovia. I am sorry, Riser-sama. Trembling in fear, Tsubaki kowtowed and apologized. Even though he might appear gentle, she knew how ruthless he could appear to be, and she was afraid that he might kill her due to what she was doing. Knowing this, she didn't know what to do and could only apologize repeatedly. Riser was speechless, wondering whether he was really that scary. However, Tsubaki couldn't be blamed as she had just seen what Riser did to Issei. Moreover, with her childhood scar, she was often isolated, reprimanded, or even beaten due to the anomaly on her body that could summon demons. It wasn't until she met Sona that she was saved. It's okay. I am not angry. Come on. Don't sit on the ground. It's cold. Riser gently lifted her body, as he didn't want to see her in this state. Yes. As he held her, she stood up slowly, but her legs were weak due to fear and masturbation, so she fell into his arms. I am sorry. It's okay. You don't need to apologize. Thank you, Riser-sama. Tsubaki apologized again, but as she looked up, she saw his eyes were staring at her. She realized how close they were and how her heart started to beat faster before she closed her eyes as she accepted his advance. The next morning, Sona and Zenovia woke up like nothing had happened before they visited Tsubaki's room. It is good, right? Zenovia asked with a smile. Tsubaki was embarrassed and hid her face under the blanket. Zenovia wasn't going to let Tsubaki go, but when Sona glared at her, she shut her mouth. Sona sighed, but she knew that last night, it was something inevitable, especially when she knew that he was in an extreme state. Tsubaki, I am sorry. If she was a little stronger, then this wouldn't happen. No. You don't need to apologize, Sona-sama. I also wished for this after all. Usually, Tsubaki might call Sona Kaishu, but in this current situation, the best method so Sona would let her go quickly was by using Sona-sama. Still, if she hadn't masturbated previously, would Riser have come to attack her? Tsubaki didn't think so since she knew everything happened because she wished for it. Nevertheless, due to the carnage last night, her bud-like charm had bloomed as she had become a woman. That's right, Sona-sama. You should know Tsubaki often peeked when you had sex with Riser-sama, Zenovia said with a laugh. Zenovia. Tsubaki wished to stab Zenovia with her naginata. Sona stared at Tsubaki in silence, causing Tsubaki to stiffen. I am sorry, Sona-sama. Sona sighed helplessly, but she didn't really hate this idea as she felt her back might break if she handled him alone, so she needed someone to help her. It's okay. I know that I am not strong enough to handle him. But you should rest, you don't need to go to school. I will handle the rest. Thank you, Sona-sama. But, now, we have the three of us. Zenovia suddenly became spirited. We should be able to defeat him now. 2x. Sona and Tsubaki stared at Zenovia silently and thought this stupid girl would never change. However, based on Riser's physical ability, Sona knew it was still impossible to defeat them with just the three. So, should they add more people? Sona fell into deep thought. Chapter 218, Charging into the Last Boss. Killing. Burning. Killing. Burning. In those days, Riser spent most of his time killing and burning everything that was related to the fake Phoenix tears. Even though he was a bastard, he was still working diligently, but he had to say, the world was vast, and it took quite a while for him to walk around the planet as the fake Phoenix tears circulated all over the world. Not only the mafia, the rich people, those magicians, and many had their hands on the fake Phoenix tears, but there was no mercy. All of them were killed without any differences. Those who bought the fake Phenex tears might be someone with a high position, influence, or even rich, but in front of overwhelming power, everything was meaningless. Naturally, he wasn't alone as he also talked with the devils, the angels, and the fallen angels, who took their job seriously. No one slacked off, and all of them followed his instruction to kill without hesitation, no matter who the people were. The devils and the fallen angels aside, Riser only sent the angels to the trash of society, a group of people who were better off begone from the world since it was impossible for them to kill good people who bought the fake Phenex tears to cure their beloved who was sick. Still, it was also due to this that whether it was the devils, fallen angels, or angels were in a daze, wondering how Riser was able to find all of those clues which were related to the fake Phenex tears, and at the same time, they also wondered. If Riser knew everything about the fake Phenex tears, then he should be able to know the other thing, right? Such a thought somehow crossed their minds, and it gave them a chill. While the devil was happy by how strong their new leader was, after all, information was a weapon, the angel was quite helpless, but since they were an ally, they also felt relief and knew they weren't an enemy, and Riser could help them in case they needed help. As for the fallen angels, all of them had given up, especially when those who wanted to betray Riser were all killed by Riser's instructions. No one really knew how Riser knew those traitors were, but they had decided to become an enemy. He didn't show mercy, especially when they were just small fries. Moreover, it was easier to kill them now, as he only killed a few. If he killed them later, he was afraid that he might have killed many of them, and the fallen angel might be on the verge of extinction. Nevertheless, all the fallen angels didn't dare to fight him again as their lives, whether it was their lives, families, and children, were in his hands. They could hide and run away, but did they have the confidence to stop him from finding them? Riser could find those who wished to betray him instantly, and he also didn't waste his time by talking and asking why they betrayed him but just killed them without showing much difference. So, at that moment, the fallen angels had already given up as they didn't have the power to fight him. Moreover, by following him, they also felt relief as he didn't ask them anything unreasonable. He just let them go on with their lives without bothering them, and they could live without worry as they would be under his protection. Was such a life terrible? No way. Such a life was good. Especially when they have the protection and peace of mind under his leadership. By this point, Riser probably had used Stockholm Syndrome on them, but he didn't care much since, at this moment, in this world, no one could stop him. Riser knew that he might sound arrogant, but the truth was like this. Was there even an existence that could kill him in this world? The answer was no. Riser believed that he might have become the strongest existence, especially after he gained the power of the ruler along with all of his other capabilities. Moreover, Surzek had died. Valley had become his slave. Say. This guy's existence was meaningless. There were probably other existences that might be able to give him a threat, but it was impossible for them to kill him. It was also impossible to seal him. Trapping him as the ruler would inverse all the negative impacts into energy inside his body. Moreover, they didn't have a reason to trouble him as they hadn't met each other. Lastly, the price of angering him was immense as they would also bring an enmity of the angel, devil, fallen angel, and the East Yokai faction. However, Riser didn't want to have a troublesome life. He wanted to have a peaceful, lazy life where no one would threaten to kill him every day as they were in fear of him, so that was why he had to appear as clean as a god. What he did might be despicable, dirty, and even twisted, but no matter what, no one could know all of those things. Everything needed to be buried cleanly without any traces. What could remain was the picture of a clean, powerful, and most respected Lucifer, Riser Lucifer. This is what he wanted everyone in the world to know. While he knew that it was impossible for him to have a perfect life where he wouldn't be provoked or harmed, it was possible for him to minimize all those negative things about him. That was why Riser decided to go to the source of those fake Phenex tears, which was the headquarters of the Cows Brigade. With his location, nothing could be hidden from him. As long as he wished, everything could be found out, and no one could escape from him. At that moment, as he entered the corner of the world, he saw many devils on guard in front of an enormous western castle with a gloomy aura, yet it appeared so aristocratic and luxurious. Nevertheless, even if he walked toward them, no one noticed him as he was using an area of invisibility. As he walked, he could see everyone's anxious expression, especially those goons. What should we do? That damnable fake Lucifer is good at finding our hiding place. Can we really win? If we give up, will they let us go? Everyone fell in silence as they had seen the terror of Riser. Riser's power was clear to everyone, but what made him even scarier was his unknown ability how to find all of them. Moreover, Riser was extremely cruel as he only let a single person leave, leaving the rest to die. As for why he let one among those he killed escape, it was so they could tell the others about him, so that way, they would be scared. At this moment, everyone was in fear as they thought their hiding place might be known and they would be attacked by Riser in the armor of devil, fallen angel, and angel so suddenly. However, what they didn't know, Riser was standing among them, listening to their conversation curiously. What are you scared of? There is no way that we can return right now. Do you think they will let us go? No way. Also, you shouldn't say something like that. If others listen and you are reported, we will anger as Media-sama and Beelzebub-sama. When that happens, you all will. By those words, everyone fell in silence, but they didn't have confidence in their current leader as Riser was just too aggressive, especially when they thought about his speech, who would find them no matter how they hid. To be honest, it was a bad move for them to create fake Phoenix tears, especially when the new Lucifer came from the Phoenix house. However, what could they do? They needed money. Still, Riser knew that hearing any more was meaningless as there was no way he could get anything by hearing the talk of those foot soldiers. Instead, he went even deeper, entering the castle as he met the leaders of the old Satan faction within the Cows Brigade. Chapter 219, Weak. Those bastard Phoenix. How long are they going to besmirch the dignity of the original Satan? A handsome man with black hair tied up in a small ponytail and violet eyes, wearing the clothes of a noble, slammed the round luxurious table with rage. Also, that Riser Phenex. I will definitely kill him. When he thought about how his lover died being burnt on the flame of Riser, he almost couldn't control himself. Cruisery Asmodeus vowed to kill Riser Phenex. Calm down. Another handsome man with long brown hair reaching his hips with many bangs covering his right eye, dressed in black armor with a cape, tried to calm Cruisery. How could I calm down? You are not the only one who is angry. Me too. You should know how I wish to charge into the underworld and kill everyone in that place, right? Especially the new governor, along with the fallen angel and the angel. Not only me but all of us are here. However, you should know that we don't have funds. Shalba Beelzebub was quite helpless when he thought their funds had already been emptied. Whether it was Cruisery or Shalba, they were used to a pampered, luxurious life, and it was impossible for them not to have a treatment that matched their status as the descendants of the original Satans, but they didn't have money. If they were still someone with high status and a noble in the underworld, they could exploit all the devils, but now, as they were part of a terrorist organization, they couldn't do so, and they were in dire, especially when all the source of their income was destroyed by Riser, the devils, the angels, and the fallen angels. Not only was the old Satan faction troubled, but the other factions were troubled as the fake Phoenix tears were their #1 income. What are you being fussy about? If we need money, then we can just attack a city or two. If that's not enough, then why don't we rob others? We're a terrorist organization and a devil, you know. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in his 40s with dark silver hair and hazel eyes interrupted the conversation between the two. Rise of him, you are finally going out. You are too lazy, bastard. If it was someone else, whether Cruisery or Shalba, they might not show much respect, but facing this man, it was different, as he was the son of the original Lucifer. Rise of him, live on Lucifer. To be honest, I don't want to go out, but the stock of my wines is emptied, and I have heard that we have lost our source of funds, so why don't we just attack the others and rob them? That's a great idea. Let them know the terror of the descendants of the true Satans. Let's attack the underworld right away. Let's go. After hearing the idea of Rise of him, Shalba and Cruisery were ready to act since they needed funds to support their lives and activities. Wait a moment, Shalba-sama, Cruisery-sama. On the side of Rise of him, a young, handsome-looking man appearing in his early 20s with silver hair tied in a braided hairstyle stopped the two politely. Euclid, why did you stop us? If you don't have a good reason, even if you are the most loyal servant of Lucifer, we won't give you mercy. Shalba and Cruisery stared at Euclid with anger as their dignity was trampled by Euclid. Oi. Oi. He is my servant, you know. It's not your place to scold him. Rise of him then stared at Euclid and said, still, you must have a good reason to stop the two, right, Euclid? Even if Shalba and Cruisery were dissatisfied, they knew that Rise of him's status was above them, so they didn't say anything and just waited for Euclid's answer. If this guy didn't have a good answer, then I think that it is inappropriate for us to attack the underworld. Are you such a coward, descendants of the Luciphage? Tell me your reason. Cruisery aside, Shalba was still willing to listen. Euclid sighed inwardly, thinking that he was talking to children. Nevertheless, Euclid's master, Rivasm, tried to hold his laugh as the scene was too funny. If we attack the underworld, there is no doubt that the current government will notice our presence, and they might be able to track our location. Our plan is much bigger and more grandeur. Moreover, we have been waiting for so long. Can you really accept that everything will crumble due to the lack of funds? If so, then Euclid could only sigh, thinking that there was no salvation for them. As I had said before, what are you afraid of? With our power gained from Ophis, nothing will be my opponent. Everyone has to bow down under my power. Cruisery emitted a powerful aura, showing the sheer power that he held inside his body. Moreover, fueled up with the feeling of revenge against the new Lucifer, nothing could stop him anymore. I just want to say that we should look into the big picture. Even if the new governor is weak against your power, they aren't an opponent that we can look down on. Inwardly, Euclid snorted, thinking if Krisery was so courageous, then why didn't Krisery attack the current government of the underworld right away instead of hiding with them? We will definitely attack the underworld, but now isn't the time. Moreover, you should know how poor those nobles are. Except for famous houses such as the Phenex, the Citri, the Baal, the Astaroth, and many others, all of them are as good as paupers. Instead of wasting our time with the poor, how about we just go strike those who are rich? Hearing the Phenex, the Citri, the Baal, and the Astaroth, Krisery, and Shalba frowned since they knew those mentioned by Euclid weren't an easy opponent. Such as, how about the other mythologies? Rivizim suddenly said with a smile. Chinese myth, Hindu myth, Greek pantheons, Norse, and many others. I am sure that all of them are much richer than the underworld, or rather, let's attack them so we can announce our existence to the world. Those words came from Rivizim's mouth, so natural. It was as if he was born in chaos. If there was no chaos in this world, then he wouldn't be at ease and wish to cause destruction, mayhem, and sadness in this world. Other mythologies. 2x. Krisery and Shalba fell in silence and thought Rivizim's idea wasn't bad. They have been too focused on the underworld, so they forgot about the others, but if they talked about wealth, there was no doubt that those gods from a variety of mythologies were definitely rich. Moreover, not all gods were good at fighting, and many of them were so weak, yet their wealth was so much. It seems it is our time to bring terror to the world. Let's announce our existence to the world. Krisery and Shalba agreed without hesitation. To be honest, they weren't at ease to attack the underworld as they felt quite unsettled, wondering how the new Lucifer could find all their headquarters and kill all of those who were related to the fake Phenex tiers. However, as someone with a high status, they couldn't change their attitude so easily, and they needed to have an appropriate answer so they wouldn't be seen as a coward. Fortunately, Risavim knew them well, and they quickly agreed with Risavim's idea. Still, they might be stupid, but Euclid wasn't stupid. Euclid was the one who created the clone of the devil from the Phenex and led everyone to create the fake Phenex tiers. Frankly, he thought that there was a traitor among them, but no matter how many times he killed those who were suspicious, Riser and the others could still find them. To be honest, Euclid didn't really want to attack the other mythologies, but he knew that they didn't have a choice as the Phenex house was too tough. Robbing other mythologies might be good and all, but compared to the stable income from the fake Phenex tiers, this action was too dangerous, yet they didn't have a choice, especially when Euclid wished to continue his research. Watching the three discuss each other, Rivizim only laughed as he drank wine, but then again, he didn't care much about this world as his dream was much bigger, and as for the current government, the previous government, or dominating the world, he didn't care at all. Nevertheless. Unseen zone. At that moment, this room was covered in this technique, and everything in this place became unseen, unnoticed, and even ignored, no matter how loud they were. However, no one inside this room realized that except the one who cast this technique. Still, this wasn't the end. Rivizim suddenly felt intense pain running through his brain before he passed out. However, before he closed his eyes, he saw others also fall similarly. While he felt a chill and felt scared as death was nearby, everything was meaningless as he lost consciousness. When Shalba, Krisery, Euclid, and Rivizim passed out, Riser appeared out of thin air. Staring at the four of them, Riser had one question. Why were they so weak? Chapter 220, Fantastic. Watching the handsome appearance of the four and the sheer amount of demonic energy within their bodies, Riser knew that they should be special and they definitely weren't a nobody. To be honest, aside from Krisery and Shalba, he was unfamiliar with Euclid and Risavim. When he thought about the memory of his previous life, he also knew that he hadn't seen Euclid and Risavim, but even though there was no information about them from his past life, he didn't feel much worried, especially when they lost so easily to him. More importantly, compared to Krisery and Shalba, the information of Euclid and Risavim was much more detailed. Euclid Luciphage. The moment this name appeared, one would connect him with Graphia, the wife of Surzek and the strongest queen, and that was correct as he was the little brother of Graphia Luciphage. The truth is that Luciphage was a family who were wholeheartedly loyal to the original Lucifer, and during the Devil's Civil War, they were on the side of the old Satan faction, including Graphia. However, in the end, Graphia betrayed her family and went after her love for Surzek. Her family was killed, but her little brother Euclid disappeared. Frankly, the love between Graphia and Surzek had been made into a movie, and Riser didn't have much to say, but he knew that it was nothing but a political move. Honestly, he even wondered whether Surzek really loved Graphia and probably only seduced Graphia due to her powerful might. After all, Graphia's might was comparable to Seraphal's. If Graphia hadn't lost to Seraphal before, then the position of the Gremory house would have been even higher as Surzek was the Lucifer and Graphia was the Leviathan. By then, Rias' life would be even pampered. Unfortunately, life wouldn't work that way. Still, Riser felt responsible, so he thought to take care of Surzeka's wife in the future. As expected, the path of villain isn't suitable for me, he thought. System. Nevertheless, Riser didn't expect to meet Euclid here. As expected, as the loyal servant of Lucifer and the little brother of Graphia, Euclid should be powerful, but even if he was quite powerful among the majority of the devil, it was nothing in front of Riser. After all, it was impossible for the servant of Lucifer to be stronger than Lucifer himself, right? Moreover, Euclid's specialty wasn't fighting. Instead, it was his intelligence, as he was the brain within the old Satan faction. Furthermore, he should be the one who was responsible for creating the clone of the devil from the Phoenix house. Lastly, he was also a master magician. If it was against Issei, there was no doubt Euclid wouldn't have trouble. However, it was different when Euclid faced Riser. Riser should have killed Euclid immediately, but he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he focused his attention on the middle-aged man, Risavim Levon Lucifer. As Lucifer's name is attached to his name, Risavim should be related to the original Lucifer, like Valley, and yes, that's correct. Risavim is the son of the original Lucifer and also the grandfather of Valley Lucifer. His history aside, as his role in the Devil's Civil War was quite limited, his power was something that needed to be taken as a precaution by the original protagonist. Sacred Gear Cancellation. It was an innate ability that allowed him to be able to nullify all Sacred Gear abilities, in addition to powers enhanced by using them with a single touch. It was also due to this ability that Surzek and Valley only gathered non-Sacred Gear users in their group. They did all of this so their fight with Risavim wouldn't be pointless, as Risavim could nullify all the Sacred Gears. Yet, watching Risavim, who passed out on the ground and was beaten by Riser so easily, Riser wondered whether such a preparation was necessary. Still, there was no need to kill them immediately. Instead, he used his Memo no Mi to check their memories, thinking he could find something interesting. The first target was Shalba and Kruzuri, as he thought that he could check the content of their heads quickly. As expected, when he saw their memories, there was nothing useful in their heads. In their heads, they only wanted to destroy the current government of the underworld, killing the rest of the mythical beings and dominating the world. It was the typical cliché villain ambition that often appeared in many action works. Riser could only sigh, hoping for them to grow up, but at the same time, he also couldn't blame them as this was their education as they had grown up. They had become adults, so it was impossible to change what they were thinking. Even worse, their position, wealth, authority, and everything was taken away from them by the new government, so he didn't feel surprised if they felt delusional, as if they had escaped from reality. However, everything changed once they received power from Ophis. This information made Riser interested as they had become stronger due to the fact that Ophis had given them a power known as Ophis Snake. Previously, Riser killed Kateria Leviathan instantly, and he didn't see where she became stronger due to the Ophis Snake, so he was quite surprised as the effect of Ophis Snake was similar to the King Piece. However, unlike the King Piece, which was limited in number, Ophis seemed to be able to support most of the executive members of the Cows Brigade with this power, making them stronger like they had used King Piece. Knowing this, Riser understood where the epithet of the Infinity Dragon from Ophis came from. This sheer amount of energy was definitely infinite, especially when it was combined with Ophis Recovery. Nevertheless, Riser was in disbelief as he knew Ophis, the Infinity Dragon, was just a little girl. Yes, a little girl. When Riser saw the memory of Shalba and Kruzuri, the picture of a little girl known as Ophis appeared, which made him speechless. Riser knew from memory his previous life, but he had to say that when he saw it in reality, it was mind-boggling. However, it was all due to the fact that Ophis was a little girl who could be exploited. Still, there was a guy known as Valley, who also worked as a spy, so he brought Ophis away so those guys wouldn't hurt and exploit Ophis anymore. Ophis. Riser thought that it might be good to bring Ophis to his side. Still, as Shalba and Kruzuri no longer had value for him, Riser put his attention to Euclid. As expected, compared to the two, Euclid's memory was more valuable. There were many things in Euclid's memory, such as a variety of magics, blueprints of other things, and connections with a variety of supernatural beings. This connection attracted him, but he was a bit speechless by the intense love Euclid had for his sister. However, Riser didn't have a right to say anything to Euclid, especially when he had Ravel. Still, he ignored those unimportant matters quickly as he found staggering information. His heart was beating, and he was in disbelief due to this news. He put away Euclid, then took a peek into Risavim's memory as he wished to confirm whether what he found was correct or not. As Riser looked into Risavim's memory, everything was confirmed. There is really another world. Chapter 221, Behind the Darkness. Riser was surprised as he had never thought another world existed, but he didn't feel that much surprised, especially when he became Riser Phenex and had a system. However, unlike Shalba, Kruzuri, and Euclid, whose purpose and ambition had always been in this world, Risavim was different as he wished to be in another world. Frankly, Riser didn't care about Risavim as an individual and why he wished to go to another world, but the information about another world he got from Risavim intrigued him. Evia told. Or E times E. It was the name of another world. To be honest, except for the name, whether it was Risavim or Euclid, they knew nothing. Nevertheless, Euclid aside, Risavim's ambition to go to another world was so intense, but he knew that it was impossible, especially in Dimensional Gap, where the location they needed to pass through to go to another world was being guarded by the strongest being in the world. The Great Red. Unfortunately, this strongest being was a dragon, a being that Riser loathed the most. If possible, Riser wished to erase all the dragons in this world except those weak ones, as he could use them as a pet. Nevertheless, his goal was aligned with the Chaos Brigade as they wished to erase the Great Red from the Dimensional Gap. Cruzery, Shalba, and Euclid aside, Risavim's goal was to push the Great Red away, but he knew that it was impossible with his power. Even Ophis, the second strongest, was unable to do anything, so how could Risavim do it? In the end, Risavim made a crazy plan that made Riser speechless for a long time. Trash talk. Yes, it's trash talk. Risavim kept sending trash talk to the living beings who lived in another world, provoking them so they would be angry and also sending them a method to travel to their world. It was so crazy that he was unable to say anything, but if those beings really came to this world, what would happen? Riser didn't care much as he wasn't the one who provoked those beings, but if those beings came to attack him, then don't expect him to give them mercy. To be honest, while Riser was interested in the other world, he wasn't that obsessed with it as this world was still full of mystery for him. His life as Riser Phenex had just started, and there were many things that he hadn't done in this world, so when he was bored, he might think of a method to go to another world for a trip. Still, compared to the information about another world, there was a lot of interesting information that he got from Rivizim. The first was the relationship between Rivizim and Valley. The two of them were a family, and Rivizim was Valley's grandfather. Nevertheless, Riser found out that Valley's miserable life was all due to Rivizim, who gave advice to Valley's father, who was also his son, to beat up Valley. Valley was born with an amazing power, and due to this, Valley's father was in terror of Valley's existence. To ease that fear, Valley's father tortured Valley, as it eased his heart. However, as Valley grew, Rivizim grew scared of Valley's potential, especially when Azazel started to get involved with Valley, so in the end, he killed Valley's father so he wouldn't get revenge on Valley. Still, with Valley's personality, did Rivizim think that he could run away from Valley? Nevertheless, Riser shook his head and disdained the son of the true Lucifer as this guy was so cowardly and so weak that it was funny for Surzek and Valley to think of him as an enemy that they needed to face with all of their might. The second information was the existence of Lilith, the mother of all the devils, who was also Rivizim's mother. Looking at Rivizim and the information about Lilith, Riser thought that this guy was scum among the scum. This guy was simply trash, but at the same time, he should call this guy the perfect devil as this guy was the perfect example of a devil how it should be. After all, whether it was him, Zikram Baal, Surzek, or others, even if they were a devil, they didn't act like one. However, Rivizim was different. He could have killed his son and used his mother as a guinea pig for research. Still, based on Rivizim's memory, Lilith was on the verge of dying as her body was used by her husband to give birth to the devils for the great war against the angels and the fallen angels. As for where Lilith was, it seemed that Rivizim hid his mother in the realm of death, also known as the realm of Hades in Greek mythology and depths of hell. It is the place where Hades, the god of the dead, and the Grim Reapers reside. Riser thought for a moment and felt that he shouldn't do it. Moreover, he didn't have any ambitions to do so. Still, in case he made Lilith into his woman, he wondered whether his children would become an ancestor of all the devils. Riser stopped thinking as he shook his head, throwing all the strange thoughts in his head away. Nevertheless, the last piece of information was the one that attracted him the most. 666, or Trihexa. Riser found the existence of the apocalyptic beast in the corner of the world. There was no doubt it was one of the strongest beings, if not the strongest, matching the Great Red. It seemed that Rivizim planned to wake this beast into this world, destroying everything. That seems to be a good idea. Stopping this beast. Riser didn't have such an idea at all. Instead, he thought to use his Pito Pito no Mi to control this beast, erasing all the existence that harmed his peace. Then, when all the harmful beings were eliminated in this world, he would be the only one and gain his peace. With that idea on his mind, Riser didn't plan to kill Cruzery, Shalba, Euclid, or even Rivizim. Instead, they were going to become his tools. They were going to erase all the harm for him, and when he had exploited their worth until nothing remained, he would kill all of them so there was no existence that could harm him. By then, Riser would gain his peace and achieve his dream. Nevertheless, he knew that many would die due to this ambition, yet as he had decided to walk on this path, he was prepared. The world wanted to mess up his life, so don't blame him for destroying the world. Decisively, Riser manipulated their memories, erasing all of his clues, and made them into his tools without them realizing before he left without leaving any traces. Soon, Cruzery, Shalba, Euclid, and Risavim woke up as if nothing had happened before they continued to discuss with each other which myths they should attack, but strangely enough, at this moment, the thought of creating a fake Phoenix tears no longer crossed their minds. Meanwhile, Riser, who had walked out from the headquarters of the old Satan faction to control them from the dark side, feeling a bit disappointed since he couldn't learn Risavim's ability to nullify the sacred gear as it was innate. However, the system notified him that he got the rewards. When he checked his rewards, he was stunned by the place. My rewards are too amazing, right? Chapter 222, Riser is too strong, right? Shalba and Cruzery aside, Riser had always considered Euclid and Rysavim important antagonists in this world. With all of the rewards he gained, he wouldn't be surprised if Rivizim was the last boss in the story. Congratulations, you have received 5 random rewards. Nevertheless, there was no hesitation about him, and he just opened all of the rewards directly. Congratulations, you have received the Wappa Wappa no Mi, complete version, Villain, Falsifier, Kote Kote no Mi, complete version, and Degenerate. As expected. When Riser had directly conquered the villain organization and made them work under his bidding, he knew the rewards he would receive would turn over his understanding of how amazing the existence of the system was. Right. In the beginning, their relationship was far from good, especially when the system kept forcing him to do something inexplicable, but the longer they were together, the more he understood how necessary the system was, especially in a world where he could die anytime. Even though it was said that his rewards would be random, he knew that these rewards would be amazing, especially when his feats were something that no one would expect. Still, it was amazing that he got 5 rewards directly, especially when he only got 1 reward when he killed Kateria Leviathan. Perverseness. It was an ability to move the target in the opposite manner to their will. For example, if they want to turn their head right, they will turn it left, or if they want to lift something, they will drop it instead. Frankly, with the ruler, it was possible for him to do this since, like how he could inverse all the attacks into an energy in his body. With a little training, he could also inverse the senses of his opponents. Yet, it had an even stronger effect, such as when one thought of others as a friend, one would think of others as an enemy once they were afflicted by this ability. If one wanted to heal, they would kill instead. With ruler alone, he was already the strongest. However, if he could get more power, then why not, right? Nevertheless, he ate the Wappa Wappa no Mi, complete version, which gave him the ability to teleport. Moreover, as long as it was all related to teleportation, he could develop those techniques. Frankly, this ability was an enhanced version of Trickstar, and due to this, he was happy. That was his first reward. What about his second reward? Villain. When he saw the name of this reward, he felt conflicted, especially when the effect of this ability was to give the user the aura of a conqueror, with their actions being interpreted by others to paint them in a dominant light. It could be said that users of this skill are natural-born leaders perfectly suited to rule over others. It seems that I really have to conquer the world. Once again, Riser felt that his dream was so far away that he might not be able to reach it. Whether it was his first or second reward, they were all amazing, but what about his third reward? Falsifier. It allows the user to deceive the senses of other people around them, creating a false reality where only they know the truth. For example, a spear in the user's hands may appear as a knife to their opponent, or they can make a knife appear out of thin air when one's hands appear to be empty. The user may even use it to pretend to be dead, enabling surprise counterattacks or to make a quick escape. It also makes the user especially sensitive to the illusions of others, outright making them immune to most. Did he love this ability? Naturally. After accepting this reward, Riser felt relief as there was no need for him to become a close combat fighter anymore. However, at least for now, he had to become a close combat fighter, especially when there was something that he needed to achieve. The next one. It was another devil fruit, but this devil fruit. What kind of devil fruit is this? However, Riser didn't hesitate to eat it as there was no point in milling, and gaining more power would definitely bring him a benefit instead of a disadvantage. As expected, after eating this devil fruit, he understood what his newfound power was. Kote Kote no Mi is a paramecia-type devil fruit that allows the user to summon gauntlets with which they can grab and manipulate any non-living thing. It might be hard to just read the description, so he tried this power by summoning 2 gauntlets. It seems I can only summon 2 gauntlets. He could change the size of the gauntlets to become bigger or smaller, then manipulate them remotely. Still, there was something that he wanted to try. He manipulated the gauntlets once again and grabbed the air. Wow. By grabbing the air, he could manipulate the air, which was grabbed by the gauntlets. With this example, whatever was grabbed by his gauntlets, as long as they were non-living beings, he could control them. When this idea suddenly appeared, his breathing became heavy as he thought of a certain possibility. Calm down. Riser looked at his last reward. Degenerate. With the name of the ability being so abominable, Riser thought that it should be something linked to those strange things, but that didn't seem to be the case. Degenerate has 2 effects. Synthesis, transform 2 differing targets into a single object and can be used to chain the effects of several skills together, earning the user new skills with significantly less effort than would otherwise be required. Separation, releases properties inherent to the target and separates them. Examples include but are not limited to depriving a person of skills and removing foreign objects, such as entities attempting possession or toxins, from the target body. Riser fell in silence again. Wasn't this ability too amazing? In other words, it should be possible for him to take over Risavim's sacred gear canceller ability, right? There was no need for hesitation. Risavim was his tool, after all, and with how weak Risavim was, Riser was afraid that Risavim might die, so it might be too late for him to take over Risavim's ability. With that determination, Riser used his area of invisibility and teleported back to the headquarters of the old Satan faction, then went to search Risavim with his location. Unlike before, he found himself sleeping in the room, and he approached without hesitation. Riser used his degranate, separating the sacred gear canceller ability from Risavim's body, but suddenly, the gauntlets from the Kote Kote no Mi appeared and absorbed this ability. While Riser was speechless, he sighed in relief when he could separate the sacred gear canceller with his gauntlets with degenerate, but then again, he didn't overthink whether this ability was combined with his body or his gauntlets, it was all the same. After all, to use this sacred gear canceller, one needed to touch the target before this ability could affect the target. Having this ability on his gauntlets was moving conveniently as he could use this ability remotely. However, with this, Riser had confirmed that he could take other abilities too. Moreover, there is also that. Riser realized how overpowered his existence had become. So, after this, what would he need to do? Should he go back? Should he take over all the unique skills of powerful beings? No, there was one thing that he needed to do. Valley, get me all the information of all the leaders of the Cows Brigade. When you have collected all of them, wait for me in Japan. I will let you know the location later. You should be ready in 12 hours. There was no need for any more words. As for whether Valley could do it or not, Valley had to do it. Nevertheless, there was something that Riser wished to try. Using location, Riser went to his target. As for Risavim was sleeping well as he dreamed of causing destruction and mayhem in another world. Chapter 223, What Will You Do? Receiving an order from Riser, Valley fell into silence. Valley stayed in his place for a minute before he stood up, ready to do the order that Riser had given to him. Are you going to follow his order, Valley? Albion felt conflicted and enraged as he thought his proud host had been reduced to a mere tool. However, Valley didn't say anything as if he ignored Albion, but the truth was that he was afraid that Riser might be able to listen to their conversation. Even if he might have a short-term memory loss about who he shouldn't fight with, he still remembered the precautions and whatever he needed when he faced his opponent. Nevertheless, among all the beings that Valley had fought, Riser was the strongest. Not only was Riser the strongest, but his methods were also crueler than anyone, especially with the lives of Valley's mother and step-siblings within Riser's hands. If Valley said something wrong, then Riser heard it. What should he do? You don't need to feel afraid. After that day, he didn't do anything to you. I think that he might have used a special means to eavesdrop on you at that time. Right now, that effect might have disappeared. The word might didn't ease Valley, so he quickly just did the jobs that were asked by Riser. Compared to killing Surzek at that time, this job was easier. Moreover, the faster Valley finished this job, the faster the feeling inside his heart that made him uncomfortable disappeared. No, he might not have any emotion anymore after that day since he knew that he was nothing but his tools, and as a good tool, he needed to listen to him, or else. Watching Valley, who lost himself like a walking corpse every day, Albion was unable to hold it anymore, but at the same time, he knew what kind of burden Valley needed to face. Valii. Albion screamed with all of his might inside Valley's mind. Nevertheless, Valley was the same as ever, he didn't answer Albion's words and just continued his order, as he only had 12 hours. If he was late, then. I know what you are worried about, but just listen to me. While there might be a chance that Bastard might be able to listen to the voice within your heart, it is impossible for him to listen to me. How can you be so sure? Valley didn't ask that question as he didn't want to gain any animosity from Riser anymore, but then he knew that whatever Albion said that day, even if Albion mocked Riser, belittled him, and many others, Riser had never said anything, so there should be some truth within Albion's words. Yet, even if Valley knew what could be done? The lives of his mother and step-siblings were in Riser's hands. Moreover, no people could help him as Valley was afraid to involve them in his troubles. Even worse, Valley knew that Riser could kill him anytime. When Valley saw how Riser could become Lucifer, as everyone was still oblivious about everything instead of hatred, he felt fear. Yes, a fear. Valley never thought that someone could be so vile, yet no one other than him could have such an impression. Instead, everyone thought of him as the strongest being, someone who was worthy of respect, which made him feel panic, anxiety, and terror as he was targeted by such an individual. Valley knew that Riser wouldn't kill him, yet he wished to be killed instead. For Valley, dying was better than living like this. Yet Valley couldn't do that, especially when the lives of his mother and step-siblings were in Riser's hands. Could Valley just run away like that? By then, Valley knew his mother's life and step-siblings would be even worse than him as they needed to bear Riser's anger. Valley didn't dare to bet, and he knew the only thing that he could do was to become an obedient tool for Riser as he followed every one of Riser's orders. Yet, Valley, let's fight. Albion suddenly said. However, Albion was ignored by Valley. Instead of living like this, where there is no shred of dignity that comes as the descendant of Lucifer and the host of the White Dragon Emperor, it is better for us to die as you bring that bastard with you to the afterlife. Valley, who had been working, stopped all of his actions, and his expressionless face suddenly regained some colors, but all of that disappeared instantly as he continued to collect all the information about the leaders of the Cows Brigade for Riser. There was some truth in Albion's words, but could he really do it? Bringing him together to the afterlife with him. It was easier than one said, especially when Riser was from the Phenex house, a devil who was famous for their immortality. No. Such a possibility didn't exist at all. Even if Valley used Juggernaut Drive, there was no possibility of defeating Riser. Reduce. Albion continued the conversation without minding Valley's reaction. It is my strongest original power, which releases a special type of poison that can destroy the body and soul. When he is caught in that position, it will destroy Riser's body and soul. He might be immortal, but it is because he is immortal that he will be inflicted by this poison for an eternity. By then, his life will be even worse than dying, and he is as good as dead. However, to use this poison, not only your demonic power but also your life force might be taken out. Even with your current, the moment you use reduce, your life force will be reduced to the limit. Your long age as a half-devil might disappear, and your age might not be much different from a human by then. Even worse, you will die as it will be my first time using this poison, especially when none of the previous hosts ever used my strongest ability, so I can't give you a guarantee. As for whether Riser could escape from this poison or not, such a thing was never within Albion's thought at all. As one of the heavenly dragons, his only match was Draig. Facing his strongest poison, Riser could only writhe in pain and die. Nevertheless, to use this poison, Val's life would also be in danger as his body might not be able to handle this power. Everything is your choice. Will you stay obedient as his tool, or will you go all out, betting everything to gain your dignity, Valley? Valley didn't say anything and just fell into silence as no one knew what he was thinking. Nevertheless, Riser didn't bother to listen to their conversation. If he wanted to listen to Val's conversation, he needed to focus on the collar that connected to Val's neck, but he didn't have such an idea at all since that guy was as good as over. Instead, he went to the United States, in California. As for why he was here, he was searching for the most suitable sacred gear for himself, and his ability, location, guided him into this area. Frankly, there were two places, and the two of them happened to be in the United States, but he decided to visit California first as it was the territory of his family in the human world. Nevertheless, Riser kept walking, following the direction of location, and finally found his target. Is this the one? Looking at the muscular Caucasian man in his late 20s, there was no hesitation in his heart as he made this guy pass out and steal the sacred gear within his body, trying to try the possibility of the power of Kote Kote no Mi. Chapter 224, Do You Want Sacred Gear? To take out of sacred gear from someone, there was a certain ritual that needed to be done. Riser, who had taken all the research data about the sacred gear, naturally knew the method. However, when a sacred gear was taken out from the host's body, the host would die. Yet, this was something normal as a sacred gear was akin to part of the host's body. If Riser gave an example, it was like how one would die when their heart was taken out. Naturally, when the sacred gear was taken out, it would give a similar reaction. Frankly, if possible, Riser didn't want to commit a meaningless murder. For his enemies, he might not hesitate to kill, but it was different from innocents who didn't have any involvement with him. However, for a greater purpose, everything had to be done. Riser found the men in the diner as it seemed that the men was in the middle of lunch. Nevertheless, this wasn't a problem for him as he beat this guy up directly, making him pass out when he was using the area of invisibility. When he did this, there was no doubt that the people around would notice the strangeness, but with Falsifier, there was no need to worry. At this moment, everyone was already affected by an illusion, and even if all of them noticed something strange about the owner of the sacred gear, they wouldn't think anything and continued with their lunch and work as if nothing had happened. Still, Riser didn't immediately remove the sacred gear from the men. Instead, he took a peek at the memory of the men. So his name is Magnus Rose. Even though Riser didn't care much about the name of this person, he wished to know the identity of this person as he wondered whether this man was a man of importance. CIA agent. Riser was surprised as he didn't expect the CIA to be involved in the supernatural world. Frankly, the supernatural world, or this side of the world, was like the other side, and it was hidden from the majority of humans. Naturally, it included the governments of various countries, and only a few knew about them, so due to this, the existence of the supernatural was kept a secret, especially when no one wished to share it with others. It was like when one got a secret knowledge that they wished to keep by themselves instead of sharing it with others. However, the existence of the Cows Brigade destroyed everything. Due to the fake Phenex tears that circulated within the underworld, even the governments of various countries also started to notice the existence of the supernatural world. To be honest, whether humans knew about the supernatural world or not, it didn't really matter. A human might have a number, but against the might of a supernatural being, they were nothing. The power of science might be amazing, but didn't the supernatural world master a similar thing? Moreover, the one who controlled the modern weapon was a human. As long as one controlled the leader of the human, everything would crumble. As a CIA agent who also had the power of sacred gear, Magnus was tasked to investigate the fake Phenex tears and many anomalies that happened within various parts of the country. Nevertheless, Riser didn't care about that and just took out the sacred gear from Magnus' body with degranate. Unknown Dictator. This is the name of this sacred gear. It was also known as the Imperial Child of Machine World. Frankly, the original ability of the sacred gear was to manipulate iron, but due to the death of God, it seemed the sacred gear had evolved further, giving it the ability to manipulate and create electronic devices and mechanical equipment of the modern day. If it was in the past, this sacred gear might not be that powerful as it lacked a punch compared to the Longinus. However, Riser knew in the modern world, this sacred gear was frightening as it could control almost everything. Information, electrical devices, weapons, and many others. Gaining the power of the sacred gear, Riser thought that it worked perfectly with Gatsa Gatsa no Mi, which he had eaten previously. To be honest, he had a crazy idea. With Researcher, Blacksmith Mastery, and Gutsa Gutsa no Mi, Riser thought to create a weapon that could watch over the world and kill those who thought to harm him from a distance without him needing to walk out by himself. With those thoughts, he wondered what kind of a weapon that he needed to create. However, with this unknown dictator, Riser thought of one weapon that suited his needs. Satellite. Yes, a satellite. Riser is thought to have created a satellite where it could be used to monitor the world and kill anyone who opposed him. Moreover, no one would be able to tell he owned this weapon as he manipulated it remotely, and it was located in space. Unless one went to space, it was simply impossible for anyone to find or destroy it. His idea might be crazy, but he knew that it was possible. With all of the skills he had collected, this project was possible to be realized. Wait, it should be possible for me to train in space, right? Riser knew that training on Earth was almost meaningless for him, and training in space seemed to be more beneficial for him as the harsh environment in space seemed to be able to make him grow stronger. Should I go to space? Riser looked up and thought for a moment before he shook his head. There were still many things that he needed to do on Earth, and it might be better to go to space after he solved all of those problems. To be honest, with his speed, it wouldn't be a problem for him to go to space, but he felt that he might as well wait until he created the satellite weapon that he envisioned. As he got his hands on the sacred gear, he looked at Magnus, who still passed out. Killing him was easy as he knew that he had the power to do so, but he decided to use the power of his Memo no Mi. Echo Erasure. Riser said those words softly, and all the memories of unknown dictator were erased from this world, not only the humans who had such a recollection of this sacred gear but all the supernatural beings. Still, he didn't expect that it would take so much of his demonic power. Nevertheless, it didn't matter as he wished to clear up everything and erase the existence of this sacred gear so no one could tell that he had taken this sacred gear from Magnus. Moreover, with his perfect crime, he also erased all the traces of this sacred gear, whether it was from heaven, Gregory, or anywhere else. Every trace of this sacred gear was erased from this world, and the only one who knew about the existence of this sacred gear was him. Moreover, Riser also modified Magnus' memory so this guy wouldn't notice something amiss within his memory. He wasn't in a hurry and did it slowly, as it was also a way for him to practice his new power. Nevertheless, he had to say that this technique was amazing and probably also worked on individuals as he could make someone's existence forgotten by everyone. Yet, compared to the Memo no Mi, Riser was more impressed at the ability of perfect crime, as it could alter reality so it would erase the existence of the unknown dictator from this world. Fortunately, this was just a normal sacred gear, and it wasn't Longinus, so it was easier to erase. However, Riser knew that it would be different from Longinus, and the energy he needed to use would be so enormous that he would alter the memories of powerful beings. Nevertheless, everything was worth it. After all, the potential of this sacred gear wasn't lost to any Longinuses. Moreover, his hard work to not kill someone just because he wished to steal a sacred gear also bore him to develop a frightening ability. Still, Riser looked at the time and saw that there was still time, so he went to Texas to get another sacred gear, which was suitable for him. As Riser left, Magnus and the others weren't affected by the illusion once again, and they returned to how they used to be without noticing anything, as if it was just any other day. Chapter 225, Venom. Oh, you are on time. Riser only nodded when he saw Valley had already arrived at their appointment place. He had just stolen his second sacred gear, and as expected, it suited him well. Moreover, he could use them well without any problems. Was it due to the Kote no Mi? There is a huge chance it happened due to that. However, because of that, Riser was so late. He was late for at least 6 hours, yet Valley was still in the place without moving and came without saying a single complaint, completing his order perfectly, which made him satisfied, thinking that he got his hands on a perfect tool. Whenever Riser needed to erase someone, he did not need to move by himself as he could order Valley to erase those people. Still, Riser knew that Valley wasn't a character that would obediently follow his every order, and he knew that this guy was stupid, so he had to take precautions. The information about the Cows Brigade, which Riser previously asked for from Valley, was nothing but a bluff, a test for Valley. After all, by taking a peek at the memory of the leaders of the old Satan faction, did he lack information about this terrorist organization? What Riser wished to do was to erase all of his existence from the crime of killing Surzek. No one should know that he was the one who initiated the killing of Surzek. Everyone in this world only needed to know that it was Valley who did it. That way, all those who wished to avenge Surzek would come to kill Valley instead of Riser. So when was he going to kill Valley? It was when Valley helped him to kill a certain someone. Riser would kill Valley, as he put all the blame on Valley before he became someone whom everyone looked up to. Riser knew that his method was complicated and tedious, especially when he could kill anyone with ease, but killing someone had been troublesome, especially in the aftermath. If his target was just a reclusive hermit, then it was easy. However, his target was someone who had a lot of connections, family, friends, and many other things. If Riser killed all of them, it would be a massacre, and he would receive a tyrant as a title. Being feared might be good, but being a tyrant had never been his way of life as it was troublesome. Being a normal, powerful person was the best way. Still hearing his words, Valley said nothing and just lowered his head. Was it due to nervousness? Was it due to fear? Or was Valley afraid that Riser would notice something? However, Riser didn't care about all of that, as Valley was nothing but an ant that he could crush anytime. Still, for Valley, who saw Riser for the first time after a while, he could feel that his heart was almost crushed and almost gave up as his will was about to be dominated. Riser didn't realize that at that moment, his villain ability gave him an aura that could easily dominate anyone's mind. Where is the data? Valley took out a document that he kept on his jacket and gave it to Riser. He might not have said anything, but his actions were submissive as if he had clearly given up. There is also a photo, right? Yes. Let me check it first. Riser opened the documents and saw all the information about the leaders of the Cows Brigade from the Old Satan faction, the Magician faction, and the Hero faction. The Old Satan faction, the Magician faction, was led by Euclid, but Euclid didn't attract Riser's interest. Instead, he was interested in Walburga, a female magician who was also the host of Incinerate Anthem. Incinerate Anthem is a Longinus, and it is one of the 3 holy relics, the holy cross on which Christ was crucified. Its special ability is to create purple holy flames in the form of a cross that can incinerate devils with ease. Flame ability. However, unlike a regular flame, it had a holy attribute. Riser felt interested in this Longinus, but he didn't show much of a change in his expression and looked into the Old Satan faction like it was his first time to know them before he looked into the Hero faction of the Cows Brigade. Reading the information about the Hero faction within the Cows Brigade, Riser had to admit that this group was amazing as it was led by a group of humans who were also the hosts of sacred gears. What was even more impressive was that the leader of this group was the holder of the strongest Longinus, the true Longinus. Moreover, there were also other Longinus users in this group, such as Annihilation Maker and Dimension Lost. There were also other sacred gear users, but Riser ignored all of them as they wouldn't pose a threat to him. The true Longinus, Annihilation Maker, and Dimension Lost. Riser wished to get all of them somehow. If it was before, it might not be possible, but with Kote Kote no Mi, everything was possible. Yet, he wasn't greedy since he thought to learn his current sacred gears first as he had just freshly received them. Moreover, he had a feeling that the Hero faction would appear in front of him, and he thought that he could use them to kill the cockroach that had been annoying him. However, when Riser turned his back, Valley, who had been silent, was in a storm of thoughts. As he stared into Riser's broad back, Valley thought about Surzek, whom he had killed before. It was the same as before. That day, Surzek showed his back to him, completely oblivious to everything. This time, it was the same. Valley, no matter what your decision is, I will support you. Albion said at the time, it was within Valley's mind. Valley was in silence, but he clenched his hands tightly, trying to fight Riser's aura that tried to reduce him into a mere tool. He knew that Albion had given him his full support, and because of that, the will within his heart hadn't been broken by Riser. Reduce. Even though Albion had said it lightly before, Valley knew that it was Albion's most hated ability. At that time, Albion was lonely due to this poison. No one could approach him. No one could talk to him. Everything and anything that came to him would be reduced into nothingness due to this poison. It was something that he wished to forget, but the pain in Valley's heart woke his memory that was long sealed within the sacred gear. Reduce might be an abominable power, yet it was a hope to save Valley and his family. Yet, as expected, the price of this power was horrible. If Valley dared to use it, then his age was as good as gone. He couldn't live a long life like a devil. Instead, he would die like any other human. Worse, he might only have a few years of life due to using this ability forcefully, as his body couldn't support this hideous power. Yet, it was also a chance. It was a chance to escape from the shackles of this demon. At that moment, the fire that was almost dimmed and could die anytime suddenly went amazing. There's no way I would let him hurt my family. The flame of rage burst fiercely within his heart. Vala knew that his method was dirty as he attacked Riser from the back, yet he knew except for this method, he knew it was impossible to have a frontal battle against Riser. The only way for him to erase this demon was by a sneak attack. Valley. Along with the roar of Albion, Valley used his everything. Whether it was his demonic power, stamina, or even his life force, Valley used everything. Valley even used the power of Lucifer that resided within his body, spreading 12 devil wings from his back and using this most abominable power into Riser. Venom. At that time, a dreadful aura emitted from Valley as it was charged into Riser. As expected, Riser was hit by Venom, the most abominable ability that Albion hated the most. Yet. Boom. Half of Vala's body was reduced directly to ashes by Riser's kick, which was clad in intense flame. Half dimension. Vala screamed with all of his might, stopping the flame that was about to swallow his body while absorbing the flame as he endured the pain of a disabled body. Yet, even with such pain, Vala and Albion were happy. We've won. 2x. However, they didn't realize what kind of a demon that they had awoken. Chapter 226, You have made me genuinely angry. Nevertheless, the power of Riser's kick was so powerful that Vala was thrown several kilometers away and crashed into trees and animals before his body embedded into a mountain, shaking the entire area like an earthquake. Due to the impact, everything that Vala passed was destroyed, and they were burnt into nothingness. Even the earth was still burnt and charred before turning into magma due to the intense heat. It was simply a scene of a disaster. The happiness of killing the demon soon disappeared as Vala felt his half-dimension, an ability to be half the size of objects and living beings around the user, was meaningless when facing this fire. It's useless. This cold voice brought a chill to the hearts of Vala and Albion. My flame is impossible to extinguish. As long as you are hit by it, your body will continue to be burned forever. So what? Even if we die, you will also die along with us. Albion shouted in defiance as if they wanted to show that Riser wasn't the only one who had the upper hand. You have been hit by my poison, reduce. My poison is able to reduce all existences aside from inorganic objects. As long as it's a living being, its blood, bones, organs, and soul can be cut down bit by bit, so even for extraordinary beings, everything in their bodies can be reduced. You might be immortal, but your existence is meaningless in front of this poison, Riser. This is your end, Riser. Vala coughed as he tried to push Riser's flame away from his body. It was fortunate Riser's kick previously only hit his left side, so even if his prosthetic left hand was gone, it didn't matter. Unfortunately, he also lost his left leg along with some part of his left part, but it didn't matter as he had won this battle. You are too arrogant. This is your demise. Is that so? Vala and Albion didn't care about Riser's calm answer as they knew Riser had already been defeated. As for the fact that they might die after this, they didn't care since they had already defeated the demon who plagued their lives. But then, your family will die. Bastard. At that moment, the power within Vala burst out once again. Vala, who lost his mind due to his anger, was going to shred Riser into pieces. Reflect. This was one of Albion's original abilities, and when Vala used this ability, the flame that burnt on his boy was reflected back to Riser. Riser's flame might be eternal, but it didn't mean it was invincible. While the way to defeat this flame might be limited, or almost none, especially when the ability of divine dividing was meaningless, Albion happened to have a reflect, and it was capable of reflecting Riser's flame back. You have made him angry, Riser Phenex. Die in agony as you regret your action. Arageg. Die. Rizir. At that moment, Vala didn't care about anything and used everything to kill Riser, who had killed his family. Albion didn't stop Vala as he was also enraged by Riser's act. Nevertheless, Riser, who stared at the two, fell into silence, wondering how the two could be so angry when they planned to kill him. Did they think that they could escape unscathed after they had attacked him? Riser wasn't as naive as Surzek, and as he had decided to kill someone, he had prepared himself to be killed. Yet, Riser had to say that he underestimated someone's stupidity. Did Vala not learn with the gap between their power that everything was meaningless? However, Riser knew that he had underestimated the stupidity of Vala and Albion. As Vala used his everything, whether it was the power of Lucifer and Albion at the same time, Riser just stayed in silence as his body grew stronger and stronger due to all the attacks he received. Yet, like Vala, Riser's heart was also in fury as he faced many unreasonableness in this world. Oblivious about everything, Vala used his life as an energy to burst an unbelievable power to defeat this enemy. In his mind, Riser had to be killed. This guy was an enemy that had killed his family, and he definitely wouldn't forgive him for that. You. Along with Val's furious roar, Albion was also affected by the emotion of his host, and once again, his being that terrorized this world previously appeared and gave his everything to Val. There was no way for them to forgive this guy. This guy had to be killed. The feeling of anger and hatred fueled their power, but as they attacked Riser, the feeling in their hearts slowly turned into confusion, desperation, and fear. Why? 2x. They have used everything yet, why was Riser completely unscathed? Why did Riser seem to become even stronger? The more they attacked Riser, the stronger Riser became. Even worse, Val's energy consumption was so ridiculously high that he was almost at his wit's end. As the two became desperate and confused, Riser stared at Val and said, I am not sure why you love to explain what your technique is about, but think of this as a gift of our parting. All of your attacks, whether it is that blast of energy, the poison that you used previously, or every attack which you have pride in, all of them become part of my strength, healing me and making me stronger. This is my power, the ruler. Impossible. 2x. The scream of denial came from Val and Albion. What such an unreasonable power existed? Then, what was the point of their struggle? If all of their attacks would become nourishments for Riser to become stronger, then. What was the point of doing all of this? If they knew all of this, why did they have to attack Riser? Val. Albion felt endless regret as it was he who took the initiative to tell Val to fight Riser. However, if he didn't say it, would they face this helpless situation? What was scary wasn't a situation where there was no hope to begin with. What was scary was a situation where someone told you there was hope, yet they realized that they had been fooled and crushed as there was no hope to begin with. Val realized this feeling and realized how foolish he was. All of his struggles were nothing but futile, and the price of all of this was the lives of his family. Val wished to say something, but... Goodbye, Val. This will be the last time we will meet each other, and you don't need to worry since everyone who is related to you will be coming toward you soon. Val's eyes widened as he wished to scream, begging, asking for forgiveness, yet he had made Riser genuinely angry. Goodbye. That was the last word Val heard from him before his world turned into darkness. Everything was over. Val and Albion thought. Yet, the two of them didn't die, as Riser didn't let them die. However, this would be their last time to meet each other. Riser had made his plan, and living with Val was still necessary for him, yet when he saw him, he couldn't hold his urge, and the fury within his heart erupted. Chapter 227, It's all because of that bitch. Raising his foot, Riser stomped Val's side, causing the whole island to sink slightly due to the impact. Boom. Why the hell you have to attack me? Why the hell you try to provoke me? Why do you want to destroy my life? Can you just search for someone else? Why can you just let me have a normal life? Why do you want to force me to become a murderer? Why do you want me to experience all of this? Why? Why? If you are weak, then why you pretend like you are strong? If you are strong, then why do you come to fight me instead of those who are above, like Ophis, Ajuka, or even the Great Red? Why me? Riser roared with all of his might, destroying everything within the island and stopping his urge to kill Val. It was fortunate that he had set up their meeting on the small island on the Pacific Ocean. If their meeting was held on the mainland of Japan, he was sure that they would attract so much attention, and it was impossible to hide anything, especially with the damage caused by his anger. After he screamed and destroyed everything, Riser slumped on the ground and just murmured. I just want to have a peaceful life. Why is it so difficult? Riser had never wished to become a villain. Yet, why did everyone wish for him to become a villain? Did they think that it was comfortable to kill others? Did they think that he enjoyed this role? Why was he forced into this role? To be honest, killing everything would be easier, but he knew that if he killed all of those beings who interrupted him with his own hands, there was no doubt that those who were related to those who were killed by him would send their revenge at him. Even though they knew they didn't have power, they wouldn't give up and use their everything, struggling to annoy him to death. Kill, and kill. How long did he have to endure this kind of life? Sometimes, he thought what Ravel had proposed to him previously wasn't as bad as he thought, since that way, he could have a peaceful life without being troubled by others. Only the two of them, living together, without anyone bothering them. Such a life definitely wasn't bad. Yet, when he thought how those who had interrupted his life would be living in heaven, full of laughter, and standing above others, being looked up by everyone as if it was something natural, it pissed him off. Why did he have to hide just for those cockroaches? Why did he have to sacrifice his comfortable life just for them? Riser suddenly wondered how everything started. If he thought carefully, everything started with his father and Lord Gremory, who wished to engage him with Rias. By then, Surzek, who wished his little sister to marry someone she wished to, was the holder of boosted gear, Issei Hayadu. However, such a problem wasn't a problem anymore as Surzek had already died. Yet, the source of all of this problem was still living well and even comfortably. Rias Gremory. When Riser thought about this bitch, he suddenly felt furious as he thought that this was the source of all the trouble. If this woman didn't exist, would he have to face all of this trouble? Would he have to fight Valley? Would he be forced to kill Valley's parents? Would he be forced to create a conspiracy and manipulate everyone so many would die? Would he be forced to become a target of hatred of that perverted dragon? Would he be forced to become a villain? Why did he have to work hard until he bled while feeling afraid that he might be killed the next day? Yet, he knew that this woman was the main heroine, so he might subconsciously ignore the cause and effect caused by this woman for his life. His lust for Rias' body, appearance, and boobs blinded him, making his judgment blunt and blind as he never realized the source of all of his trouble. However, he was no longer blind and knew that this woman was the cause of everything. Still, what made him angry was the fact that while he faced this tough and almost tortured life, enduring everything as he was unable to say to anyone about his problem while Rias was still living well and even thought of herself as a tragic heroine who wished to make her family grow and avenge her older brother by using him and also Issei like they were her slaves. Riser sighed and realized how stupid he was while thinking how lucky a man he was for having Sona. Yet, at the same time, he also thought that Sona was too naive as she thought that Rias' life was pitiful. Still, due to this, there was no hesitation anymore. Riser then looked at Valley, who was still living, which made him sigh, thinking that the power of the plot was really amazing. However, he didn't intend to heal Valley. Instead, he manipulated Valley's memory with his memo no mi. As he had said before, it would be their last time to meet each other. In Valley's memory, Riser changed the culprit of Valley's misfortune into another person. Nevertheless, everything had to be perfect, and he had to fully erase his existence from Valley's memory except for their meeting during the attack on Kuo so Valley wouldn't question the strangeness that happened within his memory. The memo no mi was powerful and all, but once the target noticed the inconsistency within their memories, they would notice their memory had been manipulated. It was also the reason why he had to think about what kind of memory he should put into Valley's brain carefully. First, Riser made the culprit Blur, a black existence that wasn't known by Valley. However, behind this existence was the face of Valley's grandfather, Risavim, so the moment Valley realized everything, he would put all the blame on Risavim. Yet, this wasn't enough. Riser put another identity behind Risavim, making this person the real source of Valley's misfortune. As for him, Riser was nothing but a powerful opponent that had cut Valley's left hand previously. He had nothing to do with everything that happened to Valley after that. When he was done and everything was finished, Riser wasn't in the mood to stay or glance at Valley's face for a single second. After this, the two of them would be strangers. Still, he didn't want anyone to see how horrible his mood was, so he thought about how to solve this problem. Still, in case someone helped Valley, he also decided to put his existence in Valley's memory since, as an important character in the story, Valley's luck was quite good. Moreover, to play with the fire, he needed to let himself be burnt so no one would question him. Yet, even so, he knew this wasn't perfect, but it didn't matter since what he wanted was just to bait everyone who wished to kill him so that he could clear them up altogether. When everything was finished, suddenly, he got an idea. Riser took his smartphone and called someone. "Darling." Akino's voice was excited, yet also relatively low, as it seemed that she was still in the occult research club. Nevertheless, she didn't want to make him wait, but she knew if the others knew about their relationship, it would lead to a troublesome situation. However, Riser didn't care about any of that. "Akino, prepare your luggage. Come with me on a trip." At that moment, Riser's heart felt better as he thought he was about to put Rias in her place. Chapter 228, Avenger. Receiving a call from Riser, Akino was startled as it was the first time since he would usually come to her house secretly without anyone noticing. However, she didn't want to make him wait, so she answered quickly, even if there were many others around her. As she walked away, the rest also took notice of Akino's strangeness. "Akino-san." Issei felt confused since, even if it was only for a moment, he felt a strangeness in Akino's expression. It was as if he knew her for the first time, as he had never known that she could show such an expression. The rest wasn't much better except for Kaneko, who knew the source of everything. "Haha, probably, it is her boyfriend," Azazel said with a laugh, ignoring everyone's expression after he said those words. After the promise he had made previously, he took the job of becoming Rias' advisor, training her along with her peerage members, unlike when he made a promise to give his everything to save Valley during the attack on the Kuo Academy, where he lied and didn't even uphold his promise. This time, Azazel really did it, and to do that, he became the advisor of the Occult Research Club. Azazel knew that what he did was ridiculous, especially when he wished to make Issei stronger. This act, without a doubt, would cause him to be hated by Riser, but even so, he had to do it since they lacked power. If Riser is really the one, then, there was no doubt that Issei's power was needed. Moreover, Issei's growth also astonished him. After all, Issei was nothing but an ordinary, perverted boy, yet now, he had become quite a strong young man. But even if it wasn't Riser and it was someone else, there was no doubt that Issei's strength was needed, the more, the better, right? However, he hoped that the one who caused everything wasn't Riser. Still, Azazel took everything with an easygoing attitude since being serious wasn't his style, and it would bring them into an unnecessary thought. Moreover, he didn't want the suspect to notice him, who had secretly started his investigation along with his subordinates. Nevertheless, it surprised him when Rias accepted his help with ease. As for Aquino, well, Azazel owed a lot of things to Aquino, especially when he was the one who called Barakil, her father, to do a mission, leaving the daughter and mother in a helpless situation. His guilt at that time couldn't be erased, and it was also due to this that if Aquino was happy, he was glad no matter who her partner was. Nevertheless, Azazel could imagine that Barakil would cry when he heard all of this. However, Rias was different and frowned as she felt unsettled when she thought Aquino was stolen by someone she didn't know. Yet, could she say anything? No way. Unlike before, Rias knew that her status was far worse than Aquino's. It was also due to this that she didn't hesitate to accept Azazel's help, even though Azazel was also partly blamed for the death of Surzek. Rias was no longer Lucifer's little sister when Surzek passed away. At that moment, she was just a normal heiress of the Gremory house. Meanwhile, Aquino was the daughter of the leader of the Gregory, Barakil. Even if there was the strongest queen, Grafia, after the funeral of Surzek, Grafia disappeared, which made Rias and her family restless. Yet, there was nothing that Rias could do, especially when Grafia couldn't be found anymore. To be honest, she wished to ask Riser's help, especially when she found out that he seemed to have a good channel to find various other things. However, the sudden words that came out of Azazel's mouth stunned her. Boyfriend. No way. There is no way that Aquino-san has a boyfriend. I won't believe it. The one who reacted the most was Issei. Even though the relationship between Issei and Aquino wasn't as close as in the original, or rather, they were somewhat distant, Issei felt that they were quite close, especially when she didn't ignore him and she also prepared him a paper sutra to help him with his arm, which was sacrificed for Drake to become stronger during his match with Riser. Moreover, when he accepted the Ascalon from Michael, Aquino was also there to help. With all of that, there was no way Issei would accept the fact that Aquino had a boyfriend. Hearing Issei's outburst, Rias somehow calmed down and knew that there was no need for her to confront Aquino directly as she didn't want their relationship to turn stiff due to the suspicion. However, if Aquino had a boyfriend, who would be her partner? Somehow, a picture of a certain someone emerged in her heart and made her heart almost stop. Nevertheless, due to the words from Azazel, the atmosphere in the clubroom turned weird. The second became longer, and it was hard to breathe. It wasn't until Aquino returned that all the eyes were focused on her. Aquino-san, you don't have a boyfriend, right? Issei almost jumped and leaped into Aquino, but Aquino dodged him skillfully and looked at him in disgust for a moment before she showed her usual graceful expression. I have just received a job. It might take a while to return, though. Is that so? That's great. Issei sighed in relief. How long will you go? Rias asked calmly, yet her heart was far from calm. Probably 3 days. I can't make a promise, though, but I will need to go back early as I need to prepare. Aquino showed an apologetic expression since she had to leave early. Issei was happy to know that Aquino didn't have a boyfriend, and he cheered her to do her best. The rest wasn't much better as they didn't have any suspicion. Aquino had no history of lying, so why should they doubt their partner? Okay, do your best, Aquino. Thank you, Rias. Aquino smiled softly and then left by using a teleportation circle as she didn't want to make him wait too long. Rias only nodded, then waited for a few minutes before she said, Oh, right, I also remember that I have something to do. What? Then, see you. By the way. Rias looked at Kaneko. Kaneko, come with me. Kaneko. As her heart was beating so fast, Kaneko couldn't do anything and just followed Rias. With 3 left, there were only others left, and Issei could only cry as there weren't enough boobs in the clubroom. Everyone. Still, what no one knew, Rias came to follow Aquino with Kaneko. When a suspicion was born, it was impossible to stop it. Kaneko knew a storm was about to come, but there was nothing she could do. Nevertheless, as she was ordered by Rias, she could only follow her order, trying to follow Aquino. It was just a few minutes, and it had just been a while since Aquino left, yet it surprised them that they found her at the train station. Rias was confused, but the closer she came, the more unsettled her heart was. Then, there, Rias found Aquino. Aquino entered the train, but she wasn't alone. A familiar figure stood by her side, and Aquino showed a happy smile as she held his arm intimately as they entered the train at the same time. Only Rias felt her world turned gray as she had never expected this betrayal. Why? At the same time, on the ruined island, a figure rose from death as his heart was filled with revenge. Chapter 229, Staring You from the Dark. Under the heavy rain, Valley, whose body was riddled with wounds, stared at the scene before him with coldness in his heart. His body was full of pain, yet all of that was incomparable to the cry of the three figures in the distance. His heart was wretched, and he had never thought that everything would become like this. Arg. Valley. Albion could sense how desolate that was in Valley's heart. Valley, you should rest. With your current situation, you might die. After that fight, Valley didn't seem to care about anything, and he just flew into Italy to see his family, ignoring his wounded body that needed a rest. However, Valley ignored that reminder as there was something that he needed to do. He needed to check and protect his family, yet everything was too late. Nevertheless, the one who died wasn't his mother or step-siblings. Instead, it was the man who married his mother after she lost her memory. Watching how his mother and step-siblings cried in the rain, huddled weakly together, like an animal that needed a sense of security during the weak moment, Vala felt that his pain was nothing compared to the one that he had caused to his family. Why? 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 Vala cried as he fell to the ground, ignoring the dirty mud on his body and rained body. He wished to die and atone for everything, but he knew the reason why that person only killed his stepfather was to tell him that he could give misery to his mother and step-siblings. It's my fault. No, it's your fault, Valley. You shouldn't blame yourselves. If I didn't tell you about my original attack and incite you to attack him, then, this wouldn't happen. Albion regretted his arrogance as he thought he was above everyone else. If he didn't give Valley false hope and also instigated Valley to aggravate that man further, then would this happen? However, there was no medicine for regret. Valley knew that at this moment, the only thing he could do was to become his tool obediently. Valley. However, suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. His consciousness was hazy due to the pain and exhaustion, but when he thought about how his family died, he forced himself to go far away to Italy. It was also because of this he wished to be alone. He didn't want to involve anyone with him. He didn't want to feel this sadness anymore. Stay away from me. They should stay away from him. At this moment, Azazel, the members of the Slash Dog, and all the members of Valley's team saw the miserable appearance of Valley. The proud descendant and the host of the White Dragon Emperor was no longer there. What appeared to be a broken young man who could fall any time. Their hearts were filled with sadness as they came too late. However, Valley didn't intend to talk with them and just left by forcing himself to fly away, but the others wouldn't let him go. No, you need to recuperate. Your wounds are too serious. You even lose your left leg now. Valley, do you want to die? Valley, please rely on us. They all huddled into him, trying to stop him from flying. Valley, who was weak, was unable to move and could only cry. No, stay away from me, as long as you are with me, you are going to die. I don't want you all to die. Haha, we're not weak, Valley. Have you forgotten how we fought together a few years ago? Not only have you become stronger, I have become stronger too. Same Jima Cookie laughed, telling Valley to have confidence in them. Yes, as long as we are together, we can do anything. Valley, don't be scared. We will be here with you. Share your burden with us. You want to fight with me? Yes, if you believe in us, we can defeat this enemy together. Don't make me laugh. Suddenly, something snapped within Vala's mind as he roared at everyone in this place. Fighting that person. Have you become stronger? You can't even protect my stepfather, even with this many people. How laughable. You don't even come when I need someone's help the most. Even if you are all gathered together, you are nothing but a small fry in front of him. Facing him, all of you are meaningless. To be honest, you are all a burden to me. Just fucking leave me alone. Facing those words, they were unable to say anything. Even if they had become powerful, they couldn't even protect Vala's stepfather and could only come late as they watched his stepfather die just like that. Vala didn't care about their silence and just left as he didn't want to involve them, but suddenly, he felt sleepy before he was caught by someone. Just rest. Vala wanted to resist but couldn't as he fell asleep due to a magic spell. Azazel, who had caught Vala, felt his heart was filled with fury and sadness as he was unable to do anything, and he wished to kill the person who had caused this misery to Vala. He had always thought of Vala as his own son, so when he saw Vala was treated like this, how could he remain calm? Thank you, Governor Azazel. But you should be careful as that person might be able to listen to our conversation. You don't need to worry. I have placed a barrier around us. It would be impossible for anyone to eavesdrop on our conversation. If that's the case, I feel relief. Somehow, Albion couldn't shake the feeling of restlessness in his heart. Governor, I want to kill the bastard who had done this to Vala. Me too. We can't let this person torment Vala like this. I want to, but we still need to know who our opponent is. Azazel also felt anger, but unlike the youngsters around him, he still needed to know who their opponent was. Albion, who is this person? Who was the one who caused Valet to be in this state? Everyone fell in silence as they waited for Albion's answer, but I don't know. What? Everyone frowned as this wasn't the answer they expected. Are you sure, Albion? I don't know. I don't know who this person is, but I don't think anyone in this world can defeat him. Albion's voice was filled with fear and trembling without him even realizing it, causing all of them to feel tense, realizing their opponents were scarier than they had imagined. While I don't want to say this, the moment you came in contact with Valet, you had become the target of this person. There's no way, right? One of the girls suddenly said with a light laugh, trying to lighten the mood, but Albion could only apologize. I am sorry. All of them felt a shudder on their skin as if they could feel an existence observing them from behind, yet when they turned, they could see nothing. The fear came from an unknown. They didn't even know who their enemies were, so how could they anticipate his attack? However, even so, I won't let Valet bear this alone. Like how he helped me before, this time, I will be the one who will help him. Tobioicus made the determination clear. His words also resonated with everyone's heart, and they swore that they were going to protect Valet. At this moment, Riser was staring at the street in the Akita as he sipped his coffee. 11 people, huh? Riser closed his eyes for a moment, then erased some of his memories inside his head before he decided to enjoy his trip. Chapter 230, Hurt. Many might find it strange how Riser enjoyed his trip with Aquino, even after all of that. The answer was simple. Riser simply erased his memories. Well, he didn't exactly erase his memory, but he sealed some of them in a special folder so it wouldn't interrupt his life. Killing someone might seem easy, especially for those supernatural beings. If Riser made an illusion, it was like how a human easily killed a mosquito. The killing act was probably something similar to this act. However, it was impossible for Riser to think the same as he was just a normal human previously, and he often dreamed that those he had killed would pull him into the abyss the next day. Frankly, in the beginning, it was okay, but when he did the killing during the fake Phoenix Tears incident, he decided to erase the memories of those people that he had killed. The number that he killed was too much. While he acted like he didn't care and nothing had happened, he was forced to do so as he could only be strong in the supernatural world. However, he thought of a solution by erasing some of the memories so he could act like nothing had happened. If he wasn't forced to, he wouldn't kill, and it was the same with his act to kill Val's stepfather, as it gave him a bitter taste in his mouth. It was also due to this that he sealed that memory so it wouldn't dampen his mood during this trip. Currently, he is in Takayama, a city on the mountain and a famous resort city in this country. If there was a reason why he chose this city, it was because it was close to Kuo, so there was no need for them to waste their time on the train for a day or so. What about his warp fruit? Shouldn't he be able to teleport? If he used his teleportation, then there was no way for his target to follow him, right? Riser wished a certain someone to know that he had dated Aquino and made this certain someone realized her place. What are you thinking about? Aquino asked curiously as she saw Herman seem to be in the middle of a thought. To be honest, in her childhood time, she had traveled to every part of the country to fill her stomach and worked as an exorcist. Naturally, Takayama was one of those cities that she had been in. However, unlike before, she was with someone that she loved. Due to this, it made her think that this city was the most beautiful city in the world. I just think how wonderful it is for us to be together like this. Geez, don't say something so embarrassing, okay? Nevertheless, Aquino leaned on his arm intimately, showing how happy she was. There was no doubt that this action would make anyone fall for this young woman. However, Riser had to say, her body was too erotic. Even if he just wished to have a normal trip with Aquino, it seemed that it was impossible for him to endure the temptation of her body. Kissing her forehead, he held her in his arms as they discussed which places they should visit today. They would spend 3 days in the city while spending their entire time in the hotel would be one of the most obvious choices. Touring around the city definitely wasn't a bad choice. However, as they talked, Aquino couldn't help but voice out her concern, darling. Do you think everything will be okay? What are you worried about? What if Rias knows our relationship? Even though she was happy with this trip, she knew how crappy her lie was. A job. Would Rias believe that she spent a few days on a job? Aquino didn't think so, and she was sure that Rias would feel suspicious about their relationship. However, Riser was confused. Should Aquino not realize how amazing her status was? Rias was no longer the most beautiful flower in the flower garden. Instead, the one most beautiful one was definitely Aquino. Without Surzek, Rias' status was nothing. The reason why the Gremory could stand high was all due to Surzek. The moment Surzek died, everything crumbled as there was no one they could rely on except for Surzek. To be honest, the moment Surzek died, the superfamily that everyone could only look up to crumbled and became a middle-class family at best. If there was a reason why the Gremory house could maintain its status, it was all due to the status of Lady Gremory, who was the sister of Lord Bale and also one of the main descendants of the house of the Bale house. Without that status, the Gremory house was only SOSO in terms of power, especially when their innate ability wasn't that particularly strong. Meanwhile, Aquino was different. She was the only daughter of the leader of the Gregory, Barraquil. Even though their relationship was stiff due to past incidents, they were still a family. If Aquino received trouble, Barraquil and the entire Gregory would definitely move. Even if Aquino wished to part away from Rias peerage members, the Gremory house was unable to do anything. However, Aquino didn't seem to realize that. Riser also didn't bother to remind her as it was troublesome to explain. If you are worried, just tell her that you were forced by me. By then, she will blame me instead of you. How could it work that way? I was the one who seduced you, after all. The one who made the first move was her, and he wasn't at fault, especially when she wished for this relationship. Aquino, I am Lucifer now, and you are my woman. You don't need to worry about anything, as no one will trouble you. Only now does Aquino realize that her man is different from the past. Riser is no longer the third son of Phenex house or the son-in-law of the Citri house. Instead, he was someone who stood above all the devils, Lucifer. There was no doubt she was happy, but she didn't date him due to his status. She was with him because she loved him, and that fact wouldn't change whether it was now or in the future. Instead of thinking about this, how about we go back to the hotel? We can continue our trip later at night. Aquino stared at Riser and thought that something never changed, even if he was different from the past. However, she didn't hate it. Still, what Aquino didn't know was that her movement had been stared at by two people who had been following them. Watching the intimate action between Aquino and Riser, Rias ground her teeth in a complex mood. She was angry, envious, and even had a hatred toward Aquino, especially when Aquino dared to do this to her, yet at the same time, she didn't dare to make Aquino angry as she didn't want her to leave her. While Rias might appear strong, she knew how anxious she was. The loss of Surzek, the decline of her family, and the hopelessness she felt as the heiress of the Gremory house due to her lack of strength. The only thing she could trust was her peerage members, as they couldn't betray her, and they would give their all to support her. Yet, such loyalty couldn't be maintained anymore. The moment she lacked her protector, Surzek, she was nothing. At this moment, Rias realized all of that with the cruelest method that one had ever thought of. Why? Why did they have to do this to her? What did she do wrong? Rias felt that she was no longer the beautiful swan that could proudly look down on anyone. Instead, she realized how desperate her real situation was, like how the duck desperately moved its legs under the surface of the water. Did you know this, Kaneko? Rias hoped that Kaneko wouldn't betray her, but Kaneko couldn't say anything and could only lower her head. I see. Rias thought that Kaneko could be the one that she could trust, but it seemed that she couldn't. Yet, she also couldn't blame Kaneko. After all, she also knew that if Kaneko dared to report their relationship, what would happen to Kaneko? However, there was no doubt that she was disappointed in Kaneko's action. In this world, who could she rely on? At this moment, Rias realized how amazing the privilege she received in his childhood when Surzek was beside her. She couldn't stop her tears and stared at Aquino, who was so intimate with Riser as they had their little trip. Rias just stood there in silence, staring at them, without saying anything. This was a betrayal, but there was nothing she could do except endure everything, as she didn't have the power to stop their relationship. Or rather, she should support Aquino as the relationship between Aquino and Riser would bring a benefit to her family. Yet. She had to say, it was tough. She wiped the tears from her eyes, then left. Rias-sama. Kaneko quickly chased after Rias as she didn't know what to do, but she knew she had to chase after her master. What's wrong? Aquino asked as she was looking in the direction where Riser was staring at. Nothing. Riser shook his head and just continued his date while thinking that Rias was a tough woman. Chapter 231, Pitiful. The time they spent together was definitely an unforgettable memory for the two of them. Still, during this trip, Riser wanted to ask Aquino about her, especially about her father, but in the end, he didn't say anything. After all, that question would fool the mood on the trip. Moreover, it was troublesome. Riser didn't mind helping Aquino to mend her relationship with her father, but everything was based on her decision. Was she going to just make up with her father just because her father became the leader of the Gregory? Riser knew that Aquino wasn't that kind of a woman, and she had stood up until now by herself without the help of anyone. If she didn't ask him to help her mend the relationship between her and her father, then she wouldn't say anything. Yet, he also knew if he didn't ask, the other would ask, so, at the end of the trip, he decided to ask her. Aquino, can I ask you something? Aquino was still unable to wake up from the dreamy trip that they had just taken. Every day was just wonderful. Moreover, with all the acts they had done, it wouldn't be weird if she got pregnant. Do you want to do it again, darling? With the warm yet seductive voice of an older sister who looked helplessly at her lover, Aquino seemed to make an automatic reaction by resting her hand on his pants, gently caressing his little riser. Her body was still sore, but she could do with her hands and mouth. If this wasn't enough, she could use her breasts. Still, if possible, she wanted to tie him up and lock him in the room so he couldn't escape and stay with her forever. Riser wasn't sure, but his body shivered due to a cold for some reason. Is your father Barraquil? That question instantly erased all the conquestish atmosphere between them. Aquino was quite awkward and couldn't look straight as she knew that he didn't like the fallen angel that much except her, of course. If Riser had the ability to read minds, he would say that wasn't the case, especially when 3 fallen angels almost seduced him. You don't need to feel scared. I love everything about you, Aquino. Still, even if he couldn't read Aquino's mind, it was easy to handle a woman when they were in this state as he only needed to say something that eased her heart like I love you, everything will be okay, and many others. There was no need to think too much, thinking seriously, since as long as the woman's negative feelings disappeared, everything was solved. Aquino felt at ease hearing those words and leaned at him affectionately. Yes, he is my father. Is that so? Is that all? What do you mean? I thought that you wanted to ask me something else. Aquino felt confused as Riser only asked that single question. What should I ask? Like, how strong is Gregory's power? Like how strong is my father? Or what is the weakness of the Gregory? Riser lightly tapped Aquino's nose helplessly. Do you think I am a tyrant that will kill anyone? Don't say something like that again. We, the devils, the fallen angels, and the angels are an ally now. If you say something that will interrupt this peace, I will punish you. Then, can you punish me now? Aquino asked as her face flushed in deep, bright red. Riser stared at Aquino helplessly. You damn masochist. Still, there was something that he needed to remind her of. While I think that you might have realized it, Azazel has become a trainer for Rias and her peerage members. More importantly, the Youth Devil Gathering will start soon. I am sure that you will face a rating game next time. By then. Are you worried about me? Aquino quickly realized everything before he even finished his words. Isn't it natural? Riser didn't think there was anything weird about him worrying about his woman. In this Youth Devil Gathering, there was no doubt Rias would wish to win the rating game held for this event, and everyone would be working hard under the tutelage of Azazel or others who were asked by Azazel. Then, there was no doubt the one who was tasked to train Aquino would be Barraquil, her father. Riser was sure that even though Azazel wished Aquino and Barraquil to make up as they were a father and a daughter. Even though Aquino had been avoiding Barraquil, there was no doubt Azazel would set up the meeting between the two even if she didn't wish to. With her submissive attitude, especially after what she had experienced during her childhood and how she was trained as a Rias servant, Aquino definitely couldn't reject this meeting, so he might as well remind her. Just remember. You are my woman. No one can force you except me. How unreasonable. However, strangely enough, her breathing became even harder as she thought about how forceful he was with her, especially during their first day at Takayama. Even now, when she thought about all of that, her nether region tingled lewdly as it secreted a lot of love juice. But, what do you think I should do? You really asked me that question. Riser looked at Aquino and saw that she was staring at him with an earnest gaze, trusting his every decision. He sighed helplessly inside his heart but held her hands firmly in his palms. Aquino, whatever your wish is, I will be on your side. Thank you. Aquino pushed him as she was unable to control her overflowing feeling. However, inwardly, Riser didn't have a good light toward Aquino's father. Barraquil's wife, who was also Aquino's wife, was killed, yet he just let his daughter away like that. Did he not care about those who were Aquino's well-being, especially when she was cornered by many? Also, did Barraquil not feel angry at those 5 principal clans who drove his wife to death? Did Barraquil just accept the death of his wife was just like that? While Barraquil might be Aquino's father and give his everything to his race, if he made an enemy of the 5 principal clans, he might endanger the whole fallen angels, especially when their race was still fighting against the devil and the angel. Once again, if Barraquil was strong enough, there was no need for him to endure all of this. Unfortunately, weakness has always been a sin. It was also due to this it was hard for Riser to appreciate Barraquil, especially when this guy just obediently accepted everything without doing anything. Then, as he watched Aquino, who rode his waist like a valiant female horse jockey, Riser thought that she was a little pitiful. After all, whether the father or the daughter, they were all used by others. However, such a life was no longer for Aquino, especially when he protected her. Nevertheless, after that trip, Riser returned to the underworld as he needed to prepare his rating game with the top 3 along with many others, as there were many things that he needed to finish, especially for someone of his status. As for Akino, she returned to her everyday life. It's a gift from Takayama. You can try all of them. Thank you, Akino-san. Issei, Asia, Kiba, and Gasper were happy as they saw many souvenirs from Takayama brought by Akino. It's good. Azazel even joined as he munched on the mochi. However, Akino noticed the strangeness of Kaneko. What's wrong, Kaneko? Are you not joining? With Kaneko's gluttony, it was impossible for Kaneko to remain calm with all the food she brought from Takayama. Kaneko's body tensed, hesitating, but... Akino. Akino tried to suppress the uncomfortable feeling in her heart as she answered Rias impeccably. What's wrong, Rias? It's been a while, but how about we sleep together tonight? Rias asked with a gentle smile. Chapter 232, Lie. Okay. Hiding her uneasiness through her gentle smile, Akino answered Rias' invitation. That's good. Rias seemed happy with Akino's answer. Did Rias know about their relationship? Akino wondered, but when she saw this smile, she felt that wasn't the case. With her understanding of Rias' personality, it was impossible for her to remain calm the moment Rias understood her relationship with Riser. Instead, she could imagine how Rias would be enraged by what she had done, even ignoring everyone inside the room. Yet, this wasn't surprising as Rias was a princess, and she was often spoiled. Kaneko, Asia, you come with us too, okay? Let's have a girls' party. GI girls' party. Asia was surprised but also happy. Why yes. It's my first time, but... I will do my best. You don't need to be tense. Let's just have fun, okay? Rias kindly said. Why yes, Bucho-san. Asia answered with a soft voice. However, Kaneko could only lower her head as she didn't dare to say anything. GI girls' party. Issei started to imagine the boobs of Rias, Akino, Asia, and Kaneko were together as they took a bath, slept, and did various other things together, causing him to have a massive nosebleed. Goa. Issei fell, but his hand was raised high. Bubucho, can I join this girl's party? His heart was beating so fast as if he was about to enter the Forbidden Garden. No. Crack. Issei's body crumbled due to disappointment, but he felt a reliable hand on his shoulder. Issei-kun, how about we have a boys' party too? Kiba asked with a gentle smile. I can wash your back, you know. Why yes, let's have a boys' party too, senpai. Gasper shyly said as he held his skirt. It's my first time, but please be gentle with me, okay? I don't want such a party. Issei roared with all of his might due to the injustice. Meanwhile, Azazel smiled as he wished such a peaceful day would continue forever. In the end, whether it was the girls' party or the boys' party, all of them were held at the same time. Naturally, at a different location, Rias, the initiator of this event, didn't care much about the boys. The party was held at Akino's house, and whether it was Kaneko or Asia were invited. Excuse me. Asia entered Akino's house nervously yet excitedly. Please, come in, Asia. Akino welcomed Asia to her house with a smile. Yes, Akino-san. Everyone is in the living room. Dinner is almost ready. Please wait for a moment. Ah, let me help you too. Watching Asia, who was eager to help, Akino felt moved since, whether it was Rias or Kaneko, they were all lazy and never worked on the house chores. Thank you, Asia. If that's the case, then I will accept your help. Yes. As Asia helped to prepare dinner in the kitchen, Akino instructed her as to what to do, but her eyes often wandered toward the living room, where she could see Rias and Kaneko. To be honest, she had been feeling unsettled, especially when she could see Rias was like any before. However, Akino could see a difference in Kaneko as she had been tense from the beginning to the end. Still, it was impossible for her to approach Kaneko, especially when Rias had always been around. Did Rias know about her relationship with Riser? When Akino thought of this, her heart was beating so fast due to the nervousness, wondering what Rias would think of her. While Rias might not say anything, she had a guilty conscience, and she knew that she was wrong, especially when she hid all of this from Rias. Yet, how could she not hide this relationship? Unlike before, the relationship between Riser and Search was far from good. Still, Akino knew that it was wrong for her to feel like this, but when Surzek passed away, she felt elated secretly as there was no need for her to hide her love for Riser. Nothing could stop them anymore, including Rias and her family. Instead, they might even support her, especially due to her status as the only daughter of the leader of the Gregory. Nevertheless, Akino had never thought about her father and had always thought that her status was lower than Rias, especially when she had decided to cut her relationship with her father. Yet, everything was okay. As long as she had Riser, she didn't care about anything. So, at that moment, she knew that she had made up her mind. Akino knew that she needed to tell the truth to Rias. There might not be a need for her to stay about her relationship with Rias, but as expected, this feeling when she needed to hide anything from her master was extremely uncomfortable, especially when she had always thought of Rias as her best friend. Nevertheless, Rias was far from calm from what she appeared to be. Her heart was a mess after she saw the truth, but after she left Takayama a few days ago, she also realized that it might be karma. Rias had decided to take away Riser from Sona even though she knew that Riser was Sona's husband. As she had decided to do something so disgusting, she should also expect that someone should treat her the same way, right? Nevertheless, Rias wondered when their relationship began. Moreover, after they shared that kiss, Rias wondered why Riser didn't say anything about his relationship with Akino. Was this his revenge? Did he hate her? Yet, if he hated her, then he wouldn't kiss her, right? Rias had no way of reading what Riser was thinking, and it was what made her a mess as she knew no one she could rely on except for Riser. Yes, she knew the only one that she could rely on was Riser. Except that there was no one, especially when she knew how this world was ruled by the strong. Rias might have a talent, but a talent was just a talent unless it bloomed. Was this a punishment for her? Rias thought of many things that had happened to her, and she just couldn't believe that she would encounter such an experience in her life. However, even with such mixed feelings within her heart, she didn't show it on her face and just had dinner with everyone, having fun together. Still, while Asia was having fun, Kaneko was as taciturn as usual as she knew that it was the calm before the storm. As someone who knew the truth, she just didn't know what to do, and she was also helpless as she was weak. Kaneko suddenly thought about when she sat on his lap, enjoying his presence, which gave her peace of mind as she knew she would be okay as long as she was by his side. Riser-sama. Still, at night, everyone decided to fall asleep together. Akino, who slept right next to Rias, saw Asia had already fallen asleep, so there was no need to wait anymore. Rias, are you still awake? What's wrong, Akino? Rias, who hadn't fallen asleep, felt her heart was shaken. I am sorry for bothering you, but I have to apologize to you. Why did you apologize? I have been hiding it, but the truth is, I have been with Riser. What do you mean? I mean, I am his woman. When those words fell, Akino felt all the guilt on her chest disappear as she felt relief. However, Asia, who woke up from their conversation, widened her eyes, but she noticed Kaneko, who made a gesture for her to keep quiet. Neither Asia nor Kaneko fell asleep, but they said nothing as they knew the confrontation between Akino and Rias was about to begin. Chapter 233, Bitch. Her chest trembled as Rias tried to endure something. If she was still the princess of the Gremory house and the little sister of Sirzek Lucifer, she would lash out at Akino directly. However, she lost her status and knew that if she didn't want to lose everything, she had to grow up. Still. Why did you tell me all of this? Do you want me to keep lying to you? To be honest, if Rias didn't know the relationship between Riser and Akino, she would think that it was better not to know anything. The two could pretend that nothing had happened, but it was different now as she knew the truth. As she knew the truth, she wondered when Akino was going to tell her the truth. Still, as expected, it was hard. Yet, she could only accept it. How did it begin? Akino looked at Rias with a surprised expression as her reaction exceeded her expectation. She thought that Rias would lash at her and even blast her destruction ability at her, but Rias only calmly asked how it began. There was no need to hide anything as there was nothing shameful. Nevertheless, Akino tried to beautify it slightly as she knew when her relationship with Riser started, she was like a hungry lioness. At this moment, no one said anything, and they just listened to Akino's story. Even Asia and Kaneko were the same. You invited him into your house? Rias thought for a moment and realized that her time with Riser was quite limited. Even though they often met each other, the occasion and the time they stayed were short. Moreover, the others had always been present, which made it harder for her to develop their relationship further. If Akino could do it, then she could do it too, right? Rias knew how beautiful she was, and she also understood how men were drooling whenever they saw her. It could be said that her body was her most precious, and it was also the thing that made Riser obsessed with her. Rias could somehow imagine how he held her body tightly, obsessively, as he ate her like a beast. Such a thought somehow gave a shudder, yet exciting. However, Akino poured cold water into Rias. Don't copy me, Rias. There was no need for Akino to wait for Rias' answer as she could tell what this young man thought from her expression. What do you mean? Rias looked at Akino with confusion, then snorted. Do you think you are more beautiful than me? While it was true that Akino's breasts were much bigger, she didn't think that she lost to Akino. If you offer your body, it will make you appear cheap, and he will look down on you even more. Moreover, did you forget what you did before? What did I do? Rias was confused. You asked him to meet Hayudo and asked him to forgive him. Even now, Akino calls Issei by his family name instead of his first name, as if they are strangers. However, as Issei had always tried to antagonize Riser, while she didn't say anything, she despised Issei, who could only talk behind the back like a coward, especially when whom Issei spoke to was the men she loved. As he had said before, you get ahead of yourselves. Your relationship might be good, but it doesn't mean that he will allow all of your selfishness like everyone around you does. Lastly, Rias, you are too greedy. Akino knew that she needed to say something to Rias, or else the Gremory house would be in ruin due to Rias' hasty and thoughtless decision. I know that I might sound harsh, but Rias, you are not the little sister of Lucifer anymore. There is only one that you can choose. The Red Dragon Emperor, or Riser Lucifer. However, you. Akino sighed and didn't continue to say anything as she could see Rias realized everything. I. Rias was unable to find the proper words as she knew how terrible her current situation was. However, she knew that Akino was correct. As Riser had given her his kindness, showing his support toward her, Rias thought that she could ask more from him, and she believed he would agree as if it was something given, considering how he felt toward her. However, she knew this wasn't too late. Yes, as long as I sleep with him, then everything would be okay. The first impression given by Riser was horrible, and even if he had changed, it stuck deep into Rias' heart and didn't change, especially after he accepted her kiss and gave her advice. Rias thought that he was just angry as she had decided to use Issei, and as long as that feeling disappeared, then it would be okay, right? Watching Rias, who somehow got into a misunderstanding, Akino wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She knew that everything was too late. It was almost impossible for Riser to get close to Rias anymore, but she knew that Rias definitely wouldn't believe it, especially when she knew what kind of individual Rias was. Rias might be beautiful and all, but as expected, her spoiled nature and her narcissism weren't something that could be erased with just the death of Surzek. If the meeting between Riser and Rias had been different, then this wouldn't have happened, and something might have changed, but as everything had happened, nothing could be changed. Still, Akino noticed the movement in Kaneko and Asia. While it was subtle, she knew that Kaneko was trying to hold Asia. Naturally, everything was simple, as Asia definitely didn't want Issei to die. Issei might be a pervert, and anyway, Asia definitely didn't want Issei to die. After all, like how he had helped and saved her, she would do the same, but Kaneko knew that this wasn't the place for them to talk or interrupt, so Kaneko tried to stop Asia. Nevertheless, Akino realized this, so she helped Asia. Since you have made your decision, what are you going to do with Hayato, Rias? Rias didn't notice the movement of Asia and Kaneko as she had been focused on her actions along with Akino's words that stuck deeply into her heart. Still, this question woke her up as she thought about what she needed to do with Issei. She thought for a moment, hesitating, but she made up her mind decisively. He is still my peerage member after all, and I need the power of the Red Dragon Emperor to become the champion. If Rias wanted to grow her house further, the only way for her to do that was to become the champion of the raiding game, and to do that, she needed the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. If Riser was displeased, Rias thought that she could use her body. In the worst case, she could be with Akino too. Rias' decision might seem weird, but as a heroine who could give her virginity to escape from the engagement and expose her breasts in front of everyone and even let a pervert push and suck her nipple in public, it wasn't weird, right? Akino opened her lips, then closed them again. With that answer, everything was settled. Akino knew that from now on, there was nothing that could save her childhood friend anymore. Yet, it wasn't her problem. After all, as long as she could be by his side, she was satisfied. Chapter 234, Fool. Strong. Our Lucifer-sama is just so overwhelming. Riser-chan. At this moment, no one could say anything, and they could only stare in a daze as they saw Riser's might. They might have accepted Riser as their new Lucifer, but as expected, there were still many who felt that he wasn't as good as the previous Lucifer or those high-ranking within the raiding game. Even though Riser had won against many strong opponents, some individuals were just too stubborn to believe the reality before them. Still, watching how to ease Riser to defeat rank 3rd in the raiding game, Bedizabaden, their hearts shivered, wondering whether it was too late for them, especially when they felt the aura of Conqueror from Riser's body. No one really knew, but when Riser returned to the underworld after his massacre of everyone who was related to the fake Phoenix Tears, no one could look straight at him in the eyes except for those who reached a certain threshold of strength. It was like their minds, souls, and entire beings were conquered by his aura. Many were amazed, and they knew as long as he existed, the devil would be prosperous. Nevertheless, Bediz, who faced Riser, was extremely helpless. To be honest, while Riser was strong, he thought that with Riser's limited experience, he could defeat him, but as expected, as a new Lucifer, he knew that he had to lose, especially when this match was nothing but to give the confidence to all the devils. While Bediz felt disdain at his heart, he also knew the politics, and he knew that he had to lose. Moreover, Bediz also knew that without the king piece, he was nothing. Meanwhile, Riser got everything with his own talents, innate, something that Bediz could only dream of. So, Bediz didn't mind as he also wanted to get on Riser's good side. Yet, after they faced each other, he knew how wrong he was. All of his peerage members had been defeated by Riser's peerage members, leaving him and Riser to have a duel. Yet, Bediz had to say, he didn't have any confidence to win. As someone from an Abaddon house, Bediz inherited the unique power of the Abaddon clan, the power of Whole. The power of Whole allows the user to create and control portals that expand and retract according to the user's will and are able to absorb attacks and reflect them as they choose. Once these holes have absorbed something in them, the user can reopen them in a different area of space nearby to release everything they've absorbed. These spatial gaps work similarly to black holes, in which they have a gravitational pull that redirects an attack away from their target. Hole can also be used to teleport to other locations and avoid attacks, or alternatively, even teleport portions of the user's body and even their own attacks. There was no doubt it was a good power, and it was also the reason why Bediz became the third rank on the rating game. However, even if he was powerful, he was still third rank, and he was still defeated by the first rank and the second rank. Yet, when he faced the second rank, there was still a chance for Bediz to win. As for the first rank, Bediz was helpless as the champion of the rating game wasn't for nothing. However, Riser was different as Bediz realized the gap of their power was simply impossible to shorten with hard work, talents, and other things. This helpless feeling, it was more terrifying than when he faced Dihauser. While Dihauser was skillful and defeated his opponents smartly, Riser was like a gigantic existence. In other words, the act of struggle was simply meaningless in front of Riser. Azure domination. At that moment, everything was set ablaze in a blue color. Usually, one would connect the blue color with calmness, yet when they saw the blue flame that was released from Riser, they realized how wrong they were. His blue was like a rage. It dominated, conquered, and destroyed everything. Nothing remained. Everything was set ablaze into nothingness. The power of Whole might be amazing, but there was still a limit. Bediz's Whole might be able to absorb and then redirect the attack that came toward him before he returned it to his opponent. However, Riser's blue flame raised the entire area. Everything was covered in an azure color that burnt everything. Even the power of Whole, which Bediz unleashed, was burnt. I lose. Bediz thought that he would lose in a handsome way, and the two of them would have shown a great photo together as they admitted each other's strength, yet he realized how arrogant he was. In front of Riser, even if Bediz held the king piece, everything was meaningless. However, Bediz didn't mind, as the one who had defeated him was everyone's dear new Lucifer. Knowing this, Bediz felt better as his leader was such a strong being. Still, due to the fire, his body was burnt, but a gentle warmness suddenly enveloped it as he saw it healed. This is... Are you okay? Bediz was surprised, but he quickly realized it was the power of Riser's destruction and healing. Everyone saw Riser's power clearly, which amazed them. Thank you, Lucifer-sama. You don't need to. I only do what I should do. As Bediz healed, there was no trace of hatred or anything. Instead, the relationship between the two was warm as he also showed submissive, showing incredible respect toward this young Lucifer. This act was seen by everyone, and all of them clapped their hands warmly as they were moved by the interaction between the two. Bediz might have been lost, but everyone felt it was natural as his opponent was Riser Lucifer. As everyone clapped their hands, they couldn't wait for Riser's next match against Roygun Belphegor and Dihauser Belial. Roygun aside, as she knew that he would lose, but she didn't mind as the purpose of this match had never been her victory. Nevertheless, watching how strong Riser was, she became curious about him. However, Dihauser was different. As Dihauser watched how easily Riser defeated Bediz, he fell into silence. Many said that he should lose to Riser, so it was for everyone's future. Yet, there was no way for him to do that. After all, Dihauser had always upheld the righteousness and fairness. There was no way that he would agree that such unfairness would happen in the sacred game known as the rating game. Knowing this, Dihauser only shook his head when he saw how Bediz was defeated, thinking that it was a fake match that was controlled from the beginning. Dihauser knew that something needed to be done, as he didn't want the game that he loved the most to be tarnished by this young Lucifer. However, there was nothing he could do with his limited power, wealth, and authority, and it was also because of this that Dihauser couldn't wait for his match with Riser Lucifer, as it was also the time when he was going to rip that fake mask. Still, even if Riser knew what Dihauser was thinking, he could only shake his head, thinking that this guy was a fool who was easy to manipulate. However, let's think about Dihauser later as the Youth Devil Gathering was about to start. Chapter 235, Sona is the new princess of the underworld. Good work, dear. When the match ended, Sona came, bringing a towel and mineral water for her husband. Thank you. Riser accepted the towel and mineral water from his wife as he kissed her forehead, showing his appreciation. Saji sighed, watching the intimate exchange between the two, but the rest didn't say much, as Sona was Riser's wife. Riser-sama, is that guy really the third rank? Zenobia suddenly asked. Yes, what's wrong? Riser looked at this silly girl, wondering what she was going to say. I know that it is wrong for me to say this, but why is he so weak? Zenobia was confused. She knew that with her status as a low-class devil, she shouldn't say this, especially to Bediza, who was an ultimate-class devil, but she couldn't help it. It's not that he is weak. I am just too strong. Riser's answer was as simple as that. Everyone. What could they say? However, no one could deny it as Riser was the Lucifer. Riser had to become the strongest, or else that name wouldn't fit him. Nevertheless, the power of Bediza was quite interesting. The power of Whole was a good ability, as it was versatile. However, if there was a weakness, it lacked power as it couldn't be used to attack unless to redirect an attack. Still. Congratulations, you have defeated the third rank of the rating game. Riser was surprised. Would he get a reward? There wasn't much nonsense from the system. Congratulations, you have received Busos Hoku Haki. Busos Hoku Haki. Riser was familiar with this reward as it wasn't his first time receiving a reward from the world of One Piece. It is also an ability that allows the user to use their own spiritual energy to create, in essence, an invisible piece of armor around themselves, providing incredible offensive and defensive capabilities. However, something attracted him after he got this ability. Spiritual energy, huh? This energy was different from stamina or demonic power but something that was born from will. There was no doubt that it was an abstract concept, and it was impossible to tell the amount of will that one possessed, which made this type of energy different from stamina or demonic power. To be honest, it was his first time to know that such an energy existed. However, whether it was spiritual energy, stamina, or demonic power, he could use either of those types of energy to use the Busos Hoku Haki. Nevertheless, similar to his stamina or demonic energy, his spiritual energy was also limited. Riser sighed, wondering when he could break the black chains around his body as he wished to become Desperado. However, he realized that in this world, there weren't many creatures that could hurt or even kill him, especially when he had the ruler. As long as this ability existed, no one could kill him. Still, there were still 2 matches, and from the system, he knew he would get rewards by defeating the second and first ranks of the rating game. Roygun Belphegor and Daihazer Belial. With the thought of the 2 individuals that he needed to defeat next, he suddenly felt 2 soft feelings pressed onto his back. Congratulations, Riser-chan. Seraphal suddenly leaped into his back and hugged him tightly, rubbing her face against his cheek from behind happily. Sona only stared at her older sister in silence. She wasn't sure how many times Seraphal had done this, and her nerve was stronger, especially when she had seen him with Rias and even had a threesome with Zenobia. Frankly, when everything happened, Sona realized she wasn't that angry. Instead, she felt quite sorry for Riser as she knew that her body was unable to endure his sexual drive. Moreover, she had also been quite busy lately, especially when the Youth Devil Gathering was about to start. Still staring timidly at her husband, Sona wondered whether it was okay for her to ask a request, especially when she knew he was so busy. What's wrong, Sona? After staring at Seraphal helplessly, Riser noticed his wife seemed to have something to say. So-chan is cute. Watching Sona, who was nervous, Seraphal muttered. You are right. She is my wife, after all. Riser also nodded, but he suddenly thought of something. Sona, the Youth Devil Gathering, is going to start soon, right? Yes. Even though Sona was the wife of the current Lucifer, she was still part of the Youth Devil, and she needed to participate in this event, especially when she also wished to participate in the rating game. Moreover, she also had planned to create a rating game school for the low-class devil. If Sona didn't even have experience in the rating game, then how could she even create one? Well, with her older sister and her husband, everything was possible, though. How about I train you in your peerage for your first rating game? Riser suddenly said. Not only Sona but all of Sona's peerage members were surprised. Is that okay? Won't you be busy? While Riser might have easily defeated Bediza, he still had to defeat Roygun Belphegor and Daihazer Belial. Moreover, there was also his job as a Lucifer, managing his territory, business, and many others. To be honest, it was amazing that Riser could solve all of those works with just 4 to 5 hours of work from Monday to Friday. If Sona was in Riser's place, she believed that she would spend much overtime, yet Riser never held back, whether it was work or play. Even if Riser became a Lucifer, he would never sacrifice his break for the lives of the devils in the underworld. After all, he wasn't Surzek Lucifer, the abnormality among the devils. It's okay. I am different from your sister, who is often going out to work. Sometimes, I envy you, Riser-chan. Seraphal sighed since, unlike Riser, who could work so fast and efficiently in his office, she needed to move to various places as she was in charge of foreign affairs. Nevertheless, there was no doubt, in terms of government management, that Riser was above Surzek, which made the rest of the Mouse feel speechless as his rough image never seemed to fit how brutal he was. Did you think something rude about me? Riser looked at Serafal. No. 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 Serafal shook her head, causing her twin tails to move right and left wildly. Watching the movement of the twin tails and her breasts that moved in various directions, showing how well developed her breasts were, Riser sighed and thought that it was hard to become a good brother-in-law. Anyway, in terms of strategy, there is no need for me to say anything or give you advice, as I am sure that you can show me even a surprising strategy. Sona was one of the smartest devils, after all. However, you still lack individual power, so I will train you and your peerage members to become stronger during this summer break before your first raiding game. Even if you are my wife, I won't hold back, so be prepared. Oh, okay. Riser looked at Sona and fell silent, especially when he saw her blush and giddy. Nevertheless, Sona's peerage members were also excited as Riser would train him, but that wasn't all since the good news was just about to begin. Also, for those of you who don't have a special weapon or sacred gear, I will make a special weapon for all of you, too. Those words were enough to make all of them excited. Still, there was no doubt Sona's peerage members might surprise everyone during this youth devil gathering. Meanwhile, others might have a hard time as there was no doubt whether Riser and Serafal were going to pamper Sona. Chapter 236, Mr. Lucifer. Even though the youth devil gathering was about to start, it didn't mean that Riser had to busy himself with it. As a Lucifer, there were many things that he had to do, especially when the Cows Brigade became even more rampant, so this youth devil gathering was managed by someone else. However, the fake Phenex Tears incident was different. Nevertheless, after Riser went out to take down all the fake Phenex Tears, the Cows Brigade and those involved didn't dare to touch this business anymore as they would be dead the moment they had an involvement. Whether it was the supernatural world or the average human, it didn't matter, as all of them died as long as they got their hands on the fake Phenex Tears. There was no doubt that his action caused many dissatisfactions, especially those people who were acquaintances of those who killed him and those who followed him, but so what? In front of overwhelming power, they could only shut their mouths. God might have died, but the combination of the angel, fallen angel, and devil wasn't something that could be taken lightly. Moreover, due to Riser's aggressiveness, no one really knew what kind of action they should take toward this alliance. Still, the action of the East Yukai faction that quickly joined the alliance confused everyone, making many observe this faction. It was the same case with the angel and the fallen angel, wondering why this East Yukai faction decided to join this alliance, but when they heard that it was all due to Riser, they were convinced. The angel aside, as they were oblivious, the moment the fallen angel met Nurarihion, they felt like they were friends somehow. After all, only those who had been beaten by Riser understood the cruelty of this young Lucifer. However, there was no doubt as long as they accepted his leadership, he was an ideal leader since he really never got involved with their matters and just let them go as they wished as long as they didn't trouble him. Still, if they troubled him, please don't expect mercy from him. Riser's powerful might aside, the reason why he was fearsome in the eyes of others was the fact that he could accurately target and then kill the source of all the troubles without making a mistake. How did Riser know that? No one really knew, but they felt nothing could be hidden from his eyes as long as they tried to harm him. However, as long as they didn't try to harm him, Riser didn't seem to care about their own agendas, which made them confused about how to see him as an individual. Still, as long as they didn't trouble him, everything would be okay. This was the thought of him from the side of the angel, the fallen angel, and the East Yukai faction. Naturally, it was different from the side of the devil. If the underworld was like a company, Lucifer was like a CEO, the Great King was like the Vice CEO, and the other noble houses were like executives. As the new CEO, each of his actions attracted everyone's attention. While his power had conquered everyone, they wanted to know how he was going to govern this underworld. To be honest, if he was an ambitious one, they would be afraid as they didn't really want to change, and they were satisfied with the status quo. While some didn't want to have peace with the angel and the fallen angel, when they thought about the danger that came from the Cows Brigade, they decided to endure it. After all of them knew that if the old Satan faction from the Cows Brigade came to defeat the current government, their life would be hell. They would be forced to become fighters in the war and then die without being able to do anything. The active alliance between the angel and the fallen angel was naturally great as there was no need for them to fight alone, and they could even use the help of the angel and the fallen angel to solve their problem. Naturally, if the angel and the fallen angel had a problem, they would help, too. This is the beauty of the alliance. When you beat me up, I will beat you harder. If I can defeat you alone, I will bring everyone with me. Still, what everyone cornered was Riser's ability to govern. To be honest, they felt worried and thought of using their seniority to take some of the advantages, but Zekrom stopped them, which made them helpless, and to be honest, they didn't want to anger Riser, especially when some of the prominent families on the underworld disappeared due to the Cows Brigade. If they didn't want to lose Riser's protection, then they could only stand close to his side. While it is a cliché, the method of having an external danger that can make everyone gather together is proven to be effective. However, what made everyone feel relief that Riser's way of governing was stable and reliable was that it was almost dull. Nothing has changed. Instead, the system became even more efficient and faster. If there was something that perfectly described his way of governing, it was like a precise machine. There was no ambition, and it was like he was forced to take this position, but since he was in this position, he had to do it. Knowing this, strangely enough, all of them felt relief. Change. Some might be good, but some might be bad. There was no way to describe how the change would have been if the change hadn't happened. However, there was no doubt there would be a failure, and this was something that no one wanted to see. Yet, it was impossible for a failure not to happen. If there was something that they had to do as a leader, it was to minimize the failure and use this failure as a lesson so they could get closer to the success change. However, Riser was too lazy for the change. He also didn't have a particular interest in becoming Lucifer, so he did his work on minimal without any changes as he was too lazy. If someone wished to change, it was better to give it to the next generation. Maybe his children would do it. Nevertheless, his boring day as Lucifer continued. Still, Riser's actions confused Ajuka. Initially, Seraphol, Falbium, and Ajuka often went to him to check on him, trying to help him, but they saw that Riser could do his job better and even lazier than them. Seraphol, who saw this, wished to bring him into her magical girl show. Falbium, who saw this, wished to learn from him and even called him a teacher. However, Ajuka wished to observe Riser, yet this observation made him even more confused as Riser wasn't like someone who wished to kill Surzek because Riser wished to become Lucifer. Instead, Riser was like Falbium, who became a leader because no one could take the job other than them. Still, Ajuka wasn't in a hurry as the time for a devil was long. So, due to that, Ajuka didn't bother to waste his time and left for his job and hobby while waiting patiently until Riser showed an opening. Yet, what Ajuka didn't know was that Riser had left a bomb for him, and in the near future, it would explode at a time no one would expect. Nevertheless, under Riser as a Lucifer, the underworld continued as usual, and it was also moving in a good direction, especially when they didn't need to fight against the angel and the fallen angel. However, during those boring working days, the Youth Devil Gathering was about to start soon, and due to that, someone came to his office. The knocking sound was heard. Without raising his face, Riser said, "Enter." "Riser-sama, Azazel from the fallen angel wishes to see you." "Azazel." Riser looked up, then nodded. "Tell him to come in, Shuriya." "Yes, Riser-sama." Shuriya left his office and then came to Azazel, telling him that he got permission. "Yo, sorry for bothering you, Lucifer-sama." With his usual friendly attitude, Azazel tried to greet him politely, but as expected, it didn't fit him. Riser didn't bother to look up, kept reading the documents in his hands, and continued his work. To be honest, this was something unthinkable in the past as there was no way for the fallen angel to enter the office of Lucifer, but now, it has happened, showing the alliance between the three races. It was also due to this change that probably, in the future, Riser could visit heaven. "What do you want, Azazel?" Azazel didn't care about Riser's rude way of asking. He was no longer a governor after all, and Gregory was as good as under Riser's hand. Moreover, after a purge that happened previously because some fallen angels wished to betray Riser, the current development of the fallen angels was on the right track, and Riser had never asked for anything unreasonable from them, which they were glad about. Moreover, Azazel knew that he was about to ask something rude, so he needed some preparations. "I have good news." "Oh. What is it?" "Odin, the leader of the Norse, has an interest in having an alliance with us, but before the alliance is confirmed, he wants to watch the rating game first." Azazel was thinking various ways so Riser could agree, but... "Sure." What? "No, nothing." It was so easy that it was unbelievable. "Which match does he want to see?" Riser asked. Azazel thought for a moment and felt that Riser's match was more suitable, but Riser's match had already ended. "How about the match on the Youth Devil Gathering?" "Okay, then tell him to come during the first match that happened on the Youth Devil Gathering in the future." "Yes." "By the way, the Norse really agree with this alliance, right?" "What do you mean, Lucifer-sama?" "I mean, can Odin's words represent everyone in the Norse myth?" "That's... You should ask that since I don't want to get involved in his myth problem." Riser looked at Azazel for the first time. "We might wish for peace, but it doesn't mean that we are a pushover or desperate for peace with the Norse myth. Even without the Norse myth, I can protect this peace easily. Moreover, I don't want our races to be used by others to clean up the mess of others." "Yes." This time, Azazel nodded as he showed his respect toward Riser. While there were many shady things about Riser, there was no doubt he was a respectable leader for the devil and even the three races. They might wish for peace, but if other forces didn't wish for it, they wouldn't force it. That's all. Azazel hesitated. If you have something to talk about, then talk. Azazel gulped but decided to bite the bullet. I wish to take Tannen to train Hayato Issei. What do you think? Sure. Do I need to repeat myself? Thank you very much. Azazel didn't bother him any longer and left. He sighed in relief, and at the same time, he was even confused about how to see Riser as an individual. I just don't know. Nevertheless, Riser thought about Tannen, who had been left alone for a while, thinking that it might be time for Tannen to die. Moreover, he needed materials to create his new type of sacred gear, mocking gear, and Tannen was a perfect material for it. With those thoughts, Riser continued to work as usual until it was time for him to go home. Chapter 237, Bully. It was the day of the Youth Devil Gathering. Naturally, this gathering was held in the resort city on the Phenex domain that was built by Riser. While the youth would come during the X-Day, Riser, the other Maus, and the older generations had come to visit Riser's resort city first, enjoying the godlike enjoyment from delicious foods, the beauty of nature, magical architecture, and various games. Still, his resort city focused more on a quiet, serene environment than a rowdy, party-like one. For some people, this type of resort city was boring, but Riser didn't care much as it was impossible to accommodate everyone's needs. Nevertheless, even though they felt this resort was rather boring as there was no casino, loud nightclub, or festival that caused everyone's heart to be full of excitement, the calm environment in this city was something that they had never felt before, and they could also feel their bodies became stronger and healthier due to staying in this place, which surprised them. Moreover, due to it being a city created by Riser Lucifer, no one dared to cause trouble. So, many famous devils wished to stay even longer and built their own villas in this city so they could enjoy its beauty anytime. The young devil aside, this place had become an attraction of many old devils who just wished to spend quiet days. However, there was no doubt because of this city, they became even amazed by their Lucifer, as Riser was the one who built this city from nothing. Among those groups, 4 Maus gathered together in a special room inside the hotel where the gathering was held, waiting for the main event to start as they talked about trivial things. I can't wait to see Sochan's figure on the rating game. Seraphal was so excited that she kept jumping around. Calm down, Wani-chan. Riser looked at Seraphal speechlessly. How could you be so calm, Riser-chan? Sochan is going to fight, you know. Sochan is going to win, you know. Sochan is the cutest and the best. Seraphal was like a lump of excitement. It was impossible to calm her unless Riser gagged her mouth. Still, as she latched her body into his, Riser really wondered whether this woman had ever thought about the kind of consequences that her actions would bring. Even though her body was petite, the enormous swelling on her chest was impossible to conceal. Moreover, those swellings squeezed tightly on his back, spreading the softness on his healthy body. Even worse, her plump, flexible legs were firmly wrapped around his waist as she leaned her chin on his shoulder. Her outrageous actions aside, Riser felt speechless at Ajuka and Falbium, who could face this situation calmly as they continued their conversation as usual. Don't be so confident, Seraphal. There are many powerful youth besides your little sister, too. Falbium calmly said. Yes, besides Sona, there would be many talented youth who would be participating in this gathering. I want to see the power of the boosted gear from Rias Peerage, Ajuka said with a smile. Riser stared at Ajuka and wondered whether this guy said those words deliberately. What about your little brother, Ajuka? Are you not interested in his performance? Yes, your little brother will be in this gathering, right? Are you not going to support him, Ajuka-chan? Seraphal asked curiously. I have been busy with many things, so I don't know much about him. Ajuka frankly admitted that he was unfamiliar with his little brother. Unlike the close relationship between Surzek and Rias or Sona and Seraphal, it seemed the relationship between Ajuka and his little brother wasn't that particularly close. You are so cold, Falbium commented. You can't blame me. My personality is like this, and having a little brother is different from having a little sister, and to be honest, he isn't that cute either. 3x. What could they say? However, Riser realized Ajuka was quite similar to him. The two of them didn't care about winning or losing, and they were rather cold for those who didn't care. Moreover, they also didn't care much about their position and only took it because there was no one else who could take this position except for them. To be honest, if Riser had been born earlier, they might have become friends, but he knew that it was impossible now, especially when Ajuka held a prejudice against him. In the end, whether they were a human, a devil, an angel, a fallen angel, or many others, as long as their feelings were involved, they would do something irrational. Still, I am afraid that Rias-chan will be bullied. Seraphal sighed, showing her concern. Unlike before, Rias was no longer the little sister of Lucifer. She was just the heiress of the Gremory house. This status wasn't bad, and it was above the majority, but compared to the youth that was invited to this gathering, her status was nothing. Among all of them, one was from the Baal house, the house of the great king, one was from the Agar's house, the archduke of the underworld, and the others were related to the great Maus one after another. Being surrounded by many descendants of those giants, Ria's status was the lowest. She needs to handle this as the future of the Gremory house is in her hands, Falbium said calmly. Falbium is correct. Compared to the Cows Brigade and the many troubles that come after us after the death of God and Surzek, her problem is nothing, Ajuka added. Serafal, Surzek doesn't wish us on anymore. While we can protect the Gremory house, can we protect it forever? Falbium asked. Riser looked at Ajuka and Falbium and thought that they were cold. However, he understood that unlike Serafal, who was concerned about Rias, the two of them only cared about Surzek. The death of Surzek still shocked them, and instead of thinking about the Gremory house, they felt it was better to prepare for the enemy that had killed Surzek. Wanichan, Sona is there. You don't need to worry. Riser patted Serafal's palm, telling her that everything was okay. Serafal, who was frowning, felt at ease since she knew that Sona would protect Rias. There was no doubt in this gathering that Sona's status was above everyone's, especially when her older sister was Leviathan and her husband was Lucifer. With all of those statuses, no one dared to mess around with Sona. Still, suddenly, the door opened, and someone suddenly entered. Riser and I. The cheerful and happy voice was heard, but suddenly, this voice stuck when she saw all the people present. Iriuka. Falbium looked at his niece, who was startled and scared. What's wrong? Uncle Falbium. Iriuka Glaciolabala sighed in relief when she saw her uncle. Iriuka, wait for a moment. Ravel's voice was heard as she was chasing after Iriuka, but then she was also stunned as she didn't expect to see Ajuka and Falbium in the same room as Riser and Serafal. However, unlike Iriuka, who was stunned, she quickly apologized. I am sorry for the rudeness, Beelzebub-sama, Asmodeus-sama. It's okay. Ajuka didn't care much, but Falbium was quite interested. Iriuka, are you close with Riser? Iriuka was stunned, but she nodded. I like Riser and I see. Falbium nodded, then looked at Riser with a thoughtful expression and suddenly thought of a good idea. Riser, how about marrying Iriuka too? Iriuka blushed, but Riser was speechless. No. 2x. Before Riser said anything, Serafal and Ravel rejected this idea without hesitation. Nevertheless, Riser glanced at Iriuka, who blushed and murmured in a low voice, but with his hearing, how could he miss it? Well, I don't really mind. As Serafal and Ravel got angry, Iriuka lowered her head shyly. Riser sighed and thought that without Surzek, everything was so peaceful. Still, as everything was so peaceful in this room, all the youths who could participate in this event gathered in the hall in Riser's hotel room. All of them enjoyed the refined, exquisite architecture that they had never thought could be created in this world and relish. However, as expected, when all the youths were gathered, it was impossible for trouble not to occur. Bitch from the Gremory, what are you doing here? With your low status, it is amazing that you dare to enter this event without feeling embarrassed. Rias and her peerage members were furious as they saw a group of delinquents who looked at them condescendingly. Chapter 238, My Promise for You. Bucho, are we going to the Phoenix domain? Issei took a deep breath and tried to endure the mixed feelings of fear, nervousness, hatred, and even killing intent from his heart when he mentioned Riser. However, as expected, it was impossible for him to acknowledge Riser as the new Lucifer. In his mind, the only one who was suitable to become Lucifer was Surzek. There were no other devils that were more suitable than Surzek. Even if Surzek had passed away, why didn't the other devils choose the champion? Why did it have to be Riser? However, Issei didn't dare to say it out loud. He didn't want to die, so he could only endure everything. Still, how could Rias miss those mixed feelings from Issei? Issei was stupid, and it was impossible for him to be crafty by masking his emotions. Issei, I think I should leave. No, Bucho. Don't leave me. I will do well. I will be obedient and show respect to Lucifer-sama, so don't abandon me. Watching Issei, who begged, Rias sighed, feeling a little helpless. There was no way for Issei to leave Rias alone. No, he wouldn't let that happen. As her pawn, Issei vowed that he would protect Rias. The others didn't say anything, but to be honest, even if Rias had asked permission for Issei to follow to this gathering, they felt Issei should stay as they were afraid he might cause trouble. Surzek was no longer around them, Rias was just the heiress of the Gremory instead of the little sister of Lucifer, and she no longer had the power to protect Issei from the anger of Riser Lucifer. There are only two things that I want to ask you. Be quiet and lower your head. If you can't do that, then I will leave you. Yes. Issei nodded as he was happy that Rias would bring him to the gathering. As for the requirements asked by Rias, with his small brain, Issei had already forgotten. Or Issei simply forgot about it. Nevertheless, with this matter settled, everyone left for the gathering held at the Phenex domain. Asia, I leave Issei to you. Yes, Bucho-san. Asia nodded as she pulled Issei, holding his hand tightly, afraid that he might do something stupid. She knew that Rias had done her best to save Issei, but if Issei was still stupid, then even Rias was unable to do anything, so she knew she needed to do her best to stop Issei's stupidity. However, Asia didn't have confidence in Issei's brain, so she thought the best way to keep him safe was to say, Issei-san, no matter what, don't talk. Just keep quiet, okay? Still, Asia didn't feel relieved, so she looked at Gasper. Gasper-san, can you use your sacred gear to freeze Issei-san's time when he is about to say something? Gasper was startled, but he quickly nodded. Yes, Asia-senpai. Issei. Ignoring the two, Rias sighed as she felt worried, considering she had never heard anything from Riser after that day. The day she asked him permission for Issei, he no longer contacted her. She thought that he was busy and tried to understand it, but she realized that wasn't the case as she saw him going out with Aquino. Rias looked at Aquino, who sat quietly and asked in a low voice, Aquino, did you hear anything from Riser? Aquino was startled, but she shook her head. No, after our outing, we haven't met each other. This time, she lied as Riser told him to do so. Is that so? Rias sighed and looked at the scenery outside, hoping to erase her uneasiness. She wasn't sure whether Aquino was lying or not, but when she thought how busy Riser was, she decided to believe Aquino. However, her effort and self-deception were meaningless, especially when Riser didn't accept her meeting when he finished his match against Bediza Batten. What's happening? Everything should go smoothly, but why did she feel Riser was so far away? However, she quickly cheered herself up, knowing she could meet him during this gathering. With the speed of the flying train, it didn't take long before they arrived at the Phenex domain. Unlike Aquino and Kaneko, the rest were quite nervous, as it would be their second time visiting the Phenex domain. However, unlike before, his status was much higher, and at the same time, their status was much lower. This is his domain. Issei was dumbfounded and unable to say a single word to describe how they were about to arrive at the Phenex domain. He might have come to this domain previously, but now, this domain has changed a lot, and it startled him. The beauty, charm, elegance, and exquisite architecture of this domain touched the hearts of everyone who saw it for the first time. Moreover, all the worries in their hearts disappeared, and there was one feeling that was born in their hearts. I want to live in this domain. Such a thought crossed everyone's mind as they saw the Phenex domain for the first time. Like others, Rias wasn't immune to this feeling, but her feelings were far deeper. I want him. This thought was like a loop, and she couldn't get it out of her head. So what if he had a wife? So what if Aquino was his woman? So what about his womanizer nature? Rias had made up her mind, and that was to make Riser into hers. Nevertheless, Rias' expression was seen by Issei once again. While he was entranced by the beauty of the architecture of the Phenex domain, he still had resistance and disgust as he knew the one who owned everything in this place was Riser Lucifer. The man that Issei hated the most. Yet. Issei knew. While Issei didn't want to admit it, he was nothing but just a pebble on the side of the street in front of Riser's eyes. If Rias hadn't helped him previously, even Issei would have been unable to participate in this gathering, as simply participating in this event was nothing but suicide. Nevertheless, as Issei looked at Rias, who seemed to be smitten and obsessed, he clenched his hands tightly. As expected, I can't forgive him. Those gazes, those gentleness, and, more importantly, those boobs. Everything should be his. Bucho, look at me. Yet, Issei didn't dare to say this feeling out loud. The trauma that he received from his first date with Yuma Amano or Rainier still remains. His feeling was clumsy, and at the same time, it was also a little scary as his obsession was blind, and he would do anything for Rias even if he had to throw away his life. However, when Issei thinks about Riser's position and power, he feels despair as he knows there is nothing he can do. Are you going to just give up, partner? Drake. You might not have the power now, but that doesn't mean you won't have it in the future. Also, are you just going to give up after working so hard? Are you alright by watching all the girls around you fall under his arms? Issei suddenly thought at how Rias, Aquino, Asia, and even Kaneko fell under Riser's arms, as they screamed in ecstasy as their bodies were conquered by him. Meanwhile, he could only watch from a distance and listen to their lewd cries, unable to do anything. Nuu. It was like a scene from a nightmare. However, as expected, you're not his opponent now, so endure. Endure it until you become strong enough, as only the strong can get everything. Endure. It was a simple thing. Issei took a deep breath and was going to endure everything until he was strong enough to retrieve everything that should be his. Bucho, I swear I will protect you. Issei vowed as he stared in a daze at Rias' beautiful crimson hair. Chapter 239, The One. Amazing. Is this really something that a devil can do? Probably, he is no longer a devil. Of course, he is our Lucifer-sama. Like the others who entered this resort city for the first time, they could only stay in a daze as they watched everything in fascination. It was the first time they saw something like this. Issei somehow felt that his existence was so small when he entered this hotel, but he quickly regained his confidence. I am the Red Dragon Emperor. I'm one of the strongest. So what if Riser was rich and above everyone? As long as Issei becomes the strongest, he believes that he can get everything. You are correct, partner. Only strength matters in the world of the supernatural. Yet, wasn't that also the reason why Drake died and sealed on the boosted gear? It was because Drake lacked the strength that his existence was reduced to a mere tool. However, whether the host or the heavenly dragon ignored such a problem and only wished to show their existence to this world. Moreover, Riser had to pay the price for the humiliation they had received. Today, they might be weak, and Riser might be strong, but soon, in the near future, they believed that they could become stronger. Surzek might have passed away, but his teaching remained deep in Issei's heart. Surzek-sama, I will also protect Bucho. Issei glanced at Rias, who calmly faced everything, falling into a daze due to her beauty, yet at the same time, he lowered his gaze to Rias' boobs before showing a perverted laugh. He. Issei-kun. Issei-san. Issei-senpai. Kiba, Asia, and Gasper looked at Issei and sighed helplessly. They knew that Issei's expression was inappropriate, especially in this type of place and occasion, but they decided to let him go as this was far better than his usual act. Meanwhile, Rias just ignored Issei as it wasn't her first time being leered. She was beautiful, and it was normal for her to become the center of attention, attracting everyone's attention. To be honest, with her previous status, it wouldn't be weird to say she was the princess of the devil. Rias was above everyone. But now, Rias' heart was filled with jealousy as she observed the hotel, thinking that everything should be hers, yet due to her mistake, everything was taken away from her. Moreover, Sona. If Sona wasn't around, then... Oi. Who invited this bimbo to the party? This rude and full of mock voices directly attracted Rias and her peerage members' attention. Rias looked up and narrowed her eyes at the several figures who approached her. Zephyr Glaciolabelas. A young man with black magic-like tattoos on his face, on his upper body, and green hair approached Rias with disdain. Like Rias, he wasn't alone as he was accompanied by his peerage members. However, unlike before, there was also a mix of women among his peerage members, but similarly, all of them dressed in delinquent styles. What are you doing here, Gremory? You shouldn't be at this event. Your status is lower than any of us. If it was before, Zephyr might not dare to say all of this to Rias, but now. There was no doubt Rias' status was the lowest. Nevertheless, as a bully, Zephyr had mastered the art of bullying. Even though he knew that Rias had a lower status than everyone in this place, there was something that could be done and couldn't be done, especially trying to sexually harass her. It was a big no-no. His peerage members also understood that, so they just remained behind their master as they supported him. Rias' ex-fiancée was Riser, and it was also because of this that no one dared to approach her. She might be beautiful and sexy, but no one in the Devil Society dared to approach her with the intention to court or marry after her divorce from Riser. Instead, everyone moved away, pulling away from her like a plague. It was also the same with Rias' peerage members, especially Rias' queen, who was the daughter of the leader of the Gregory. It was also because the Zephyr only focused on Rias and her peerage members, except for Aquino. If it was before, Zephyr might need to curry favor with Rias, but now. Zephyr believed he was invincible in front of Rias. To be honest, I think you should go home instead of staying here, Rias. You bastard. Rias' temper had never been good. The moment someone dared to mock her, she would directly explode. Moreover, how dare this guy mock her family? How dare you say that, you doodle face? However, except for Rias, Issei was also angry and stood in front of everyone as he faced Zephyr. Doodle face. Zephyr was filled with rage. I will kill you for mocking me, you lowly slave. Nevertheless, facing the aura and anger emitted from Zephyr, Issei didn't feel scared. As someone who had faced so many, including Riser and Seraphal, Zephyr was nothing. However, before they were about to fight, someone stopped them. Oi, that naughty kid from the Glaciolabelas, you should stop with your boring provocation. Oh, Serorg. Does the trash from the Bale house want to order me? You should mind your own business. Facing Serorg, Zephyr was fearless, especially when Serorg was nothing but trash without talent, a power of destruction, and even a demonic power. Instead, he grinned, showing a mocking smile. If you want to help your cousin, then go ahead. Facing the two trashes like you, I can do it alone. Oh, it seems that I need to teach you some lessons so you will know who you should provoke and who you should not provoke. Serord was full of smiles, but the muscles on his body were already bulging, showing his fighting intent. Give him to me first, Serord. I need to tell him the price for mocking the Gremory house. Rias didn't show mercy. Her face was gloomy, and her entire body emitted a powerful demonic power that could destroy everything. Stop talking. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Zephyr didn't care about the two and kept provoking them. The argument between the three escalated, and they were on the verge of battle. Kaya. Due to the aura emitted from the three of them, Asia was slightly knocked, but her hands held her shoulders firmly, catching her so she wouldn't fall. Are you okay? A gentle voice. Asia turned and saw a handsome young man who looked so gentle as he looked at her worriedly. Ah, thank you. However, she wasn't smitten by his charm, as a face had never been something that attracted her, especially when she was so loyal to the pervert. Instead, she looked at Rias, Issei, and others worriedly as she knew the battle could break out anytime, but... Stop. If you want to fight, then you should leave. Hearing this voice, everyone directly stopped, especially Zephyr. I am sorry for the rudeness. I won't do it again. Zephyr directly apologized to the figure who approached them. Sona Citri. Compared to Rias and Serord, Zephyr paid more attention and gave his highest respect to Sona, especially when she was the sister of Leviathan and the wife of Lucifer. Sona's status was above all of them. Zephyr might be a bully, but he had mastered the art of the bully. Zephyr's peerage members also followed and apologized to Sona before they left. Hey, wait a moment. Our fight isn't over. However, there was no way for Rias to let Zephyr go, especially after he had mocked her. What do you want, bitch? Zephyr looked at Rias lazily. If you want to fight, then wait until the start of the gathering. Leaving those words, he didn't care whether Rias was angry or not. Wait. Rias. Sona. Rias frowned and asked, are you going to let me swallow this anger? If you are still angry at him, then you will have plenty of time to fight. However, don't fight here. I don't want you to destroy this place. That's true. Serord also nodded. There is a lot of time for us to fight each other. Unlike Rias, he owed a lot of things to Riser, and he also didn't want to destroy Riser's hotel due to this small conflict. Rias swallowed the words that were about to come out from her lips. Yet, she bit her lower lip due to her frustration. Why? 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 Rias didn't care about the losers like Serord, who could swallow this anger, but at this moment, she didn't get angry at Zephyr. Instead, she was furious at Sona, who she felt like Sona had made her position above everyone else. Why was it you? Everything should be hers, yet now. It's time. Let's go. Sona left with her peerage members after saying those words. Serord also followed up since he also didn't want to be late. Bucho. Issei, who had calmed down, sighed in relief as there was no conflict and also reminded Rias that it was time, but somehow, he shuddered at Rias' gaze. Let's go. Rias ignored Issei and walked, leading her peerage members toward the atrium where the main event of the gathering would start. Still, at this moment, the young man, who had been staring at Asia, smiled before he followed everyone. All the youths who gathered in this place would introduce themselves to every high echelon in the underworld. No one was nervous, and all of them were in high spirits as they knew they would start to enter the society soon. Please follow me. Following the guide, they walked toward the massive door, which would lead them to everyone, but the moment they entered, they were hit by an incredible aura that shook their souls, hearts, and beings as if they were lower beings. Facing the aura that conquered everyone, Rias looked up softly, staring at the source of this aura with obsession, thinking that he was the only one for her. Chapter 240, Humiliation. Villain. It was a skill that Riser had previously received after he had taken down antagonist groups. This skill might not have increased his power or made him powerful, but it gave him an aura of conqueror. The Chosen One. Those words were probably suitable to describe his current aura. Riser hardly used this aura, he only used it in the fight, as it would make anyone who was weaker than him give up their will to fight as they knew their existence was lower than him. However, Riser used this skill now, and he didn't hold back, considering he knew how insolent and reckless the young generation was. At that moment, everyone in this place and everyone in this city was hit by this aura. Those who revered him were the lucky ones as they became more obsessed with him, but those who felt that Riser wasn't suitable as Lucifer felt their hearts were crushed, and they felt they would die. Those who were weak could only lower their eyes as they bowed down toward him. Those with a certain strength could look at him, but all of them thought that they were just an insect in front of him. Nevertheless, Ajuka, Falbium, and Seraphal were dumbfounded. Seraphal was okay, as she knew Riser was amazing, but Ajuka and Falbium felt their hearts shaken. Still, Falbium quickly accepted everything as he knew that he wasn't that powerful, but Ajuka was different. Was Riser so strong? Ajuka was shocked. Although Ajuka had previously said that Riser's strength was comparable to Surzeka's, it was nothing but lip service as he wished to use Riser as a way to attract the attention of Vale, the killer of Surzek. However, Vale didn't move, making Ajuka annoyed, thinking that Vale was a coward. As for Riser's involvement with the killing of Surzek, Ajuka had never thought so. It was everything due to his prejudice that he wished to think so. After all, he knew how much Surzek hated Riser, and he just wished Riser would follow Surzek, who had entered the eternal darkness. Frankly, it might be a hasty decision to erase Riser's involvement with the death of Surzek, and more importantly, how could Riser kill Surzek? Not only was Riser in the underworld during what had happened, but Riser also had no ability to do anything to Surzek, who was far away. Lastly, Riser was still young. Even if Riser was powerful, there should be a limit to what kind of abilities he had learned. Based on his understanding, Ajuka knew that Riser's skill focused on the Phoenix's ability, which was wind, fire, and immortality. Those abilities were the reason why Ajuka erased his doubt on Riser. Yet, it didn't change the fact that Ajuka wished to pull Riser into the whirlpool of this trouble as he wished to get his hands on Surzek's killer. He was going to make Vale and those who were involved regret touching Surzek. However, Ajuka didn't expect Riser to grow to be this strong. This made Ajuka feel conflicted, and he knew making Riser follow Surzek to the eternal darkness wasn't as easy as he thought. Nevertheless, high echelons aside, the younger generation, who faced Riser's aura directly, was stunned in a place. Sona and Rias aside, Serorg Baal, Zephyr Glaciolabalas, Seekvaria Agars, and Diodora Astaroth stood still as they were unable to move. Zephyr, Seekvaria, and Diodora quickly bowed down, showing their greatest respect toward him as their hearts were filled with fear, but Serorg tried to hold on, yet unfortunately, it was only for a moment before he fell. Serorg might be powerful, and he had trained his body to the limit, but as expected, there was still a limit. Facing Riser, who had grown stronger due to the system, everything was meaningless. Talent is only talent. If that talent hadn't grown and become powerful, they were nothing. However, when they become powerful, Riser won't feel afraid since he will become even stronger. Still, Riser had to say, he felt a bit disappointed in Serorg since he didn't focus on his aura at Serorg, yet Serorg was unable to hold on. However, as expected of Serorg, even if he fell down, he didn't give up and kept trying to fight Riser's aura. Nevertheless, Riser had never focused on Serorg. Instead, he was staring at Issei. No, he focused on the existence inside Issei. There was no need to worry about Issei as he was nothing but a perverted boy. Except for his trained hands, he had no other redemptions. However, the existence inside him was different. The Red Dragon Emperor. Riser knew that as long as this giant lizard existed, the chance of Issei growing stronger was high. Still, to be honest, he didn't fear the Red Dragon Emperor. Even if this lizard was one of the reasons why God in the Bible passed away, he didn't fear it, especially when he owned the ruler. I know that God is dead due to 666, but the heavenly dragons are also part of the reason. All the attacks were meaningless to him, and it would make him stronger instead. Riser also read the record of the boosted gear, and according to that record, the stronger user was only SOSO. In the end, even if the boosted gear gave the power of that stupid lizard, those humans couldn't replicate its power. While it might give them the power to kill a god, there were many gods in this world, and many of them couldn't fight and weren't strong enough, so there was no need to fear it. Moreover, using his area of invisible, no one realized the gauntlets on his hands. Those gauntlets weren't his creation. Instead, it was something made by the power of Kote Kote no Mi. By using this ability, everything that he grabbed could be controlled. Riser could use Unknown Dictator and Starbuster Star Blaster with the power of Kote Kote no Mi. While Riser hadn't tried this power of the Kote Kote no Mi on Longinus, he had confidence that he could use them. The system might give him powerful abilities, items, skills, and various others, but even without the system, there were still many ways for him to grow stronger. Still, Issei was naturally affected by Riser's aura, and he could only prostrate on the ground, showing his highest respect. While Drake was furious at his host who could fall so low, suddenly, he was hit by Riser's aura, too. At that moment, he felt his mind was being conquered, and he was forced to bow down like his host. Derg wanted to roar, yet he couldn't. It felt like space and everything in the world forced him to bow down. Drake was furious as a mere devil dared to appear so arrogant in front of him, yet at the same time, he was also in terror as Riser's power was stronger than he had imagined. How dare you? Yet, all of his resistance was futile, and like his host, Drake could only bow down in front of the overwhelming power. Even in front of his rival, the White Dragon Emperor, the god who had killed him, and all the beings that Drake had provoked, it was the first time Drake received this humiliation. There was no fear. Only shame and anger were left, yet Drake could do nothing as a strange feeling that he had never felt before started to grow within his heart. As the heavenly dragon, Drake had never felt this feeling, and it was also because of this he was unfamiliar. Terror. If one could name it, this would be the name. Chapter 241, Youth Gathering. After Riser's exaggerated display of power, all the youths invited to this gathering introduced themselves. From Sona to Rias, everyone in this place introduced themselves in front of the high echelons of the underworld. Yet, the pressures of those individuals were nothing compared to Riser. In front of Riser, everything was meaningless after all. Still, when they introduced themselves, Riser reduced his aura, making them feel better, but even so, their hearts had already been conquered by him, and at this moment, he was above everyone. After all of them introduced themselves, Riser took over the lead of this event as he talked about the purpose of this gathering. You six are all devils of the next generation that have the pedigree and true ability that no objection can be raised against. That's why I want you to compete together before your debuts and increase your power this way. Yes, that was the purpose of this gathering. To have 6 exceptional youths have a rating game against each other. While Riser felt that it was a drag, it was a tradition for the young generation to compete with each other. Even Serafal, Ajuka, Surzek, and Falbium also fought each other during their youth. Riser was the same, but his opponents weren't exceptional, and he was already the best even though he was quite SOSO until he got his system. Still, even though Riser had conquered all of them with his aura, somehow someone was just too. Riser sighed as he looked at Serorg, who was about to talk. Will we also eventually be sent out in the battle against the Cows Brigade? No. If it was Surzek, he would hesitate and would say, I don't know, and everything depended on the situation. However, in his case, Riser felt there was no need for them to face the Cows Brigade. Why, Lucifer-sama? Serorg expressed his dissatisfaction as he felt he was strong enough to face the Cows Brigade. While he knew that he owed Riser a lot of things, as someone who was talentless, he wished to show his power to everyone. Serorg, watch your mouth. You are talking to Lucifer-sama. Do you think you can be so rude just because you are the young master of the Baal house? Many started to get angry at Serorg's rudeness, but Riser was calm and raised his hand to stop all of them. While he knew that they got angry so they could curry his favor, he wondered whether they tried to make his relationship with the Great King faction turn sour since they had made his position above the Great King. While Riser couldn't deny that it was the truth, he didn't really want to kill the Great King faction as they were good for him. Nevertheless, facing Serorg's rudeness, Riser didn't get angry. After all, who made Serorg's mother have a relationship with him? Are you close with Serorg's mother? Serafal asked in a whisper. Riser decided to ignore Serafal and said, Serorg, I know that you are impatient to show your worth, but you are young. You will have plenty of chances to show your power to everyone. There is no need to be in a hurry, and let us protect you all until you grow, okay? Riser's voice was full of gentleness, which surprised many. After all, they never expected that Riser would be this gentle, but at the same time, this also reassured them, and they also agreed with his words as it was their duty as the older generation to guide and protect the young generation instead of letting the younger generation fight and face all the villains. The original story. When Riser saw Serorg was about to say something, he said, Serorg, should I tell you how stubborn you are to your mother? Lucifer-sama. Serorg looked at Riser helplessly. Facing his father, Serorg didn't care, but facing his mother. For now, you should focus on this gathering as you will face the 5 of the youths who gather together with you. Or are you saying that you have never considered the 5 of them as your opponents? When Riser said this, Rias, Sona, Sikvaria, Diodora, and Zephyr stared at Serorg with unkind gazes. Nevertheless, facing all their gazes, Serorg didn't feel fear and confidently said, Yes. I believe that I am the best. You bastard. Every youth that was invited to this gathering cursed Serorg's arrogance. If you are confident, then show it. If you really become the best, then I don't mind bringing you to face the Cows Brigade. Yes. Hearing Riser's confirmation, Serorg nodded as he vowed that he would defeat the 5 youths. However, at the same time, all the youths vowed to defeat Serorg. Riser then looked at the rest of the youths and said, As you can see, Serorg believes that he is the best. What do you think? Lucifer-sama. He is just saying some nonsense. Without a demonic power, the power of destruction, he is simply a trash and a shame of the Great King. Zephyr bravely shouted, showing his disdain toward Serorg. Serorg didn't say anything and only stared at Zephyr. Oh. You believe you can defeat Serorg easily then, Zephyr? That's right. That's good. That's the spirit. To show you are the best among everyone. That's the purpose of this gathering. You can talk all you want, but only results will be appreciated and seen by everyone. Like me. As long as you show your worth, you can become a Lucifer. Or rather, if you win against me, you can even become the Lucifer. Everyone. Defeat you. Even if the youths were arrogant, no one thought they could defeat Riser. Still, Riser sighed helplessly as it seemed no one could take his job as Lucifer. It wasn't until Serafal lightly bumped his arm that he said, So, give your all on this gathering. Yes. Everyone answered at the same time as they showed blazing fighting spirit. However, before we set up who is against whom, how about you talk about your future dreams? Riser looked at Serorg and asked, Serorg, how about we start with you? Yes. Serorg stood in front of everyone as he talked about his dream. My dream is to become Mao. That's a good dream. It was impossible for Serorg to become the head of the Bale house, especially when he lacked the power of destruction, but with his talent and physical ability, Riser knew that it was possible for Serorg to become Mao. Even without his help, it was possible for Serorg to become a Mao. Then, one by one, those youths expressed their dreams as the nobles that gathered at this gathering gave a comment or two as they talked to each other, and they felt a good feeling toward those youths. Those youths might be reckless and inexperienced, but wasn't that the reason why they were cute? Moreover, if they grew stronger, then there was no need for them to worry about the future of the Devil Society. My goal for the near future is to live as the next Gremory head and to win in each raiding game battle. Still, when it came to Rias, Riser had to say her dream was kind of modest, but he didn't say anything. However, when it came to the last, Sona, who was also his wife, everyone fell into silence. I wish to build a school for raiding game in the underworld. If it's learning about raiding game, isn't there already one for that, Sona-sama? One of the nobles asked curiously. Riser didn't feel surprised by the confusion by the majority, as not everyone learned about his agreement with Zekrom Bale to allow Sona to build a raiding game for. That is a school where only high-class devils and evils of privileged rank are accepted. The school that I want to build is one where low-class devils and reincarnated devils can also attend without any distinction. Everyone fell in silence for a moment before they nodded without saying their disdain toward such a school. Sona was the wife of Riser, so no one dared to laugh at her dream even though they knew her school was nothing but meaningless, especially when those low-class devils and reincarnated devils would only become middle-class at best, no matter how much they struggled. This wasn't some kind of nonsense. After all, the society of the devil was like this, and everything was determined by pedigree. Naturally, there was an exception, but such a chance only happened among one in the millions. In conclusion, Sona's dream was ridiculous, but no one laughed as Sona was Lucifer's wife and Leviathan's little sister. Instead, everyone was looking at Riser. Riser was about to clap his hands and express his support toward his wife, but... Sona-chan, you should know how ridiculous your dream is, right? Oi. Riser frowned at Serafal, saying that she was too much. Let me talk, Riser-chan. Serafal was calm, and her expression differed from her usual as she gazed into her little sister. Sona-chan should know the reason why no one laughs at your dream is because of Riser-chan, who had been working hard behind the scenes, gaining permission from Zekrom-sama himself. Without Riser-chan, your dream is nothing but a pipe dream. Riser wanted to say something, but in the end, he stopped when he saw Serafal's expression. If it were others, he might kill them directly, as Sona was his wife. Whatever her whim was, it didn't matter, and even if she did something stupid, he was the only one who could reprimand and get angry at her as she was his wife. Still, except for him, Serafal also had such a privilege, and Riser also knew that there was something that he couldn't talk about, especially when he was Sona's husband. Sona looked at her older sister as she widened her eyes in surprise since she didn't expect Serafal to say something like that. So-chan, everything you receive now is a privilege that comes from Riser-chan and me, so don't embarrass the two of us and do something half-assed, okay? Yes. Sona knew that the reason why no one laughed at her dream was because of Riser, and because of that, she needed to do her best so she wouldn't embarrass him. Yet, watching this exchange, Rias frowned, feeling jealous, so when everything was over, she took the initiative. Lucifer-sama, can you let me be Sona's first opponent? Everyone was startled by Rias' words, but hearing Rias' brazenness, the majority of them sneered. Little girl, you should watch your mouth. Your brother might be the former Lucifer, but he is no longer one. How dare you talk like that? Rias was stunned by everyone's reaction, as she hadn't expected this reaction. Watching this, Rias' peerage members were also startled, but Issei quickly got angry. Watching this, Asia and the others quickly reacted, quickly trying to Issei, but it was too late. You bastard. How dare you laugh at Bucho? Everyone. Chapter 242, Why? Watching his master being bullied by so many people, how could Issei stay calm? But. How dare you talk to us like that, you lowly slave? Watch your mouth. Rias Gremory Dano, can you not even discipline your servants? Kill him. There was no trace of mercy in the mouths of all the nobles who participated in this gathering. Surzek was no longer living, and the Gremory was nothing but a noble family with a SOSO status. Even though the status of the Gremory had risen due to Surzek becoming Lucifer, all of those heritages had almost disappeared, being taken by everyone as the Gremory family didn't have the power to protect those heritages. More importantly, previously, the relationship between Riser and Surzek was as good as an enemy, so as long as there was a chance, they would bully Rias and the Gremory house to please their new Lucifer, Riser. Even worse, Graphia Luciphage also couldn't be found anywhere. Still, watching the anger of the nobles, Sona wanted to do something, stopping them as she also wished to have a battle against Rias, but Issei's outburst changed everything, causing the situation to turn worse, which made her frown. Idiot. Sona thought so when she watched Issei. Not only Sona but everyone thought so, as they thought that Issei had never changed. Issei's brain was as small as his genital, so it was easy for him to forget the consequences he received for doing this disrespectful act. As expected, Issei didn't understand his situation and was about to provoke everyone again, but... slap. He felt a burning pain in his cheek. Issei grimaced in pain as he looked at the person who had slapped him with disbelief and annoyance, but when he saw Rias' expression, he was stunned still. How long are you going to shame me? Rias knew that the situation could be solved easily and those clowns would shut up soon, especially when she knew that Riser definitely wouldn't let her be bullied. She knew that Riser would do something for her, yet Issei's reaction changed everything. Like before, nothing had changed. Issei was as stupid as before. Rias cried as she regretted bringing Issei and asked Riser permission to bring Issei as she knew everything was messed up because of this pervert. Issei couldn't say anything. Watching his beloved master cry in front of him, Issei didn't know what to do and was confused. He also felt that his heart was crushed, but at the same time, he was angry. Was it because of everyone? Bucho, you don't need to worry. Issei was about to face everyone again, telling them that he was going to make everyone feel regret for making his Bucho, but suddenly, his entire body was frozen still. Huffed. 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 Gasper used his sacred gear to stop around Issei as he gasped for air, feeling extremely nervous being stared at by so many, but he endured it as he knew the stupid thing that Issei had done. He might be a shut-in, but he wasn't an idiot. Moreover, Kiba and Asia also started to move by dragging Issei behind them as they held his mouth. Lastly, Rias also quickly entered her act and apologized. I apologize for the rudeness of my servant, Lucifer-sama. As for the others, she didn't care. Those nobles who were being invited were angry by Rias' ignorance toward them, but a similar pressure came once again, bringing despair to everyone. Don't be noisy. Riser's voice was at ease and relaxed, but it brought so much impact to everyone. It's nothing but healthy competition among the youngsters. There is no need for us to get involved, okay? Riser knew that they were angry with him, but there was still a limit. Nevertheless, he had to say that even if they might seem like they had done something too much, they were quite useful, especially against those fools who thought they were better than anyone, without realizing that they were just ants that could be crushed anytime, like the stupid current generation of boosted gear. Yes. All of them answered at the same time, showing their greatest respect toward Riser. Rias, bring your servant out. Yes, Lucifer-sama. Rias bowed her head. Thank you for your mercy. I will discipline him so he won't show disrespect again. She then looked at Asia, Kiba, and Gasper, telling them to bring Issei out, to which they agreed, and they quickly left. Riser didn't take Rias' words to his heart as he knew how stupid Issei was. Even if Rias had disciplined Issei, it would mean nothing. Sona, are you okay with it? Still, Riser didn't reject Rias' initiative to challenge Sona as this was something he wished to do, especially when it was also his chance to shame this woman. Yes, let me fight him, dear. Sona answered without hesitation as she also wished to compete against Riser, who was also her rival. Unlike others who treated Rias differently after the death of Surzek, she wasn't such a person. Nevertheless, she was glad that her husband could help Rias, and at the same time, she loved him so much and would show that she was someone who was fit to become his wife. Do your best then. Riser smiled as he encouraged his wife. Sikvaria looked at Riser, then looked at Sona. Somehow, she felt quite jealous. Still, compared to Sikvaria, Rias' reaction was even more intense. Watching this exchange and watching how Riser ignored her, focusing all of his attention on Sona, Rias' jealousy became even stronger, and her regret became heavier as if something stuck within her chest that it made her unable to breathe, so on her rating game, she was determined, and she was going to show who was better between her and Sona. Akino and Kaneko, who had been standing behind Rias, watched their master worriedly. To be honest, even if there was so much conflict before, they knew that they would be alright, but Rias. They didn't have confidence, especially when they knew how Riser's temper, but with the time they spent with Rias, even if what she did was nothing but just an order from her older brother and everything was probably just a drama set by her older brother, they still cared about Rias. Moreover, Surzek had died. That's it. Fortunately, nothing had happened. Everything ended well as the first match of the 6 youths had been decided. Sikvaria would face Diodora. Serorg would face Zephyr. Sona would face Rias. Those matches would be held a month later, and everyone would be given time to prepare themselves to bring their best state. Moreover, there would be important guests from different myths that would come to watch their match. Lastly, before the match, 20 days later, there would be another gathering. With all of that, everything ended, and this gathering finished. Riser also decided to leave as he prepared to train his wife and her peerage members. However, Rias was praying. She was praying for him to say something, encouraging her, supporting her, at this moment when she needed someone the most. Still, even if he just glanced and smiled in her direction, she would be satisfied, but she had to leave in disappointment. Watching him leave without even saying a single word to her, she was on the verge of crying, wondering why he wouldn't look in her direction. Chapter 243, Wish. Its training arc. Its training arc. When the gathering ended, Riser left with everyone, and as expected, Seraphal followed. Yet the sentence that came out of Seraphal's mouth stunned everyone. Still, no one dared to say anything, especially when Seraphal was the Leviathan. Except for Riser, Sona, and Ravel, everyone could only stay in silence. However, facing Seraphal's antics, the three of them could only stare at this woman in silence. No, it could be said that only Sona and Ravel were the ones who could stare at Seraphal in silence as Seraphal stuck on his back, so Riser couldn't stare at Seraphal even if he wanted to. However, Riser could feel Seraphal's healthy breast size, so there was no need to worry, right? However, Wani-chan is correct. This month, I will train you and your peerage members, Sona. Everyone was surprised by his words. But, is it really okay, dear? While Sona wished to be trained by Riser, she wondered whether she would trouble him. It's okay. Even if I skip my work for a month, no one will say anything. Hearing his brazen words, no one knew what they should say. That's great. However, Zenobia was happy that she could spend more time with Riser. They looked at this idiotic girl. They wanted to say something, but they endured it. After all, even if Zenobia was a little silly, she was still Riser's woman. Riser rubbed Zenovia's head and watched her silly smile. He became worried about their future children. Still, he suddenly noticed a gaze from the side. He turned and saw the woman who stared at him, quickly lowering her head as if she didn't want him to notice. Tsubaki didn't dare to meet his eyes as she was nervous and afraid to show her emotion, but suddenly, she felt a warm hand gently rub her hair. This action gave her courage, and she looked up, watching his warm smile, causing her to fall once again. Like Zenobia, she also showed a silly smile. Watching Tsubaki, Riser realized that he might not have taken care of her that much, but he was extremely busy, especially with many things happening to him. Moreover, his peerage members also worked together, so all of his attention would be on them all the time. For them, Riser, who had become Lucifer, was like the burning flame in the middle of the dark. In this darkness where nothing could be seen, he was the single guide that gave everyone hope. This hope was like an attraction to them, and they definitely wouldn't be the only ones that were attracted to him. As long as there was no Sona, they would try to seduce him. Nevertheless, sometimes, they wondered whether they lacked a charm since Riser didn't jump toward them all like a beast in heat, but they also understood that as he had become Lucifer, there was something that he needed to do, and they also weren't in a hurry. As a devil they lived a long life. However, what they didn't know was that in those times, Riser spent his time with Ravel, but this wasn't something that he could talk about. Moreover, there was something that Riser needed to do first. Except for Saji, Zenobia, and Tsubaki. Riser looked at the rest of Sona's peerage members except those he mentioned. Momo Hanakai, Rei Kusaka, Tomo Meguri, Tsubasa Yura, and Ruruko Nimura suddenly became nervous. Watching those 5 girls, Riser wondered why Sona chose them as there wasn't anything special about them, especially Momo and Ruruko, who were just normal humans without even a sacred gear, but since they were his wife's peerage members, he would help them. I have prepared something for all of you. Something. 5x. What did you prepare for them, Riser-chan? Not only the 5 girls but even Seraphal asked curiously. Probably many might have guessed that my peerage members are using something similar to sacred gears, or they might even mistake it as sacred gears. Everyone nodded as they saw Riser's rating game, and how his peerage members showed an exceptional performance by using various tools that made them stronger. Many of them thought that they used sacred gear, and they didn't feel surprised as they thought Riser used the method from the fallen angel to rob the sacred gears from their hosts. Yet, no one said anything, and they felt that it was okay as Riser only took the sacred gear from a human. Even if Riser killed those humans, no one said anything, as a human was nothing but livestock for the devils. While some might have a different view, the supernatural world was the world where the strong got everything and the weak were eaten. So, those who died because their sacred gear was taken by Riser could only blame their luck for being targeted by the strongest devil, but they are not. Sona asked. No. Riser shook his head. They are not sacred gear, but a tool that I have crafted. You can call it mocking gear. Everyone. Riser looked at the 5 girls again and said, and I have prepared 5 mocking gears for the 5 of you. Really? Nimura asked excitedly. Yes. Riser nodded. So, during this month, I hope that you can learn those items well and become stronger. Yes, Riser-sama. 5x. Hearing his words, those 5 girls became excited as they also wished to become stronger. Still, Zenobia, Saji, Tsubaki, and even Sona became slightly envious. It's not fair. Riser-chan, I want mocking gear, too. Seraphol pouted, moving around on his back, acting like a spoiled child. Riser somehow wanted to throw this woman away, but when he felt her breasts, he decided to ignore her. He wanted to talk about something again, but... Riser. This familiar voice. Everyone turned and saw someone they had expected. Rias came with Kaneko and Akino, walking toward him. She gave her best smile as she was happy that she could catch him up, but at the same time, she was also nervous as she was afraid of being ignored by him. Riser didn't look at Rias but looked at Sona as he felt Sona's gaze. Facing her husband's gaze, Sona then looked away, staring at Rias. What's wrong, Rias? Rias glanced at Sona for a moment before continuing her focus on Riser, but he didn't say anything, which caused her to be even more nervous. Lucifer-sama, can I talk with you? This time, Riser turned and looked at Rias. Her eyes were reddened, seemingly on the verge of tears, showing an extremely pitiful expression. If it was others, they would directly ask what was happening as they tried to make her happy, but he didn't care, and his heart wasn't even moved by her expression. Is there something that you want to ask, Rias Gremory? Everyone looked at Riser at the same time, wondering why there seemed to be a gap between him and Rias, but to be honest, it was hard to ask Rias such a question. Rias opened her lips, closing them, before biting her lower lip in frustration, but she bowed her head and pleaded, Can you train my rook, Kaneko Toju? I know my request might be brazen, but you are the only one I can seek. Riser didn't immediately answer and looked at Akino, who showed a smile, then looked at Kaneko, who was nervous but peeked at him from time to time. Sure. Thank you, Lucifer-sama. Rias was happy. Please visit my... Come on, Kaneko. Follow me. Before Rias finished her words, Riser had already left. Everyone looked at each other before they followed Riser, but Sona didn't leave immediately and said, Train hard, Rias. I won't lose to you since you are a rival that I have acknowledged. Yes, I definitely won't lose to you either, Sona. Rias tried to endure her anger as she answered Sona's challenge calmly. The two smiled at each other like how their relationship used to be, even though they knew their relationship had changed. However, Kaneko wondered what she should do as her eyes kept moving toward Riser and Rias. Go follow Lucifer-sama, Kaneko. Rias calmly said, Don't waste your chance and become stronger, okay? Yes, Rias-sama. Hearing those words, Kaneko bowed her head before quickly following Riser so she wouldn't be left behind. She joined Sona's group as they were familiar. When they left, Akino looked at Rias and wanted to ask about her condition, but she stopped the words from her mouth and sighed. She took off her handkerchief and wiped Rias' tears. Don't cry, Rias. Rias then looked at Akino and asked, Akino, just what should I do? Akino couldn't answer that question and just hugged Rias. For now, we should focus on our rating game. Let's win, okay? She might not know what kind of answer she should give to Rias, but she knew they should focus on their rating game. Yes. Rias nodded and knew that she had to win this rating game, so that way, he would look in her direction and show that warm smile again. Chapter 244, Training Arc. When they left the gathering, they quickly went to his villa, preparing for Sona's and her peerage members' training. During this time, no one mentioned Rias, but they talked about what Riser was going to do with Kaneko. I will let Ni and Lee train her. Ni and Lee. Even if they were just pawns with one piece of evil piece, there was no doubt they had become the strongest reincarnated Nikosho. After their training with Magari, the leader of Nikomata, eight-tailed Nikomata, who is part of the East Yokai faction, they had become stronger. Moreover, their tails had increased to 3, and they were about to grow 4 tails. There was no doubt that there was no suitable person to teach Kaneko other than Ni and Lee. While Riser could teach Kaneko, he wanted to focus on Sona and her peerage members, especially when Kaneko was part of Rias' peerage, who also happened to be Sona's first opponent in this raiding game gathering. Leaving Kaneko with Ni and Lee, Riser brought Sona along with her peerage members to the training room in his villa. Naturally, Seraphol didn't miss this chance and also followed as she wondered what Riser was going to do. However, give me your body sizes. Everyone. Didn't you know already, Riser-sama? Zenobia asked in doubt. Riser. Everyone. Riser's lips twitched as Zenobia was correct. With his mathematic mastery, it was possible for him to know everyone's sizes with just a moment of glance, but wasn't that creepy? If he suddenly knew their sizes, what would they think in their hearts? While I know that you won't do something strange with them, can I ask what you are going to do with everyone's sizes? Sona asked calmly as she pushed the frame of her glasses. Do you know who you need to watch out for when you have raiding game with Rias? Riser asked. Rias. Hearing Sona's answer, everyone nodded as there was no doubt Rias was the strongest. No, it's that perverted dragon. Why? Everyone became confused by Riser's answer. Is it because of the boosted gear? Sona asked with a frown, but she couldn't make the connection between the boosted gear and their sizes. No. Riser shook his head. The boosted gear isn't something that you need to be wary of. This Longinus might be powerful, but its user is trash, so there is no need to worry, but even if the user is trash, you need to watch him out. Sona quickly realized something. Don't tell me. What? What is it? Seraphol asked curiously. Yes, it's his dress break that you need to watch out for. Riser nodded. Everyone fell into silence, and their expression turned into worry when they heard Riser's answer. Dress break. While they didn't want to know, it was impossible for them not to know, especially when this technique was so perverted. The first match between Rias and Riser wasn't a secret, and it was something that Sona and her peerage members had watched previously. Honestly, the one-sided match wasn't something they remembered the most. Instead, it was Issei's perverted technique where he stripped the clothes of his opponents, something that they remembered the most. Even Zenobia was familiar with this technique and also showed a frown of disgust. I will create a uniform for all of you, so this technique won't work for you. Thank you very much. All of them thanked Riser at the same time. After all, who wanted to get naked because of Issei? Still, his pervertness is something that you need to watch out for, so you need to be careful. Ah, really? Even Saji was flabbergasted, wondering how such a pervert could become a dangerous element in their first raiding game. Don't let your guard down, Saji. Give everything to you to fight him. If you lose, you will shame everyone. Yes, Riser-sama. Sona might be Riser's wife, but even so, as a member of her pawn, Saji wished to show his best. Sona thought for a moment and asked, I am just curious, how dangerous will this pervert become? Riser thought for a moment and explained. The boosted gear aside, his technique will revolve around something that is related to his perverted desire, so based on his first technique, which is a dress break, I can imagine that he will create another pervert technique. Such as air, a technique that makes him able to talk with breasts. Getting stronger by touching breasts. Or, using breasts as a communication tool. Riser wasn't sure, but he felt that Issei should be able to create such a technique. They opened their mouths before they closed them again. You don't need to worry. This uniform is something that I will prepare for you to counter all of his perverted techniques. Hearing his words, everyone felt relief. Saji, go away, turn, and close your ears. Sona quickly gave an order to Saji before everyone exposed their sizes to Riser. Saji was speechless, but he followed Sona's words, walking a few kilometers away until he was called again. Still, when he returned, he saw everyone had blushes on their faces, which made him sigh helplessly. Recording all the female member sizes on his note, Riser then looked at Saji and asked, Saji, what's your size? I will prepare a uniform for you. Ah, yes, Riser-sama. Saji quickly reported his size to Riser as he also wished for a new uniform prepared by Riser. As Riser made a note, Zenobia suddenly asked, Riser-sama, are we not going to have a mocking gear like everyone else? The we she mentioned were herself, Tsubaki, Saji, and Sona. While Riser hadn't shown what kind of mocking gears he would give everyone else except for them, she knew they would be amazing, and naturally, she also wished to have one. There is a technique that I want you to master, but let's see. I guess you are right. I will lend you something later. Riser felt that while Zenobia had a durandal, that wasn't enough as the holy sword was only a sword, and it wouldn't be a problem if he gave her something else, and he got something perfect for her who had a muscle for the brain. Yes. Still, hearing Zenovia's cheers, Tsubaki, Saji, and Sona also stared at Riser, hoping they got the mocking gear. As for Seraphol, Riser directly ignored Seraphol and then looked at Tsubaki, Saji, and Sona. I know that you also wish for something similar, but unlike them, Tsubaki and Saji, you have sacred gears. You two should focus on mastering those powers instead of using the mocking gears. Whether Tsubaki or Saji, they had limitless potential, especially when they were sacred gear users. Moreover, their sacred gears weren't weak, especially when Tsubaki held a hidden power inside her body, and Saji's sacred gear was a dragon type. While Riser knew that giving them a mocking gear could make them stronger, he wished for them to master the power that they had over themselves. Moreover, if they reached their limit, then it wouldn't be too late for him to give them a new power, right? As for his wife, Sona, you should also master the power of Citri House first. I will train you personally later. Yes. Sona never felt worried as she knew her husband knew the best of her, but at the same time, she wondered how he was going to train her. Watching Sona, who suddenly blushed, Riser rolled his eyes to the sky before he coughed and said, Now, during this month, I hope that you can focus and give your all right? Yes. Given their firm answer, they were prepared for this training arc. Chapter 245, Training Arc. When their training started, Riser didn't waste his time and took out all the mocking gear that he had prepared for the 5 girls. Ruruko, come here. Yes. The slender girl with twin tails quickly walked toward Riser excitedly. Riser then took out a handsome pair of dual-wielding, knuckle knife-style trench knives. This is. Ruruko fell in love instantly with this weapon. Twin Turbo. This is your mocking gear. Everyone. Twin Turbo. As Ruruko held her new mocking gear, she was stunned by the name of her new weapon. Riser ignored their reaction and told the effect of Ruruko's mocking gear. It'll increase your speed, and it is extremely sharp. As long as you train harder, you should be able to cut mostly anything. Really? Yes, and... Riser looked at Ruruko, who held her new weapon, and asked, don't you feel that you can move your shoulders better? When Riser reminded her, Ruruko realized that her shoulders seemed able to rotate, making her able to move her fists so fast that they could create an afterimage. Moreover, she could tell that her speed increased even further, that she could create a copy of herself, which dumbfounded and amazed her. Wow. I will give you data on how you should train. Stop for a moment. Riser didn't feel surprised by her reaction, but he didn't want to waste his time, so he used Archive to transfer the knowledge of how Ruruko was going to train from now on. Stopping in place, Ruruko saw a loading bar above her head, and suddenly, she realized information about how to use her mocking gear entered her brain smoothly. Wow. Everyone. Sona and Serafal were dumbfounded. Dear, what is that? That's Oni-Isama's magic. Archive. Ravel happily explained how awesome Riser was. Hearing Ravel's explanation, everyone fell into silence. Sona and Serafal realized that Riser had become so much stronger. Yet, Sona had to say Archive was such a convenient magic, and if possible, she wished to learn it. After all, if she could just transfer all the ideas and strategies she thought onto the heads of others directly instead of explaining them to others. Still, Sona knew that this magic wouldn't be easy to learn, and she also needed to focus on making herself stronger instead of focusing on this magic, as her first rating game would be held in a month, so she didn't say anything and watched another Mocking Gear's explanation. Momo, come here. Yes, Riser-sama. Momo Hanakai approached Riser. While she tried to calm herself, there was no doubt she was also so excited inwardly. Riser didn't waste his time and took out a purple orb. This is your Mocking Gear, Black Caviar. Momo fell in silence. Was it because it had an orb shape that it was named Caviar? However, why was it called black, even though it had a purple color? Momo didn't know, but she just fell silent and buried her questions deeply in her heart as she listened to the ability of her Mocking Gear. The ability is to create an illusion. It has limitless potential, depending on how you plan to use it. I will give you several examples of how to use it, but you can use your own idea of how to use it later. Thank you, Riser-sama. Even though the name of her Mocking Gear was weird, Momo had to say its ability was incredible. Rhea. You are next. Yes, Riser-sama. Rhea quietly answered but briskly approached Riser. Riser then took out multiple floating small satellites out of nowhere. This is your Mocking Gear, fair play. Rina had prepared for the unique name of her Mocking Gear, but she had to say the name of her Mocking Gear was better than Momo and Ruruko. Momo and Ruruko somehow felt slightly jealous. This Mocking Gear has the ability to monitor like a satellite and also fire a powerful beam. Whether it is for scouts, sneak attacks, or even long-range attacks, this is versatile Mocking Gear, so learn it well. Yes, Riser-sama. Rhea smiled sweetly as she controlled several floating small satellites around her, trying to master them as soon as possible. Tomo. Yes, Riser-sama. Before Riser even finished his words, Tomo had already approached him. She clenched her fists, seemingly ready to receive anything, and strangely enough, her face was full of expectation. You are so excited. Yes, Riser-sama. Tomo couldn't tell Riser that she wondered what kind of name he would give her Mocking Gear instead of what type of weapon she would receive. As you are a swordsman, I will give you a sword-shaped Mocking Gear. Riser took out a katana shape of Mocking Gear. Sona told me that you are using a katana, so I made the shape into a katana. Thank you, Riser-sama. Tomo smiled, but then she asked, what's the name of this Mocking Gear, Riser-sama? Everyone perked their ears, and they listened curiously. Riser wanted to explain the power of this Mocking Gear, but why did it feel like they were more interested in the name of his Mocking Gear? Well, whatever. The name of this Mocking Gear is Native Dancer. Non-native Dancer. Tomo looked at her katana-shaped Mocking Gear, wondering why its name was Native Dancer, but she didn't dare to ask. Others weren't much better, but they kept their mouths shut as Riser explained the power of the Native Dancer. Besides increasing your speed, it is also extremely sharp, and those who are wounded by this Mocking Gear will move in the opposite manner of their will. What do you mean, Riser-sama? Tomo was surprised. Try to make a small wound on your finger so you will learn it faster. Well. While Tomo was a bit nervous and hesitated, she decided to try it as Riser made a small wound on her finger, but then, when she was about to move forward, she suddenly moved back. When she moved right, she moved to the left. Suddenly, she felt confused, and everything became so weird before everything returned to normal. She felt this weapon was incredible before plopping to the ground due to the after effect. Are you alright, Tomo? Everyone looked at Tomo strangely and asked her worriedly since they felt like she was drunk. What do you think? It's amazing. As long as someone was wounded by this sword, their fate was over. Tomo quickly held her mocking gear happily, but she wasn't the last one. Yura, you are next. Yura, who had been waiting, walked toward Riser with an excited smile, but Serafal quickly asked, Riser-chan. Riser-chan. What's the name of Yura-chan's mocking gear? Why were you interested in the name of the mocking gear instead of the effect? However, Riser was too lazy to ask and took out a large gauntlet with bladed fingers. Everyone sucked a deep breath as Yura's mocking gear had the most impact among all the mocking gears which he had shown to all of them. This is your mocking gear, King Kamehameha. Yura. Everyone. Yura wanted to complain, but she didn't dare and could only endure it as she muttered quietly, King Kamehameha. Everyone looked at Yura and felt sorry for her, while at the same time, they were glad that their mocking gears had a normal name. I was joking. Riser sighed helplessly inwardly, wondering whether King Kamehameha wasn't a good name. Really? Yura's eyes lit up. Yes. Yura sighed in relief when she heard it. Riser thought for a moment and said, Maximum Security. That's the name of this mocking gear. Maximum Security. There was no doubt Maximum Security was several times better than King Kamehameha. It has the ability to make you stronger, faster, and regenerate when you are hurt. It can also store and reflect back on any attack that the opponent landed on the user. Everyone was in a daze as there was no doubt this mocking gear was a perfect weapon for those close combat fighters. Whether Zenovia or Saji, they also wished to have something similar. Like the sacred gear, the mocking gear will also grow stronger along with you. As you train harder, it will answer you and make you stronger, too, so don't be lazy. Yes. All of those mocking gears were created by using the abilities within his body. Moreover, all the developments they made with the mocking gears could be received by him. In other words, the stronger they became, the stronger Riser became. Riser used all of the individuals he connected with to develop his abilities by creating the mocking gear. Moreover, all the information on the development of the mocking gear would be transmitted to him so he could replicate their feats anytime. If he gave an example, it was like an MLM or a pyramid with him on top of everyone, gaining everything. Yet, it wasn't that he was using them as he also gave them power. Everything was fair. Still, this wasn't the end, as there were still many of them who were waiting for him to train them. Chapter 246, Training Arc. While Riser had given the 5 girls their mocking gears, it didn't mean that it was the end. He also gave them a variety of techniques that they needed to learn, especially everything that related to movement technique. Whether one was a close combatant, long-range combatant, wizard, trapper, or any other, while their way of the fight might be different, their way of running away was similar. Yes, running away. Why should one fight a bloody fight like a warrior when one could kill someone with just one hit? If they couldn't defeat their enemies in one hit, why should they press further and keep fighting instead of retreating for a moment, searching for another chance by harassing their opponents, draining their stamina until they couldn't do anything? While in front of overwhelming power, nothing could be done, Rias' power of destruction was amazing, and nothing could be done when one was hit by it. However, no matter how strong Rias' attack was, if her attack couldn't hit them, then it was meaningless, right? That was why he gave them training in movement technique. While 1 month might seem short, it should be enough to increase their power to an okay level. Riser might have given them the mocking gear, and due to this, their power should have increased dramatically, but expecting them to master those weapons in 1 month was too much. After all, they weren't the main characters or the friends of the main characters who could suddenly master a strange power within their bodies. Instead, those 5 girls' status in the story was only SOSO, and their backstory was normal. There was no drama. There was no trouble. Everything happened so smoothly, and they became the devil because they wished so. If Riser had to give an example, they were like his peerage members. They might not be weak, but they didn't have much potential, and that was why he gave them a boost with a variety of weapons, skills, and mindsets. Giving them a variety of information, Riser could feel Sona's intense gaze on him, especially on the loading bar of the archive magic, which was something that definitely helped her with many things. Archiver might not be the strongest magic, but there was no doubt it was extremely useful. Teaching them for a moment, Riser then called the 2 knights. Zenovia, Tomo, come here. Zenovia and Tomo moved toward him obediently like they were trained to do so. You 2 are swordsmen, so I will give you a suitable technique to learn. Riser-sama, are you also a swordman? Tomo was surprised. Tomo, Riser-sama's swordsmanship is amazing. My swordsmanship is taught by him. Previously, her swordsmanship style was wild, and Zenobia moved based on her instinct, but with Riser's teaching, her swordsmanship became stronger, sharper, and more dangerous. While Zenobia didn't want to talk badly about her previous home, she knew the sword technique taught by the church was like a kindergarten lesson compared to Riser's swordsmanship. Ah. Really? Tomo sometimes had a spar with Zenobia, so she knew how strong Zenobia was, but she didn't expect that Zenobia was taught by Riser. Was this the benefit of becoming his woman? Tomo had to say she was jealous. But Riser-sama, I have mastered some of your sword techniques, right? Are you going to teach me another technique? Zenobia asked curiously. Yes. Riser nodded. The name of this sword style is breathing technique. Breathing technique. Not only the two knights but everyone who listened was surprised. By combining the Western and the Eastern swordsmanship, I have developed a new sword technique, and the name of this technique is breathing style. Moreover, by using this sword technique, you can become stronger and faster. Still, as Riser said all of that nonsense, he could see that everyone believed him. Previously, he got sun breathing from the system, and with sword talent, which he also gained previously, he developed a variety of breathing styles, which were more suitable for others. As for why he developed other breathing styles, it was all because of his two knights. He wanted his two knights to learn the sun breathing, but it seemed they didn't have the talent to do it, so he changed it into another, and they could do it. Riser could see whether Zenobia and Tomo were quite similar, so he also taught them a different breathing style. As he explained, Riser said, Zenobia, you will learn flame breathing, and Tomo, you will learn thunder breathing. I will send all the data into your head, be prepared. Zenobia and Tomo were ready, but the moment they received the information of the flame breathing and the thunder breathing, their faces flushed red with excitement as they could tell how strong they were. Dear, can you tell us more about that breathing style? Not only Sona but the others were also curious. Well, it's hard to explain, so I will show it directly. Taking his sword out of his space storage, Riser stood a bit further and then performed the flame breathing. At that moment, everyone widened their eyes. Like the name, the flame breathing was like a flame, it was explosive and fast, and the moment they realized, it was already too late as everything was burnt by it. Meanwhile, thunder breathing was fast. It was so fast and sharp. Unlike his strange naming senses on the mocking gear, the name of his sword technique was straightforward. Then, Riser-chan, do you have other techniques other than flame breathing and thunder breathing? I do, but I won't show it since it will take a long time, and even if I use it, no one can learn it, so it is a waste of time. Everyone. To be honest, they wanted to see him use his sword technique more, but at the same time, they also knew with how strong he was, the number of individuals that could force him to get serious was so low. There was probably almost none. If Riser knew what they thought, he would also think so, as he knew that the number of people that could threaten him was almost none. As for why he couldn't say no one, it was because he had become one of the strongest in this world. Those gods from other pantheons or pagan gods aside, Riser thought those who could threaten him were only the dragon gods, such as Ophis or Great Red, but even so, he didn't think they could kill him, especially with his immortality, Phoenix ability, crisis, and a ruler. With all of those combinations, he was practically immortal. However, there was no need for him to think about those strong beings as he knew the chances of those strong beings becoming his enemies were zero. Why? It was because there was no conflict between them, after all. Still, with all of the matter of those 5 girls and Zenobia finished, Riser looked at Saji and Tsubaki. Saji. Tsubaki. Come with me. You two need a different way of training. Serafal, Sona, Saji, and Tsubaki aside, Riser looked at the rest and reprimanded them, focus on your training. I won't let you go home if you are lazy. 6x. As Riser scolded them, he thought they would work hard, but why were they blushing? Riser rolled his eyes to the sky and thought that being a gentleman was hard, but he could think about those girls later as there was something that he needed to talk about with the 2 Sacred Gears users. First. Saji, how do you want to fight? Chapter 247, Training Arc. Saji, who had been waiting for his chance for training, especially after he was shown by Riser's generosity, suddenly became confused. Hesitating, he decided to ask, what do you mean, Riser-sama? Riser stared at Saji and explained, your sacred gear and absorption line is quite versatile, and you can use it in a variety of ways, so I want to ask you how you want it to develop in the future. Do you want to become a close combat like a warrior? Be a semi-long range attacking the opponent from a distance? Support by helping your friends. The sacred gear is a tool that is moved and developed with the feelings and wishes of its host. Depending on your feelings and wishes, the absorption line will change, so I want to know what kind of role you want to be in since, depending on your feelings and wishes, I need to change how I will train you. Moreover, Riser didn't want to waste his time with Saji, so he wished to train Saji as soon as possible instead of wasting his time. Saji thought for a moment and recalled the day of the fight when Riser fought so many powerful foes one after another, standing straight, protecting everyone. At that time, he knew such a man was the only one suitable for Sona, and his wish changed to help the two, but at the same time, it also became his wish to. I want to become like you, Riser-sama. Compared to Serorg, Saji felt that Riser was the man that he thought to aim to be. While he knew that he couldn't compare himself to Riser, he wished to be as close as possible. If that's your wish, then I will train you until you bleed. You are okay with that? Yes. Good. Riser nodded and then explained how Saji was going to develop his sacred gear, absorption line. Frankly, he felt that Saji's way of using his power was too simple and monotonous. While it wasn't bad, it wasn't good either, especially when God died, so there was no limit to the development of the sacred gear. By then, Rice told Saji how to use his sacred gear well, such as changing the color of his line so it would be invisible, using it as a rope so it could be used to move like a Tarzan, adding more lines so it could drain the opponent faster, changing the sizes of the line, overloading the opponent with energy, giving a strange curse to the opponent, blasting the line into the opponent, and various others. At this moment, everyone fell into silence, and they understood why Riser didn't give Saji and Tsubaki a mocking gear. After all the things mentioned by Riser needed to be learned, and one needed time to learn them, so if Riser gave Tsubaki and Saji a mocking gear, they might not be able to focus and become weak as they would lack specialization since he could imagine they would subconsciously use the mocking gear instead of the sacred gear. If Riser gave an example, it was like learning mathematics and history at the same time. Instead of becoming better at two subjects, they would mess up on the exams as they were unable to learn well. Naturally, there was an exception that could teach everything together, but Saji and Tsubaki definitely weren't such an exception. Moreover, have you ever thought of using your absorption line like a sword? SW sword. Saji was dumbfounded. Yes, a sword. Riser explained how the absorption line could become a gigantic sword with a dragon head-like tip and could extend and shrink at will. To make it more dangerous, you can make it like a saw, so you can cut down your opponent easier by shrinking the blade. Shudder. Saji got a shiver when he thought of developing his sacred gear into a blade that could shrink and extend at will. Even more, you can drain their stamina, energy, blood, and any other things, making this sword become more dangerous. Moreover, in my imagination, the balance breaker state of this sacred gear will make you able to create Vritra from that blade, and you can use it like a weapon to crush your opponent with its powerful jaws to death. Everyone. They sucked a deep breath and looked at Saji's absorption line, which was so simple, yet in Riser's head, it had become such a brutal weapon. Don't underestimate your sacred gear. While it might not be Longinus, the death of God has changed everything, and there is no limit to the development of your sacred gear. If you believe it, then it is possible to turn it into a sacred gear that is as strong as the Longinus. Saji also felt excited as he knew his absorption line wasn't weaker than the boosted gear of Issei. If you can win this rating game, then I will give you rewards, Saji. Riser got the rest of the Vritra-type sacred gears, and as long as Saji won this rating game, he planned to put those sacred gears into Saji, making him even stronger. Really, Riser-sama? Yes, I have prepared them, so win. Yes. As for who he should win against, Saji didn't even need to guess. Okay, it's your turn, Tsubaki. Yes, Riser-sama. Tsubaki nodded and felt a bit nervous while also excited. You don't need to get nervous. To be honest, while Saji's sacred gear is good, I like your sacred gear more. Really. Saji, who was still around, fell in silence, but he decided to ignore it as he knew Tsubaki was Riser's woman, so there was nothing he could do, and he might as well focus on his training more as he wished to develop his sacred gear. Tsubaki's sacred gear is Mirror Alice. This sacred gear takes the form of a large full-body mirror and has the ability to reflect attacks with double the damage on the attacker, but cannot be summoned twice in a row without a cooldown period. Still, Riser felt that using the sacred gear as a shield was wasteful. Tsubaki, since your sacred gear takes the shape of a mirror, how about you develop it like a mirror? Develop it like a mirror? Yes. Riser nodded. Anything that a mirror can do, this sacred gear can help you to realize it. Mirror. Creating and manipulating mirrors of various shapes, sizes, and utilities at will might be the only ideas they could think of, so Riser decided to help. Mirror has versatile uses, or rather, it is one of the best abilities. By using a mirror, Tsubaki could use her sacred gear for communication, to reflect and weaponize rays of light, to create mirror duplicates of a desired person, and to move instantaneously between mirrors. Even more so, you can also enter the world of the mirror and use it to attack suddenly or retreat. Mirror world. Tsubaki, Sona, Serafal, and even Saji, who had been listening, were dumbfounded. Was Mirror Alice such a powerful sacred gear? It was the first time for Tsubaki to learn about it. Just imagine that you make thousands of copies of Zenobia by using your sacred gear. Can you imagine how crazy it is when there are many berserker-like warriors appearing on the battlefield? Everyone could imagine thousands of Zenobia, who were on a rampage, destroying everything with Durandal in her hands. Cough. Zenobia was a bit depressed. I am not a berserker, Riser-sama. Whether it was Ruriko, Tomo, Rhea, Momo, or Yura, they decided to follow Zenobia to eavesdrop on how Riser was going to train Tsubaki and Saji. If something went awry, they could put all the blame on Zenobia, and the worst thing they could think of, their virginity might be taken from them by Riser, which was something they didn't mind as they wished so. Riser decided to ignore Zenobia and continued with his explanation. Your sacred gear is the ultimate support of sacred gear that can help you and everyone. Yes, Riser-sama. Zenobia nodded, and she gently caressed the mirror Alice. She had never thought that it could become a powerful support for Kaishu and everyone. At the same time, she also understood why Tsubaki had always been their support when they fought against Riser. Do your best to train your sacred gear, Tsubaki. Zenobia shouted. Tsubaki. Fuh. Nevertheless, as Riser took water to wet his throat, he knew that there was another individual that he needed to teach. Sona, it's your turn. Follow me. As she was his wife, Riser planned to make his wife stronger. Chapter 248, Unimaginative. Unlike Tsubaki and Saji, this time, they didn't dare to follow when Riser asked Sona to follow him. Naturally, Serafal was an exception. What are you going to teach Sona-chan, Riser-chan? Latching onto his back, Serafal asked that question curiously. She had been following him, listening to all of his teachings in silence as she was extremely shocked by his knowledge. Sword techniques, martial arts, inventors, creative minds, genius trainers, etc. Serafal knew that it was wrong, but somehow, she wished to have his child right away. After she saw the death of Surzek, she knew that anything could happen in this era when God had passed away. Serafal didn't wish to have regrets and thought that, even if she might cause sadness to her little sister, she wanted to have him. Moreover, it wouldn't be bad to share a man with her little sister. However, what does Sona think? Serafal peeked at Sona, but Sona's eyes had always focused on her husband, completely enraptured. While Serafal was speechless, she also didn't feel surprised, especially when she had watched Riser's steps from nothing to now. After that divorce with Rias, who would have thought Riser could become Lucifer? Yet, it was also because of this reason that such a man was just too fascinating. How long are you going to follow us? Riser glanced at Serafal. Serafal pouted and threw a tantrum. Riser-chan is a bully. Humph. I won't talk with you. Humph. Humph. As she folded her arms, causing her breasts to swell even bigger, she looked away but kept glancing in his direction from time to time. Riser and Sona. Still, I have never asked you this before, but have you ever trained to become strong, Serafal? Riser suddenly asked. Serafal thought for a moment, trying to remember whether she trained or not. Unlike her youth, she had been busy with many things, such as her magical girl show and her job as Leviathan, so she hadn't trained for as long as she remembered. Whether Riser or Sona were in a hurry, but the two were quite speechless by Serafal. No. Serafal nodded. It seems that I don't train. There was a question mark on her words, but she couldn't be blamed. After all, the last time she trained was before the Devil Civil War. It was some time before she was still the heiress of the Citri clan, and at the time, she couldn't even imagine that she would become Leviathan. Riser nodded and didn't feel surprised. The majority of strong beings were like that as they became strong the moment they were born in this world. They might have trained, but they didn't train with an obsession like Sarorg. Moreover, there was no need for them to train since they would become stronger as they grew older, especially when their pedigrees were the best of the best. It should be the same case as Surzek, as he was strong from the moment he was born. However, his wife differed from Serafal, and Sona needed time to train her strength further. Before I train you, how about you show me how you fight first, Sona? Okay. Hey, is that all? Why didn't you ask me more? So-chan. Riser-chan. Don't ignore me. However, Riser and Sona were focused on their spar, yet even if he said that it was a spar, it was nothing but a demonstration, and to be honest, Sona's power was weak. He knew that he was quite cruel to say this, but the innate ability of the Citri house didn't have much of an advantage over the underworld. The power of the Citri house was the power of water, and in the underworld, where there was no sea, they could only rely on either lake or river. With that limited amount of water, they could only rely on their demonic power, but creating water with their demonic power was simply arduous, and no doubt such an act would drain their demonic power excessively. Moreover, unlike other elements such as fire or lightning that could damage their opponents easily, one needed a large amount of water to cause damage to their opponent. To be honest, in terms of firepower, Sona was weaker than Rias, who inherited the power of destruction. Watching Sona, who created a large serpent of water and then smashed it into her husband, Riser didn't do anything and just let this attack hit him. While Sona hesitated, she gritted her teeth as she knew her husband was the strongest devil, but even so, watching how her attack was easily solved by being boiled and changed into steam while doing nothing, she was at a loss. Don't stop. Keep attacking me. Don't hold back and use all of your attacks on me. Yes. Sona answered as she showed amazing control over her water manipulation, creating a variety of beasts that charged toward her husband in various directions. Riser didn't move like before and just clad his body with the armor of flames, causing all of Sona's attacks to turn into steam. He nodded as he understood Sona's level. Riser-chan is a bully. Don't bully Sona-chan, Riser-chan. Seraphol, who was on the side, felt her little sister was bullied by Riser, but neither Riser nor Sona paid attention to this woman. Sona kept attacking him until he told her to stop. However, Riser ignored Seraphol since it wasn't his first time to bully Sona, especially on the bed since her reaction was too much, so it couldn't be helped, right? Okay, stop, Sona. Okay. Sona stopped, and her breathing became heavy as she used a lot of her demonic power to attack her husband previously. If she was against another opponent, she might not have shown such embarrassment, but facing her husband, the strongest devil in the underworld, she needed to give her all, so her consumption of her demonic power was intense. Sona, your technique is amazing. There is no doubt that your mastery of your power should be several times higher than Rias. Riser had no doubts about this matter, as he knew Sona's mastery over water manipulation was higher than anyone's. If he made a comparison, it was like Serord's mastery over a physical ability. Thank you. Sona was happy, but she was smart and knew that her power was nothing compared to her husband and her older sister. However, you shouldn't limit the development of your power. Limit the development of my power? Sona was confused. What do you mean, dear? I mean, is all of your attacks about shaping water into a certain form, then bashing it into your opponent? Yes. Sona nodded naturally. Riser took a deep breath and fell into silence, but only then did he realize how monotonous and uncreative the devil was, but maybe it was all due to their long age that they didn't long for change, and with their power, it was enough for them to rampage, yet it was also because of this that nothing had changed after a long time. An angel who had a light manipulation ability would only shape it into a spear and then throw it into someone. The fallen angel also wasn't much different and only changed the color of their light manipulation with colorful and funky colors. Even Surzek, while he was said to be the strongest, did nothing but use the power of destruction. Sona and all the members of the Citri house should be similar as they would only use their water manipulation to bash it into their opponent. However, Riser also couldn't complain much since his family was the same, and before he got to the system, all he did was just create a bigger fire to fight his opponent. Yet, this mistake could no longer be tolerated. Sona was his wife, so Riser was going to teach her. Sona, have you heard about the water phase change? Chapter 249, Sona is going to become strong. You mean, a liquid, a gas, and a solid? Yes. Riser nodded. Water is an element of change, so you should let your creativity work instead of trapping in a single concept where you can only bash a large amount of water into your opponent. Or the Citri house only use their ability to shape water into a different shape, then bash it into opponents. Seraphol and Sona fell in silence. To be honest, Riser was confused at why, when Seraphol was born with the power of ice, no one thought to copy it, and they just stayed comfortably with the power of water. Shouldn't they try something else, such as the power of steam or vapor? Even if there was such a limitation, they should be able to combine their innate ability with magic, right? Yet, why did they never do that? Moreover, was it really only water? Was the liquid not possible? Such as blood, tears, or even sweat. If they wish to, they should be able to develop the power to do that, right? To be honest, if he was originally a devil, he might not think that such a thing was possible, but as he was initially a human and also had seen few plots of the DXD, he knew that as long as one had creativity, everything was possible. It was the same case with Issei, who developed a powerful perverted technique where he could strip a woman's clothes instantly, suck a nipple to power up, or even talk to breasts. If Issei could develop such a ridiculous technique, logically, the others should be able to do the same, right? In Seraphol's case, if she went even further, then she might even freeze time, yet she didn't do so as she was satisfied with the status quo. Nevertheless, there was no need to worry about Seraphol as she was strong, and there were only a few opponents that could defeat her. However, Sona was different. Listening to Riser's explanation of how she could develop her power further, Sona was silent as she held her head, wondering why she had never done all of that. With her mastery over water manipulation, everything that her husband told her should be possible. Creating a mist to hide from an opponent. Absorbing the liquid from the opponent's body until they lose all the moisture inside their bodies. Changing the direction of the opponent's bloodstream. Creating an illusion with steam. There were many more. However, Riser knew that this mistake was all due to Seraphol. While Sona might seem exasperated and even angry whenever Seraphol tries to act like a spoiled child in front of her, there is no doubt that Seraphol is her role model. Sona might have always wished to copy her older sister, creating a gigantic movement that was capable of destroying a country or two with ease, but her strength definitely wasn't that. Unlike Seraphol, who had an abnormal amount of demonic power, Sona didn't have so much demonic power, but her control over her ability reached a frightening degree of mastery. This was her strength, but she walked and followed her older sister's path devotedly, thinking this was the best, so she was unable to use that advantage to make herself stronger. Watching her wife's expression, Riser knew that his wife had realized everything. "Thank you, dear." "No problem." Sona was glad that Riser was her husband, and she was also glad that Seraphol was her older sister. What's wrong, So-chan?" Seraphol wondered why Sona suddenly stared at her face. "Sorry, Wani-chan." "Huh? Why did So-chan suddenly apologize? What's wrong? What's wrong?" Seraphol was confused and scared. "I can't be like you, who can freeze the entire country easily. I don't have enough demonic power to do something like that, so I will stop to follow your path and use my own path instead." Seraphol fell into silence before tears like a river ran down her cheeks. "Hawa. So-chan has grown up." Seraphol leaped into Sona's body and hugged her tightly, pressing their cheeks together as she cried. "Geez, you don't need to act so exaggeratedly." Sona was helpless, but she also hugged her older sister. "But Wani-chan is happy. So, do your best, So-chan. No matter what your path is, Wani-chan will support you." Seraphol winked as she looked at Riser. "Riser-chan is also going to support So-chan, right?" "That's natural. She is my wife." Seraphol smiled as she thought that everything was so wonderful with the three of them, but at the same time, she was scared that everything would change if she were truthful to her feelings. However, this feeling of hers, even if she kept it in her heart, didn't matter as she was happy with the way it was. Watching Sona and Riser happy together was enough for her. "By now, there shouldn't be a problem for you to develop your own techniques." "Yes." While Sona felt a bit disappointed as she couldn't be trained by him, she knew it was more effective for him to train others as she could train by herself, mastering all the techniques that she could think of inside her mind. "However, there are two things that I want you to master besides your water manipulation ability." "What is it?" "It's two magics. Archiver and lightning." Archiver and lightning. Sona was familiar with lightning, and she was happy to learn it, but what was lightning? "This will be our family's trademark magic. Only we and our child will learn it." Sona blushed but nodded eagerly. Seraphol. Child. As they were a husband and a wife, naturally, they would have children, and Sona wished to have them as soon as possible. However, Riser wasn't in a hurry as there was 1 year before Sona graduated, and she was extremely busy with her debut of the raiding game, Youth Gathering, and a raiding game, School for the Low-Class and Reincarnated Devils. While having children might not affect the development of all of them, Riser knew that when his wife was pregnant, he would be the one who took care of the rest. Frankly, it didn't matter to him as those matters were easily solved by him, but he knew there were many dangers in his surroundings, and he didn't want his child to be born in such a dangerous time. Still, he taught his wife Archiver and also Lightning, a magic that created a shortcut in the process of transmitting electrical signals to the brain, making the body move based on reflex, creating a faster reaction to movement. Those two magics, even though they might not have crazy firepower, Sona knew how precious they were. Dear. Frankly, Sona wondered whether it was okay for her to learn those magics. Riser only smiled and gently raised her bangs, kissing her forehead. "You are my wife, Sona." There was no need for more words as her status was enough to make him pamper her and give his everything to protect her. Sona hugged him as she leaned on his chest. Seraphol took a deep breath, and her mind started to waver, wondering whether she was really satisfied with observing from a distance. Still, as Riser hugged his wife, he thought for a moment and asked, "By the way, Sona, do you want to learn swordsmanship?" Chapter 250, Special Circumstance. Swordsmanship, huh? Okay. Sona never thought of learning swordsmanship, but after hearing her husband's suggestion, she decided to agree as she was also quite curious about swordsmanship, especially when she often saw that Zenobia was trained by Riser. So-chan is going to become a female warrior. Wani-chan needs to prepare bikini armor for So-chan. You don't need to. 2x. Riser and Sona quickly stopped Seraphol at the same time. Nevertheless, as Riser had promised to teach Sona swordsmanship, he taught her a single technique. It was also the same case as Zenobia and Tomo. If there was a year or two, then it might be possible to teach all the techniques, but there was only a month, and one technique should be enough to strike down many opponents. However. Bikini armor, huh? Riser looked at Sona and Seraphol at the same time. Usually, he should only look at Sona, but he was afraid his wife would notice his strange gaze, so he looked at Seraphol. That way, Sona wouldn't notice anything strange. Do you want to see us in bikini armor, Riser-chan? Serafal asked. Is that so? Sona pushed the frame of her glasses. Wait for tonight. Riser didn't refuse his wife's kindness. I will go back first. I need to finish some work. I will check on you later. Yes. Sona nodded, then kissed Riser's lips. Do your best. Riser was stunned but then kissed Sona's forehead before he left, as the faster he finished his word, the faster he could rest. Serafal was about to follow, but her collar was grabbed by Sona. Cough. Cough. So-chan. Your Wani-chan can't breathe. I am sorry. Even so, there didn't seem to be an apologetic expression on Sona's face. While Serafal was speechless, she asked with a happy smile. Is So-chan lonely without your Wani-chan? If so, then Wani-chan will stay with So-chan all the time. Wani-chan will become So-chan's cheerleader. No, you don't need to. Even Serafal had always been 100% cheerful, facing this stoic Sona, she could only shut her mouth. So, what's wrong, So-chan? So why did Sona tell her to stay? Do you like my husband? For the first time in her life, Serafal was unable to say anything. Riser didn't know the conversation between Serafal and Sona as he was focused on something else, which was his job, but suddenly, someone knocked on his room, opened the door, and peeked inside timidly. Riser-sama. What's wrong, Ni? Well. Ni wasn't sure how to talk about her problem, and she could see Riser was quite busy, so she hesitated. Is it Kaneko? How did you know, Riser-sama? Ni was surprised. Even Riser didn't need to guess why Ni came to his office. He had previously asked Ni and Lee to teach Kaneko, but since Ni came to him, there should be a problem with Kaneko. However, he didn't feel surprised as all the peerage members that were collected by Rias had a problem. Unlike Sona and Riser, who used their own ability to gain all of their peerage members, all the peerage members collected by Rias came from her older brother. To be honest, unless one was tempted by the benefit gained from becoming the servants of the devil or a special circumstance, they wouldn't become a reincarnated devil, a devil with the lowest status in the underworld. Yes, the lowest status. In the eyes of all the devils, the reincarnated devil wasn't a devil, and they were just a fake. Naturally, they felt those reincarnated devils were lower than those who were pure-blooded. However, power changed everything. As long as one was strong enough, they would be respected. It was the same case with Tannen and Rudiger Rosenkreutz, but at the same time, it was also due to their status that they were caught in their current trouble. Tannen's situation was a mess, and Rudiger could only stay low-key, avoiding the limelight so he wouldn't be hit by the aftermath of Tannen's problem. However, if Tannen was strong enough, this wasn't a problem. Unfortunately, Tannen was weak, so he was unable to change the status quo or even defeat Riser and all the devils in the underworld. Nevertheless, there must be a reason why one decided to become a reincarnated devil, but Riser couldn't imagine how Aquino, who was the child of the leader of Gregory, Barakiel, would become Ria's servant. After all, he had heard that even if she had lost her mother, her life wasn't that bad, but in the end, due to special circumstances, she decided to become Ria's servant. While there might not be evidence, Riser somehow could imagine that all of the special circumstances that happened to Aquino must be related to Ria's family. It should be the same case with Kiba, Gasper, and even Kaneko. While Riser wasn't sure what was happening to Kaneko, he knew that Kaneko's situation must be related to Kaneko's special circumstances. He took a deep breath and thought to take a moment of break to talk with Kaneko. Let's go. I will talk with her. Okay, nya. In the corner of the underworld, a group of people had been hiding. Unlike the Earth, the population of the underworld was smaller, and there were many places that still lacked modernization, making it a perfect place for one to hide. Still, many things happened to this group, and they were in unrest, especially when they didn't know who they should face. Similarly, a young man with a monkey-like feature was staring at the purple sky, wondering who had attacked Valley and what kind of enemies they would face. Biko, wake up, nya. However, suddenly, he was kicked by someone and fell to the ground. Kuroka, what are you doing, you stupid cat? Biko was furious as he faced the young woman who kicked on the butts. Stop showing your stupid face. Come and help me. A beautiful young woman with two cat-like tails and a black kimono, which she put in a vulgar way, showing her deep ravine between her big breasts. I am not showing a stupid face. I am in the middle of deep thinking. Biko protested as he rubbed his butts, but then he asked curiously, help with what? Let's get my little sister. Biko looked at Kuroka in disbelief. Are you serious? Of course, I am serious. Kuroka looked at Biko without the joke-like attitude she usually showed. I can't entrust my little sister to the Gremory. Those devils are all cunning and evil beings. I don't want to lose Chiron. She knew how dangerous the situation of the supernatural world was, and it was better for her little sister to follow her instead of joining the dangerous elements such as the Gremory. Still, Kuroka hadn't heard an answer from Biko, so she asked, "Are you scared, Biko?" Who is scared? Biko quickly refuted, but he told her his concern. But are you sure that you can take her? The new Lucifer is different, you know. The moment he notices us, we might be attacked. Unlike the previous Lucifer, he knew how aggressive the new Lucifer was, but... Isn't that good? Kuriko grinned dangerously as she licked her lower lip. I want to see how strong our new Lucifer is. The two smiled and thought that it was a good chance to see how strong the new Lucifer was.